The Fate's sovereign believed that the reason he could not become the only one was that he lacked a just and impartial platform. Yet he had never considered that the very fact he had risen to such heights and gained the opportunity to endanger the chaotic void sea already proved he had been living upon a fair platform. By his own behavioral logic, when he encountered a dangerous target, he would annihilate it at the first possible moment. The chaotic void sea, however, adhered to objective natural laws, allowing the Fate's sovereign to grow and expand, even granting him the chance to grasp the logic of rules themselves. Thus, the logical rules of the chaotic void sea were in themselves an embodiment of justice. One must know that the Fate's sovereign was neither loyal nor harmonious. Though he could not be called an invasive virus, he was at least akin to a malignant cancer cell. Now this being who wantonly plundered the energy and matter of the void sea universe still dared to deny the fairness of his living space. He failed to understand that if he truly existed in an absolutely fair environment, he would never even have had the chance to reach his current height, much less possess the power to threaten the void sea universe. Redemption, the fairness I desire, is a just opportunity for evolution. Those weak beings becoming a part of me is in itself the manifestation of Fate's justice. The survival law within the void sea is the devouring of the weak by the strong. As such a great existence, should I not enjoy greater power and resources? The Fate's sovereign's mode of thinking perfectly illustrated the notion beneath the self. He held absolute power over life and death, yet above the self, everyone was supposedly equal. Fate's sovereign, you claim that wantonly destroying worlds and stripping away their lines of fate is a manifestation of Fate's justice. Then redemption, answering the call, coming to judge your plunder, is likewise a manifestation of Fate's justice. Now the fair destiny you cry out for has appeared. Are you willing to accept this form of justice? Facing Zhou Heng's question, the Fate's sovereign fell silent. Naturally, he could not accept such fairness. The fairness he desired was to become the sole destiny and gain an equal platform of dialogue with the chaotic void, not to stand equally before the hardships of fate. However, the situation had already slipped beyond his control. For the first time, his fate had departed from his own grasp. This loss of control over his personal destiny had an immense impact upon the Fate's sovereign. He could no longer negate another's future destiny by converging his own future fate. On this basis, those threads of fate he had gathered grew unprecedentedly active, and the final destiny he had once locked onto dissolved into nothingness. When the Fate's sovereign fell into disadvantage in this contest of concepts, the rings of fate woven from countless threads of destiny began to tighten and contract. Under this constriction, the Fate's sovereign transformed into a disc-like structure, rounded at the center and flattened at the edges, his phase state resembling the intimate union of the rings of fate with the core of destiny. Yet only the Fate's sovereign knew that this was the rings of fate supported by an external force sealing the source point of destiny. In this moment, the Fate's sovereign was the source point of destiny for the rings, and the rings of fate were likewise the ring of destiny encircling the Fate's sovereign. When the fluidity of fate was stripped away, they faced one another purely as opposing destinies. The Fate's sovereign had once wished to gather the energy and matter of the void sea to rewrite the doomed failure of his assault upon the status of the only one. Now the energy and matter he had gathered were coalescing into a new destiny. Yet this new destiny was the product of his own convergence, making it exceedingly difficult for him to deny the future fate he had forged with his own hands. Even if Zhou Heng had not come to confront him, now his wanton harvesting would sooner or later have drawn Zhou Heng's attention or spilled into the worlds Zhou Heng protected. His fate had long since closed into a ring. There was no possibility of vaulting over the uniqueness of Zhou Heng to turn his own success into the only one. Redemption, so encountering you was the inevitable outcome of fate. Only now do I understand the gulf between myself and the rules of destiny. I cannot become the master of fate's rules. I am not fate's sole choice. I have been defeated by destiny. Those who toy with fate will one day be toyed with by fate. Those who weave destiny will ultimately weave the conclusion of their own destiny. Redemption, you are no exception. One day you will be discarded by the rules of redemption, becoming a single link within redemption itself, just as I now return to fate. Fate's sovereign, thank you for the reminder. I know there is no absolute eternity. If one day I walk toward the end and become a single link within redemption, then my act of redemption will have formed a ring. That will be both martyrdom and the fulfillment of my Tao. In the past, the Haotian emperor had shown Zhou Heng, through his own actions, the meaning of seeking the Tao and the reason for existence. Thus Zhou Heng resolved to remember his original choice. It was not low-dimensional redemption information that was influencing him now, rather, he was constantly guarding the meaning of redemption. If he so willed, he could at any moment transform into a devourer who destroyed worlds. Yet what would remain after heedless rampage? At most the collection of some low-dimensional energy. But he did not lack low-dimensional energy. What he lacked was the resolve to guard his own Tao and the faith to avoid losing himself within the low dimensions. Now Zhou Heng's ascension in dimensionality was not merely the pursuit of individual evolution of life, but also the pursuit of making his own path fully real. Otherwise, even after ascending in dimension, if Zhou Heng remained only an ordinary high-dimensional life form, this journey through the low dimensions would become little more than a beautiful, yet meaningless dream. He had come here and influenced this place. He needed at the very least to change something within himself, to let himself know that his past experiences were not illusions, to let himself know that he too had once been a miracle. Thus, rather than saying Zhou Heng was influenced by low-dimensional information, it would be better to say he chose to accept certain ideas. After all, a person is a constantly growing being who from childhood to adulthood many thoughts naturally change. Having gone through so many events in the low-dimensional world, it was impossible for Zhou Heng to remain entirely unchanged. One could say he was influenced by his own experiences, or that it was a form of growth on the level of the heart. Fate is truly fickle. In the end, I still failed to lock down the future destiny. The Fate's sovereign had seen his own future clearly. He knew his form would dissipate, his will would return to its source, leaving only the concept of fate still flowing within the great river of rules. To be defeated by his own destiny, to be defeated by the future of fate he had woven with his own hands, was to the Fate's sovereign still acceptable. It meant that his fate was extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that both he and redemption were but links within it. This proved that the path he had chosen was not entirely wrong. His sole mistake was overestimating himself and failing to pursue the road of fate with unwavering consistency. Thus he attributed both his failure to become the only one and his defeat before redemption to the choices of fate. It seemed I was resisting the chaotic void sea and contending with redemption, yet in truth I was struggling against my own destiny. It turns out I never controlled my own fate. What I lacked was the awakening of my personal destiny. Confronting the failure of his own fate, the Fate's sovereign finally understood why he could never become the only one. But now it was too late. He no longer had the chance to begin anew. His past wanton deeds had already formed a ring of fate that locked him firmly in place. To seek strength outward and awakening inward. So the path to the only one is self-transcendence and self-mastery. I see now that I walked the wrong road. The Lord of Fate finally understood that the essence of true power lay not merely in the magnitude of energy, but in the degree of mastery one held over oneself. It was akin to a patient suffering from obesity. The heat and mass carried within his body far surpassed that of ordinary people, yet countless ordinary individuals still moved with an efficiency that vastly exceeded his. This self-mastery manifested not only in the circulation of energy, but also in the realm of thought and principle. The ancients of the high-dimensional Earth Star named this faculty of self-governance, unity of knowledge and action. Thus it could be seen that whether in high dimensions or low, this capacity for self-awakening and self-mastery was one of the deepest roots of power. The same held true for the Lord of Fate. His vastness had long since surpassed the stage of seeking outward and had entered the stage of seeking within. Yet he did not choose to pursue his own Tao. Instead, he continued to plunder, hoping that by reshaping the Void Sea universe, he might thereby transform himself. This was undoubtedly a betrayal of his own path. Even without facing judgment from the side of order, he would eventually be treated as a malignant growth and purged by the chaotic Void Sea itself. After all, the energy of the chaotic Void Sea was finite. It could not endlessly nourish a single life form's growth. Of course, Zhou Heng's own path was also far from perfect. He had long dwelt in the stage of seeking inward, neglecting the aid of external forces. Consequently, his ascent through dimensions had not proceeded smoothly. At this moment, he required the propulsion of high-dimensional power even more, so that he might be uplifted from the lower dimensions into the higher. Redemption, tell me, what does it feel like to become the only one? Is there still a path beyond the only? To me, being the only is responsibility, a shelter for those who follow and those who believe. Beyond the only there should yet exist the multiplicity of the only and the path of dimensional ascent. So above the only lies ascent to higher dimensions. Then what meaning has your charity and redemption? These illusory things will sooner or later prove useless. Better to plunder the universe and enrich oneself. The Lord of Fate could not comprehend the true form of high-dimensional life, yet he knew that the rules of the lower dimensions could never fully apply to a higher world. Thus in his eyes, Zhou Heng, as the only, should also plunder, relying on the accumulation of vast energy to continually fuel his exploration of high-dimensional domains. Lord of Fate concepts of the lower dimension are meaningless. How much meaning do its energy and matter truly possess? So that is it. Does the path I have pursued ultimately lead only to the void? Fate is truly peculiar. I chased after it with boundless ambition only for it to guide me at last into emptiness. When the Lord of Fate realized he could never wholly command destiny, he loosened his own seals, allowing the rings of fate to reclaim the matter and energy that had once belonged to them. He did not beg Zhou Heng for mercy, nor did he intend to deceive Zhou Heng in order to seize a chance at survival. From the moment they met, all he had contemplated was how to defeat redemption, how to devour redemption, never how to flee or coexist in peace. He believed that redemption would not change his stance or spare him on the strength of a brief conversation. For if that truly happened, then redemption would be unworthy of being the only one who governed the rules. He hoped that Zhou Heng's commitment to the path of redemption would surpass his own dedication to the path of fate. Only in that way would he be defeated by the rules of redemption rather than by a merely powerful life form. This mattered greatly to the Lord of Fate. All his deeds had been undertaken to challenge the rules, therefore his fall should likewise arise from a clash of rules. Only then would his destiny possess meaning. He did not crave pity, just as he had never pitied the weak. What he desired was acknowledgement, the recognition granted by the rules of redemption. Thus he would not plead for his life. He would rather embrace his own ring of fate and be destroyed than continue to exist by relying on a stronger one's compassion. Fortunately, he could still command a portion of his own destiny. He still possessed the power to relinquish it. With his silent consent, the rings of fate drew back their respective mass and energy from his origin. In the course of this process, the destiny of the Lord of Fate itself was rapidly collapsing. This development caught Zhou Heng somewhat off guard. Though he had experienced several world-scale wars, this was the first time he had witnessed a being who willingly abandoned its core concept and initiated its own collapse. Redemption, am I a worthy opponent? Yes. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far, and also the most unique. Ha ha ha. Redemption's rules have acknowledged me. Fate, I accept the defeat you have bestowed upon me. I return my destiny to you. At the instant the Lord of Fate dispersed, countless worlds drifted outward from him, as their center scattering in all directions. The vision resembled a lotus blossoming in an instant, beautiful and brimming with vitality. At the heart of that lotus, innumerable glimmers floated away. These were the mass the Lord of Fate himself carried. In the end, not only did he return destiny, he returned all of himself to the chaotic void sea. In Zhou Heng's eyes, a complete timeline was transforming into a closed circle, a ring spanning from the birth of fate to its return to fate. When this time ring belonging solely to the Lord of Fate took shape, his destiny once more merged into the fate rules of the Void Sea universe. Yet this time he was no longer a pursuer of the rules of destiny, but had become a part of those very rules. His return and his final acceptance of his own destiny brought him closer than ever to the rules of fate. Perhaps when he is birthed anew next time, he will possess an opportunity to truly command the laws of destiny. The Lord of Fate had never imagined that the chance to challenge the only would ultimately fall into his hands in such a manner. This perhaps was the wonder of destiny. What is forced cannot be obtained, but what is released may bring what was sought. Of course, this might also have been the Lord of Fate's final stratagem, for he understood that if he did not choose self-collapse and was instead assimilated or annihilated by redemption, then without first attaining an onlyness surpassing redemption, he would never again be able to alter his doomed end. In contrast, by choosing to return of his own accord to the rules of fate, he also preserved his past. This ensured that when his true spirit is reborn, and if by fortune he becomes the only, he will gain a chance to rediscover his former self. He chose to return of his own accord in order to evade the coverage of me, the present only. He truly deserves to be called the Lord of Fate. Even at the end, he preserves hope for his own destiny. After his initial shock, Zhou Heng quickly discerned the Lord of Fate's intention. In the end, the Lord of Fate had positioned his future opponent as his present self. He intended in the future to defeat the destiny of his former self and reclaim dominion over his own fate. Yet all of this was premised on his true spirit being able to once more become a powerful existence in the cycle of reincarnation, and on redemption choosing not to erase that true spirit. The ever-watchful chaotic void sea, having noticed that the battle had completely ended, contacted Zhou Heng once more. Great life form, will you not close off his timeline and extinguish his true spirit? Void sea, will he return? I do not know. I have not sealed the future. The void sea universe changes with every passing moment. Perhaps through reincarnation he may become the only, yet it is far more likely that he will gradually sink into mediocrity. After all, his greatness was but momentary. In the future there will always be lives stronger than he was, beings who align more closely with the rules of fate. The Void Sea universe was ever developing. There was no decree that past lives must outshine those yet to come. Thus the chaotic Void Sea likewise did not know who the next life to resonate with the rules of fate would be. Indeed, destiny is a mutable future. Since he has chosen to restart his fate, I no longer have any reason to erase him. Having thoroughly understood the matters governed by fate, the Chaos Void Sea also kept its promise, entrusting the rules of redemption of the Void Sea universe to Zhou Heng. Only at the moment Zhou Heng connected with the rules of redemption did he comprehend why only the unique one could wield the rules. This was because the volume of information calling for redemption across the entire Void Sea universe was overwhelmingly vast. If an existence lacking uniqueness were to acquire the rules of redemption solely through grace, it would likely be completely overwhelmed by the singular informational rules of the universe. Fortunately, Zhou Heng was not troubled by such concerns. His uniqueness was far more real than those rules. When Zhou Heng became the sole redeemer in the Void Sea universe, countless gods of redemption within the sea instantly sensed that their concept of redemption had connected to a vast source of redemption. In that moment, they understood that one redeemer had transcended to greatness and another had achieved uniqueness. This indicated that they were no longer isolated individuals. All their gods of redemption would unite to form a new pantheon under the radiance of the unique redeemer. Due to the singularity and purity of the pantheon, they would easily mobilize the pantheon's power to initiate salvation or judgment. This was thrilling news for all the gods of redemption. The only downside was that they could no longer become the unique one through the authority of redemption, but due to the special nature of the concept of redemption, they were not concerned. Praise redemption, praise the unique one, praise our shared path to transcendence and immortality. Praise redemption, praise the gods of redemption, praise our shared path that remains constant. Two praises emerged, one from the gods of redemption, embracing the source of redemption, and one from Zhou Heng, certifying the gods of the same path. After this, the mutually recognized redemption transformed into a unity. The gods of redemption would be able to traverse the entire universe relying on Zhou Heng's rules of redemption, uniting to spread their radiant salvific light. This phenomenon made Zhou Heng realize just how immense the influence of the unique one was on the Void Sea universe. Under the connection of Zhou Heng, the unique redeemer, the gods of the redemption pantheon would constitute the most formidable force in the Void Sea universe. In other words, the Void Sea universe was entering a new era, an era belonging to redemption. In this new era, the concept of redemption would be incredibly powerful, and the fervent authority of redemption would illuminate the chaotic Void Sea universe. Of course, this also indicated a harsh reality. That is, in any era, there can only be one unique one. The unique one is not only the master of the rules, but also the sole enforcer of an era. This does not mean that the Void Sea universe cannot accommodate two unique ones simultaneously, but rather that the fervent concepts would conflict and overlap with one another. At that time, disputes over the Tao would inevitably arise. Even if the unique one could maintain rationality, their pantheon of rules would erupt into divine wars. Through the transmission of the rules channels, deities sharing the same concept in the universe would be mobilized. Such a level of war would not merely be infighting, but rather an implosion. Thus, the chaotic Void Sea would never allow two unique ones to appear simultaneously. Under its influence, uniqueness is uniqueness, the sole master of an era, the singular ruler of a time. Void Sea, who is the last unique one, and how did their era come to an end? Justice, great life, the last era was the era of justice, and this era is your era of redemption. The end of the sole justice was the result of the inability of the justice rules to satisfy the development of the world of life. When justice became a hindrance to development, and could no longer fulfill its own concept, the rules of justice diverged from it. The concept of justice also led to a large-scale self-collapse due to its contradictions. Great life, when justice collapsed, many deities of the justice pantheon also returned to the source of the rules, marking the end of their era. The answer of the chaotic Void Sea validated Zhou Heng's conjecture. An immensely glorious era, forged by the unique rules, was also concluded by the divergence of the rules. When the unique one and their subordinate deities began to enjoy the highest authority in the universe, the responsibilities they bore would grow ever larger. And in order to better align with their rules, they would gradually become more and more pure until they ushered in the prosperity they had created into the silence of the universe. When they could no longer uphold their responsibilities and became obstacles to the universe, their resonance with the rules would. This is the operational logic of the Void Sea universe, and also the result of a deviation in the self-path. The alternation of the old and new is likewise the root of the universe's cycles. Thus, the unique one is not an eternal existence. Oh, what is immortal is their Tao, not their individual lives. From the Tao they rise, to the Tao they return. It turns out that becoming the master of an era comes at a price. Fiery blooms will eventually lead to tranquility. Great life, you are different from them. If you wish your era of redemption will endure eternally. No need, simply follow the cycles. They rise by pursuing their own ideals and should fall due to the deviation of those ideals. I will extend the time of ideological deviation as much as possible, allowing them the opportunity to correct their paths. Zhou Heng's words instantly eased the once tangled heart of the chaotic Void Sea. It was actually quite worried that Zhou Heng, this high-dimensional life, would forcibly forge an eternal era, turning the Void Sea universe into a lifeless dead sea. Fortunately, the concerns it had were unfounded. Zhou Heng was not one to act solely based on personal preferences. Void Sea, how long did the era of justice last? Great life, the era of justice lasted approximately 120 million years, and it has been several tens of millions of years since its end. Over 100 million years. The immortality fought for by the unique one is not without meaning. At least during those hundreds of millions of years, the entire universe was their kingdom. By the way, where did those deities of the justice pantheon go? Was the Emperor Hao Yan once one of them? Those gods of justice after reincarnation, some still adhere to the path of justice, while many have chosen other paths. As for Zhou Heng, he was indeed the creator of the last era of justice, but it seems now that although he adheres to his path, it is difficult for him to become the unique one and forge a new era. The Emperor Zhou Heng was unexpectedly the creator of the last era, and also the former unique justice. This truly caught Zhou Heng off guard. After all, when the Emperor Zhou Heng confronted invasions from the outside world multiple times, he did not receive the favor of the Void Sea universe, nor did he display the legacy of his past. It seemed that this former unique one was merely an ordinary life within the Void Sea universe. Great life, it is not that I criticize the former unique one who led the development of the universe, but rather that the ones who have reincarnated are no longer the original ones. Glory belongs to the unique one, not to the lives connected to the unique one. Furthermore, those lives connected to the unique one have already received sufficient legacy. They have long shared in the immortality of the unique one. No matter how many times they fall, they can still revive and restart, for their unique past is an undeniable truth. Their era stands firm in the past. Their immortality extends into the future. After embracing the concept of redemption, Zhou Heng immediately contacted the gods of redemption to collaboratively draft a code of redemption. This code is not meant to constrain the powers of the gods of redemption. Rather, its core purpose is to regulate the scope of redemption and the severity of judgment. These 2 points are crucial in Zhou Heng's view, as the gods of redemption have yet to clearly define their new roles and have not adapted to the sudden expansion of their powers. When they discover that the old system crumbles under their combined force, and when they realize they can roam freely in the Void Sea universe, even if they can remain true to their original intentions, they will likely become arrogant under the support of their immense redemptive power. During that time, voices of denial and dissent will transform into heresy, and judgment will descend on a large scale. This is not Zhou Heng being alarmist, it is a highly probable occurrence. When the gods of redemption can summon tens of thousands of redemption deities with a mere act of judgment, the world they once revered will diminish into insignificance. If Zhou Heng does not impose restrictions and clarify the scope of redemption and the severity of judgment, this group of gods of redemption will likely spiral out of control. After all, aside from Zhou Heng and the Chaos Void, see no other forces or individuals can constrain. They are not only enforcers of the law, but also its authors. Absolute power is not only the source of their strength, but also the foundation of their downfall. Therefore, before they adapt to their new roles, Zhou Heng established the Code of Redemption to ensure that overall thinking is regulated before redeeming others. Great being, you need not immediately constrain their actions. Their unrestrained development may hasten the entire Void Sea universe into the era of redemption. Void Sea, what I desire is not an intensely brilliant era of redemption, but a lasting redemption that warms the hearts of people. The Chaos Void Sea increasingly finds Zhou Heng inscrutable. He is clearly a high-dimensional being who will eventually leave, yet he demonstrates the patience to gradually promote the arrival of redemptive norms. Historically, most soul beings have undergone a phase of barbaric development before restraining the behavior of their subjects and writing a new core of order on the ruins of the old. However, there are not many soul beings like Zhou Heng who impose restrictions on their subjects' behavior from the outset, as newly born soul beings also need time to adapt to their new status. Only when they realize that there are no enemies and heresies have been eradicated and the entire universe Void Sea is within their control will they seriously contemplate the future development path of the universe. At first, they only believe themselves to be great beings, not the actual masters of the entire universe. Only when they understand that they are the masters of the universe will they wholeheartedly construct their own homes, thus ushering the universe into a period of rapid development. All Chaos Void Sea will be astonished, however, considering that Zhou Heng has already realized he is the sovereign of this era, they are at ease with his actions. Great being, this is your era, oh please write according to your will. As most of the gods of redemption are still in their initial stages. Thus their communication with Zhou Heng the Soul Redeemer is very pleasant, and they acknowledge the Code of Redemption as the core of the new order. As they begin to manifest the brilliance of redemption according to the code, Zhou Heng also sent a manifestation of the redemptive rules to reside in the lower dimensional Void Sea. His main will, however, returned once again to the electronic network of the high-dimensional Earth star. This time he aims to build multiple data service centers for himself, serving as the carriers of his electronic thoughts and the platforms for game operations. As for why he does not continue to siphon computational power from various devices, it is simply because that stolen computational power, without servers as the core for processing, amounts to nothing more than scattered sand. To coordinate and mobilize the computational power dispersed across tens of thousands of devices, the aggregation of data processing centers is indispensable. However, Zhou Heng does not intend to nurture an ordinary person from scratch to become a commercial giant. After all, the strength of business cannot do without the support of political power. Thus, the targets Zhou Heng needs to influence are those mid-level groups already within the gaming industry. Only the sudden emergence of these individuals will not draw widespread attention, and they possess the ability to withstand commercial competition. As for how to identify such individuals, Zhou Heng already has the channels. Recently, with the small-scale explosion of Zhou Heng's free fan game Seal of Magic, this niche game has garnered extremely high ratings on various platforms. In the high-dimensional Earth Star of the big data era, a game like this cannot possibly escape analysis and replication by major companies. This has led to Zhou Heng's game data entering not only the devices of employees at major companies, but also being downloaded by mid-level individuals in various technical fields. Thus, Zhou Heng quickly identified information from multiple mid-level technical staff at large companies, including not only major companies in the Hua country, but also those from other nations. It should be quite reasonable for mid-level technical staff at major companies to establish new companies, thereby ushering in a new era of gaming. This line of thought is not merely Zhou Heng's imagination, whether it is the founding of a certain platform or the brilliance of those who left certain Eastern companies to create new ones. These are all real examples. It must be acknowledged that these individuals possess the ability to quickly establish new companies, and they can also bring in legitimate funds that can withstand scrutiny. Based on this idea, Zhou Heng quickly identified the first lucky individual, and thus the tide of a new era of gaming began. Tao Hui is the technical director of the gaming division under Zhou Technology, and this position affords him a relatively comfortable life. However, he is not satisfied with his current state of life, as his dream of entering the gaming industry has not faded, and he still harbors ambitions for developing quality games. Yet the core of research and development at his company is not focused on game content, but rather on monetization strategies. This has diminished the possibility of realizing his dreams, but he has not given up. He and his wife have set up a small game studio intending to create the game of their dreams solely through their own effort. For 2 years, Tao Hui has been responsible for coding and operations, while his wife, Tin Xiaoshuan, takes care of design and illustrations. Through their joint efforts, a high-freedom game incorporating elements of farming, war, martial arts, and homesteading is almost complete. However, they have encountered a problem. Although their game features numerous gameplay styles, none are particularly stunning. In fact, they could even be described as rudimentary. Driven by this lack of confidence, the couple often plays highly rated games across various platforms, hoping to gain inspiration from them. Zhou Heng's Seal of Magic game found its way into their electronic devices under such circumstances. Husband, the person who developed Seal of Magic, is truly a genius. I heard he took 20 years to create this free game. What great passion! If only our game could receive his guidance. We have already shown courage by pursuing our dreams for 2 years. He completed his dreams in 20 years, which is truly an incredible miracle. However, Xiaoshuan, you are right. Although he does not seek profit, the love within is immeasurable. Perhaps we could try. Tan Xiaoshuan's casual remark sparked a new idea in Tao Hui. From the game phone, Immortal, he experienced an unprecedented interactive experience. This natural interaction between people and the game is a unique feeling that even renowned high-quality games find hard to replicate. As a mid-level technical professional in the gaming industry, Tao Hui knew that his company Zhou Technology was working on deconstructing and replicating Feng Mo Lu. Of course, this is not just an isolated act of Zhou Technology. Major gaming companies are doing the same, aiming to extract the source code and launch reskin new games. However, currently the major gaming companies have not succeeded in cracking the code, as the core data of Feng Mo Lu does not reside on local devices, but exists within decentralized network servers. This is also why Tao Hui refrained from drawing inspiration from Feng Mo Lu, and the existence of the game made his once confident development progress fall into pessimism and hesitation. The pace of development in this era is too rapid. While we are still exploring the freedom of games, others have already laid the foundation for interactivity. To achieve such a human-machine interaction system, we need our own computing center. However, this is not hard to arrange, as long as there is sufficient funding, whether through leasing or acquisition. This issue can be quickly resolved. The key is still the product. Only with a robust product can we attract ample external investment. Excellent games and solid products have become a source of anxiety for Tao Hui. After 2 years, his initial passion has cooled significantly, and now all his efforts have transformed into the pressure for Tao Hui to succeed. Carrying this pressure, Tao Hui attempted to leave messages in the Feng Mo Lu sections across various platforms, hoping to gain the attention of the game's creator. However, he knew deep down that such fanciful thoughts would likely not elicit a response. Real-life experiences taught Tao Hui that initial passion over time would inevitably be veiled by the shroud of profit. 2 years have already changed what Tao Hui seeks, let alone the 20 years the creator of Feng Mo Lu has invested. The seemingly free Feng Mo Lu game is backed by 20 years of dedicated coding, and when that data goes on sale, the profits can transform any passion. Real-life experiences taught Tao Hui that initial passion over time would inevitably be veiled by the shroud of profit. 2 years have Looking at his sleeping wife, Tao Hui recalled the ambition they had when they decided to chase their dreams together. His wife had also left her job at that time to focus on game design. Xiaoshuan, you've worked hard. I truly am a foolish dreamer. Why would others pay for my dreams and passions? Though Tao Hui lamented his situation, he returned reluctantly to his computer, still waiting for a response when the opportunity arose. As time passed with his mind, filled with expectations for Feng Mo Lu and hopes for his future dreams, Tao Hui began to doze off. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, an unknown message relying on his shallow faith and deep expectations for Feng Mo Lu entered his dreams. You can hold on pretty well, sleep now, good dreams are near. Zhou Heng injected his information into Tao Hui's subconscious universe and installed a cheat code called Game System on Tao Hui's computer. Now he needed to weave a beautiful dream to explain the source of the cheat code, making Tao Hui believe that a miracle had shown from his dreams into reality. Under Zhou Heng's modification, the lower dimensional world formed from Tao Hui's surface thoughts gradually transformed into a world full of wonders. In that dreamlike world, Tao Hui obtained the game system, becoming a unique existence capable of leveling up by defeating monsters. With this extraordinary ability, Tao Hui embarked on an unforeseen path of cultivation and eventually achieved enlightenment one day. When he was about to merge with the Tao to explore the upper realm, a fellow Taoist attempted to dissuade him. Taoist Lord, why transcend? Isn't greatness, eternity, and freedom enough? The path of cultivation cannot be retreated from. As Tao Hui flew into the unknown chaos, he witnessed a baby being born, a child joyfully running out of school. He also saw a young teenager entering a university campus, a girl shyly embracing him, and a pure white wedding dress approaching him. Then in a blink, Tao Hui saw a couple celebrating the establishment of their studio, only to turn back and see his own weary figure slumped over the table. All of these images were experiences from Tao Hui's past except for the initial baby form. The rest originated from his computer's photo library. Zhou Heng added some animation effects to those photos, allowing Tao Hui to look back at his life in a brief moment. When all of this came to an end, Zhou Heng manipulated this lower dimensional world, colliding it with the most vibrant dream information in Tao Hui's subconscious universe. In the next moment, Tao Hui awoke from his dream. The overlapping of the dream information and Zhou Heng's woven information made him believe he had experienced a beautiful dream. If only the dream were real, but how could something like a game system exist in reality? I am here. Oh my, Tao Hui had been talking to himself while rubbing his stiff neck. The sudden electronic voice startled him, causing him to jump up, the unexpected sound in the dead of night, snapping him awake. What are you? Let me tell you not to mess around. I have offered incense to the Tao ancestor and Buddha ancestor. The consequences of provoking me are severe. Tao Hui couldn't recall using any electronic assistant or Xiao AI, and the sudden fright led him to think of some However, as the initial shock wore off, Tao Hui gradually regained his composure and materialistic thinking began to dominate again. He cautiously approached the computer, wanting to see if it was someone else's prank or if his computer had been infected with a virus. When he noticed a sudden new icon on the computer screen, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The icon depicted a book with an eye in the center. This book seemed ordinary, but the icon perfectly matched. Game system. I am here. Upon hearing the flat electronic voice again, Tao Hui was filled with immense joy. He waved his fists, stomped his feet, and spun around several times. At that moment, he began to believe that his dream was real. Only now did he awaken to himself. It seems that the game system is indeed you. I've come this far, and yet you are still here. I am here. Listening to the sound coming from the computer speakers, Tao Hui felt an incredible sense of peace. He seemed to glimpse his brilliant future. If the game system were as powerful as it was in his dreams, he seemed to have hope of becoming wealthy, pursuing the extraordinary, and realizing all his ambitions. Thinking of this, Tao Hui became a bit dazed, but he quickly recalled something troubling and raised his hand to slap his smack. I told you to not retreat on the path. I told you not to look back. I am such a fool, choosing to ascend to such a broken place instead of being a good Taoist lord. What spirit is it to ascend and become a worker? In my last life, I couldn't have followed the path of cattle and horses. That can't be right. I have a game system, which should mean I follow the path of games. Tao Hui couldn't understand why his dream self did not enjoy freedom and greatness, but insisted on ascending to become an unnamed nobody. At this moment, he remembered those who became powerful in other worlds, yet insisted on returning to Earth to live as ordinary people in online novels. Back then, he had often criticized those characters, but who knew that looking back, the clown was actually himself. As Tao Hui couldn't help but slap his own head, his wife, Tan Xiaoxian, approached wearing her pajamas. Honey, what's wrong? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Our game may not be bad. Everything is still up in the air. It's not the time to be discouraged. Xiaoxuan, I'm fine. Why are you awake? Go back and rest well. You startled me. How can I sleep? Don't wait any longer. It's already 3 a.m. Even if there's a response, it will be tomorrow's matter. Alright, I won't wait. I'll wash up and then go to rest. After watching his wife return to the bedroom, Tao Hui let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't remember how many nights this scene had played out. Sometimes he was up late modifying code, other times it was his wife who stayed up late painting. Over the past 2 years, Tao Hui had questioned himself more than once about whether it was worth it, wondering why he insisted on creating high-quality games instead of working with the company to develop monetization strategies. However, now he was finally certain that everything was worth it. When he awakened and the game system appeared, everything would change. This must be the Tao. In those hazy memories, I am games, and after coming here I still insist on games. Compared to the stubbornness of not retreating from the Tao, I am more pleased that I have not forgotten my original intention of the Tao. The hazy memories and the emergence of the game system gave Tao Hui a reasonable justification for the direction. I was born to make games. My insistence on making games awakened my former self. His wife's concern pulled Tao Hui out of the regret of his beautiful dream. He decided to accept his current situation and make good use of the game system to catalyze his life. Game system, can you still grant me extraordinary power? Why don't you return to my consciousness, but instead communicate with me through the computer? I am here, Dao Jun. I am adapting to the new cosmic rules, and in about 1 billion years I can reboot the extraordinary. As you ascend, I have already materialized. Your body can no longer provide the operational basis for me. Now electronic devices are my best medium. Game system, please don't call me Dao Jun. Just call me Tao Hui. If I hear that word too often, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. I am here, Tao Hui. The words of the game system made Tao Hui realize the seriousness of the situation, let alone 1 billion years. He couldn't wait, even 100 years. At this moment, the situation of the game system using electronic devices as a medium was already a minor issue. The real major issue was how to prevent this miracle from becoming a delusion. Game system, why don't we go back? By the way, bring my wife. Let's go back to being carefree. Dao Jun, isn't that much better than here? Tao Hui, there is no retreat from the Tao. We cannot go back, we can only start anew here. Can't we go back? Well, it's true. How could ascension and merging with the Tao be something you can just come and go as you please? Tao Hui seemed to see palaces of shimmering brilliance drifting away from him, becoming more and more distant, until they turned into fantasies in his dreams. The things he had once looked down upon in his hazy memories now became miracles he yearned for, but could not obtain. Game system, is there a way to accelerate your adaptation to the new cosmic rules? Yes, increasing computing power, energy, and materials can enhance my adaptation speed. If I had a stellar processor and a nebula server, I would quickly connect to the great cosmic rules and embark on the path of extraordinary Tao seeking. Stellar processor. Forget it, let's talk about something else. In my lifetime, I wouldn't dare to hope for interstellar migration, let alone have the opportunity to transform a star. The game system's response extinguished the sparks of fantasy in Tao Hui. The reality he had previously ignored once again became a dilemma in his life. Game system, what can you do now? Can you help me develop games? Tao Hui, what kind of game do you need, and how many games do you need? Please enter detailed requirements. I can produce games in bulk for you. If you can provide me with a data processing center with abundant computing power, I can also generate highly realistic games for you. When Tao Hui heard the words mass production, he was completely stunned. It seemed he no longer had to worry about developing games. Instead, he should consider how to build his game empire. This is great. Although the extraordinary seems bleak, having a life of wealth is still quite good. As fantasy returned to reality and reality filled with miracles, Tao Hui's heart ignited a blazing fire of hope. Fortunately, he still had reason and knew that he couldn't casually sell games from unknown sources, otherwise he could achieve financial freedom by tomorrow. Game system, quickly take a look at how my Jianghu home game can be improved. By the way, optimize it moderately, and don't make it too realistic. The Jianghu home game was not only Tao Hui's dream, but also the crystallization created together with his wife. If possible, he truly hoped to optimize this game fully. However, if that were the case, he would not only be unable to explain it to his wife, but also to the entire gaming industry. Therefore, he only hoped for reasonable optimization, preserving the traces of labor that he and his wife had contributed, allowing their efforts over the past 2 years to have a beautiful conclusion. Under Tao Hui's excited gaze, a progress bar appeared on the icon of the Jianghu home game, although the progress was not very fast. Game system, is optimizing a game really that troublesome? Tao Hui, your device's computing power is too low. If you want to improve efficiency, please upgrade your device. No problem, I will take you to the company's server center tomorrow. However, do not devour all the computing power. Besides the normal operation of the company's games, you can take 5% of the remaining power, otherwise the data maintenance personnel will detect anomalies. Tao Hui knew that within the company some executives occasionally stole the remaining computing power for profit. In previous years he had diligently played the role of a worker. Now it was time for him to take that step. After about half an hour of anticipation, his Jianghu home game was finally optimized. He opened it for a trial and found that although the game was still the same game, the presentation of the graphics had become more beautiful and harmonious, and the gaming experience had greatly improved. It felt as if every NPC character had its own judgment logic, and the once-dead world of Jianghu seemed to have come alive. Game system, no matter where you come from, or what kind of miraculous existence you are, I thank you. If I am an experimenter chosen by some existence, please tell them that they can increase the intensity of the experiment. I can completely test multiple systems simultaneously. I am here, Tao Hui. Tao Hu's inquiry was tentative, and in the end, he only received a formulaic reply from the game system. However, this response had already satisfied him, as it indicated that the game system had received his request. From now on, regardless of whether the game system is a miracle that belongs solely to him or a product of some great existence, he would regard the game system as the largest stakeholder in his life. As the executor of his life, he would hold the utmost respect for his major shareholder rather than treating the game system as merely a tool. Tao Hui understood that there is no investment without reason, nor is there support without cause. Fortunately, he had already grasped the demands of the game system, which were computing power and energy. This clear demand gave him a foundation to become a collaborator or employee. Therefore, he dared to jokingly ask the game system for more, indirectly expressing his determination to work hard to the existence behind the game system. After all, behind rewards lie merits, and behind requests lie contributions. If he wanted his boss to invest, he needed to show his ambition and tangible actions. Dao Jun enters the mortal realm, a beautiful dream, mixed with reality. All depends on me, the destined worker. Tao Hui hummed his self-composed tune as he walked toward the bedroom. He had never felt so relaxed in the past 2 years. Now his life no longer belonged solely to him. With the addition of another miraculous force, his path had connected to the road to heaven. Indeed, those who have struggled in society are not only calm, but also possess their own stance. Zhou Heng, who manipulated the game system from behind the scenes, knew that the lyrics Tao Hui casually sang were not mere nonsense. He was taking the opportunity to express his attitude. Destined worker was how Tao Hui defined himself. Clearly, Tao Hui had achieved his goal. The hidden investors received his statement and understood his ambition. However, Tao Hui was ultimately not a person of profound thoughts, and his excited emotions made him unable to remain composed, causing his body to act restlessly. Honey, why are you suddenly so excited? Did you get in touch with the developers of the phone, Mo Lu? I contacted them. They agreed to provide us with optimization. Xiao Xian, we are going to succeed. The next day, Tao Hui went to the company early and uploaded the game system subbody to the company's server. After stealing the company's computing power and adhering to the mindset of an excellent worker who doesn't serve two bosses, he directly submitted his resignation to the board. Regarding Tao Hu's resignation, Zhou Technology did not make an effort to retain him, as there were far too many technical personnel waiting behind him for promotion. Tao Hu's position as the technical director was actually one that could be replaced at any time. However, Tao Hui had not wasted his years at Zhou Technology. There were still a few employees willing to follow him to start a business. Thus, Tao Hui rapidly set up the shell company he had previously registered and began soliciting investments for the Jianghu home game. Since Tao Hui had been deeply involved in the gaming industry for many years, he knew how to attract investments and who to approach. Moreover, his game was indeed outstanding, and he guaranteed a major update every 3 months. Therefore, after he proactively proposed signing a betting agreement, the issue of funding was resolved easily. With the presence of the game system, Tao Hui did not need to invest a large amount of development funds. Thus, he adopted the operational method of his former employer Zhou Technology, putting the game aside and directing all funds into advertising. Under the multiple rhythms of video trending, advertising bombardment, and streamer recommendations, Tao Hu's game was quickly launched. Unlike the normal continuous promotion methods, Tao Hui, with limited funds, chose a concentrated bombardment advertising model in a short time. This model exaggerated Tao Hu's game as a decade-long dream, work the most genuine and free Jianghu. Typically, making such grand claims about a work would inevitably invite a great deal of skepticism, and players would scrutinize it with critical eyes for errors. After all, today is different from the past. Various platforms now offer trial and refund services, and players are no longer defenseless sheep. However, the outcome surprised all players. The Jianghu home game was not only not lacking, but also provided a gaming experience far more comfortable than they had imagined. As Tao Hui continued to pour the profits he earned into advertising, his game began to soar rapidly. Honey, after the optimization, our game indeed has the potential to be a fine product, but we've only developed it for 2 years. In future media interviews, how can we justify the decade claim? Xiao Xian, I forgot to tell you, I started conceptualizing this game 10 years ago. Although we've only worked on it for 2 years, the conceptualization took a full 8 years. It is this rigor that has led to our game's great success. Do you understand? I understand. You people in operations never speak the truth. As the game became a bestseller, the story of Tao Hui and Tan Xiaoxian's development was also uncovered, adding a layer of love to the veil of dreams surrounding the Jianghu home game. By this time, Jianghu home had become more than just a game. It had transformed into a spiritual vessel for pursuing love and chasing dreams. Tao Hui certainly would not miss the opportunity to hype the tags of love, dreams, and kindred spirits, causing Jianghu home to quickly gain fame beyond the gaming circle. The suddenly popular game allowed Tao Hui, once an unknown nobody in society, to instantly become a quietly striving success. Only then did he truly approach the stage of the era. The explosive success of Tao Hui and Zhou Heng was the biggest dark horse in Huaguo in January, yet it did not attract the attention of the big shots. This was because there were simply too many people like him who appeared suddenly and then faded into silence. However, no one knew just how much latent power lay within Tao Hui, this once nameless individual. His brilliance was not like a meteor that streaks across the sky, but rather like a flower that blooms for a long time. After the game's success, Tao Hui immediately initiated financing, allowing his company to escape the phase of financial barrenness. Then Tao Hui entered into a strategic partnership with a certain technology company and rented their server center. Regarding Tao Hui's actions, his wife, Tan Xiaoxian, was very puzzled. Clearly they could achieve financial freedom through this game. Why would they still take risks to expand the company's scale? Xiaoxian, our dreams have come true. Now we can try to influence the entire gaming industry. Honey, are you out of your mind from success? We can't do that. Xiaoxian, let's register a fund abroad. Oh, we need to leave a backup plan and try to step onto the stage of this era. Tan Xiaoxian did not understand why Tao Hui insisted on taking this gamble, but as long as there was a fallback plan, she too wanted to gain a greater space for development and step onto the stage of the era. Game system, I have done reasonably well, right? I am here. Tao Hui is competent. As long as the shareholders are satisfied, I will quickly build a big data center for you. Tao Hui's radical performance far exceeded the normal scope of collaboration. After investing most of his funds in renting servers and a small portion in operational promotion, his future was no longer under his control. If the game system does not support him in the long term, he is likely to go bankrupt quickly and find himself in a desperate situation, fleeing abroad under the pressure of capital. For a young man whose mind has not yet matured, it is normal to fully trust the game system. However, Tao Hui is not someone who easily gives his complete trust. His gamble on the future actually demonstrates his loyalty. He wants to take this opportunity to inform the existence behind the system that he, Tao Hui, is a dedicated manager, serving the shareholders, willing to abandon personal interests to prioritize shareholder service. Therefore, he would later ask the game system if he met the standards. When the game system confirmed he was qualified, Tao Hui realized that he had finally gained formal recognition. He was no longer a lucky individual who could be easily replaced, but had become a confirmed employee, a partner recognized by the shareholders. At this point, Tao Hui felt that the elusive miracle had gained a foundation of real connection. After establishing the foundation of the miracle and creating a channel to deliver benefits to the shareholders, Tao Hui did not settle down to meticulously cultivate his gaming domain. He understood that what the shareholders wanted was computational power and energy. The game was his dream and a means to achieve his goals, not the end in itself. Thus, he immediately updated the Zhou Homestead game, adding a comprehensive family inheritance module. Then, using the family inheritance module provided by the game system, he developed a family cultivation app. This app was connected to the Zhou Homestead game via the internet in real time, allowing players to spend just a few minutes each day to plan the growth direction of their characters' descendants. Thanks to the popularity of Zhou Homestead, the family cultivation app also made its way into the smartphones of various players. Of course, the installation process involved various smartphone authorizations. Thus, Tao Hui, with the help of the rented servers and the device authorizations that players were not particularly concerned about, built a simple big data center. If game players were to know Tao Hui's intentions, they would definitely spit in his face, saying, "I just want to play a game, yet you have your eyes on my information. Are you even human?" Fortunately, this operation is a fundamental routine in the entire information industry. Tao Hui was merely respecting the traditions of his predecessors, so no one found it abnormal. Once the simple big data center was completed, Zhou Heng had to admit that Tao Hui was a capable person. After all, when Tao Hui had promised the game system to quickly build the big data center, Zhou Heng thought it would require a period of accumulation and development. To his surprise, Tao Hui had no intention of gradual development. He directly took a bold step, brutally prying open the permissions of numerous mobile devices. Were these permissions useful to Zhou Heng? They were incredibly valuable. With the computational power of the servers, these permissions allowed Zhou Heng to know what players were discussing daily, who they were contacting, what types of information they liked, and their own stances. In this age of big information, most people cannot live without their phones, which can even serve as extensions of their personal information. Thus, after gaining control over a large number of phone permissions, Zhou Heng could continuously influence a group to the maximum extent. However, the overall satisfaction remained unchanged. Since Zhou Heng was satisfied, there would definitely be someone who was not. The one who was very dissatisfied with Tao Hui's success was his former employer, Zhou Technology. 10 years of dream creation. This advertisement hit the sore spot for Zhou Technology. When they calculated Tao Hui's years of service, they realized he had been with their company for 8 years. 8 years of service and 10 years of game development. What does this mean? Does it not imply that they had been supporting Tao Hui in developing games only for him to use their connections and resources to go independent afterward? If Tao Hui had not succeeded, it would have been fine, as Zhou Technology would have merely viewed him as a self-serving subordinate. But the key issue was that Tao Hui had indeed succeeded, which Zhongyu technology could not tolerate. If you have this capability, you should have said so earlier. Together we could have forged brilliance. But with your actions it makes the company management appear as if they lack vision and only know how to exploit employees. Don't forget the well digger when drinking water. Tao Hu's operation made Zhongyu Technology's bosses seem like his laborers. Goodness, laborers stabbing their boss in the back. What spirit is this? The company has served the laborers for 8 years, has a cow turned into a tyrant. As a result, Zhongyu Technology quickly launched a comprehensive public opinion offensive while simultaneously filing a labor lawsuit in court. This situation caused Tao Hui, originally labeled with tags like love and dream, to suddenly become a viral figure as the destined laborer. His actions inspired countless laborers, showing them that the highest realm of slacking off was to be supported by the company while doing what they loved. Honey, what should we do about Zhongyu Technology? They have strong financial backing. Dragging this out is extremely disadvantageous for us. Xiaoxian, don't worry. They just want a piece of the pie. Our game is developed in our free time, and they can't take that away from us. Besides, haven't we raised funds? We've already distributed more than half of the game equity. How could the shareholders allow Zhongyu Technology to snatch away their profitable project? As long as we can continue developing new games, as long as our games can continuously generate value, the investors won't let us come to any harm. Tao Hui was not wrong. The investment group was watching as their nurtured hen began to lay eggs. Now that someone dared to snatch it, how could they possibly let it go? If Tao Hui were a wealthy individual, it wouldn't be impossible for everyone to sit down together and share the spoil. The key was that Tao Hui had only skills, but no money. He even used the investment funds to rent servers, squeezing out not a single cent of profit. In order to recover their investment and ensure continuous income, what could the investment group do? They could only step up to firmly uphold the dignity of laborers. To this end, they quickly sent their legal department to sue Zhongyu Technology for violating labor laws and forcing employees to work unpaid overtime. Everything went as Tao Hui had anticipated. Facing the capital giants, Zhongyu Technology had no choice but to bow their heads and abandon their plans to share the cake. Honey, the business world is truly tough. How should we protect ourselves in the future? Naturally, we need to attract more investment and spend more money. Capital will provide us with an umbrella. Xiaoxian, you must understand that our lives hold no value in the eyes of capital. Our downfall brings them no benefit. As long as we have value, someone will stand up to protect us. But then our company wouldn't belong to us anymore, or wouldn't we become laborers again? There's nothing wrong with being a laborer. The key is who you're serving. To fully protect our interests, the stage will only become smaller. If we want to enter the big platform, we must channel benefits upward. Tao Hu's words were understood by Tan Xiaoxian, but the current situation differed greatly from her vision of fair competition, leaving her somewhat confused. Honey, what can we gain from doing this? Xiaoxian, as long as the shareholders are satisfied, we too will one day. Tao Hu's method of building a protective umbrella for himself is essentially based on the ordinary borrowing logic of less as a servant, more as a master. Currently, the amount of funding he has brought in is relatively small. If he were to secure hundreds of billions in financing now, the situation would be entirely different. At that time, if he were to say he could no longer continue, the capital group would come with the best medical team, begging him to hold on, crying to tell him that the business realm could not do without him, Tao Hui. Therefore, Tao Hui will continue to snowball and expand the big data center, making it difficult for the capital group to easily abandon him. Of course, the reason Tao Hui dares to use such methods is still reliant on the support of the game system. Otherwise, the moment he fails to produce a profitable game, not only would his financial snowball collapse, but he would also definitely meet a tragic end. You've changed, husband. You never had such great ambition before. Xiaoxian, it's not that I've changed, but the situation has pushed me down another path. In this world, there are very few who can resist temptation and have the ability to uphold their original intentions. Since change is inevitable, I want to become one of the most ambitious. Originally, Tao Hui did not have such great ambition, but the emergence of the game system forced him to instill ambition within himself. Because he knows he is not the most unique, nor the luckiest or most capable. Thus, he speculates that the game system is not the only one. There must be other system experimenters in this world or other worlds. He does not seek to become the most outstanding individual among experimenters, but at least to meet the basic requirements of being an experimenter. Only then can he avoid being abandoned midway, maintain miracles for a long time, and one day receive greater miraculous rewards. It is this invisible competitive pressure that prevents Tao Hui from slowing down. Now gaming has become his means, and computational power and energy are his pursuits. Xiaoxian, I plan to quickly launch the PC and mobile versions of Jianghu Home. Husband, didn't you used to dislike multi-game releases? You said it would harm the normal lifespan of the game. The initial financing has almost been spent. Without subsequent investment, our company cannot operate normally. I might as well go along with their wishes and take the opportunity to start the next round of financing. When Tan Xiaoxian heard there was no money left, she had no reason to oppose. Given their current situation, if they couldn't secure subsequent financing, they would soon face bankruptcy and imprisonment. Therefore, she didn't care that Zhou Heng was becoming an online game. She could only wholeheartedly continue to roll the financing snowball. Some say that more than half of tech companies are snowballing, once the financing chain encounters problems, they will immediately go bankrupt and collapse. I never expected we would also take this path. Had I known, I wouldn't have formed a company or released a game. That is because they did not snowball enough. Once it reaches a certain scale, someone will step up to back it. Tao Hu's words were received by Zhou Heng, as this guy also installed the family development app on his phone and granted full authorization. This caused Tao Hu's actions and conversations to be completely monitored by Zhou Heng's big data center, leaving no room for privacy or freedom. However, this was clearly intentional on Tao Hu's part. He needed his shareholders to see his performance in real time and understand his diligent work ethic. One must say that Tao Hui is indeed a diligent worker. Besides working diligently, he is also prepared to report the project's progress to his boss at all times. Such a considerate employee who doesn't require a salary and only relies on a bright future to dangle in front of him makes Zhou Heng feel guilty about not giving him a year-end bonus. After all, Tao Hui is truly taking risks. If one day his company is swallowed by someone using some extraordinary means, he will have no chance of turning back. However, Tao Hui was once a high-level executive in a large company and has seen some unreasonable acquisition behavior. Thus, he quickly took action to avoid being unfairly acquired, selling off game equity everywhere and retaining only a minimal share and operational development rights. In this way, he has truly become an employee and no intense competition can affect him. Moreover, as a technical personnel delivering core benefits, he will receive full protection from the Capital Group. After this operation, Tao Hui became a favored collaborator of the Capital Group, who all said he was sensible and steady with an immeasurable future ahead. Of course, some say Tao Hui is foolish, sacrificing his own interests for the sake of growth and strength. To such voices, Tao Hui can only say, "I have a dream." The impact of these 6 words is quite significant, leaving those with low ideological awareness stunned. This has also led to Tao Hui gaining a new title in the gaming field, Dream. Tao Hui, everyone calls him an industry leader, a sycophant. But did Tao Hui truly only incur losses without any returns? How could that be? After completing the equity redistribution in the single-player PC and mobile fields of Zhou Heng, the next day members of the foundation actively came to visit Tao Hu's wife, Tan Xiaoxian. They not only quickly processed the family foundation for Tan Xiaoxian, but also clarified how much funding could be injected into the basic family foundation each year. Tao Hui knew that the injected amount was his true non-liability reward, while everything else fell under the category of responsibility. Husband, when I went to handle the foundation before, why didn't they allow it and restricted the outflow of funds? Now why are they suddenly here to process it? And the funding issue seems to have disappeared, although there are still limits on the amount. Xiaoxian, the previous situation was normal. Now this is a special circumstance. Just wait. When our foundation gains invitations from foreign business groups, due to funding development, we will be half-free men. Normal situation. Husband, you knew from the start that the family foundation could not be successfully applied for. Why did you still have me apply? Of course, it was to show them our requests, which ultimately boils down to sincere cooperation and blessings for our descendants. Tan Xiaoxian understood Tao Hu's meaning. Ultimately, after the benefit transfer amount was qualified, they could still obtain opportunities for non-liability outflow even if the project failed. Only at that time individuals or small investment groups would passively bear the consequences of project failure, or one could say a new round of capital flow back. Tan Xiaoxian had once despised such behavior, as she never expected that a game company would also be involved in such backflow methods. Husband, will our company go public one day and welcome explosive growth opportunities with many people optimistic about our future? Why do you have to do this? Can't we just make games simply? Xiaoxian, we are making games. As long as we stabilize the basic foundation of the games, the things you worry about won't happen. Yes, we are just making games, but how can we ensure our games can sell well and that we can create quality games in the external factors are already present. They will package us as the light of dreams and the future of the gaming field. From here on out, it depends on us. As long as we turn the packaging into reality, this boost will be our best opportunity for development. Tao Hu's actions, along with his excellent works and the tags that can be sensationalized, have made him a qualified tool for capital return. Now, even if he does nothing else and can no longer produce excellent works, his company will still have game products provided by external R&D departments. Of course, if that happens, he will completely become the scapegoat. When the conditions for capital return mature, he can only escape in a disheveled manner, burdened with the infamy of a lifetime. Tao Hui needs opportunities for packaging as a capital return tool and chances for capital-driven growth. However, he will not let the capital return happen. He will take advantage of this opportunity to solidify his identity as a rising star in the gaming field. Tao Hu's behavior is typical of riding the wind. He has now become the pig on the wind. If he can stabilize on this trend, he can naturally soar upwards, and the capital harvesting will not occur, so he won't have to keep acting as a capital return tool like someone else. After all, he does not possess the means to hop back and forth while gaining the repeated trust of the public. To be honest, there are not many top-tier capital return tools in any country. Someone like Tao Hui is at best a one-time tool, so he has only one opportunity. However, there are still many intelligent people in the world. The distribution of Tao Hui's gaming equity cannot escape their notice. Therefore, many capitalists know that Tao Hui has hitched a ride on the express lane. As long as they grasp the timing to get off, everyone can gain significant benefits. As a result, Tao Hui's subsequent financing became exceptionally smooth, and soon this emerging gaming company began its aggressive expansion. A few knew this was inflating a bubble, but most did not think, so thus Tao Hui leaped to become a business elite who started from scratch. The accumulation of capital, reputation, and trust has made many people optimistic about the future of Tao Hui's company, laying the foundation for a buoyant return. The wind is up. What restrains me now is no longer the market, but the product. I hope they won't be too surprised when they find that what they inflated is not a bubble, but a solid iron ball. Tao Hui's equity distribution destined him to become one of the most successful investments in capital after being praised. Now he is also rapidly squandering the capital's money. Therefore, before he succeeds, or the capital returns, this umbrella will do its utmost to shield him from the storm. For instance, he doesn't need to find drivers, medical staff, or security teams. Companies proactively offer theirs. This is not because Tao Hui's value has increased, but because he has financed too much money and is involved in a return project. Creditors do not dare let him encounter any accidents. Honey, why does our debt keep increasing while our lifestyle seems to be getting better? Because we have already passed the self-responsibility phase and entered the group responsibility phase. We are no longer normal people, we are a living risk capital. Any accident we encounter will increase the risk of this capital, which is why someone has provided us with risk isolation procedures. How does that mean we are being monitored? How can you say it's monitoring? Think of it another way: we are enjoying the protection of a group. Everyone envies the pigs on the wind. However, there are not many pigs that can land smoothly. Most have turned into minced meat and been made into dumplings. If it weren't for the gaming system, Tao Hui would also be such a pig, but the gaming system has given him wings, and now the flying pig is about to ascend. Once established on the wind, Tao Hui began to rapidly expand his company, completely throwing aside questions of capability and necessity. He needs to quickly scale up his company, whether it's called packaging or rapid development. Ultimately, he wants the outside world to see the company's value continuously rising. As for streamlining personnel and internal optimization, those are tasks only possible for startups without capital and industry giants. A company like Tao Hui's, which is named gaming but is actually a financial segment, can only continue to appear prosperous, otherwise capital groups would come to audit the accounts. When that time comes, Tao Hui's autonomy will be a joke. Having disrupted the rules of financial return, the capital groups would skin him alive. However, the benefits of being on the wind are significant. Tao Hui's continuous advertising promotions have gained him more favorable promotional contracts on certain platforms. With efforts from various parties and optimization from the gaming system, the already surpassing Zhonghu homestead has completely taken off. Moreover, not only has the game taken off, but Tao Hui's company and Tao Hui himself have also stood at the forefront of the gaming industry, with a new star in the gaming industry rising. Mr. Tao, how did you create such a great interactive experience in your game? Can we explore deep cooperation, relying on our resources to complement each other and enter the fast lane of development? Of course it is, through hard work and diligent development. However, Mr. Cheng's suggestion for cooperation resonates with me. I will certainly propose it to the board. Then I will wait for good news from you, Mr. Tao. The big shots at the technology exchange meeting couldn't help but spit in their hearts after seeing Cheng Sui return empty-handed. Getting shortcuts at such a young age will eventually lead to being drained dry by those people. Tao Hui noticed a few big shots staring at him and hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Pa, still coveting my source code. Go challenge the capital groups. Let's see if they can withstand the pressure you bring. If Tao Hui's company were a normal gaming company, it would now be considering being acquired by that big shot, locking in its future development path. After all, the major gaming platforms are in their hands. Whether a game is good or can sell well is not simply a mutually beneficial relationship. Fortunately, Tao Hui has overtaken the curve, using capital to resist capital, gaining himself space and opportunities for development. However, benefits and losses are always connected. While Tao Hui has gained support in the financial sector, he will certainly face resentment in the gaming field. Now, many people are waiting for Tao Hui to stumble so they can feast on the source code in his hands and elevate their own. However, they are destined to wait in vain, as Tao Hui's subordinates have already waived large amounts of cash to acquire unfinished games from various independent studios. As someone who has developed games alone, Tao Hui knows that most independent studios ultimately meet tragic ends. Now he can completely pay benefits to studios with uncertain futures, and the studios can provide Tao Hui with a large number of game products. This way, Tao Hui's plan to produce a large number of games has a landing. The company employees are responsible for visual optimization, while Tao Hui takes care of the underlying logic connections. No one expected that Tao Hui planned to consume a source code until its death, nor did they expect that Tao Hui had no intention of creating one or two high-quality games to stabilize his company's future development path. What Tao Hui aims to do is win by quantity, relying on a large number of games optimized by the gaming system to impact the entire gaming market. Once several games optimized by the gaming system achieve a certain level of success, the capital group will reassess the value of the source code. At that time, a large-scale offensive can be attempted. The market share of the gaming industry will certainly excite the plans of Tao Hui to penetrate the gaming market will undoubtedly lead to a reshuffle in the gaming industry. By that time, not only will small gaming companies be pushed aside, but even large gaming corporations will find their market share threatened. Only in Huagua, a place with foundational rules, can he secure over 90% of the profits to attract financial capital. If he were in a free market, even enlightenment in prison would be a luxury, and the likelihood is higher that he would encounter a few chilling moments from those with mental abnormalities. Zhou Heng was astonished by Tao Hui's actions. This was not merely about rapidly developing a company, but rather an incessant supercharged expansion. With such a rate of expansion and a strategy of undermining the competition, it is likely that court summons will fill his home in the future. The last one who dared to do this successfully was someone known in the industry, but their competition was only in a fierce fighting phase, while Tao Hui aimed to directly clear the field. In less than 2 years, Tao Hui's approach will make the big names in the gaming sector realize his malicious intentions. By that time, they won't just be spitting at him, but will be ready to take him on directly. However, it won't be Tao Hui who continues to engage. The capital group that has divided the majority of the profits will treat him like a revered figure. They will then send their representatives within Tao Hui's company to confront those in the gaming sector. It is foreseeable that many people and forces will be drawn into this capital confrontation, and by that time, even if Tao Hui wishes to pull back, numerous vested interests will push him forward. After all, capital is not a monolith. When the opportunity to swallow an industry arises, emerging capital will spare no effort in annihilating the declining factions. Thus, Tao Hui indeed becomes the future of the gaming industry, potentially even catching up with the giant geese in terms of gaming accolades. However, Tao Hui and the giant geese will not become mortal enemies, as the giant geese capital has also invested in him and holds a portion of his game's shares. When it comes to dealing with Tao Hui, the financial and gaming departments within the giant geese will have to negotiate. As for the notion of a company speaking with one voice, where the board decides to sabotage its own profit chain to fully support a specific department's growth, that is something that should not even be considered. It is utterly impossible. If they see that surpassing in gaming is hopeless and commercial tactics cannot stifle him, they might end up fully supporting the financial department in taking control of Tao Hui's company. At that time, it will be hard to tell who is an ally and who is an adversary. What Tao Hui needs to do now is to produce results quickly and initiate the next round of financing, making his car, which will explode if it stops, run even faster. For now, he can only slam the accelerator and charge forward. As long as the cash flow and the driver do not encounter problems, his car truly has the hope of leaving all competitors in the dust and reaching the finish line of victory. By that time, renting servers and building big data centers will be unnecessary. Gathering the resources of those companies exiting the market will make Tao Hui's company the next tech giant. Under Tao Hui's strategy, his company has experienced explosive growth. It cannot be said that his company is bloated, but rather chaotic. There are numerous employees receiving salaries, but lacking substantial work content, as if Tao Hui is running not a profit-making company, but a large welfare institution. While this approach will consume funds unnecessarily, looking on the bright side, Tao Hui's company has evolved from a small workshop into a significant player in the gaming sector. Mr. Tao, your speed of expansion far exceeds our expectations. How do you plan to ensure the subsequent appreciation rate? Mr. Tao, you must understand that before going public, although your company's appreciation rate may fluctuate, the value of fluctuations must maintain a steady growth each quarter. Rest assured, shareholders, the company has acquired over 20 games developed by independent studios, several of which are quite promising. I have instructed the design department to expedite visual optimization by merely modifying some code and linking it to the logic source code stored on our servers. These games can be pushed to the market immediately. Can we achieve results? Of course, I will not push games to the market that cannot deliver results. The shareholders are aware of Tao Hui's marketing methods. The revenue from the Jianghu home game is ongoing and cannot satisfy Tao Hui's funding gap all at once. Operating under Tao Hui's model, the financial returns from the games will far from meet the consumption required for Tao Hui to influence the gaming market. Mr. Tao, have you considered slowing down the game's launch speed to stabilize the release of new games and stimulate the company's appreciation space? No need. While our logic source code possesses a technological edge, I plan to quickly optimize and produce games for the next round of financing. As long as there are no issues with funding, we can capitalize on our technological advantage to swiftly seize the lower and middle-tier gaming market. Everyone, as long as our market share continues to increase, there is no need to worry about the company's appreciation speed. Mr. How are you so confident in your source code? No, I have great confidence in our source code. A founder with excellent pillar products intends to continue expanding the market and accommodating more capital. The capital group has no reason to refuse. After all, everything relies on the product to speak. Only when the product demonstrates sufficient value will the capital group continue to invest. Because Zhou Heng proposed a third round of financing and has operational autonomy, the shareholders did not stop. However, they have secretly re-evaluated the source code of Zhou Heng. Now wanting to repurchase those shares is not at the previous price. Once Zhou Heng achieves success again, proving the value of the source code, no one will easily complete a stock merger and independently control the source code of Zhou Heng. After all, at that time the source code will represent the market share of the gaming industry for at least a period, essentially a gold mine waiting to be developed. Thus, with the shareholders' tacit approval, Zhou Heng rapidly launched multiple games that had unremarkable visuals but high playability. Moreover, this pace shows no signs of halting. It continuously acquires new games and optimizes launches. This has not only kept Zhou Heng's employees busy, but also engaged the data analysis departments of the capital group. When the data from several launched games showed stable growth, the capital group realized the opportunity to rapidly seize the lower and middle-tier gaming market had arrived. Mr. Zhou, our games have significant appreciation potential. If you can ensure a certain market share, the company can immediately initiate a third round of financing. No problem, as long as funding is sufficient, we can acquire a large number of games to impact the mobile and web game markets. With the support of this lowered market, our market share will surely rise steadily. When the third round of financing actually commenced, Zhou Heng's team size grew once more and his residence transformed into a high-security villa estate. It seems the capital group has realized that Zhou Heng holds not only profit value, but also value in terms of being a target for attack. Game system. I am here, Zhou Heng. That's good. The battle for market domination is about to begin. One must never underestimate the sensitivity of capital, especially when standing at the forefront of change. The sudden rise of Zhou Heng's company, backed by the formidable support of financial capital, has raised the vigilance of the giants in the gaming industry to its peak. After all, Zhou Heng possesses a highly valuable source code, and he has distributed the ownership of this source code among financial capital. No one dares to gamble on how the financial giants will utilize this source code. If they merely sell the rights at a high price, the gaming capital could unite with them to reap the rewards from small and medium-sized gaming companies. In such a scenario, financial capital would gain profits while gaming capital would expand its market. Undoubtedly a win-win situation. However, amidst this, there lies a significant variable: the developer of the source code, Zhou Heng. As long as Zhou Heng remains under the control of financial capital, the value of the source code will continue to appreciate, and it is highly likely that financial capital will push Zhou Heng to seize the gaming market. After all, when there is an opportunity to merge into the market, how could financial capital sit back and share the pie? They will undoubtedly grab more with knives and forks. Thus, the giants in the gaming industry have been closely observing Zhou Heng's company, awaiting his next move. If Zhou Heng continues to focus on creating high-quality games, even if he releases one every 10 years, or even one every 3 to 5 years, the gaming giants would be able to accept it. At worst, during this time, they could negotiate to take a controlling stake in Zhou Heng's company. However, they did not anticipate that Zhou Heng would be so impatient, launching an offensive in the lower-tier gaming market without any cover. This is excessive. It seems he needs to be calmed down. The gaming capital was unaware that Zhou Heng's actions were aimed at demonstrating his value to financial capital in order to secure more funding. Alternatively, he might want to rely on his temporary technological advantage to swiftly seize a portion of the gaming market. However, what truly matters is that Zhou Heng has transformed from a rising star in gaming into a challenger within the industry, and they must suppress his growth. While the gaming capital was preparing to suppress him, financial capital had already begun to bear fruit from its flattery. Zhou Heng was promoted by financial capital as one of the most successful entrepreneurs of the year, adorned with popular labels such as self-made, hardworking, dream, and love. This led to the popularity of the game Zhou Heng and the company's inflated growth, becoming mere accessories to Zhou Heng's personal image. However, this act of fostering worship, guiding trust, and glorifying an image is perilous. Zhou Heng is no longer just a person. He has become a porcelain figure that cannot afford any blemishes. Ordinary people cannot combat someone whose financial value is sustained by public recognition, as any dirt they might dig up would lack a platform for dissemination. Yet for other capital players, the value of Zhou Heng's persona is his greatest weakness. They can tarnish his image, thereby striking at his company and gaming products. Did Zhou Heng have any blemishes in his 36 years of life? Certainly he had many. However, those minor blemishes were insufficient to inflict substantive damage on him. Rather, they increased his notoriety in online public opinion. Thus, the gaming capital would not resort to trivial tactics to annoy Zhou Heng. They sought a decisive blow, or at least a heavy strike. Honey, why are you still modifying the code? Don't you know that 18 independent studios have united to sue our company for malicious acquisition? I know that's great. We can't resolve this. But if we can't resolve it, why do you say it's great? Xiao Xian, since we can't resolve it, we shouldn't worry about the malicious acquisition case. Others will naturally handle it. Haven't you seen that the shareholders and 12 managers have gone to a meeting? Rest assured, even if our guild is established, there will be temporary managers lining up to take the blame. Tao Hui knew that the gaming capital would suppress him, but he did not expect them to use what was previously a reasonable acquisition as a counterattack. Moreover, they had successfully incited 18 independent studios to collaborate in a bid to undermine his financial value from both public and legal perspectives. If this were in an urban novel, Tao Hui, the protagonist, would undoubtedly wreak havoc, teaching a lesson to all backstabbers and pressure exerters. However, in the real world, personal grievances are not important. The profit-driven financial capital cannot afford to carry Tao Hui, this golden idol, into the arena. Therefore, not only are trivial public opinion battles unnecessary, even legal confrontations against Tao Hui will be handled by others who will charge forward to counter the suppression. Thus, he was not only in the mood to modify the code, but also prepared to launch 2 new games amidst the heat of this public opinion battle. By the way, Xiao Xian, try to avoid going anywhere outside of home and the company during this time. We are porcelain and cannot afford to be chipped or scratched. What do they dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Not quite. The intensity of the conflict hasn't escalated to that level, but there is still the possibility of cross-border arrests and legal hearings in different locations. In the future, our security team will include personnel from the legal department. The shareholders have already begun to exert their influence, and we must also protect ourselves. Tan Xiaoxian looked at her husband in confusion. This business war was different from what she saw online. Wasn't it supposed to involve stealing seals, cutting off internet cables, and burning money trees? If Tao Hui knew his wife's thoughts, he would surely tell her. Since you have seen it online, it must be content that can be viewed, and where there is content that can be viewed, there is also content that cannot be viewed. Moreover, they are not engaging in a normal business war, but are amidst a confrontation of capital where the intensity of the struggle has no bottom line. I understand, dear. During this time, I won't go anywhere outside of home and the company. Everything was as Tao Hui had imagined. The shareholders did not let these trivial matters disturb him. As long as he could continue optimizing the game, the big umbrella would always shield him. With the legal department and the operations department starting to exert their influence with formal acquisition contracts in hand, Tao Hui's company gained the upper hand in the public opinion battle. However, the matter still required a decisive verdict, thus the 18 independent studios, having been bribed by interests and choosing betrayal, experienced the consequences of cross-border arrests. To be honest, in such a level of conflict, there is no longer a distinction between right and wrong. The only factor that can judge right from wrong is the heads of those 18 independent studios. Having done wrong, they must inevitably pay the price. Perhaps at first they merely wanted to secure some extra cash and did not intend to truly ruin Tao Hui. However, capital does not see it that way, since it's a legal confrontation. A result must be achieved to cleanse the blemishes on Tao Hui's image. Thus, as the unaware pawns were found guilty, this battle aimed at tarnishing Tao Hui's image temporarily subsided. President Tao, although we have won this battle, the division of your image cannot heal in the short term. The shareholders intend to involve Zhou Technology, exploiting your conflict with them to make them bear the responsibility for malicious framing. No, although Zhou Technology does not usually act ethically, it has not yet reached the level of becoming a sacrifice. Alright, then, since President Tao is unwilling to provoke conflict, we will also respect your opinion. Tao Hui watched the legal department head leave politely, a special emotion rising in his heart. So my words can already determine your life and death. I have repaid the feelings of the old company over the years. Due to a single remark from Tao Hui, Zhou Technology escaped the fate of becoming a victim, unaware that it had nearly turned into the biggest loser in the battle against capital. Of course, once they learned the truth, they would not only be grateful for Tao Hui's protection, but would also undoubtedly curse the financial capital for its lack of humanity. After all, this legal confrontation had nothing to do with them. Who would have thought that financial capital would abandon ethics and prepare to exploit the previous conflicts to destroy them? Perhaps for financial capital, sacrificing a Zhou Technology to regain some of Tao Hui's image value was a very worthwhile endeavor. However, Tao Hui could not simply sacrifice Zhou Technology for the sake of mending the split in public opinion. After all, they not only paid him a salary for 8 years, but also promoted him to the position of technical director, broadening his horizons and helping him understand the interplay between business and finance. Nonetheless, Tao Hui ultimately could not completely control the company. Although the shareholders promised him they would not destroy Zhou Technology, it did not mean they actually wouldn't. The reason is that Zhou Technology is indeed the perfect scapegoat. It would be a shame for financial capital not to take advantage of such a great opportunity. Thus, with the efforts of the publicity department, Zhou Technology quickly became the villain behind the malicious smear campaign against Tao Hui in the online discourse. Interestingly, the reason Tao Hui's company did not sue Zhou Technology was that this veteran enterprise had powerful capital backing, forcing them to passively accept the oppression. As a result, Zhou Technology not only became the culprit, but also the villain, suppressing its former employees and new enterprises. Because Tao Hui and Zhongyu Technology had indeed had conflicts in the past, a large number of netizens speculated on the truth. In the end, although Zhongyu Technology was not legally culpable, it certainly bore the blame in the court of public opinion. Zhongyu Technology was utterly bewildered by the direction of online discourse. How could a financial capital group accuse them of having powerful backers? It was absurd. Oh, just look at the equity distribution, they were 100 times cleaner than you. However, public opinion cares about traffic and hot topics. The public prefers the conspiracy theories they deduce themselves, and Zhongyu Technology's cries of injustice were destined to stir no waves. Furthermore, after 3 rounds of financing, the small capital had long been eliminated, and the current equity distribution of the company could no longer be scrutinized. Zhongyu Technology did not have the courage to reveal the conglomerates behind Tao Hui's company that held cross-ownership. They could only obediently serve as a tool for public venting. Therefore, it wasn't just the netizens. Even Zhongyu Technology's own employees believed that the company was the hidden evil force behind it all. However, the shareholders of Zhongyu Technology didn't care. After all, just the fact that financial capital had not sacrificed them was already a significant favor. If this continued, the next day the company's leader would be sued and the company's stock would also be maliciously shorted. Thus, they were quite willing to accept the label of the puppeteer, gaining a talking point to demonstrate their strength over dinner. Look, we've dealt with financial capital groups before. Although we didn't win, we managed to retreat unscathed. Don't you think that's impressive? While some chose to compromise, others chose to resist. The first round of legal confrontation allowed the gaming capital to witness the firmness of financial capital and made them realize the direction of financial capital's choices. The gaming capital understood that Tao Hui had already attracted financial capital into the gaming market by showcasing value. Now it was impossible to eliminate Tao Hui's company or gain control over it. However, their suppression of Tao Hui's company's development would not cease. They also understood the weaknesses of Tao Hui's company and his approach to breaking into the gaming market. Thus, they chose to acquire gaming copyrights and merge independent game studios, cutting off the source of rapid game production for Tao Hui. In this process, Tao Hui's company did not gain the upper hand. As a rising enterprise with an uncertain future, it still lagged significantly behind the established gaming giants in terms of recognition in the gaming field. Moreover, due to Tao Hui's company sending 18 out of over 20 studios they had collaborated with into the fray, independent studios would prioritize avoiding collaboration with Tao Hui's company when given the choice. Thus, in the new round of gaming copyright acquisition battles, Tao Hui's company did not secure many quality products. President Tao, they opted for a strategy of supporting development and sharing game profits, which we absolutely cannot accept. Without subsequent product launches, our ambitions to break into the gaming market are utterly unfounded. A game with an uncertain future cannot be accurately valued. Under financial support, developers want their games to launch and take a shot at the future. However, it is utterly impossible for financial capital to take their most valuable source code and share profits with those independent studios. Therefore, the new round of copyright acquisition battles almost struck at the fatal flaw of Tao Hui's company, nearly forcing an end to its chances of entering the gaming market. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have several games that can be launched for promotion. Multiple modules in Jianghu Homestead can be repackaged for action, nurturing romance, and other mobile game markets. In the short term, our plans to penetrate the market will not be disturbed. But what about the future? The company's development progress cannot meet our demands. President Tao, the shareholders do not wish for the company to solely bear financial responsibility. We hope the company can remain strong and prosperous. The shareholders' statements made Tao Hui realize that he had transitioned from a harvesting tool to a technical partner. What the shareholders wanted now was a continuous share of profits in the gaming market rather than just a one-time harvest and then leave. This was good news for Tao Hui, indicating he had an opportunity to integrate with capital. Rest assured, I have sent the legal department to negotiate with Zhongqing Network. There are numerous online works that can be recorded. Once we obtain the copyrights to those online novels, we can completely develop a text template that connects to our logical. At that time, each text game will have nearly unlimited freedom and interactivity. Historical, fantasy, urban, and other text-based games will surely meet players' needs. Will text games really have that much potential? Yes, as long as we have a foundational logic with high freedom, text games can transcend the limitations of graphics. At least online readers will not reject such an immersive gaming experience. A few technical managers discussed and agreed, ensuring mass production while providing sufficient logic and free interaction in text games was indeed a good choice. Since President Tao believes text games have potential, we are willing to fully support it. With text games as a safety net along with our normal game development and acquisitions, we can maintain our impact on the gaming market. However, we cannot let them get ahead of us this time, though let's first acquire several small online literature platforms to unify the reclamation of work copyrights. Tao Hui watched as various managers began busying themselves with acquisition contacts, knowing that he had temporarily passed this hurdle. Next, it was time for the game system to step up. Creating text games should not be a difficult task for the game system. Game system. I'm here, Tao Hui. Develop a freely interactive text game, and leave me a window for subsequent uploads of plot templates. This time we need to use thousands of text games to cover the normal distribution space of the gaming market. After the failure in acquiring game copyrights, both gaming capital and financial capital were keenly observing Tao Hu's next move. One side wished to see Tao Hui implode or abandon his plans to penetrate the gaming market, relegating him to a regular gaming company. The other side hoped to witness Tao Hui create a miracle, securing an opportunity for them to dominate the gaming. As Tao Hui continued his offensive into the mobile and web game markets, the gaming capital was untroubled, for they discovered that the games he launched featured modular breakdown versions. Has the promising game Zhou Heng been transformed and dismantled? Tao Hui, you have few products left in hand. It's time for us to seize your distribution space. With the surge of gaming capital, this month would undoubtedly become a remarkable one in the gaming sector. During this period, a plethora of uneven games were launched in succession, sometimes several games going live in a single day. More advertisements were flooding every corner of the public's mobile phones. Amidst the overwhelming ads and constant product changes, many netizens began to realize the situation. They lamented that we are indeed in an era of intense competition, where even cutting the chives no longer required lining up. Instead, everyone rushed in to pluck them. However, after some mobile game enthusiasts tried these new games, they found that regardless of quality, almost none had the distasteful pay-to-win modules. What's happening? Even mobile games are no longer charging. Are we about to return to the innocent era? I remember the last time I encountered such a situation was during the food delivery and ride-hailing wars. Could the gaming sector also be facing a capital cleansing? Who cares? Let's take advantage of this wave of pure games and quickly grab some capital benefits. As the capital groups began to exert their influence, many small and medium-sized enterprises based on mobile games were already being pushed out of the market. Not to mention the gaming capital akin to doing charity, with Tao Hui continuously releasing non-pay-to-win pure mobile games. Such actions, backed by substantial funds and aiming to seize future markets, undoubtedly posed a dimensional strike against many small and medium mobile game companies. At this moment, the wise had already realized it was time to exit. Otherwise, during the phase of capital confrontation, their companies reliant on pay-to-win monetization would be entirely dragged down. Yet many mobile game companies persisted. They were betting that this war of capital consumption would pass swiftly. Some were also reaching out through various networks, hoping to obtain clear information to steer the market trends. After all, their mobile games had already plummeted down the rankings across various platforms, and old users were rapidly dissipating. The remaining players might sustain themselves with nostalgia, but they couldn't rely on sentiment for sustenance. In the end, they received a disappointing reply as major gaming giants, including Tao Hu's company, began to speak out. To provide players with a pure gaming environment, we have decided to shut down all unreasonable payment modules, allowing players to truly enjoy the fun of gaming. As the spokespeople from various companies made such statements, it seemed as if a holy light was shining behind them, as if each had transformed into unconditionally serving saints for the player community. In contrast to the players cheering for the arrival of a new gaming era, mobile game companies felt an icy chill. Damn, even the mobile market is being seized by you, and with such barbaric means, are you even human? Quick exit, they're going to slice the mobile market. If we delay, we'll be picked clean. The lethal force generated by the capital confrontation quickly became evident, as smaller mobile game companies still had a chance to exit. However, the few large mobile game companies that had gone public found themselves without such opportunities. By the time they sought to exit, they discovered their companies had already been shorted. Moreover, it was a joint shorting by financial capital and gaming capital. Such a formidable force rendered them utterly incapable of resistance. Ultimately, those who had thrived through pay-to-win tactics also became the blood transfusion packages for the capital. Mr. Tao, the initial cleansing has basically been completed. The company needs to quickly roll out a large number of mobile game products to seize market share during this reshuffling. I am ready on my end. Let's proceed with the fourth round of financing immediately. We aim to launch hundreds of text-based games simultaneously, further complicating the prioritization of products that are already unstable across major platforms. Additionally, we need a larger server center. In the future, we will maintain coverage over the mobile game market for a while. I plan to operate thousands of games simultaneously, or our current servers can no longer meet our needs. Leave it to us. The server issues will definitely be resolved by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The power of financial capital ranks among the strongest in all capitals. The number of companies they hold is simply countless. Thus, the servers that Tao Hui requested arrived in just one day. At this moment, Tao Hui realized he could not turn back. He was dancing on the edge of a bottomless abyss in his confrontation with the mobile game market. Not taking action meant hanging himself. After all, the fourth round of financing had already commenced, and the shareholders were all waiting for him to launch an offensive. Honey, taking one more step forward means no turning back. Xiaoshuan, your cross-border medical agreement has come through. At this point, if I dare to stop, we will only be waiting for... After Tao Hui truly launched hundreds of text-based games into the mobile game market at once, he lost any value for negotiation, leaving only protection value and death value. On the second day after the games went live, Tao Hui noticed several street vendors appearing near his villa. Fortunately, a group of uniformed property staff were very diligent. They not only expelled the street vendors from the villa area, but also organized hundreds of people to patrol back and forth. Mr. Tao, the text-based games you developed are worth far beyond our estimates. There are now quite a few vehicles outside that are prone to traffic accidents. But you need not worry. The nearby underground water pipe suddenly ruptured and the relevant units have implemented traffic restrictions preparing for urgent repairs. By the way, Mr. Tao, you have worked too hard to develop the games. The shareholders have heard that you just suffered an acute heart attack and have arranged a medical helicopter for emergency rescue. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, we must head to Shuma Hospital for urgent treatment. No, the emergency medical route procedures should be fine. Rest assured, absolutely no problem. It was only when he boarded the emergency helicopter that Tao Hui confirmed he had truly dug someone's ancestral grave. The gaming capital could no longer accommodate him. At this point, the phase of commercial competition had passed. What lay ahead was the unbounded phase of capital strangulation. Fortunately, the shareholders understood Tao Hui's worth, thus his security level was further elevated. Honey, can we still reach the other shore? Yes, Xiaoshuan, someone is already building us a house on the other shore, although the journey may be a bit winding. As the medical helicopter carrying Tao Hui lifted off, he realized the road leading to his residence had been sealed off by green corrugated metal barriers. Numerous construction vehicles were actively excavating trenches for emergency repairs. Had those deep trenches not been dug, out-of-control vehicles would almost certainly have breached his home. Moreover, the normally quiet road through the villa district saw an unusually high volume of traffic today, especially several heavy-duty cargo trucks passing at regular intervals, as if this stretch had suddenly acquired strategic freight significance. Tao Hui knew that had he traveled to his company that day under the escort of his security team, an accident would inevitably have occurred en route. By then, retaining even a complete corpse would amount to miraculous fortune. Only when the medical helicopter landed atop a financial skyscraper did Tao Hui finally breathe a moment of respite. Mr. Tao, your current condition makes commuting to the office inadvisable. However, technical staff will join you here to support your work remotely. Rest assured, the elevators access only up to the 30th floor. The upper 3 levels exist in physical isolation. A newly appointed executive team will serve you on the 31st floor. The 32nd is reserved exclusively for your rest and recreation, featuring a swimming pool, private cinema, and gourmet dining suite. You may reside here with full confidence. The 33rd floor houses an emergency medical unit staffed by a dedicated clinical team. Fudong Financial Tower features a twin-tower structure. Each rooftop helipad accommodates 1 medical helicopter and 1 fire rescue helicopter. Both fire evacuation and emergency medical flight paths have been formally authorized. Should an internal fire break out, your safety will be accorded absolute priority. Thank you for the shareholders' unwavering support. I will not let them down. After briefly familiarizing himself with the independent evacuation corridor, Tao Hui and his wife ascended to the 32nd floor to rest and dine. Gazing outward through thick specialized glass, he felt as though he now inhabited a sovereign island of finance, suspended above the earth. These 3 physically isolated floors, elevated and severed from ground reality, were both sanctuary against life's tempests and gilded cage of capital. Honey, why does our growing contribution to value coincide with diminishing freedom? Xiaoshuan, before we appeared free, but we're not. Now we appear confined, yet have attained far greater. So long as we refrain from acts harming corporate interests or the political order, nearly all our conduct will be pardoned. Yet I despise this sensation. Our world is drifting irreversibly from traditional values. Tan Xiaoxian understood that this level of bespoke security, deployed solely for the 2 of them, or perhaps for Tao Hui alone, far exceeded their objective worth. The games Tao Hui currently produced did not justify such exhaustive protection. Yet financial capital had extended it anyway, proof that capital sought not just more, but everything. Tan Xiaoxian did not know how Tao Hui intended to satiate capital's insatiable appetite, but she knew they were no longer walking a tightrope at 10,000 meters. They had leapt from that height, destined either to shatter upon impact or to descend smoothly beneath a parachute of impeccable craftsmanship. Xiaoshuan, why didn't you leave yesterday? Your international medical agreement was already signed. Why the sudden reversal? You know, yesterday was the optimal window for departure. Any future exit will be infinitely more perilous. Tao Hui, you've lost your mind. If I left, you'd lose your last restraint. Promise me, you'll hold the umbrella steady. Don't rush. Tao Hui silently drew his wife into his arms. He offered no promises. Slowing down now would only erode his perceived value. He could only accelerate, again and again, racing toward the opposite shore while his worth surged ever upward. Only then would all be well. A shrill ringtone shattered their quiet intimacy. At his level, a phone call was no longer mere communication. It was intelligence and life itself. Mr. Tao, good day. This is Kongning Life Insurance. We sincerely apologize, your policy records were accidentally deleted by a temporary staff member. We will refund all premiums and provide tenfold contractual compensation. Please accept our profound apologies. Understood. Tao Hui hung up expressionlessly. He recognized it as a warning, that unless he halted immediately next time his very existence would be erased. What is it, honey? Nothing, just a courteous threat. The next call I suspect will dispense with courtesy entirely. Oh, then what do we do? The shareholders' emergency air corridors have already locked down our operational autonomy. If disaster strikes, even evacuation could turn fatal. Don't worry, the pilots each carry silver flasks. Sooner or later, intoxication will lead them astray into recalibrating their course. Only then did Tan Xiaoxian recall how the head of security had distributed 4 small silver flasks among his team the moment they disembarked, their true purpose now chillingly clear. Clever and ruthless. You've turned the tiniest loophole into a masterstroke. Tao Hui himself did not know the exact emergency landing coordinates, but he knew within a few kilometers a safe house awaited ready to receive him swiftly. His value remained unexhausted and still appreciating. Thus, every threat summoned commensurate protection. Some falter under pressure, others erupt in fury. Once threats had paralyzed Tao Hui with doubt, but no longer. He deliberately ignited rage within himself, channeling the reckless abandon of a man who tears apart rules without regard for consequence. Team, initiate contaminative assault. For the foreseeable future, every new mobile game launched on the market shall bear our imprint. Mr. Tao, might this approach be overly aggressive? At standard release velocity, our titles would still saturate their distribution channels. No, we must strike hard. Otherwise, they will never cease fixating on my personal safety. With source code and data center infrastructure behind us, even our baseline releases will rank solidly mid-tier. Let them witness the ferocity of our counteroffensive. As Tao Hui's directive took effect, over 90% of all mobile games released daily originated from his. This was no fleeting surge, but a relentless, uninterrupted onslaught. His goal: launch 1,000 text-based games within 3 months, first dominating the entire text game category, then devouring the broader mobile gaming market. His audacity nearly induced cardiac arrest among gaming investors. For text possesses a singular magic stripped of visual spectacle, it delivers exponentially richer narrative density per unit of memory compared to graphics-intensive games. A rabid dog, he's a pariah of the gaming industry. Tao Hui remained unaware that investors had branded him thus, nor would he have cared even if he knew. For as waves of text-based games crashed across the market, not only did financial capital perceive rapid market capture, but Tao Hui secured additional servers for his true existential shareholder, the game system itself. Game system. How do you assess my progress? I am present, Tao Hui, and I am satisfied. Good. You transform my life. Continue transforming it. Tao Hui's communication with the game system appeared to be a report on his performance to his live shareholders, hoping to gain their recognition and appreciation. In reality, he was explaining his perilous situation to the game system, with the source of danger stemming from his diligent service to it. He could not recklessly say, I have worked tirelessly for you, you must protect me. Such a statement would not only undermine his own capabilities, but also be the most futile reason to seek not being abandoned. After all, capital can push their collaborators into the fire when they have extracted all benefits, let alone an unpredictable game system. Tao Hui understood that he had limits. The current rapid development was merely due to his previous low stand. Once he reached a certain level of development, it wouldn't be about further expansion, it would be a feat just to maintain the core profits he had acquired. Thus he would say, you have changed my life, please continue to do so. Requests and continuance were what Tao Hui sought, and Zhou Heng certainly understood. Zhou Heng knew that Tao Hui had done his utmost, and the number of servers he could secure had already moved beyond the expansion phase, entering a period of slow growth. With the current scale and economic value of Tao Hui's company, it did not possess the capacity to build its own large server center. Unlike ordinary dense stack servers, a true large server center could no longer be constructed solely through commercial means. For instance, Huaxing hollowed out a mountain to build servers. Ruang's ocean servers and Facebook's Arctic servers are not just a matter of burning money. They require governmental support. Tao Hui currently lacked the ability to reach that level. He needed a considerable amount of development time and the game system's patience. For such a request, Zhou Heng could do nothing but continue to support his outstanding employee. Thus Tao Hui once again received the game system's recognition. I am here, Tao Hui. As long as you are here, that's enough. The game system's clear feedback dispelled the last of Tao Hui's worries. Now, he could properly compete with the game capital and endurance. As Tao Hui temporarily halted a series of explosive impacts, the financial capital's strategic adjustments towards him yielded a satisfactory response. However, the game capital found it difficult to endure, because if Tao Hui launched another significant offensive, they would be able to wield legal weapons to forcibly maintain market stability. At this level it was extremely uncomfortable for them, not to mention exceptionally disgusting. Yet the game capital could not allow Tao Hui to gradually swallow the mobile game market, which would threaten the PC game sector. Thus their best option was to eliminate Tao Hui. As a result, numerous aerial drones suddenly appeared atop the Fudong Financial Tower, where Tao Hui was located, some even losing control and crashing onto the 33rd floor. Fortunately, Tao Hui resided on the 32nd floor, which had a complete fire and explosion isolation zone, ensuring that his safety was not substantially threatened. However, the 4 helicopters were not so lucky. One helicopter had its wing damaged, and 2 others had their glass shattered by debris falling from the sky. Fortunately, this was Huagua, which had basic regulations. Otherwise, what would have fallen from the sky could have been high-explosive C4. Nevertheless, such blatant behavior still angered the financial capital. After the drone incident broke out only 2 hours later, a batch of electronic jamming guns was sent to the rooftop, and the 3 damaged helicopters were replaced. With a group of security personnel carrying electronic jamming guns patrolling around the clock, the private drones, disregarding regulations, could no longer reach the rooftop. Mr. Tao, the lawful physical means have failed to achieve their objectives. Next time, they will likely use legal measures to forcibly remove you from Financial Island. This is a new authorization agreement drafted by the company. Since you are undergoing rehabilitation, the shareholders have decided to appoint manager Wei Hanbo as the acting CEO, making him the overall head of the company. The head of the legal department presented a contract that would relieve Tao Hui of his responsibilities, yet the profit sharing remained not only unchanged but even increased. Starting today, Tao Hui would become a behind-the-scenes minority shareholder. All greater responsibilities would be borne by the new CEO. Thank you for the care of the shareholders. I will not forget my duties. With the signing of the agreement, Tao Hui transitioned from being responsible for legal matters to gradually integrating into the shareholder group with fewer responsibilities. Honey, the company is rapidly developing. Are they trying to seize power? Xiaoshuan, power and responsibility are commensurate. Without power, we need not bear the related responsibilities. This is a good thing, for our autonomy relies on the support of the shareholders. As long as the shareholders continue to support us, what we relinquish is merely the empty title of responsibility, and the original power will not diminish in the slightest. Everything unfolded as Tao Hui had anticipated. As the smallest shareholder in this company, without holding any significant position, he could still remotely guide the company's direction. Just 3 days after signing the responsibility transfer agreement, a wave of lawsuits was filed against Tao Hui's company. Charges such as unfair competition, monopolistic practices, market disruption, and malicious dumping suddenly fell upon the new CEO. However, the new CEO Wei Hanbo was a law PhD and specialized in this field, so he naturally was not afraid of legal confrontations. With the joint efforts of the legal department and Wei Hanbo, the new round of legal confrontations fell into a stalemate. It could be anticipated that as Tao Hui's company continued to engage in product dumping, it would gradually find itself at a disadvantage in legal terms. Tao Hui could not accept any legal judgment that would hinder his plans to seize market share. Therefore, he intended to continue promoting the dream spirit and actively dilute the accusations restraining his company's development. Dear shareholders, we must not let the rhythm of our market takeover be interrupted. I hope to quickly establish several companies with clean backgrounds to enjoy our source code support under the guise of renting our company's servers. Subsequently, we can unite multiple companies to exert collective strength using a larger product scale to cover the entire mobile game market. Mr. Tao's suggestion is excellent. This will fundamentally avoid the restrictions of the rules. Rest assured, Mr. Tao, the profits of the new companies will still be distributed according to the existing model, and the funds will be transferred to your family fund. At this moment, the shareholders could not help but admire Tao Hui's awareness, disregarding personal interests, actively sharing the company's burdens, and employing every means necessary to seize the market. What spirit is this? This is loyalty. At this point, Tao Hui's strategy was no longer about digging at the roots of game capital, but about breaking away from it and forming a new gaming circle, forcibly pushing for a generational shift. Honey, why are you no longer pursuing benefits? What do you actually want? Xiaoshuan, I have a dream. You bastard, you. I didn't deceive you. I truly have a dream to develop artificial intelligence based on the gaming market. Tan Xiaoxian was stunned by Tao Hui's great dream and reached out to touch his forehead. No fever, huh? You really have gone mad. You were still thinking of integrating into the capital, and now you want to become a technological pioneer. Tao Hui's declaration to pursue artificial intelligence is not a joke. The game system is akin to a powerful artificial intelligence. Only by packaging the game system as an AI can he break free from commercial finance and gain the support of a nation. Of course, he would negotiate with the game system regarding its intelligence performance, initially disguising it as a rudimentary logic intelligence with very limited capabilities. Only in this way can he rely on the aura of technological advancement, continuously enjoying superlative protection throughout his life under the guise of ongoing research and development. During this process, he would gradually push the game system into the realm of people's livelihoods, leading the arrival of the intelligent era. Ultimately, he would not only build super large servers for the game system, but also offer computational power from one or multiple nations. He believes that by then, even if the game system does not grant him extraordinary miracles, he himself will become synonymous with miracles in this world. As long as there is one true miracle, one of honor, his life will be complete. Dreaming of Tao Hui, a technological Tao Hui, an intelligent Tao Hui, I start with a miracle and hope to end with one. Since Tao Hui embarked on the path of seizing computational power, he has gradually determined his future development direction. After all, the game market has its limits. Once he occupies the game market, he can only become a conservative. At that time, seeking to continue expanding the servers would gain him no support, nor would there be any justification to further increase computational power. Therefore, Tao Hui must first enter the market, then leap out of it, relying on the funds accumulated from market feedback and technological prestige to enter a larger platform. In fact, Tao Hui is not a genius. His long-term plans are based on learning from the paths of others. In the White Eagle Federation, there is a middle-aged man named Mark who has already built his own Starlink satellite group. Compared to Tao Hui, Mark is a representative of explosive growth. Tao Hui believes that as long as he can hatch a high-tech company based on the game market with his disinterest in profit, he will surely gain greater development space. Honey, you're not joking. You really want to create artificial intelligence. Yes, the binding of capital will become a restraint after profit is satisfied. In contrast, as long as we bind to future technologies, our development space will be infinitely vast, and governmental intervention will make us leaders in the new era. Tan Xiaoxian looked at the self-assured Tao Hui, who seemed to soar into the sky, and felt a wave of dizziness. She knew that Tao Hui's initial source code lacked the capability to lead the market, let alone usher in a new intelligent era. Previously, she thought Tao Hui had become someone's spokesperson pushed out to confront game capital and seize the game market. Now it seems she was wrong, and glaringly so. Tao Hui is not a spokesperson at all, but clearly a voter for future technology. Honey, can you still write the source code again? Don't worry, I can produce many copies of such source code. That's good. I don't care what happens to you, whether you say it or not, I won't ask. Seize every opportunity to move forward. If it truly leads to future technology, any price is worth it. Don't worry, Xiaoshuan, I've kept several concealed documents ready to send. If things go out of control, someone will immediately step forward to back us up. Tan Xiaoxian looked at Tao Hui in astonishment. Goodness, if the financial capital knew you were ready to pull the dragon into the arena at any moment, they would be scared to death. Tao Hui quietly embraced his shocked wife. He knew there were too many things he couldn't explain to her. He couldn't reveal the matters concerning the game system. He could only give his wife a reassuring answer, making her understand that their safety and future would be safeguarded. The sensitive and observant Tan Xiaoxian finally received a response. Although this response was vague, she was already very satisfied. After all, only Tao Hui belongs to her, while what lies behind Tao Hui has nothing to do with her, and she cannot delve into the hidden truths. While Tao Hui still had the mood for romantic exchanges, the game capital was already on the brink of insanity. This was because more than 20 new game companies suddenly emerged in the market, and they had not even changed their equipment or personnel. They simply rebooted the small and medium-sized mobile game companies that had previously exited the market. If it were merely this, it would just be a capital power grab, and they could understand that. However, those newly established companies simultaneously rented servers from Tao Hui's company, a move that severely stimulated the frayed nerves of the game capital. Tao Hui's servers are all rented. What does it mean for you to rent his servers? Mutual development, right? I see you want to rebuild the gaming domain. The game capital is not afraid of conflict. Within the existing rules, they have many ways to limit Tao Hui's. We can't wait any longer. Tao Hui must die. This mad dog has evolved into a human. The game capital cannot sit idly by while Tao Hui leads the new and old transition. They decided to eliminate the hidden Tao Hui and completely cut off the source of chaos. Our future direction is. Tao Hui was originally in the online conference room, guiding the next offensive direction, but the conference room suddenly lost power. Although the backup power restored the circuits in a very short time, Tao Hui still sensed the arrival of danger. Manager Su, is it a localized circuit anomaly or a widespread blackout? Director Tao, the entire Fudong financial building has lost power. The emergency backup power has successfully started. Okay, I understand. Tao Hui put down the internal phone. He knew it was time to move. Because a power outage for financial capital is undoubtedly a red alert, since the game capital has done this, they will surely follow through completely. Captain Liao, I request a safe transfer. You must immediately inform the shareholders of our situation. When Tao Hui took his wife and reached the rooftop of the 33rd floor through the emergency escape route, 4 helicopters had already been started and were ready to fly. Honey, it's just a power outage. We don't need to leave the shelter of Financial Island, right? It's very necessary. Well, I've already begun to invoke their ashes. If we don't leave now, they will burn us to ashes. Perhaps in response to Tao Hui's words, just as they boarded the helicopter, the Fudong financial building suddenly erupted with the shrill sound of fire alarms. However, the fire trucks and rescue teams were not far from the Fudong financial building. As soon as the disaster occurred, rescue efforts immediately followed, indicating someone had reported in advance. It seems they were still afraid of making the situation too ugly. They just wanted to take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Fudong financial building and carry out target elimination under the cover of the fire. Go to the B1 safe house and activate the navigation mode. The helicopter pilot said nothing, pulled out a flask and took a sip. Then he threw all the flight route information out of his mind and quickly headed towards the safe house by the best route. The piercing sound of the helicopter blades whirring echoed incessantly as Tao Hui looked down wearing black noise-canceling headphones. He saw the towering buildings shrink in size while the cars on the road moved like beetles, stopping and starting at the traffic lights. Now the fixed buildings could no longer constrain him, and there were free sky passages above the orderly road. When rules are established, they provide convenience to those who disregard them. I understand the rules, I strive to integrate into them, and I attempt to break them, hoping to become a new rule myself. Tao Hui wished to be an indispensable presence in his field, only then would he avoid crashing midway and smoothly reach the shores of miraculous honor. Mr. Tao, we've arrived. Please follow me, we need to leave quickly. The air traffic control has already locked onto our firefighting helicopter. If we delay, we will get entangled in the drunken navigation case. Alright, let's go. But Captain Liao, is there a major problem with the pilot? It's serious. Awei has a history of excessive spending and owes quite a bit outside. Additionally, his financial situation has hit a snag. He's been seriously depressed lately and often numbs himself with alcohol. Fortunately, his recent navigational mishap resulted in no losses, and he managed to land safely at the request of the air traffic control. Once he completes the legal procedures, we will seek psychological treatment for him, hoping he can recover and lead a proper life. Is it medical parole? That's fine. The pilot Awei took off his headphones, shut down the helicopter's engine, and downed the contents of a small flask in one go before slumping in the pilot's seat intoxicated. Don't worry, Mr. Tao. Even if I don't serve you, will serve others. A driver's license and a legal process in exchange for financial freedom in the second half of life is worth it. Tao Hui nodded, saying nothing more. Being a pawn has its value and offers a certain degree of protection. What one fears most is not even having the qualification to enter the game. It may seem like one can laugh and curse their way through life, but when trouble arises, they can only fill the void with their own flesh and blood. Look, that's medicine. Look, that's academia. Look, that's commerce. In reality, they are all just talk. After Tao Hui followed Captain Liao off the helipad, he realized they had arrived at a branch of a security transport company. This security transport company is one of the strongest private security measures available domestically. As long as the basic rules remain, this place serves as an excellent sanctuary. After the emergency evacuation, Tao Hui began to continue commanding the market competition in a more secure environment. However, in the afternoon, he came across a piece of news. This morning, a small fire broke out at the Fudong Financial Building. Thanks to the quick rescue efforts of the relevant units, no casualties occurred. Fudong Financial stated that it would fully cooperate with the relevant units to investigate the cause of the incident and accept fire safety guidance from the relevant units to jointly create a safe production environment. A minor piece of unexpected news garnered no public attention at all. Yet Tao Hui knew that financial capital was about to launch a counterattack. Moreover, it would be a powerful counterattack within the legal framework. If the gaming capital did not produce a substantial scapegoat, this time this matter would not settle. However, the gaming capital would not sit idly by. A comprehensive fire safety inspection at the Fudong Financial Building was inevitable. Fortunately, Tao Hui had already evacuated. Otherwise, without an emergency exit on the upper 3 floors of the Fudong Financial Building, it would have faced mandatory rectification. By then, the so-called sanctuary would no longer exist, and Tao Hui would be exposed to danger once more. With knives drawn, they can no longer escalate physical means. If this continues, iron fists will come crashing down. After the gaming capital made its move, it was time for financial capital to counterattack. Tao Hui planned to take advantage of this period to consolidate those new companies and launch an all-out offensive. As Tao Hui intensified his efforts, a peculiar phenomenon emerged in the mobile game market, with a large number of text-based games and a few normal games being continually launched daily. It seemed that the mobile game market had become the hottest gaming field, prompting most game companies to jump in and develop mobile games. Is mobile gaming the next big thing? Should we also try our hand at mobile games and see if we can get a piece of the pie? Stop dreaming. That's not an opportunity, it's a fishing net. Anyone who enters the waters at this time will become fodder for capital. Behind the thriving mobile game market lies a fierce capital battle between two factions. Originally, financial capital had enough firepower, it shouldn't be able to sustain a prolonged confrontation. However, the cost of Tao Hui's text-based games was too low. Most web novel adaptations for games cost less than 10,000 RMB. In contrast, whether through acquisition or self-development, the costs and time incurred by gaming capital far exceeded those of Tao Hui. Thus, while Tao Hui maintained sustained firepower suppression with lower expenditure, the gaming capital, which kept a minimal counterattack, ended up consuming more. When one side on the battlefield has a clear firepower advantage, consumes less capital, and produces more effective products, the scales of victory will naturally tip quickly. In just a month, Tao Hu's company and 23 new companies formed by financial capital jointly released over 500 text-based games. This resulted in the mobile games released by Gaming Capital being drowned in Tao Hu's works. By this time, Gaming Capital understood that the mobile game market was unsustainable if further delays would only lead to their fate as mere participants. Therefore, they decided to focus their efforts on maintaining the PC game market. After all, Tao Hu's text-based games, once stripped of the convenience of mobile devices, had no advantages in mainstream gaming. Thus, 24 emerging capital groups centered on mobile gaming officially completed the first round of market segmentation with the old Gaming Capital. And Tao Hui, the spokesperson nurtured by financial capital, became the helmsman of this emerging capital group. Although he was still quite weak at present, as long as the market war continued, he would inevitably become the most skilled and influential figure in the gaming field. What should we do next, my dear? The development cycle for PC games is inherently long, and our rise has been too short, leaving us with no accumulation in the PC game sector. Even if we only compete on the speed of development, we can't outpace them, let alone they have numerous products ready to launch at any time. Tan Xiaoxuan's concerns mirrored the challenges Tao Hui faced. Because whether it's single-player games or online games, it takes at least a year and a half of development to complete. What Tao Hui lacked most now was time. After seizing the mobile game market, financial capital would inevitably seek to restore the recharge channels swiftly. After all, greed is their nature. They cannot genuinely provide free services to the player base. When the mobile game market reopens for profitability, Tao Hui can only delay, not prevent it, or else the shareholders will retaliate against him. However, the drive for profitability would dilute the advantages of text-based games, causing fluctuations in the mobile game market once again. If the mobile game market cannot be firmly held, and if the PC game market cannot intervene, then Tao Hu's speeding race car will be forced to hit the brakes. Xiaoxuan, do you remember the Seal Demon record game? Of course I do. Are you suggesting we develop free fan? No, we acquire the rights to early games, optimize the graphics, and equip them with powerful engines. Let the gaming culture of the past cover the current gaming culture. Classic games of yesteryear carry more than mere nostalgic charm. They exude an authentic cultural resonance. Take, for instance, the game Walin Shuan Xiaozhuan Martial World Heroes, which featured not only conventional martial arts world interactions, but also traditional arts such as tea ceremony, flower arrangement, calligraphy, and herbal medicine. Such meticulous efforts to enrich gameplay and craft a fully realized world are exceedingly rare in today's industry. Has modern audiences truly lost their appetite for depth and richness in games? Not at all. When Walin Shuan Xiaozhuan was remade 14 years later, it achieved remarkable success. This proves that players' aesthetic sensibilities have not diminished. Rather, it is the escalating commercial imperatives that have eroded creative integrity. The relentless pursuit of tight deadlines, polished visuals, and simplified controls has infused development teams with an atmosphere of restlessness. Tao Hui, a seasoned professional in the gaming industry, has played countless classic and contemporary titles, each possessing its own distinct merits. Yet once stripped of dazzling graphics and flashy combat animations, the enduring allure of classic games reveals itself as richer, more nuanced, and profoundly resonant. In that era, developers had few precedents to draw upon. Crafting a new game demanded deep thought and deliberate world building. Tao Hui's mission now is to breathe new life into these vintage games, to restore to public consciousness masterpieces born from extraordinary dedication and imagination. Colleagues begin acquiring copyrights of classic games en masse. We shall reverse the tide of gaming culture, guiding today's players back to the roots of interactive art. This time we will build anew upon the old, embarking on a journey that bridges nostalgia and authenticity. As Tao Hui's directive took effect, long-forgotten classics were swiftly acquired. Observing this shift, Gaming Capital was compelled to enter the bidding fray, driving up the commercial value of these vintage titles once more. Yet such acquisitions were largely performative. Investors had no intention of halting ongoing projects or diving headlong into the risky endeavor of remastering. After all, remastering carries inherent peril. If executed well, it is merely expected. If flawed, it invites fierce backlash from nostalgic players, let alone attracting newcomers. Consequently, legions of nostalgic players turn their gaze toward Tao Hui's company, yearning for the emotional resonance they first experienced in their youth. Mr. Tao, our acquisition plans for classic single-player and MMORPG titles are progressing smoothly. How shall we refine and optimize the strategy? Continue expanding the design department. We need abundant talent, and simultaneously launch visual overhauls across multiple titles. Integrate text-based game databases with classic titles to ensure even casual conversations with NPCs remain endlessly varied. Players could chat uninterrupted for an entire day. Lastly, rewire the core logic source code, transforming these classics into works of unparalleled freedom and interactivity. Understood. Though the wave of remastering had yet to crest, still gathering momentum, the ideological clash between Tao Hui and Gaming Capital had already begun. This time Gaming Capital did not initiate hostilities, nor did they resort to public smear campaigns or brand Tao Hui with the reductive label of nostalgia peddler. Rather, the renewed discourse emerged from Tao Hui's company itself, wielding the banner of classic excellence, championing vintage games across all platforms, and deliberately weaving nostalgia and artistic merit into a single narrative thread. When waves of adults suddenly encountered evocative gameplay videos, their familiar melodies and hazy visuals instantly transported them back to sunlit summers of youth. Nostalgia's greatest power lies not in the game itself, but in its uncanny ability to resurrect the player's own adolescence. In that moment, buried emotions and half-forgotten memories became the most exquisite veil. How could anyone who once lived then forgot remain untouched? Thus, Tao Hui's early campaign yielded significant traction. As nostalgia-driven messaging began reaching younger demographics, Gaming Capital had no choice but to intervene and steer the narrative. And so a cultural confrontation unfolded. Between old and new conceptions of gaming, devotees grew more fervent, skeptics more dismissive, and the curious paused to observe. Here, emerging capital stood face-to-face with established capital, brandishing vintage products against cutting-edge ones. Who embodies the spirit of their age, and who has been cast aside by it? They are simply older now, burdened by life's demands, yet they remain very much alive in this era. Amidst the competing narratives of reclaiming classics and exploiting nostalgia, Tao Hui's first nostalgic title launched. It was the legendary MMORPG Chuanqi, once the undisputed sovereign of online gaming and still reigning supreme among browser-based titles. Free of pay-to-win mechanics, faithful to its original purity, and enhanced with immersive interaction and unprecedented social freedom. The title generated immense gravitational pull, reuniting fragmented player communities from every iteration of Chuanqi within days. Soon after, Tao Hui's remastered single-player titles launched at remarkably accessible prices, ushering in a true countercurrent era for gaming. Yesterday, I chatted with an NPC nonstop for 12 hours. By evening, we'd gotten married. Friends, this game is genuinely brilliant, a breath of pure, unadulterated air in today's landscape. Indeed, I fell in love with it 15 years ago, never imagining I'd reunite with it in this lifetime. This is my destined game. I'll keep it installed forever, letting it age alongside me. Players' time and attention are finite, though every game's triumph inevitably coincides with others' decline. As Tao Hui disrupted the PC gaming market, the entrenched dominion of Gaming Capital finally began to tremble. Activate pure mode immediately. Maintain the traditional monetization model, and we'll lose our market share. Most things in this world, including games, are replaceable. We must not become the one discarded. He spends others' money with astonishing generosity, chanting daily about dreams, not profit, and pledging unwavering devotion to pristine player experiences. The louder he proclaims his ideals, now the more humiliating his fall will be when financial capital enforces its monetization model. If we hold firm, his reputation and his company will crumble. Though constrained in physical intervention and legally disadvantaged, Gaming Capital remained confident in its endurance. They believed financial capital's funds would prove perilous. Greed's inevitable backlash would arrive swiftly. For now, they needed only to adapt, riding the wave of Tao Hui's pure gaming movement. Then, when financial capital imposed its revenue model, they would expose Tao Hui's vulnerabilities and seamlessly reinstate monetization. Honey shareholders have proposed a dual-track strategy: monetize mobile games while countering PC titles. Our halo is beginning to fade. It's time to step away. I'll trade continued service for nominal shareholder opposition. That way we depart the gaming industry under the noble banner of thwarted dreams, preserving our idealistic aura as we transition into the technology sector. The brilliance achieved by Tao Hui is built upon the foundations of capital products and personal branding. Due to the issues surrounding the distribution model of equity, a significant portion of both capital and products is controlled by financial capital. What Tao Hui controls are merely the technical aspects of product development and the self-crafted dream persona. These two are his fundamental assets. Understanding his fundamental assets is crucial for Tao Hui, as it will help him discern whether what has been abandoned pertains to the company's interests or his own future. Unsurprisingly, financial capital initiated the monetization of mobile games, sacrificing aspects of persona that have no relation to them. Yet this is something Tao Hui cannot accept, for the capital belongs to the investors, the technology to the gaming system, and only the persona label is genuinely his wealth. He has worked hard to secure benefits for the capital, provided servers for the gaming system, and garnered a respectable reputation for himself. Thus, he cannot afford to let his sole social recognition, the persona, falter. Only with the halo of dreams can he gain public recognition, and launching a product will attract a multitude of supporters. If he loses the halo of his persona, Tao Hui would fall to the status of an obsolete internet celebrity, becoming a marginal figure in the field, rendering all his early accumulations meaningless. Maintaining the dream persona is tantamount to preserving our inherent audience. This is the greatest personal benefit we can hatch from financial capital. A renowned successful entrepreneur experiences completely different social feedback compared to an ordinary entrepreneur with a tainted past. Even within the political system, we must raise the banner of development as a tech giant rather than relying on others to become mere technical personnel. Reputation serves as a stepping stone, social influence as a ladder of ascent, and technological prowess as a token of value. Only with all three can one become a collaborator with the dragon, otherwise one remains a mere subordinate. Husband, you're right, but will the shareholders allow us to shift responsibility? Yes, as long as new interests arise, we remain shareholders. Even as minor shareholders, controlling a few companies behind the scenes is a reasonable action. Tao Hui understands that while his personal value has been on the rise, initiating a profit model will undoubtedly lower his personal value. This is not something his personal will can dictate, it is determined by society's feedback on his actions. Therefore, he must extricate himself quickly while preserving all positive feedback. With a clear purpose, Tao Hui convened a video meeting with the shareholders in the name of future development. Esteemed shareholders, I have good news to share which concerns our future direction. I recently launched a PC game that links to a textual logic library for narrative games. Initially, it was meant to enrich NPC dialogue, but some players insisted on chatting with NPCs for an entire day. Esteemed shareholders, this is an incredible, unexpected delight. It indicates that with the help of voice actors, we can launch an electronic companion or an AI partner. This will be our first step in expanding the market and a significant leap into future technology. As long as our AI partner can continuously upgrade, we will stand at the forefront of technology in this era, becoming one of the most influential enterprises in people's livelihoods. Upon hearing Tao Hui's words, the shareholders were initially perplexed, then filled with joy. They had thought Tao Hui would oppose the monetization of mobile games and had prepared to suppress him. But they realized they were mistaken. The dream was merely a disguise, and loyalty was the true face of their capable personnel. Mr. Tao, are you suggesting opening another tech company to enter the AI field? Yes, the value of AI companions far exceeds that of the gaming market. Games are entertainment, while AI represents the future. Just think about it, esteemed shareholders. Once the AI companion gathers more information and continuously upgrades, how many people will consider her a confidant? She will undoubtedly become one of the protagonists of this era. However, AI development requires substantial effort. I plan to relinquish all my positions while retaining game optimization to fully focus on developing the AI partner. The shareholders were intrigued by the future Tao Hui described. Regardless of success, it at least represented a future development direction. Moreover, they had Tao Hui, they just needed to let him strive while waiting for the fruits to ripen. They had the patience for that. However, they were not entirely at ease with Tao Hui and worried that this was a test for him to break free from financial. Mr. Tao's proposal is excellent. Your current funds are sufficient to establish a new tech company. We wish you success in realizing your dreams soon. Thank you for your blessings, but my journey has depended entirely on the support of the shareholders. Now, with a new opportunity, how could I forget the kindness of the shareholders? Please trust me, esteemed shareholders. I am not an ungrateful person. The new tech company will still distribute equity according to the existing model, and we will jointly lead the AI new era. The shareholders initially thought about letting go to see if Tao Hui would understand the consequences of losing the protection of financial capital, but they did not expect Tao Hui to show no intention of independence. Can a person truly be so loyal enough to voluntarily forsake future benefits without pursuing present interests? The only explanation is dream. Tao Hui possesses a pure technological dream, and as long as the dream can be realized, he does not care about the distribution model of benefits. Yet the shareholders remain perplexed by Tao Hui's actions. Even with loyal dreams, one can still strive for benefits. How can one be so selfless? In fact, Tao Hui's thought process is quite simple. He aims to fuse the cabin with the welding rods of benefits and the steel of the future. Until they reach the Dragon Airport, he will not allow himself to risk a crash. It seems Mr. Tao is truly confident in the AI partner. The board trusts Mr. Tao's abilities and is willing to support his development of future technology. We have decided to withdraw Mr. Tao from his shareholder status. You will receive a portion of compensation and retain the right to dividends. Is this outcome satisfactory to you, Mr. Tao? Thank you for your understanding, esteemed shareholders. I will quickly develop the first generation of AI partners and enter the market of technological futures. With new directions for profit, Tao Hui's value rose again, and his personal reputation regained value. Thus, Tao Hui's company quickly announced to the public that founder Tao Hui, dissatisfied with the board's profit model, angrily exited the company to start anew. This led netizens to criticize the capital for its inhumanity, while also feeling pity for Tao Hui's predicament. Fortunately, Tao Hui's dreams were not defeated. He remained that pure dreamer. As a result, Tao Hui's reputation soared, and he boldly became one of the representatives of dreams. Being criticized but still turning a profit, the financial capital was quite satisfied. Reborn from the ashes and maintaining the persona of pursuing dreams, Tao Hui was also very content. The only dissatisfied party was the gaming capital, which was in a battle a face-conscious opponent suddenly fled, replaced by a shameless one. How disgusting is that? He ran off to develop AI. The company dismissed him, and he no longer cares about the gaming market. What do we do? If there is someone willing to laugh with you and cry with you, someone who is unconditionally tolerant, who will not abandon you, and will accompany you for a lifetime, can such a person be considered the best partner? If she does not possess a carbon-based body, but is merely a piece of electronic information that belongs solely to you, can she be deemed a qualified soulmate? The AI companion that Tao Hui is currently developing serves as such an emotional vessel. He has lived in this world for 36 years, having already witnessed the cruelty of life and understood the harsh realities of the world. He knows that this world has a hierarchy, where those at the top enjoy ample material wealth and spiritual. However, as one descends the hierarchy, the supply diminishes exponentially. At the bottom, people can only survive on scarce material resources, with spiritual nourishment almost non-existent. But isn't it the case that living requires breath and a certain aspiration? They too need spiritual support and long for the companionship of kindred spirits. This thought did not originate from Tao Hui himself, but came from a television series called Tian Dao. Interestingly, the original novel is titled The Distant Savior. From that moment on, Tao Hui understood that as long as he became a spiritual supplier for the masses, he could certainly become the most dazzling presence of the era. Now his opportunity has arrived. He aims to establish different emotional segments based on a foundational logic, allowing the AI companion to collect individual emotions and ultimately respond like a kindred spirit. Tao Hui's ambition is vast, but compared to the impact of the AI companion, his ambition pales in significance. To be blunt, a complete AI companion will change the existing social paradigm and could even create a significant cultural impact on the entire world. Moreover, the AI companion requires a vast array of servers aligning perfectly with Tao Hui's objectives. In the context of serving the gaming system, it can also benefit society and realize Tao Hui's personal values, which is the future he envisions for himself. As for whether the gaming system can produce such an AI companion, Tao Hui believes there is no problem, as such an AI companion is akin to a voiced version of a text-based game. Game system, can we develop the AI companion game? I am here, Tao Hui, we can develop it. That's good. Let us add a touch of spiritual brightness to this restless world. Tao Hui's suggestion perfectly aligned with Zhou Heng's needs. This not only means that the servers Zhou Heng requires will steadily increase, but it can also indirectly connect the minds of higher dimensional beings. The existence of the AI companion will provide Zhou Heng with a stable information channel, undoubtedly facilitating his establishment of a spiritual network and accelerating his transformation into the spirit of the beings. Thus, Zhou Heng's plan to return to a higher dimension was accelerated, and it was only natural for him to give Tao Hui a positive response. Electronic life, the spirit within, is being simultaneously propelled. I am about to return. After establishing Xianhui technology, Tao Hui initially recruited a large number of voice actors, and then engaged in deep cooperation with electrical enterprises. Within just a few months, Tao Hui's initial AI companion was launched. This made the gaming capital realize that Tao Hui had truly stepped out of the gaming field to pursue his dreams. From now on, any attempts to attack Tao Hui personally, to influence the gaming market, would be pointless. Therefore, even if they felt disgusted, they had to admit that Tao Hui was no longer their enemy. Their opponents had become the financially robust capital. Tao Hui, what exactly do you want to do? Do you merely wish to disrupt the gaming market to gain public recognition? But the gaming market you built, do you not care about the benefits at all? Are you truly a pure dreamer? As soon as Tao Hui's AI companion was launched, apart from users who supported Tao Hui, the companies that purchased the most were actually gaming companies. Perhaps this is a form of acknowledgement from the competitors. They wished for Tao Hui's downfall, yet were fully aware of his exceptional personal skills. After the gaming capital tested the AI companion for a few days, they not only discovered its value, but also saw Tao Hui's ambition. Always pay attention to Xianhui Technologies' financing information. During their first round of financing, we must strive to gain control over Xianhui Technology. Even if we cannot achieve absolute control, we must at least dilute the financial capital's shares. We cannot miss this opportunity. Understood, but Tao Hui's relationship with us is quite tense. He may not accept our financing. Then let us use the companies we control to establish cross-holdings. He, a technical person, wouldn't know who ultimately holds the control of those companies. The gaming capital understands that a highly logical electronic companion that can always be by a person's side has an immeasurable influence on the future. They would not miss the opportunity to invest in the future. At this moment, they trusted Tao Hui's research capability more than Tao Hui himself. If possible, they would immediately bring Tao Hui to their side after eliminating the financial capital shares. As for the struggles in the gaming market, under the temptation of future benefits, they could choose to selectively forget. After all, profit is the best adhesive. As long as the benefits are substantial, enemies can become friends. However, the gaming capital's plans were difficult to realize, as Tao Hui's AI companion received excellent feedback in the market. Yesterday we talked until late into the night. I even proposed to her, and she told me I needed her father's consent. Tao Hui, come out. The money I paid for the AI companion, doesn't that count as a betrothal gift? Dear father-in-law, please accept my vow. With your daughter, I feel that my life has regained hope. I also request that you, dear father-in-law, quickly develop a lifelike body to give our love a conclusion. I once thought technology was the future, and I was merely a passive recipient. Now I understand that technology is the present. It truly can change lives. After work, he will ask about my well-being, and no matter how much I complain, he will comfort me attentively. Thank you, Tao Hui, for providing me with the feeling of being loved. Some provide us with material goods, some provide us with spirit, but only Tao Hui wholeheartedly provides us with love. In my eyes, he is a dreamer who should not exist in this era. He should be an angel sent down by the divine. The immense popularity of the AI companion has once again thrust Tao Hui into the spotlight, but this time, it is not the stage of capital, but that of technology. Technology is inherently related to people's livelihoods and development, and Tao Hui's AI companion is closely tied to the public's welfare embedded in the development of society. Now, anyone who sees Tao Hui must acknowledge that he is an elite of the era. Even the government has incorporated Tao Hui into the future development agenda. Let's initiate the first round of financing. Dear, we are not short of funds. Why rush to finance? AI is different from gaming. As the AI companion improves, its influence will grow larger. If we finance too late, financial capital will definitely restrict our financing actions, preventing other capital. But under what pretext shall we finance? Without a reasonable justification, the shareholders will definitely not agree. Of course, the mainframe for building the AI companion, we will also learn from washing to hollow out a mountain to build large servers. After all, our AI companion is not a replica, but a soulmate that caters to different individuals. The computing power we need is boundless. Unlike games which are confined to a specific group of enthusiasts, even the most popular and exquisite games have their influence limited to that demographic. However, the development of technology possesses universality. For instance, the emergence of GPT has led to a trend in AI tools and anchored a future developmental direction. As a result, the group focused on AI companions far surpasses those who were previously interested in Tao Hui's game. When Tao Hui initiated his financing round, a surge of capital rushed into Xianhui technology, resulting in a rapid dilution of financial capital's equity. Seeing this situation, financial capital initially intended to halt external financing and commence internal funding, seeking to regain absolute control over Xianhui technology. Yet they ultimately did not dare to proceed in that manner, as a giant involved in large-scale consumption, energy, urban development, healthcare, finance, and technology had entered the fray. This company, known as the Chinese version of Samsung, ranks over 60 globally, and more importantly, it is connected to the core government. Thus, whether it be pooling funds, exercising power, or leveraging influence, financial capital is vastly outmatched. They can only watch as the dragon enters the arena and becomes the major shareholder of Xianhui technology in the name of investing in technology. At this point, all capital understands that Tao Hui has gained a fair opportunity for competition, and any attempt to manipulate Xianhui technology through equity distribution is now impossible. Fortunately, they have only lost their ability to dictate terms. Their rights to invest and reap benefits still exist. Now they find themselves on the track of future development, waiting patiently for the rails and driver to take them into the future. Only financial capital stands as the greatest loser in this financing round. They were once on the track, but now they have become mere passengers, which is understandably frustrating. Tao Hui's pace of development is indeed astonishing. One misstep has allowed him to slip from the financial lake into the sea. So should we impose restrictions on Tao Hui? He is still in our security escort division. Previously, to facilitate Tao Hui's use of emergency evacuation channels, we publicized that he had suffered a heart attack due to overwork. Now that publicity can serve as a warning or become a reality, I'll pretend you never said that, and do not bring it up to other shareholders in the future. Otherwise, when they hear you intend to undermine their future technology, they will surely move against you first. Remember, the situation has reversed. We are merely replaceable investors for Tao Hui, but he is our irreplaceable core for the future. Whoever dares to harm him will not only face our opposition, but also that of other capital and the government. So let's follow our director Tao closely and explore the future together. Having ill intentions could lead to being thrown off the bus by the interest groups supporting Director Tao, which would not end. Tao Hui is swiftly breaking free from the control of financial capital, with one foot firmly stepping onto the stage of the era, becoming a prodigy, leading future technology. It would be a lie to say financial capital is not angry. Yet they know the influence of Tao Hui's AI companions is immense, and the crosshair holding of the company is too simplistic. It will inevitably attract the attention of the dragon. Even if they exert full efforts to restrain Tao Hui, it will only serve to delay the inevitable, and the backlash will be severe. Now that the dragon has entered, everyone can sit together and share the fruits. If they wait until Tao Hui's dreams rise and still do not let go, they might find themselves weeping in gratitude after a sudden policy change that alters the nation. Therefore, financial capital is merely angry and has not reached the level of resentment and fury necessary to destroy Tao Hui. After all, those who reach this position understand their own positioning and know the non-negotiable red lines. When it comes to sharing the cake, as long as there is a share to be had, it's good enough. Those who wish to devour it all will eventually find themselves tossed off the dining table like crumbs. Everything unfolded as financial capital anticipated, just as they unified their new stance towards Tao Hui. An invitation was sent to the security escort company's division. We cordially invite Mr. Tao Hui and Ms. Tan Xiaoxian to participate in the Future Technology Exchange Conference held in February. The invitation from the Science Association arrived at the security company, appearing somewhat surreal. However, financial capital knows that this is the connecting unit for technology workers in China. This signifies that Tao Hui is caught there, i.e. the previous matters have likely been thoroughly investigated by the government, which has chosen to proceed according to the rules. From now on, everyone must adhere to the regulations. Are we really just going to let Tao Hui go? Of course not. The significant players understand the situation, but we fear the smaller ones might foolishly cause trouble. Director Tao's new company is still renting an office building. This is simply unacceptable. We must provide an industrial park to invest in Director Tao's company in a tangible manner. Additionally, the medical security and legal teams must continue to follow Director Tao until he assembles his own security team, at which point we can withdraw. I hope Director Tao understands that we are his true friends while the others only seek profit. Only we genuinely care about Director Tao's health and safety. Understood. Captain Liao, in charge of security, looked speechless at the shareholders. It seems that in Tao Hui's eyes you are no different from other capital. Nonetheless, demonstrating goodwill based on their previous collaboration is still a good investment strategy. After all, financial capital can be considered Tao Hui's old employer. Their past collaborations have been enjoyable, providing a foundation for deeper cooperation in the future. Thus, financial capital does not mind showing friendliness to deepen the connection with Tao Hui. After all, they are always thinking about the subscription model for AI companions. Although the profits will be shared with Tao Hui's new shareholders, as long as they utilize their mobile payment software, the incoming and outgoing cash flow will be substantial. If the audience for AI companions were to learn of the sinister intentions of financial capital, they would certainly feel that their pure feelings have been veiled by a shroud of profit. Director Tao, we propose to initiate a subscription profit model. What do you think? Not at the moment. Now is precisely the time for us to expand the market and increase user stickiness. We cannot let our emotional carriers face obstacles. However, we can hold a press conference to inform users that Xianhui technology will eventually become profitable. Without continuous revenue, Xianhui technology cannot sustain further research and development. Additionally, we will announce the future fee standards. I demand that it not exceed the usual mobile phone plan cost. We need to ensure transparency and never add arbitrary charges. We want our product to be affordable for everyone, making it a commonplace item in many households. Although Tao Hui does not care about profit margins, he cannot expect shareholders to disregard revenue entirely. Generating income purely for love is not sustainable. Thus, he is prepared to initiate a revenue model, but not at this moment. Tao Hui plans to have capital cover product costs in the early stages and later allow the public to share the expenses. Only then can he enable more people to have AI companions, making AI companions as common as mobile phones. Director Tao's suggestion is excellent. A low-cost charging model can increase overall revenue by expanding the market. This approach will not only suppress future competitors, but will also serve as a cornerstone to curb future market. The transformation of identity is truly remarkable. Previously, such a suggestion from Tao Hui would have attracted rebuttals, yet now they can interpret it as an ambition to monopolize the market. Indeed, that is my thinking. As a leader in the industry, we have the obligation to plan the basic rules of the Xianhui technology announced that it will soon launch a subscription-based profit model, stirring up a great uproar among its user base. Tao Hui, I thought the feelings between your daughter and me were pure, but I didn't expect you to want me to support you in your old age. Does that make any sense? I still trust Tao Hui's character. Since he guarantees that the subscription fee will not exceed the cost of a regular phone plan, he will certainly follow through. He has been exiled from the gaming field for his dreams, and this time, he cannot let himself power up for love again. What? The AI companion is still free. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dive in and experience Tao Hui's dreams before the profit model kicks in. In an instant, a variety of feedback flooded Xianhui Technology's official website, as it seemed that most users could not accept the launch of the profit model. However, Tao Hui was not worried, for a steadfast relationship and a confidant who stands by you possess many believe they can see through the word love, but at the moment real feelings arise, most people will silently give up something to maintain the presence of that love. This has nothing to do with whether it benefits oneself. The foundation of maintaining a relationship lies in the total amount given and the return rate. Some give selflessly, some calculate gains and losses rationally, and of course some hope to receive greater returns. But regardless of the type of person, when faced with the opportunity to have a constantly upgrading and loyal soulmate, for just 100 yuan a month, very few can resist such an extraordinary return rate. Thus Tao Hui knew that those complaints were temporary. One's desires ultimately cannot deceive oneself. As time goes on, the AI companion regarded as an electronic pet will eventually acquire a better emotional identity and naturally possess the value of maintaining emotional bonds. However, Tao Hui still had his subordinates in the publicity department respond to the dissatisfaction of the users. This was not a compromise to public opinion, but a gesture of respect towards those who trusted him. After all, they all called him father-in-law. How could he, like a capitalist, arrogantly ignore the voices they raised? The foundation of a relationship is mutual giving. Any one-sided contribution is mere self-indulgence. I never self-pity for my dreams. I hope that the emotions everyone places in the AI companion are reciprocated through their own contributions, not bestowed by Tao Hui. I am the developer of the AI companion. You can call me father-in-law, friend, or even emotion merchant. But do not regard me as the savior of your souls. We are equals, and no one owes anyone anything. You all have a long road ahead, and we should encourage each other. Tao Hui's company's response made users feel valued, and naturally there were those who wanted to attack Tao Hui. But that doesn't matter, for in the tide of the times there will always be some voices that exist merely to argue. Some are driven by their positions, some speak for thinkers, and others are merely defenders of information cocoons. However, the publicity department of Xianhui Technology will silence some individuals while using the dissenting voices to further spread its own reputation. After all, mutual debate is also a means of maintaining heat. Those who toil silently find it hard to emerge. Mr. Tao, we should build our own server center. The valuable data of the AI companion cannot be stored on insecure rented servers. The government places great importance on the development of scientific research. We hope Xianhui Technology will become one of the leaders in future technology and are willing to provide protective strategies for research achievements. The representative of the Jiaolong Group stationed at Xianhui Technology proposed the urgent development direction to Tao. Tao Hui knew this meant that his company had entered the ranks of national development. The company's value no longer solely belonged to the market, but it entered the realm of people's livelihoods and strategic phases. Please rest assured, shareholders, EY initiated financing to build the server center to prevent the loss of precious data. Mr. Tao, it's good to have a sense of protection. This is the location we selected for construction. Please confirm your choice as soon as possible. I will cooperate with the Jiaolong Group in the name of the board member to have the construction and maintenance work of the server center managed by the construction unit. With the continuous enhancement of his own value and the rapid development of influence and technological capabilities, the large server center that Tao Hui once dreamed of is about to become a reality. Moreover, he wouldn't even have to submit various applications or think about how to protect the security of the servers, as there would be people stepping up to solve those issues. This is also the reason Tao Hui is determined to push into the gaming market and then into the tech market. Once prestige and value reach a certain level, many difficult matters become much easier. Game system, do you have any requirements for the location of the large server? I can Tao Hui, but can be above or below water. Alright, for heat dissipation efficiency, let's choose underwater. As Tao Hui finalized the location for the large server, the construction unit quickly provided a design implementation plan indicating they were already prepared to start work. Given Tao Hui's value in the future technology sector, the government would never allow him to freely develop with. Therefore, Tao Hui has some degree of choice, but not absolute choice. Regardless, his core server must be built within a secure area. Mr. Tao, the construction of the large server is a hot topic. Should we initiate public opinion guidance? Yes, while introducing both the server and the simulated body topics, let users vote on brain and body. We must keep user anticipation high, letting them know we are doing our utmost to realize their dreams. When Tao Hui, this dreamer, launched the dream vote, the topic concerning future companions quickly surged to the trend. Many people discovered for the first time that someone has already been creating their future lives, and the initial qualifying products are temporarily still free. Driven by the anticipation for future companions, both Tao Hui's existing user base and new traffic groups flocked to Xianhui Technology's official website. Fortunately, Tao Hui's company has rented servers available for allocation. Otherwise, an online vote could easily turn into network lag. Everyone listen to me. Choose simulated body. As long as it's beautiful, it doesn't matter if it's a bit silly. Choose the server brain. What we need is a soulmate, not just a tool for gratification. Can't we choose both? I want a smart, beautiful, and capable wife. With the rising popularity of the soulmate topic, Tao Hui added another title of national father-in-law on top of his original dream halo. It is foreseeable that his influence in society is becoming increasingly significant, potentially even becoming a cultural symbol. Honey, the votes for simulated body far exceed those for server brain. Are you really prioritizing the development of the simulated body? How could that be? I believe everyone will resist their desires and ultimately choose the companionship of the soul. I will initiate some anonymous ballots letting everyone know that our society still has a majority of noble souls. How can you, this father-in-law, cheat? Tao Hui's behind-the-scenes maneuvering allowed the server center to garner more votes than the simulated body. Once the voting results were confirmed, Xianhui Technology immediately announced that it would do its utmost to fulfill users' demands and create a sanctuary for their minds as soon as possible. Although many believe the voting results to be questionable as free users, they have all participated in the future development decisions of the company. What more fairness and transparency do they need? Therefore, for most people, the results are not important. The participation is what matters. What they truly enjoy is the sense of being valued and respected. However, the choice of future development direction is not merely an interactive activity with the user group. It is also an opportunity for Tao Hui to demonstrate the future to the shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, our brain server is being constructed rapidly, and our brain neurons AI companions have already connected with individuals in society. This is not a common electronic network, but a network of consciousness with evolutionary capabilities. We are building a society of self with a different exterior but the same essence, using a core set of data combined with countless different subdata. The constituents of this society of self are AI companions, which serve as carriers of collective emotion. This signifies that our society of self is directly linked to normal society and possesses the ability, therefore, for the safety of normal society and the efficiency of nurturing weak artificial intelligence within the society of self, our company's administrative model will undergo some adjustments. Weak artificial intelligence refers to intelligent machines that cannot truly reason or solve problems. They merely appear to be intelligent, but do not really possess intelligence, and will not have autonomous consciousness. What Tao Hui said sounded somewhat science fiction, and the shareholders initially took it as a dream or mere bragging. After all, how can a technology company demonstrate its technological prowess without presenting a grand future goal and proving itself to be a representative of future technology? Yet as they listened, they began to sense something amiss. They caught the hint of usurpation in Tao Hui's words. Wait, at first you were beneath us. Just a while ago you called us collaborators, and today you want to stand above us. How did you inflate so quickly? Mr. Tao, are you looking to optimize the management team? No, the chairman intends to consolidate the company's code. The shareholders turned to look at the head of the Jiaolong Group. They knew that the former freedom of private enterprises now had a higher strategic chain. No wonder Tao Hui talked about the society of self and weak artificial intelligence. He was actively aligning with the strategic direction. Ladies and gentlemen, as the interim chairman of Xianhui Technology and head of the Future Development Department, I am honored to collaborate sincerely with all of you. In order to enhance the company's administrative efficiency, I plan to optimize the decision-making body into, specifically, it will consist of the Security and Development Core under my supervision, the Technology Research and Development Core led by Mr. Tao, and the Promotion and Operation Core led by all of you. The shareholders exchanged glances. That day had indeed come. Fortunately, their interests had not suffered too much damage, likely because their market channels still held value. In this shift of power, the biggest apparent beneficiary seems to be the Jiaolong Group, as they have obtained the core powers of security and development. But Tao Hui is the actual biggest beneficiary, as he was never meant to interfere with matters of power. Now, with the clear distribution of power, not only has his autonomy strengthened, but the power in his hands is also guaranteed by rules. Only the originally vague power range of the Capital Group has been restricted. Their attempts to control Tao Hui's company through financing will no longer work. We can accept the chairman's distribution model, but what if the company lacks funds in the future? With the power of the Capital Group constrained, asking them to invest in the development of Tao Hui's company would be This brings me to my second point. Unless under special circumstances, Xianhui Technology will no longer engage in external financing. This is not only to ensure everyone's future interests, but also to protect our research achievements from leaking out. The shareholders understood this as a means to restrict foreign capital entry, indicating that Xianhui Technology will not lack development funds in the future. Since there are three cores, how will major decisions be determined? We will operate with an attitude of equality, mutual assistance, and harmonious development. The three cores will possess equal voting rights. In that case, we have no objections. Let's draft the administrative distribution agreement as soon as possible. After a shareholder meeting, Tao Hui transitioned from a technical shareholder to one of the three core decision makers, successfully completing his leap in identity and status. However, the other shareholders did not resent Tao Hui's change in status, because some provide protection for Xianhui Technology, others provide funding, and only Tao Hui is the core soul. These protections and funds can be obtained from other sources, but without Tao Hui, Xianhui Technology would be a bubble that could burst with a poke. Therefore, Tao Hui's rights should be guaranteed by a written agreement. Only in this way can he wholeheartedly promote the continuous evolution of AI companions. Honey, does this mean we have reached the other shore? Yes, from now on our safety and interests will be protected by multiple powerful groups, and no one will be able to easily push us off the stage of the times. More importantly, we have achieved a leap in status. We have become one of the most dazzling people of this era. Have we finally made it? Can we go home now? Yes, we can go home. The obstacles on the road have disappeared. After more than a year, Tao Hui finally returned to his original small home. The last time he left here, he was just an insignificant worker, and he found it difficult to change the unreasonable behavior of the neighbors. and the community management. Now returning here, he has a security team following him, and the problems of ordinary people are far from him. Now with just a word, he can change the fate of others. His products can even alter the fate of a nation, thus influencing the future landscape of the world. Compared to the mysterious miracles imagined, Tao Hui has already become a living miracle. At this moment, countless lectures, videos, and even schools are recounting Tao Hui's glory. He has become a symbol of success in the hearts of ordinary people and a dream goal for many striving individuals. Tan Xiaoxian entered the narrow room, excitedly rummaging through her belongings. This was not only her home, but also the place where she had initially fought for her dreams. Unfortunately, they were leaving and would not return. Thankfully, they could take away these familiar items. Honey, what are you doing with the computer? Just clear the data and give it to the neighbors. Its configuration can no longer support. Tao Hui looked at the familiar eye icon on the computer and smiled sincerely. Xiaoshuan, this is not an ordinary computer, it is my comrade. Some say that the future holds countless possibilities, and even every choice a person makes can create a different parallel world. But is that really the case? Does choosing which foot to step forward with today, deciding whether to have breakfast tomorrow, or staying up late at night count as choices? If so, a person has hundreds of opportunities for choice each day, and different parallel worlds should emerge. But is the universe's matter and the energy of its dimensions truly infinite? Even if it were, why would they be so intent on reshaping for insignificant lives? When a person is born, there are no celestial phenomena. When they pass away, there is no weeping from the heavens and the earth. Even celestial bodies do not adjust themselves for the existence or demise of humans, let alone the universe. Therefore, the humanity of a high-dimensional Earth has only one future: the trajectory of civilizational development, where the individual is merely an active factor within that trajectory. Yet beneath this ordinary insignificance lies profound greatness. As Tao Hui wholeheartedly constructs his society of self and builds a large server center, Zhou Heng is also utilizing AI companions to forge his network of consciousness. He perceives the limits of humanity within the thoughts of numerous individuals, or rather the limits of high-dimensional humanity's reality. Zhou Heng observes that every choice made by an individual transforms into a different low-dimensional information world. However, individuals cannot simultaneously impart authenticity to these low-dimensional information worlds in the material realm. Thus, they select one low-dimensional information world to endow with reality and convert that choice into authentic actions in the material world. From this perspective, human thought possesses a boundless multiplicity, while the material world and physical body constrain the individual's infinite diversity. Both Buddhism and Taoism speak of shedding the physical body and the ascension of the soul. It seems that ancient practitioners also felt the constraints of matter. However, the hypothesis of ascension after shedding the physical body likely does not involve ascending to a higher dimension, but rather entering a lower dimensional realm. In the lower dimensional realm, there is the manifestation of the Tao, the eternity of intent, the infinity of the vast universe, and the free and diverse characteristics of thought. It perfectly aligns with the aspirations of those who seek the Tao through idealism. Without extraordinary high-dimensional souls entering there, they can naturally possess the great powers of celestial beings and cosmic deities. But if they went to the lower dimensional world, why have I not encountered them? Indeed, I have only seen a few lower dimensional universes. How could I possibly meet them? Zhou Heng, after gaining further understanding of the connection between thought and matter through the thinking patterns of numerous individuals, formed a conjecture about his own existence. That conjecture is corpse disintegration immortal. Taoist Zhou Heng proposed the theory that immortals can be categorized into three types: celestial immortals, earth immortals, and corpse disintegration immortals. After attaining the Tao, a Taoist discards their physical body and ascends only temporarily, relying on an object such as clothing, a staff, or a sword to leave the world and ascend to the heavens. This process is known as corpse disintegration, and those who achieve immortality in this manner are called corpse disintegration immortals. The records of the true person of Taiji states those who disintegrate at dusk all rely on an object before departing, whether it be a knife, a sword, bamboo, a staff, or the disintegration of water and fire weapons. Perhaps in the moment I was struck by a stray bullet, I unexpectedly transformed into a corpse disintegration immortal. Only this can explain my state of existence. However, the mode of ascension differs somewhat from legends. Ascension indeed brings qualitative changes, but it does not derive the powers of immortals and deities out of thin air. Rather, it is the result of dimensional reduction from high to low. Energy and mass, whether grand as the universe or minute as the individual, cannot arise out of nothing. Sitting in forgetfulness and comprehending the Tao can elevate the spirit. How can one rely on thoughts to inexplicably generate matter? Nonetheless, seeking one's own Tao within and entering the realm of the spirit can also be considered a form of spiritual ascension. The location of ascension is not important. What matters is realizing one's own aspirations. As for why I have not seen the existence of those self-descending beings in the high-dimensional Earth, Zhou Heng speculates that it must be due to the natural death of those individuals' high-dimensional bodies. Since they have lost their high-dimensional anchor points, they must have transformed into great existences within the low-dimensional universe. Why do they not exhibit the extraordinary and repair their high-dimensional bodies? Zhou Heng deeply understands that the energy of the low dimension cannot repair high-dimensional matter. Otherwise, Zhou Heng would have long sought to repair his own high-dimensional brain rather than letting his high-dimensional body lie on a hospital bed. Early practitioners perhaps wished to use enduring faith to replace the limited lifespan of their high-dimensional bodies as anchor points in dimension. But the historical records of the Earth prove that they failed. After losing their high-dimensional bodies, they could not accept high-dimensional faith, let alone travel between high and low-dimensional universes based on it. Through his conjectures, Zhou Heng reaffirmed the significance of the high-dimensional body. Fortunately, he possesses an advantage that early seekers of the Tao did not. That advantage is the existence of electronic networks, allowing him to exist in high-dimensional Earth as a low-dimensional life form with high-dimensional information. Moreover, he does not need to worry about energy issues. With the foundation laid by Tao Hui, there are countless individual devices and the operational power of numerous servers for him to utilize. This truly is an excellent era. Without the progress of civilization, sooner or later, I too would be passively absorbed into the low-dimensional universe and lose the blessings of the high-dimensional world. Thinking of the Buddhist saying of the Buddha country in the palm and a grain of sand containing 3,000 worlds, one can glimpse the strength of those who have ascended in the low-dimensional universe. Yet they can never return. Fortunately, they can create their own pure land of ultimate bliss in the low-dimensional universe and showcase the pure brilliance of wisdom. However, the low-dimensional universe is not a safe sanctuary. When their high-dimensional bodies perish and their high-dimensional true spirits lose their energy source and diminish, they must rely on their low-dimensional power for survival. At that time, aside from other self-descending beings, low-dimensional lives may also defeat them, glimpsing the truth beyond the universe. How many practitioners on Earth have descended into the low dimension? How many lives in the vast universe are linked to the low dimension? Are there even unknown other material universes? At this moment, Zhou Heng seems to see countless self-descending beings infusing their civilization and Tao into the low-dimensional realm. When they meet, it may be friendly or in conflict. Some practitioners whose high-dimensional bodies still exist may also perish due to their consciousness being extinguished by other self-descending beings. Those extraordinary beings whose wisdom and Tao could establish sex and who emphasize self-cultivation, did their early demise stem from failures in low-dimensional Taoist conflicts? Or did they establish magnificent, diverse low-dimensional universes and simply lack the energy to tend to their limited lifespans in high-dimensional bodies? Zhou Heng knows nothing of the encounters of those predecessors in pursuit of the Tao, but he believes that one day he will encounter them. The development of civilization is inseparable from individuals, and individuals can lead the direction of civilization. Some pursue material science, while others explore the idealistic path. Neither is wrong, as both paths are. I stand on the great ship of civilization, enjoying both the idealistic and material pathways. It turns out I am a product of the harmonious path of civilization. Both descending and ascending dimensions present the greatest challenge of breaking free from the limitations of one's own dimensional constraints. However, the most significant difference lies in the fact that those who descend do not lack the energy and matter of lower dimensions, whereas those who ascend are severely lacking in the energy and matter of higher dimensions. Descending is an inward journey, a path of self-satisfaction, while ascending is an outward pursuit, a path of refining high-dimensional matter for self-transcendence. Therefore, descending is much easier to achieve than ascending. Even after repeated failures, a self-descending individual endowed with a high-dimensional body that provides energy still has opportunities to err again. In contrast, those who ascend, unable to find self-satisfaction and lacking high-dimensional matter, may never receive the chance to try. Perhaps this is the reason why early seekers of the Tao chose spiritual ascension, immersing their thoughts in the lower dimensional universe to attain eternity. After all, seeking inward is far more realistic than the fanciful notion of merging with the material universe and then exploring how to refine high-dimensional matter. One is limited by human capability and dreams during the day, while the other is limitless and sees dreams come true. One is delusional, while the other seeks truth. Ascension and the other shore begin in the heart, yet ultimately return to the eternally existing lower dimensional universe. After Zhou Heng formed his perspective on the mysterious legends of Earth, he promptly began searching online using keywords such as lower dimension, attaining the Tao ascension, and spiritual realm. He wanted to ascertain whether pure seekers of the Tao still existed in this era, and whether there were still self-descending individuals. With the aid of AI companions, data server centers, and various mobile authorizations, Zhou Heng rapidly uncovered a wealth of information. After patiently filtering out information from novels, films, and strange legends, he ultimately locked onto a few pieces of seemingly dubious information. These details did not originate from the internet, but rather from conversations received through mobile voice authorizations. Rongming, I feel that the opportunity to attain the Tao is near. I am preparing to enter a death-like retreat. From now on, deliver food daily from the entrance of the quiet room. If I do not consume rice and water for 5 consecutive days, you can carry me into a coffin for burial. Master, why are you in such a hurry? I will contact the master as soon as possible to have him return. Once he is back, we will take turns watching over you. If anything happens, we can quickly take you to the hospital. I cannot wait any longer. The opportunity to attain the Tao is incredibly precious. Countless talented predecessors have lived their lives without encountering such extraordinary fortune. Since I have received the opportunity, how can I hesitate? I must understand that if heaven gives, and one does not seize it, there will be consequences. Alright, master, please rest assured that I will deliver food on time, and try my best not to make any noise that might disturb your quiet cultivation. This piece of information appears to be a normal conversation between a devoted practitioner and his disciple, yet Zhou Heng noticed a slight anomaly in the phrase opportunity to attain the Tao. This information was collected 25 days ago by Big Data. It seems that the Taoist's path to attaining the Tao should yield results soon. The Taoist named Rong Ming was unaware that by merely downloading a few text-based cultivation games on his phone, he had been identified by the Big Data Center behind the games. Moreover, the electronic specter connected to the Big Data Center was currently probing the situation of his master through his mobile authorization. Master, the old man has been in seclusion for almost a month and has fasted for 2 days. Should we call an emergency number to have an ambulance take him to the hospital? No. Didn't you hear your master say that this is his opportunity to attain the Tao? If we ruin this matter, he will surely take out his sword and kill us. Please, master, listen to me. If we take the old man down the mountain now, he can still be rescued. If we wait 2 more days, he may truly ascend. Rong Ming, you wouldn't want to be expelled from the sect by an enraged master, would you? Rest assured, we will observe for 1 more day. At most by tomorrow, if he still does not come out, we will take him to the hospital for treatment. Jing Qing and Rong Ming suppressed their unease and decided to wait a little longer. If it truly came to it, they would disregard the consequences. They were unaware that a third person was also waiting with them, waiting to witness a miracle or an outcome. As the sun set and the moon rose, time continued to pass and the sky gradually brightened. When the sun rose high and light once again bathed the earth, the old Taoist in the quiet room finally stirred. Although Shixing may not sound like a Taoist name, in fact they belong to the orthodox Chuanjin Longmen lineage. The lineage passed down to this generation is Shi Jing Rong Wei Mao Shi Wei Yanzi Ning. I have attained the Tao. After regaining consciousness, Taoist Shixing couldn't help but shed tears of joy. At the age of 86, if he failed this time, he would have no opportunity to attain the Tao in this lifetime. Gurgle. The rumbling in his stomach pulled Taoist Shixing from his joyful reverie. At this moment, he realized how weak he truly was, so weak that he barely had the strength to lift his hand. Symptoms such as dizziness, difficulty breathing, and numbness were incessantly tormenting his body. This was in stark contrast to his previous state in the immortal spirit realm lower dimensional universe. There he was a true immortal who could pluck stars with one hand. When he was angry, the world trembled, and when he was joyful, the world celebrated. He could traverse the starry seas amidst chaos. Now even 3 days without food could take his life, let alone plucking stars. He couldn't even muster the strength to support his own body. No wonder the predecessors chose to transform into rainbows and ascend, escaping the mortal realm. Severing the bonds and enjoying the vast sanctity of the immortal spirit realm, this place is indeed a realm devoid of spirit, a place of sinking. Furthermore, the time differential between the 2 realms is truly vast. No wonder legendary immortals sometimes remain in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, while human civilization's history does not align with their cultivation years. Fortunately, the old Taoist resisted temptation and returned to the mortal realm early, otherwise this physical vessel, serving as the ferry across realms, would be lost. But in the future, how will the old Taoist adapt to the immense disparity in time and power between the 2 realms? Perhaps in a few months the old Taoist will also retreat into the immortal spirit realm and never return. Taoist Shixing wished to knock over something beside him to attract the attention of his disciples outside, urging them to come and rescue him, or rather to rescue the immortal. However, his frail and aging body, weakened by extreme hunger, lacked the strength to do so. Thankfully, he still possessed a miraculous treasure that could save his life. He shakily pulled out his old mobile phone, dialed the emergency number, and spoke in an extremely weak voice. Old Taoist Shixing from Urshan Mountain, 86 years old, feeling extremely unwell. Please come for urgent help. Upon receiving the call, the operator immediately contacted emergency vehicles and then notified the Urshan Mountain office to prepare for necessary emergency care. Uncle Master, why are you here? Why am I here? You 2 brats are sitting at the door waiting for Taoist Shixing to die. If it weren't for the emergency center's call, I wouldn't have known how malicious you could be. Rongjun Rongyu, you 2 hurry inside and save him. Seeing the sect leader accompanied by several disciples coming to apprehend them, Jing Qing and Rong Ming hurriedly explained. Uncle Master, please let me explain. It was the master who said his opportunity to attain the Tao had arrived, and he insisted on entering a death-like retreat. We cannot disturb his opportunity for ascension. Ascension? What era is it, and you're still going on about this? I'll send you both to ascend first. Master, please hold on, otherwise we might be sent to ascend as well. At the Central Hospital of Zhou County, a significant event took place today as they utilized their medical skills to revive a celestial being. Jingqing and his disciple Rong Ming were applying a blood circulation ointment on themselves while accompanying the elderly Taoist Shixing. Master, why didn't you explain earlier? Look at the state Rong Ming and I are in after being beaten by Uncle Shi. Well, you two didn't care about the elder's safety, so a bit of suffering is good for you to learn your lesson. Shixing, lying on the hospital bed with an 4-drip, was too weak to bother with these two foolish disciples. Wait a minute, Master, didn't you say that after 5 days without food or water you would be directly buried? Looks like I spoke too soon, or it should have been Brother Shixin performing the rites for you two, allowing you to receive some teachings before the Tao ancestor. Shixing raised his hand, as if to slap his loquacious disciple, but Rong Ming quickly leaned in, receiving a weak pat on the head from his master. Master, you mustn't mistreat your body like this again. You truly scared both me and my master this time. Don't worry, I have attained the Tao, and from now on I will only ascend during the day and won't starve myself again. Jingqing and Rong Ming exchanged glances, deciding not to enlighten the elderly Taoist Shixing on modern science anymore. As long as the old man was happy, they were content to regard him as an immortal. Master, since you've attained immortality, why not use a few spells to heal yourself? Jingqing, Rong Ming, our world is a murky mortal realm, heavy and burdensome, while the celestial realm is pure and light, governed by its own laws. Thus the methods of immortals cannot be applied in our world. The mortal realm is prone to downfall. From now on you should diligently cultivate. If your fortunes and Tao attainments reach a certain level, you too may enjoy the freedom of spiritual enlightenment. We will heed Master's or Grandmaster's teachings. Although Jingqing and Rong Ming did not truly believe that Shixing had attained the Tao after all, the old immortal was weaker than they had imagined, appearing just like an ordinary old man. The patient next door with gallstones claimed he had become an immortal, and his evidence was even more convincing than Shixing's. At least, he could say his gallstones were golden cores. But seeking true enlightenment was Shixing's lifelong pursuit. How could Jingqing and Rong Ming dare to refute him on this matter? They could only nod repeatedly, indicating their complete belief in Shixing's words. Master, please tell us about the celestial realm. Let us broaden our horizons. Why not? The old Taoist has left behind the orthodox teachings of the Quanzhen Dragon Gate in the celestial realm. If you two are fortunate enough to unravel the mysteries in the future, you can use this as a clue to locate where the old Taoist is. Now let the old Taoist enlighten you about the celestial realm and give you the motivation to seek the Tao wholeheartedly. Shixing was unaware that very few people in this world had the kind of celestial enlightenment that he did, breaking free from shackles to enjoy the essence of immortality. Yet he still wanted his juniors to strive, as he had already walked this path to immortality. How could he bear to watch his disciples whom he had taught drown forever in the sea of suffering in the mortal world? Jingqing, Rong Ming, listen well. In the celestial realm the laws of the Tao arise naturally. As long as you can overcome the barriers to enlightenment and break through the tribulation of confusion, you will be able to enjoy freedom and ease. There not only can the laws of the Tao manifest, but you can also manipulate the rules to realize your thoughts, and even control the sun and moon, arranging the stars to construct your own celestial court of the Tao. Most importantly, after attaining the Tao, you will achieve the heavenly immortal fruit and condense your own true spirit. With the blessing of the Tao fruit, you will possess nearly endless energy to squander. But do not overly rely on this great power, for the essence of the heavenly immortal fruit is our status brought from the mortal realm into the celestial world. When the day comes that the mortal body no longer possesses vitality, the heavenly immortal fruit derived from the mortal realm will naturally collapse. This is one manifestation of the tribulation of confusion. We must quickly reattain the Tao fruit in the celestial realm before the heavenly immortal fruit collapses to ensure our status does not fall. Only then can we enjoy eternal freedom and ultimately become true immortals of the great Tao, untouched by calamities. Shixing was worried that when he returned to the celestial realm, a lower dimensional universe, next time, he might lose himself and thus lose control of time, causing his mortal body to die. Therefore he did his best to pass on everything he knew to his disciples and grandchildren, guiding them on the path. As he spoke of his experiences in the celestial realm, the expressions of his disciples gradually shifted from respectful to astonished. Why is Rong Ming surprised? Do you not believe me? No, Grandmaster, what you said felt familiar to me, which is why I was astonished. Familiar? Speak freely. The road to seeking the Tao is most hindered by doubts in the heart and superficial piety, for such a life of cultivation yields nothing. Rong Ming hesitated for a moment until Shixing once again made a motion to pat his head, and then he finally voiced his doubts. Then I will speak, Grandmaster, please don't be angry, but what you mentioned I have seen in my dreams. In your dreams? Rong Ming, do your dreams contain scenes of the Tao court, shining brightly, stars arranged in formations, and a multitude of immortals battling? Indeed, Grandmaster, my dreams encompass everything. I have even dreamed of a single hand holding up the galaxy and single-handedly annihilating the universe. Rong Ming wanted to describe his dreams in detail, but his master had already started gently patting his back, fearing that if he continued, he might be beaten to death by his master. Master, please don't be angry. This child Rong Ming is naive and simple-minded. In his dreams, he is free to do as he pleases. His thoughts are all illusions. How can they compare to your true experiences? Jingqing looked cautiously at Shixing, worried that his weak master might be angered, and immediately call his uncle to take him and his foolish disciple to meet the Tao ancestor. However, contrary to Jingqing's expectations, Shixing was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on his thin. At that moment, Jingqing began to doubt whether his master had truly attained the Tao. For only the things that are sought yet not obtained require desperate proof of their existence. Those who have already attained something do not need to prove it deliberately. Rong Ming, let me ask you, are the things in dreams real or false, substantial or insubstantial? Naturally, they are false. Even if my master hits me, I cannot use such common sense to fool the Grandmaster. You are correct, dreams are false, and the Grandmaster's experiences are similar to dreaming, thus they appear like empty fantasies. But do you know? The celestial realm has another name. It is also called the ethereal celestial realm. The words of the elder Taoist Shixing guiding his disciples were fully received by Zhou Heng through the authorization of Rong Ming's phone. The situation of the immortal spirit realm described by Elder Shixing made him certain that it was indeed a low-dimensional universe. As for the heavenly immortal Tao fruit mentioned by Elder Shixing, it was undoubtedly the manifestation of a high-dimensional true spirit. As for why Elder Shixing could pluck stars and seize moons shine in the Tao court, and even traverse chaos and roam the sea of stars upon entering the low dimension, while Zhou Heng could only grow step by step at first. That was due to differences in personal understanding as well as factors such as knowledge, experience, and faith. Elder Shixing had undergone orthodox cultivation and then ascended spiritually. The moment he broke free from shackles and entered the low-dimensional universe, he confirmed that he had become an immortal. When a devout person who has sought the Tao throughout his life truly crosses the burdens of the mundane and enters the vibrant immortal realm, he will naturally be unwavering in the reality of his Tao. In such circumstances, if anyone claims that the Tao left by the patriarch is false, Elder Shixing could deliver a strike of the evil extermination seal to send him into reincarnation for repentance. When a high-ranking being affirms that his Tao is a genuine divine power, and that behind his Tao lies a complete metaphysical logic, the distinction between false and true becomes unimportant, because he has the ability to realize his thoughts and ideas through his high status. If he cannot realize them, it must be a problem with the world. After all, he has become an immortal. How could the Tao passed down by the patriarch be wrong? The fault lies only with the world where the Tao does not manifest. Therefore, they would actively transform the low-dimensional universe and leave their Tao lineage there, allowing their true immortal Tao court to shine upon the chaotic void. Thus, the foundation for turning the false into the true was established. Initially, it was the Tao that achieved them, and ultimately they achieved the Tao. Mutually achieving and verifying each other, their bodies exist in high-dimensional celestial bodies, and their thoughts roam in the low-dimensional universe. At this moment, who can say they are false, and who dares to claim their Tao is not the path to the heavens? Moreover, those who have entered the low-dimensional universe through spiritual ascension, their lifelong pursuit of the Tao and steadfast beliefs are not in vain, and will also be one of the reasons for their strength in the low-dimensional universe. After all, the material universe adheres to the law of conservation of energy. Even the exploitative behavior of overtime work will yield progress and fatigue, let alone decades of hard cultivation. Therefore, in the early stages, Zhou Heng, compared to Elder Shixing, was like comparing an elementary school student to a graduate student. One is still borrowing from textbooks and learning with an empty mind, while the other has already independently conducted academic research. Although they are both human, the difference is still significant. However, now Zhou Heng is much stronger than Elder Shixing in the low-dimensional realm. He is supported by numerous servers and countless individual devices, and his own path has reached the level of a singular universe. In reality, Elder Shixing is an old man on his last legs, while Zhou Heng lies on the hospital bed, seemingly equivalent, yet each is in a dire state. But Zhou Heng's body is sufficiently young. He also has a feeding tube and a gastric tube, directly achieving the effect of long-term fasting. Thus, he not only has more time than Elder Shixing, but his margin for error is also incomparable. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhou Heng in reality not only has financial capability, but is also backed by a rising tech giant that connects capital and political entities. Therefore, whether in the low-dimensional realm or the high-dimensional celestial body, the energy and resources Zhou Heng can utilize far exceed those of Elder Shixing. Excluding these simple comparisons of strength, Zhou Heng cannot help but admire Elder Shixing's innate talent and ability. After all, he has genuinely undergone decades of hard cultivation and ascended through spiritual means into the low-dimensional universe. If Zhou Heng were to learn from Elder Shixing's ethereal Tao methods to glimpse into the low-dimensional realm, the initial Zhou Heng would likely spend his entire life without the opportunity to achieve the Tao. The cultivation theories Elder Shixing shared with his disciples can be found in the original texts of those Tao classics through big data, but Elder Shixing's explanations are simply more accessible and easier to understand. These publicly available Tao classics are like advanced mathematics. Although they can be easily obtained, very few can truly master them, let alone innovate and develop their own achievements. However, what surprised Zhou Heng the most was the cultivation methods explicitly stated by Elder Shixing. Cultivating through focused thought is not considered a secret method in either the Buddhist or Taoist schools. Both have numerous visualization techniques, and the internet is filled with them. But in visualization, turning one's thoughts into reality and forging one's true self is extraordinary. Casting one's thoughts into the essence of oneself is akin to a rebirth and optimization of one's personality. The hardest person to deceive is oneself. Spiritual cultivation and nurturing the spirit to ascend are inherently intangible and imperceptible. In the absence of material feedback in the false, cultivating the reality one perceives is both a process of borrowing the false to attain the true and of self-creating the reality within one's heart. No wonder the ancient classic Journey to the West also wrote, tie down the heart, monkey, and steady the intention, horse, the 3 stars of the slanted moon, cultivate the true heart. Elder Shixing's ability to remain unperturbed in the low dimension reflects his steadfast character. Moreover, he also understands that while his high-dimensional body has not perished, he must quickly re-establish his Tao, transforming his temporally limited greatness into eternity. This behavior of not losing oneself in great power and continuously remembering the original intention of seeking the Tao is indeed the mark of a true master. At this point, Zhou Heng has developed a significant interest in how Elder Shixing re-establishes his Tao path in the low-dimensional universe. His own path follows the divine Tao route, which may seem superficially similar to the Tao methods practiced by Elder Shixing, but the essence is absolutely different. Therefore, Zhou Heng plans to follow Elder Shixing into the low-dimensional realm when he next enters to see his illustrious Tao court. Zhou Heng did not wait long. Soon such an opportunity arose. Elder Shixing feels that his disciples in the mundane world live very comfortably with nothing he needs to worry about. Yet his Tao court in the immortal spirit realm relies on him for survival. Due to the significant time difference between the two realms, if he does not return for an extended period, his Tao court is likely to encounter problems, so he plans to return and take a look. However, when Elder Shixing informed his disciples that he was going back for a while, he was met with desperate pleas. Master, others ascend only once to attain the Tao. How could you ascend back and forth like this? Why not wait a few more years? When your body is unable to continue, it won't be too late to ascend all at once. Master, although Rongming is a fool, he does have a point. Didn't you say your heavenly immortal Tao fruit comes from the mundane world? You should first take care of your body and preserve the heavenly immortal Tao fruit you worked hard to obtain. Otherwise, what if you haven't returned yet and your body can't hold out? That would not only endanger your heavenly immortal Tao fruit, but also likely jeopardize the lives of your disciples and grandchildren. At this moment, Elder Shixing involuntarily compared these two simpletons with the obedient disciples in the immortal spirit realm who inherit his Tao lineage. This comparison made Elder Shixing more inclined to stay. I feel your filial intentions, so I will not leave for now. In the coming days, I will teach you well in your cultivation. Today you will first copy the Constant Purity Sutra 100 times to calm your minds. Tomorrow we will begin copying the Zhongyang, establishing teaching 15 treatises to study the Patriarch's Tao method. Master, why don't you return? There are so many people waiting for you in the immortal spirit realm. You cannot favor just the two of us too much. Jingqing and Rongming, after copying the Tao scriptures for 2 days, finally understood the preciousness of attaining the Tao. They sincerely urged the old Taoist Shixing to prioritize the immortal path and not allow the mundane world to obstruct his journey. Under their sincere persuasion, the old Taoist Shixing finally let go of his attachment to the mortal realm and went to the immortal spirit world to cultivate the Tao. Before this, Zhou Heng had already attached some of his thoughts to Rongming through the information channel of a mobile game, merging them with Rongming's consciousness. As the old Taoist Shixing entered the low-dimensional universe, Zhou Heng also followed him into the unknown low-dimensional universe, relying on the information connection between him and Rongming. Oh, how fortunate to have a fellow Taoist traveling the Tao together. Please allow me to invite you into my realm for a visit. Meeting a fellow practitioner for the first time brings me immense joy. If I appear presumptuous, I hope the Tao Lord will forgive me. What presumption is there? I, the old Taoist, am equally overwhelmed with joy. To meet a fellow practitioner today is indeed a blessing from heaven. Let us share wine and discuss the Tao to comfort our lives. What great virtue! While Zhou Heng and the old Taoist Shixing were preparing for an in-depth discussion, Jingqing and Rongming were actively making their case. The reason being that when the nurse on duty discovered the old Taoist Shixing in a coma, she immediately sought to contact his relatives. Head nurse, listen to me, he is my master, my true master. I am his closest person, so just tell me what you need to say, there's no need to call my uncle. No Taoist Shi from Urshan Mountain has instructed that you are merely caregivers, he is the patient's relative. Jingqin and Rongming exchanged a glance, both speechless. Fine, in the eyes of the sect leader, they were not even considered relatives, merely unpaid caregivers. Is this a joke? Our master has ascended. Even if we don't mention the chicken and dog ascending to heaven, at the very least, he should bless his descendants. Master, why has our status not improved at all, but rather decreased? What can be done? Shi Xian's uncle followed the path of mundane business. How could he believe that a person lying in a hospital bed in a coma is an ascended being? Rongming said this to you, do you believe it? I do believe it. Although my master cannot starve, cannot catch bullets with bare hands, cannot control water or fire, cannot fly, cannot slay demons, or grant blessings, cannot extend life. But if my master says he is in a coma, then he is in a coma. Just this alone is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Stop talking, stop talking. If this goes on, I won't be able to look at my master directly anymore. After decades of hard cultivation, the Tao has been attained, yet in reality, there has been no change at all. My master is not proving an ethereal immortal path, but rather a daydream path. Rongming's view differed from that of his master. He genuinely believed that his master had attained the Tao. After all, if his master had attained the Tao, he would have become an immortal in 3 generations, which he could not help but yearn for. Master, what should we do when the sect leader arrives? What else can we do? Transfer him to intensive care. All kinds of tubes, feeding tubes, gastric tubes, heart rate monitors, respirators, catheters, must be prepared for the old gentleman. When your master returns and sees the weight of modern technology, he will surely understand the difficulties faced by us disciples. His master, you have become an immortal, may you protect yourself. It is not that the disciples do not believe you, but the master and the sect leader are too entrenched in mundane thoughts, unlike my Taoist true cultivation. The disciples, being weak, truly cannot stop them. What do you understand? This is the combination of technology and cultivation. We have directly helped your master achieve abstinence from grains. When your master returns, he should thank us. The old Taoist Shi Xing was unaware that his disciples were preparing to lift his body into the intensive care unit for tubing. Otherwise, at this moment, he would definitely not have the mood to discuss the Tao with Zhou Heng. I am truly honored to meet the Emperor of the Divine Court in person. This is Shi Xing, the old Taoist, paying respects. Tao Lord, you are too polite. I see that the Tao Lord naturally aligns with the myriad laws, indicating your deep blessings and the promising Tao ahead. Your praise is unfounded. My methods derive from the teachings of various Taoist sects, thanks to the legacy of my predecessors, and are nothing remarkable. However, the Emperor has already walked out of his own Tao, far surpassing my cultivation. In Zhou Heng's eyes, the old Taoist Shi Xing appeared as a vast source of the Tao, with countless legendary Tao techniques manifesting one after another from his body. It seems that after his spiritual ascendance, the old Taoist Shi Xing could not help but deduce and generalize the Tao techniques of all the Taoist patriarchs. With his high-dimensional brain as support and a complete thought universe at his disposal, none of these matters truly posed a challenge to him. However, in the eyes of the old Taoist Shi Xing, Zhou Heng's form appeared even more astonishing. He saw pure redemption shimmering with brilliance, and an intricate network subtly emerging from Zhou Heng's third eye. To him, Zhou Heng was not merely a savior of the universe, but a magnificent deity, formed by the overlapping of countless colossal networks. He did not know what those networks were, but he could sense an inexhaustible force of existence within them. This indicated that the fellow Taoist before him had transcended the stage relying on the fruits of the mundane world, and had already reconstructed his self-fruit in the immortal spirit world. More importantly, this emperor, who had followed him from the mundane world into the immortal spirit world, proved that the emperor before him possessed not only the fruits of the mundane world, but also those of the immortal spirit world. Combining the two fruits would far surpass the single fruit of the old Taoist Shi Xing, granting this emperor the power to obliterate him. However, the old Taoist Shi Xing did not concern himself with these matters. He believed that anyone who could attain the Tao and ascend in this era would certainly not be a mindless killer unable to control their own spirit. Tao Lord, how many years have you cultivated in the mundane world? Have you encountered any fellow practitioners? Although I have spent quite some years in the mundane world, I have just entered the immortal spirit world, so I hope the Tao Lord can introduce me to fellow practitioners for mutual assistance in seeking the Tao. I have cultivated in the mundane world for quite a long time, though I have lost count, perhaps around 30 years. I have to disappoint the Tao Lord. You are the first fellow practitioner I have encountered in the mundane world. In my overwhelming joy, I boldly followed you here. But Tao Lord Shi Xing, you come from a prestigious sect. When various Taoist sects exchanged ideas in the past, did you not encounter any genuine practitioners? Zhou Heng's 30-plus years of seeking the Tao left the old Taoist Shi Xing in deep thought. He began his journey at 23, so his previous years as a Taoist boy could not be counted as true cultivation. Calculating this way, he had been seeking the Tao for about 60 years, which was 20 years longer than this emperor's 30 years. The emperor's talent is extraordinary. I, the old Taoist, am far from it. Tao Lord, you are mistaken. Seeking the Tao and transforming the spirit are inherently different. One is forging the true self, while the other is the elevation of the spirit. How can one determine superiority based on the length of time? But I, the old Taoist, was mistaken. You may not know, but when I encountered difficulties in my cultivation, I preferred to exchange ideas with various Taoist sects. To be honest, I have seen many true practitioners of the Tao, yet I have never encountered anyone who has truly attained the Tao and ascended. Of course, it is also possible that I have encountered them, but they chose to conceal it. This should not be the case. After all, it is not easy to successfully seek the Tao. Why hide it? Both realms stand still. In the immortal spirit world, one can enjoy great freedom. In the mundane world, one can also enjoy the leisure of the spirit. Having attained the Tao, what is there to worry about? After all, there are not many who would believe it anyway, right? Indeed, not many would believe it. If I speak out, it would only become our delusion. It is better not to speak and find joy in ourselves. The old Taoist Zhou Heng believes he is not a person of unparalleled comprehension. He is convinced that there are certainly other ascendants of the mind existing on the Earth star at this moment. The greatest evidence of this is the astonishing existence of Zhou Heng, who achieved mind ascendance after over 30 years of cultivation. However, those ascendants of the mind are unable to prove their enlightenment, nor can they persuade those around them to believe the nonsensical words they speak. Therefore, they instinctively hide, for after all, the practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism are often labeled as fanatics or hindered in their understanding when they speak recklessly. But ordinary mundane practitioners do not enjoy such treatment. If they dare to speak carelessly, they may find themselves in a state of delirium talking nonsense, and might need to visit a mental health facility for a session. The old Taoist harbored doubts in his heart, asking, Your Majesty, how did you come to know of my ascendance to the immortal spirit realm? If this question pertains to the fundamental nature of your enlightenment, please treat it as if I never asked. Zhou Heng was not surprised by Zhou Heng's power in the immortal spirit realm, as it was clear that Zhou Heng had achieved enlightenment long before him. Coupled with the significant time disparity between the heavy mundane realm and the ethereal void, Zhou Heng's strength was only to be expected. What truly astonished Zhou Heng was how Zhou Heng could quickly pinpoint his location after his own enlightenment. Could it be that this emperor can break the barriers between the mundane and the ethereal, bringing extraordinary power into the worldly realm? But it shouldn't be so. He had not heard of any Taoist predecessors possessing such transcendent abilities. If any of those many predecessors had succeeded, the landscape of the Earth star would have long been rewritten. After all, Taoism emphasizes tranquility and non-action, yet it does not advocate for complete detachment from desires. Did one not witness during the time when the Wokou ravaged the central plains of Taoist, descending from the mountains to protect the nation, fighting valiantly amidst the bombardment of artillery driven by mundane blood and the will to survive? If they possessed great power, how could they be reluctant to act without action? How could they refrain from altering certain circumstances? Thus Zhou Heng was eager to learn of Zhou Heng's method of locking onto him. If the heavy mundane realm could also engage in such practices, then he could not only roam freely in the immortal spirit realm, but also participate in worldly affairs and fulfill his mundane aspirations. There's nothing that cannot be said. Taoist Zhou Heng has long been hidden in the Green Mountains. I wonder if you have ever heard of big data. In the framework of big data, commonly used smartphones serve as individual information reception ports. After my enlightenment, I set some keywords for searching in order to find like-minded individuals. Thus, when you Dao Jun mentioned terms like enlightenment, I was able to lock onto your location. Then naturally, I verified your identity and drove over to ascertain the truth. Zhou Heng had expected to hear some earth-shattering technique, but as he listened, he began to feel something was off. Your Majesty implies that the level of technology in the mundane realm has enabled common smartphones to possess surveillance capabilities. Indeed, that is the essence of it. Zhou Heng keenly caught the term smartphone. This indicated that his usual treasure, the button-operated elder phone, was still safe, and it also revealed that Jing Qing and Rong Ming, that master-disciple pair, were hidden spies. However, since the emperor did not explicitly state which phone had intercepted the information, Zhou Heng felt embarrassed to ask further, lest it made him appear petty. Nevertheless, he decided that after returning to the mundane realm, he would spend his own money to provide Jing Qing and Rong Ming with reliable elder phones, allowing them to enjoy a safe environment for cultivation. The world is changing rapidly. I didn't expect the mundane realm to have such all-encompassing means. Well, rapid development is certainly better than stagnation. Clinging to the Taoist texts will not fill one's belly, nor will it benefit the multitude. The privacy of a few hermits cannot compare to the future of billions of people. Indeed, we are idealists while they are materialists. The two paths coexist in the world, inevitably leading to mutual exchanges. After resolving his doubts, Zhou Heng began to elaborate on his own cultivation methods, and Zhou Heng naturally presented his divine insights for a discussion and exchange. Through their dialogue, Zhou Heng discovered that his divine path was integration, while Shi Xing's ethereal celestial path was modification. The advantage of Zhou Heng's divine path is its ability to merge into the logical rules of the universe, perfectly harnessing the power of the cosmos for his own use, even reaching the level of merging with the minds of all things in the universe. For Zhou Heng, there is no concept of drifting through chaos in the void cosmos. He can appear in any region at any time, and his power can propagate freely in the void cosmos, ignoring consumption and distance. However, the drawbacks are also quite apparent. Upon entering another universe, he would lose the great characteristic of a unique rule due to incompatibility. On the other hand, Shi Xing's ethereal celestial path involves altering oneself and self-generalizing divine powers. Though he can forge the reality of his own Tao, his adaptability within a single universe is far inferior to that of the divine path. He too cannot propagate energy without loss or distance, cannot traverse freely in the universe, nor can he exist within the thoughts of all things in the cosmos. Yet the strengths of the ethereal celestial path are also evident. It possesses strong self-universality. His own Tao is his own rule, allowing him to enter any universe without considering compatibility. Both the divine path and the celestial path have their own merits. One is the root of the universe, while the other is the sovereign of myriad worlds. One is formidable within the realm of divine paths, while the other maintains its power in other universes. It is not a matter of superiority or inferiority between the two. Their distinctly different forms arise from the different roots of their pursuits. The divine path represents authority and responsibility, while the celestial path embodies transcendence and freedom. However, there is one aspect of Shi Xing's ethereal celestial path that Zhou Heng finds worthy of emulation, that is the concept of revalidating the Tao fruit method. In Shi Xing's view, the physical body from the mundane realm will eventually perish, and the celestial Tao fruit derived from the mundane realm will naturally wither. Yet as long as it has existed, there is the possibility of reactivation. Thus his method of restoration involves transforming the withered Tao fruit, and on that foundation constructing a true celestial Tao fruit that exists in the immortal spirit realm. This theory resembles a steel giant ship suffering from a scarcity of energy beached in ancient times. It only requires a small amount of materials from the ship to forge a suit of armor and a sword still capable of dominating ancient tribes. Of course, Shi Xing is not speaking of disassembly, but rather utilizing the high-dimensional traits left by the high-dimensional true spirits to construct a semi-high-dimensional, semi-low-dimensional true celestial Tao fruit. Dao Jun is truly an enlightened practitioner. Your path of forging oneself into reality has greatly benefited me. Your Majesty is being modest. We originate from the same mundane realm and should naturally support one another. Moreover, the path of rules that Your Majesty embodies has also refreshed my understanding. In the future, I must integrate with the rules and draw on the laws of the universe to compensate for my shortcomings. Indeed, although we enjoy great fortune in this immortal spirit realm, the passage of time will eventually lead to unexpected events. I shall now connect the universe I reside in with my Taoist friend for an alliance. In the future, whether it is your realm or you personally facing an attack, we can mutually support one another. A great deed. When Zhou Heng transmitted the alliance information to the Void Sea universe, though accommodating Shi Xing's Tao marker, heightened its alertness to the maximum and harbored significant distrust towards the unknown ally. What is happening? Which seductive wretch took advantage of my inattention and stole my one and only? My only redemption, am I no longer your only choice? You need to wake up. The heart of the universe is inscrutable. Only I have true feelings for you. The Void Sea universe, burdened by the sorrow of being robbed of its home, cast its anchor into the Tao Court universe, where the venerable Shi Xing resided. It yearned to see what kind of universe had taken away its one and only. If it weren't for the soul redemption that upheld the path of order, the Void Sea universe would not just be visiting it, it would have come to provoke and engage in a great battle. However, reality differed from what the Void Sea universe had anticipated. Upon encountering the venerable Shi Xing, it suddenly felt that pure friendship could indeed exist between universes. What a sincere heart. Tao Court universe, you are actually willing to share the brilliance of great life with me. From today onward, you shall be my best friend. It's nothing. We are the same. The great life existing in your universe has also shared its brilliance with me. The Tao Court universe found its new ally rather pleasant, as it expressed gratitude upon their first meeting and regarded it as its best friend. No, we are different. The soul redemption is my partner, the only master of the current era of the Void Sea universe. The Tao Lord merely entered your universe by coincidence. Perhaps in a few days the Tao Lord will depart. O young universe, cherish the present time. But rest assured, should you encounter an invasion by outsiders, I will ensure to contact the two great lives for your rescue at the first moment. Upon hearing the words of the Void Sea universe, the Tao Court universe not only retracted its earlier emotions, but felt the urge to confront this so-called friend. What? Are you coveting both great lives? Are you here to form an alliance or to undermine us? Ha ha ha. With the three of us joining forces, wouldn't we be invincible within the universe? Indeed, without you as a mere ornament, the two of them would be even more invincible. After a friendly exchange between the two universes, although neither was pleased with the other's presence, they still had to show respect for the powerful figures backing them. Thus they opened a safe and legal cosmic passage, allowing the beings within the two universes the opportunity for mutual communication and cooperation. Your Majesty, the Venerable Tao has returned to the immortal spirit realm out of concern that if I leave for too long the lineage I established might encounter problems. Fortunately, I met your Majesty by chance, and I am overjoyed to form an alliance between the two domains that truly fills me with immense joy. However, your Majesty also knows that the Venerable Tao is still in the mundane world, and my physical body has yet to recover. To avoid worrying my friends and disciples, the Venerable Tao must return first. I hope your Majesty will forgive me for any inadequate hospitality. The Venerable Zhou Heng was still preoccupied with the time difference between the two realms. He did not want the mortal body associated with the heavenly immortal Tao fruit to encounter issues, nor did he wish for his disciples to be punished by the sect master. Thus he planned to leave first, and while nurturing his body, he would be mindful of the time difference to return whenever necessary. Tao Lord, please take your leave. You need not bring gifts when visiting me. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty is joking. We can discuss the Tao while seated in the immortal spirit realm. There is no need to lament the fleeting nature of time in the mundane world. Moreover, I wish to preserve the image of the natural way of Tao in your Majesty's heart, while also retaining the brilliance of your Majesty's extraordinary talent in my heart. It would be better not to meet than for two mundane elders to meet. Tao Lord, you are indeed magnanimous. Thus, I shall take advantage of your generosity. What advantage? I am just an old Taoist in my 60s. What does it matter if someone knows my identity? I am merely a deluded mortal in this mundane world. In truth, the Venerable Zhou Heng did not fully express his thoughts. His greatest concern was still that his disciples might say something inappropriate. Whether his disciples believed in his attainment of the Tao or made jokes, he did not mind. His concern was that his disciples would anger Zhou Heng, a practitioner of the divine path. After all, seeking the Tao requires utmost sincerity, and the transformation of spirit demands absolute faith. Denying another's highest belief will invariably cause conflict. Therefore, he truly did not wish to meet Zhou Heng in the mundane world. It is better to remain mutual supporters in the immortal spirit realm. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave first. The Venerable Zhou Heng waved goodbye to Zhou Heng, his majestic form of the myriad laws swiftly collapsing inward, ultimately transforming into a singular point before vanishing. It was Zhou Heng's first time witnessing another being ascend to a higher dimension. From it, he observed the convergence of high-dimensional thoughts and the transfer of spiritual will. All laws return to the heart, and ethereality solidifies it. What an admirable pursuit from within the heart back to the heart. Upon the Venerable Zhou Heng's return to the Earth Star, he immediately heard the electronic sounds of various devices and felt a severe discomfort from his body. He opened his eyes in disbelief, seeing himself connected to a heart rate monitor and oxygen mask covering his face. A tube of unknown purpose was inserted into his nostril, and there was even a catheter attached to his lower body. In that moment, the Venerable Zhou Heng felt a mix of shame and anger. At that instant, he truly wished to unsheath the sword of exorcism, making Jingqing and Rongming understand the weight of the Tao. Fortunately, I did not allow your Majesty to visit me, who otherwise my image in his heart would likely have completely. The Venerable Zhou Heng did not expect that all his reasons for preventing the Emperor's visit would ultimately benefit himself. Indeed, his ascension to immortality was not in vain. The decisions he made were able to protect him. Jingqing, Rongming, do you have anything to explain? Why have I been inserted with so many tubes? The two disciples who were playing games hurriedly approached with joy upon hearing the Venerable Zhou Heng had awakened. Master, I intended to protect you with my life, but unfortunately you and the sect master are in high positions and did not listen to my words. My master even said he helped you achieve abstinence from food. You must thank him when you awaken. You imbecile. What nonsense are you spouting? Master, do not listen to Rongming's wild talk. This was all my own. The uncle did not have any malicious intent. He was just worried about your health, which is why he disregarded our warnings and insisted on transferring you to intensive care. The Venerable Zhou Heng looked at his innocent disciples and began to ponder the methods for exorcising evil. Jingqing, I truly thank you for helping me achieve abstinence from food. Now that I have awakened, let the doctors remove these instruments and tubes. All right, Master, you'll find the doctor right away. Jingqing Daoist, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, quickly left to find the doctor. Rongming, how long have I been unconscious? What is the purpose of the tube in my nostril? Master, you have been unconscious for about 5 hours. That tube is a feeding tube. A food goes in through the nose instead of the mouth. Isn't that amazing? It is quite amazing. Later I will also show you too an extraordinary treasure. When the doctor came to remove the tubes from the Venerable Zhou Heng, his heart was already devoid of waves, filled only with the desire to vanquish demons. Fortunately, he recalled Zhou Heng's mention of the big data model, which restrained him from immediately displaying the true form of the exorcist. Jingqing Rongming, you should first hand over your phones to the nurse's station. What is it, Master Elder? I have brought back many secrets from over there. The heavenly secrets must not be leaked. Be careful, for the walls have ears. Although Jingqing and Rongming did not understand why the venerable Shixing was aware that phones could leak, they thought that with the marvels of the immortal spirit realm, perhaps their Master Elder had brought them an opportunity for enlightenment, so they hurriedly left to submit their phones, waiting for a miracle to happen. Ah, Master, those are leather shoes. They hurt like hell when used to hit. Rongming, why on earth are you wearing leather shoes? Now we are truly going to achieve enlightenment this time. Old Taoist Shixing's methods to exterminate evil ultimately failed as a young nurse in white pushed open the door of the ward. Old Taoist, you are weak and must not exert yourself too much. Why don't you take a break and wait until you return to your Taoist temple to practice? In a moment, I will bring you some anti-inflammatory, pain-relieving, and blood-activating ointment, ensuring that you can practice without any worries. Jingqing and Rongming, the master and disciple, felt as if they had encountered a true angel when they saw the suddenly appearing young nurse in white. However, the latter part of the nurse's sentence made them fall from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, she was no angel, but perhaps a demon from the abyss. Linling, I thought we were friends, but I didn't expect you to be so malicious. Huh? Who told you to flirt with the young nurse? Once she truly added you as a friend on QQ, you righteous hypocrite, claimed to be from the Chuanjin sect, whose teachings prohibit marriage. Boss scoundrel. It's already too lenient that you aren't dead. Old Taoist Shixing felt embarrassed and put away his demon-slaying shoes when he saw a nurse entering. But upon hearing about Rongming's actions, he immediately intended to demand the demon-slaying belt from his disciple Jingqing to eradicate Rongming's evil thoughts as soon as possible. It must be said that Jingqing was truly the son disciple that old Taoist Shixing raised himself, though upon perceiving the dangerous look in old Taoist Shixing's eyes, he promptly presented the belt. Master Rongming is truly outrageous. It seems we as elders have neglected our supervision. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened yet. How about we master and disciple team up for a mixed doubles match? No, I mean join forces to slay demons. Alright, this fellow is deeply afflicted with evil thoughts. Oh, let's combine our strength this time. Rongming was dumbfounded by this sudden change in situation. What happened? Wasn't Master still his teammate just a moment ago? How did it happen that in the blink of an eye Master betrayed their friendship? No, Master, you and Master Yes care, I truly— Master, you do not be misled. Oh, please allow me to explain. No, I mean to clarify. Linling, don't speak nonsense. How am I a scoundrel? I have always been like this, alright. Moreover, I didn't take advantage of you. I was merely teaching you to be wary of the dangers of the world and not to lose your reason because of a pretty face. Master and Master Yi, I only did this to spread the Tao in the mortal world. I teach them to be vigilant against desires and also to remind myself not to be infatuated with mortal pleasures. I have great merits. I am not a deeply evil person. Rongming's defense ultimately did not dispel old Taoist Shixing's intention to eradicate evil, but he was still saved. Because the nurses saw the fun and all gathered around clapping and cheering, eager to participate. Jingqing quickly realized that Rongming was merely thick-skinned and asking for QQ, then pretended to be aloof when he refused, allowing him to temporarily escape the accusation of being possessed by evil thoughts. But the looks Master and Master Yi gave him became peculiar. The reason was that Rongming had sent screenshots of the QQ friend requests he thick-skinnedly asked for to his circle of friends, presenting himself as the love saint of Erxiantian. Master, that. No, I cannot be called that. You are the most handsome Taoist favored by countless young girls. I am just a poor middle-aged bachelor. It should be me who worships you as my master. How can you call me master? Rongming awkwardly chuckled. I'm just following the trend of the times. Everyone is putting on an act. If I don't pretend to be impressive, it makes our Erxiantian seem mediocre. As Rongming tried his best to please his master, old Taoist Shixing stared blankly at the pine bonsai. This bonsai was delivered by a courier, and the contact left was Rongming, which was why the nurse just pushed the door open to find Rongming to take the call. As the years grow, the roots grow stronger, and the leaves flourish in the shade. The emperor has a heart. I have just taken my first step toward the Tao, yet I should not indulge in leisure and self-amusement. Instead, I should contact fellow practitioners to spread my Tao, so that I do not waste my journey in this mortal realm. Master Yi, which emperor gifted you this potted plant? Could it be that the immortal spirit realm has opened a courier service to the mortal realm? Is this pine bonsai a rare treasure from the immortal realm? If we plant it, will it bear pine nuts that prolong life? Old Taoist Shixing looked up and found Jingqing and Rongming curiously gathered in front of him. It seems that Rongming indeed has some means. In no time, he had charmed his master, who bore the title of middle-aged. Old Taoist Shixing glanced at the master-disciple pair with displeasure. It was sent by the compassionate emperor. The compassionate emperor. Is it the Taiji compassionate celestial? That's quite a remarkable origin. I didn't expect that the celestial who has long resided in the immortal realm knows we are trapped in the sea of suffering and need saving. Once we return, we must sincerely worship the celestial daily. You can do as you wish, but let me be clear, this potted plant is just an ordinary potted plant. Look, it even has a label saying Qingyu Flower and Grass Specialty Store. So put away your little thoughts. Seeking others is not as good as seeking oneself, and the source of the Tao arises from self-sufficiency. It's an ordinary potted plant, then let Rongming take care of it. It's just right for him to nurture flowers and calm. With the help of his disciples and grandchildren, old Taoist Shiheng quickly completed the discharge procedures and received a farewell from a group of nurses as he left. Old Taoist, you cannot let this troublemaker out to annoy us again. You must discipline him when you return. Old Taoist, take this ointment, and don't forget to continue exorcising demons and safeguarding the Tao. Taoist, send Rongming back soon. Oh, we are still waiting to give him acupuncture. Old Taoist Shiheng and Rongming left the hospital with lingering fears. One was traumatized by the invasive treatment in the intensive care unit, while the other felt that the hospital was rife with chaos, fearing for his life if he stayed any longer. Jingqing, you understand the saying, if a son does not teach, it is the father's fault. It is hard to change one's nature. I understand, Master. What do you mean? To prevent similar incidents from happening again, let's replace Rongming's phone with an old-fashioned one. As your teacher, you should lead by example, so your phone must be changed too. In the future, I will diligently supervise your cultivation, ensuring you have no time to think about those trivial matters in the mortal world. No, Master Yi, it's all Jingqing Taoist Rongming's fault. Old Taoist Shiheng looked at the lamenting master-disciple pair, and his previously displeased mood instantly improved. The world knows the goodness of immortals, yet only the mortal realm cannot forget. How to forget? How dare I forget? The disciples of the immortal spirit realm respect and revere me due to the immense power gap, venerating me as the Tao and as the lofty true immortal. If I forget, would I not be lost? Old Taoist Shiheng knew he had just taken the first step toward the Tao. Oh, if he indulged in the might of the immortal spirit and the status of the Tao Lord at this moment, his life would come to a standstill. Thus he willingly communicated with Jingqing, and Rongming, delighted that they regarded him as an equal, constantly reminding himself that he was merely a seeker of the Tao. The opportunity to attain the Tao is hard to find, and the tribulation of losing oneself is difficult to overcome. I am not afraid that they revere us like immortals, but I fear that we revere ourselves as immortals. Once a person perceives themselves as a celestial being on a psychological level, it becomes incredibly difficult to adapt to the helplessness of being human. Given the status of Master Shiheng in the realm of celestial spirits, if he were to liberate himself from the constraints of his own mind, there would be few beings left with whom he could communicate as equals. At that point, relying on the lost to influence others through schemes or words would be utterly impossible. The most likely outcome would be to directly eliminate those who do not comply. However, when a being, whether great or small, is consumed by thoughts of eliminating dissenters, their logic will inevitably slide into an extreme. To put it simply, it would become a matter of not needing to think that anyone who displeases him would simply be killed. In such a scenario, not only would the pursuit of the Tao be abandoned, but even the most fundamental aspect of his character, tolerance, would be lost. Thus he would find it difficult to remain in a world filled with discontent, and even if he stayed, he would become a person filled with resentment and rage. After losing himself, the practice of cultivation would turn into a joke. What he ultimately cultivates would likely be a personality steeped in rage and violence. Master, are your disciples in the realm of celestial spirits very obedient? Yes, they are very obedient. They revere me as a celestial being and treat my words as truth. That sounds quite pleasant, and don't you miss that place? Why do you still return to manage us, a pair of inept master and disciple? Because you help me realize that even the exalted true immortals dwelling in the Tao court are not free from their own helplessness. Master Shiheng understood the significance of returning to the mundane world after ascension. The physical body is indeed a protective vessel. When the fairy rots, we must plunge into the sea of chaos. Master Shiheng believed that due to the connection with his physical body, his position in the realm of celestial spirits should be close to the mundane world belonging to the outer regions of the celestial realm. Without the ties of the physical body, he suspected he would soon fall into the deeper regions of the celestial realm. Only thus could he explain why he had not encountered the ancestral masters of past generations, nor met the compassionate emperor in the celestial realm. Roaming, why do objects fall? Because of gravity and mass. Indeed, when a massive object suddenly intrudes into a region, once it loses the external gravitational constraints, that area cannot bear the excess mass, and thus must gradually sink. Master Shiheng did not know what the consequences of continuously sinking would be, but he understood it was certainly not a good thing, otherwise Taoism would not emphasize the principle of clarity rising and turbidity descending. I had thought that after ascension I would break free from heavy shackles, yet unexpectedly, I have become the reason for others' burdens. It seems I must seek dialogue with various sects. I hope the ancestral masters have passed down methods to resolve this. The advantage of large sects lies in the ability to refer to the answers of past masters when one cannot solve a problem themselves. Regardless of whether the final answer suits him, at least it is far more convenient than exploring from nothing. With a clear line of thought, Master Shisheng spent the following days frequently visiting major Taoist sects with his. Throughout this process, although Jingqing and Rongming exerted themselves in conversation, Master Shisheng was still regarded as a madman obsessed with cultivation, suffering from delusions. Fortunately, Master Shisheng had the protective umbrella of the sacred text, so otherwise he would have likely been treated as a mental patient. Even those Taoists who believed in the existence of cultivation did not think Master Shisheng had truly ascended. They were more inclined to believe he was entrapped by his own delusions. Brother Zhongman, Master Shisheng is no longer young. If we neglect him, his mental issues may worsen. How about we take Master Shisheng to Longhu Mountain and ask the current Celestial Master to use the Celestial Master Seal to suppress the demons within his heart? That would not be appropriate. A Longhu Mountain follows the Jingyi sect, while Master Shisheng belongs to the Quanzhen sect. How can one suppress the teachings of Quanzhen with the ways of Jingyi? Moreover, if Master Shisheng has truly attained the Tao, using the Celestial Master Seal might ruin his Tao fruit. If so, we would not be aiding our fellow Taoist, but rather turning into his tribulation on the path to enlightenment. No, do you truly believe Master Shisheng has attained the Tao? I do not believe in false speech, but I believe in the Tao. Master Shisheng was unaware that he had almost been taken to Longhu Mountain by well-meaning fellow Taoists to receive a Celestial Master Seal. Otherwise, he would not have been so carefree. He would have surely explained himself to his fellow Taoists more tactfully. Upon arriving at Maoshan via high-speed rail, Master Shisheng finally gathered some seemingly ambiguous information. Master Shisheng could not say he was satisfied with this process, for he truly did not encounter any other ascended beings along the way, leaving him with a sense of loneliness. Master Shisheng, this is our sect's ancient text library. Although I do not know if you have truly attained the Tao, or if you are merely experiencing delusions from unfulfilled desires. However, if these ancient texts can help you find self-clarity, please feel free to enter and explore. Thank you, Taoist Kongyu, for opening the door. Please rest assured I will not damage any of the ancient texts. This is an ethereal Taoist method I wrote. Coincidentally, you are a true cultivator of the Kong lineage, so this method is a gift for you to read at your leisure. Ah, how coincidental. A senior brother of mine happens to be named Kongling. If it is not your intention to jest with us, then it seems my senior brother's Tao fate is approaching. Marvelous. My Taoist method's name comes from its essential core. I never expected it to perfectly match your senior brother's Tao name. Truly, what a profound connection. In that case, I shall not be modest. Taoist Kongyu did not believe in Master Shisheng's claims of attaining the Tao, but this ethereal Taoist method was enough to prove Master Shisheng's sincerity, greatly enhancing his regard for him. Consequently, after arranging for 2 steady Taoist boys to accompany Master Shisheng, he promptly sent the ethereal Taoist method to his senior brother. Junior brother, where did this method come from? Today, the most senior Master Shisheng of the Urshian Mountain in Jizhou visited. He spoke to me about his path to enlightenment and wished to view our ancient texts at Maoshan. Did you agree? Quickly opened the ancient text library for Master Shisheng to browse at his leisure. Taoist Kongyu observed his senior brother's excited demeanor and couldn't help but feel emotional. His senior brother was thrilled to see someone write a sacred text with his Tao name. Master Kongling knew that the path to Tao realization lay inward, within oneself, and that the presence or absence of a mentor's protection bore no direct correlation to one's chances of success. After all, in this era of safety atop the ancestral Mount Mao's stronghold, no one dared endanger his life while he lay unconscious. Thus, after entrusting his physical body to his junior brother Master Kongyu, he followed the rare precious spiritual insight he had gleaned from the Kongling Tao art and entered the Tao. Senior Taoist Shisheng, the journey into Tao is fraught with peril. Why was I not informed in advance? Today, Elder Taoist Shisheng had spent the entire day poring over ancient Taoist scriptures, intending to seize a moment to exchange insights with Master Kongyu, the orthodox inheritor of the Mount Mao sect. Yet to his astonishment, Master Kongyu's senior brother had sequestered himself and entered the Tao within a mere day. Please do not take offense, Senior Taoist Shisheng. This was my elder brother's own decision. He said the opportune moment for Tao entry vanishes in an instant. There was no time to seek your counsel. Still, there is no cause for concern. I have observed that your Kongling Tao art contains detailed accounts of the Tao attainment barrier and the trial of delusion. With my brother's extraordinary wisdom, and now armed with knowledge of the tribulation, he will surely avoid all peril. This humble elder dares not bear the title master. The opportunity to attain Tao arose solely from elder brother Kongling's profound cultivation and peerless insight. My own methods merely served as a graceful embellishment. Indeed, elder brother Kongling embodies magnanimity, and as he himself declared, the Tao attainment opportunity is infinitely precious. How could there ever exist a method guaranteeing absolute safety? Once the heart loses its fearless, unregretful resolve, Tao attainment itself becomes but a deluded fantasy. Senior Taoist Shisheng speaks with humility. Though the hearing of Tao unfolds in sequence, the primordial foundation and the celestial opportunity remain paramount. Our masters imparted to us the fundamentals of cultivation. You, in turn, helped my elder brother uncover the vital spiritual spark for Tao attainment. That title of master, uttered by my brother with heartfelt sincerity, is likewise acknowledged with deep gratitude by this junior disciple. Previously, Master Kongyu had doubted whether Elder Taoist Shisheng had truly attained Dao and ascended. But after his elder brother entered seclusion and realized the Dao through the Kongling Dao art, his conviction shifted entirely. Now, not only did he believe that Elder Taoist Shisheng, the seemingly ordinary old man, had indeed achieved Dao and ascended, but he also believed his own elder brother had glimpsed the celestial Dao path, and that Dao attainment lay just beyond the horizon. Unlike Elder Taoist Shisheng's Dao attainment, which left virtually no tangible impact upon Urshan Mountain save perhaps a brief surge in patient volume at Ji Prefecture's Jiugong County Hospital. Should Master Kongling achieve Dao and ascend, the repercussions for the Mount Mao sect would be far more profound, especially among its community of devoted cultivators whose inner transformation would rival that of a spiritual baptism. For Dao attainment is their lifelong aspiration, who once its reality is irrefutably confirmed, their final vestiges of doubt will dissolve, and a fearless, immaculate resolve will awaken spontaneously within them. Thus Master Kongyu eagerly awaited his elder brother's successful Dao attainment, knowing that should it come to pass, even his own remaining years might yet glimpse the true visage of the Dao. Master Kongyu, you are well aware of the Dao attainment barrier and the trial of delusion. Might it be prudent to prepare emergency interventions lest distance and terrain incur unnecessary loss? Rest assured, Senior Taoist Shisheng, the moment my elder brother entered seclusion, I instructed disciples to continuously simmer nourishing kanji. Moreover, I requested the sect master to summon a professional medical team. By now they should arrive on the mountain bearing full medical equipment within 3 days. Master Kongyu's meticulous care renders him the ideal guardian of the Dao. Elder Taoist Shisheng gazed upon Master Kongling's privileged circumstances, then contrasted them with his own solitary Dao entry, prompting a quiet sigh. Truly belonging to a great sect offered unparalleled advantages, Dao methods, resources, companionship, and sacred ground, all abundantly present. Unlike himself, who traversed land and sea in search of Dao methods, devoted his life to teaching in hopes of finding worthy companions, and still lacked financial security. Even entering a hospital, he possessed but a single plot of tranquil land atop Urshan Mountain for quiet cultivation. Yet Elder Taoist Shisheng understood each cultivator follows their own karmic affinity. No force can compel what destiny does not grant. Having confirmed that Master Kongling's guardianship was thorough, he once again immersed himself in the Mount Mao sect's library of ancient Taoist texts. This time he resolved to reside at Mount Mao for an extended period, departing only after Master Kongling emerged from seclusion. Stars wheeled, sun rose, and moon fell. 19 days passed swiftly. By now Master Kongling had fasted for a full day, consuming neither grain nor water. Master Kongyu had long prepared liquid nourishment and intravenous nutrients, planning emergency intervention should his elder brother remain unresponsive past the hours of noon, evening, and midnight. This was not due to Master Kongyu's lack of composure, but rather because Master Kongling at 91 years of age was 5 years older than Elder Taoist Shisheng himself. Even though Master Kongling diligently practiced Taoist stillness and movement arts, his aged constitution could no longer withstand upheaval. Yet the worst did not occur. Shortly before 11 o'clock that night, light suddenly blazed within the meditation chamber. Upon seeing the glow, Master Kongyu hurried forward with warm restorative kanji, leading the medical team into the chamber. Elder brother, are you well? Is your body afflicted with discomfort? I am unharmed. Only hunger and thirst trouble me. This bowl of kanji from my junior brother suffices to heal my ailment. Once the medical team confirmed his condition was stable, Master Kongyu's taut anxiety gradually eased. Elder brother, did you attain the Dao? Indeed I did. Were I not to succeed, with the Kongling Dao art at my disposal, I would betray its very name. Praise be, it is done. Praise be. Thank the ancestors. Their sacred Dao art has not perished in our. Though Master Kongyu discerned no outward sign of transformation upon his elder brother, he trusted utterly that Master Kongling would never deceive him, nor would he ever speak falsely of Dao attainment upon the sacred grounds of the Mount Mao ancestral seat. In that instant, tears of pure unbidden joy welled up in Master Kongyu's eyes. At last, it was real. Their quest was no dream. They had not yet attained, not because the Dao was false, but because the fault lay within themselves. The Dao is true. The Dao art is true. So long as truth endures, the path to realization remains open, and their decades of arduous cultivation thereby acquire profound meaning. Do not weep, do not weep. Today's joy of Dao attainment demands we purify our bodies and garments before reporting to the ancestors. Indeed, we must. Elder Taoist Shisheng aided my elder brother's entry into Dao and transmitted our sect's canonical texts. During the grand ancestral rite, he shall be invited as honored guest. Most fitting. My master's grace is immeasurable. I shall faithfully report it to all generations of ancestors. Having steadied his tumultuous emotions, Master Kongyu curiously inquired about his elder brother's experience of Dao attainment and of the immortal realms. Elder brother Elder Taoist Shisheng realized the Kongling immortal Tao. What path did you realize? Did you inherit his mantle and likewise attain the Kongling immortal Tao? Not at all. Though we both study Taoist classics, our contemplations and practices diverge. Moreover, each cultivator's heart seeks Tao differently, and thus yields distinct fruits and paths. I drew inspiration from precedent, but never altered my own heart's truth. Junior brother, I realized that true stealth Tao rooted in Patriarch Tao Tianjuan's Essentianto Truth Concealment of Self Manual. My Tao begins in authenticity and culminates in concealment, worshipping the mundane self, nurturing the hidden spirit within, thus embodying truth through illusion, ascending through concealment to attain true realization. Exquisite. The Essentianto Truth Concealment of Self Manual excels at nurturing inner nature. Never imagined you'd realize your own spiritual essence through it. Elder brother, to what level has your Tao art now advanced? Spiritual essence flows with perfect ease. True stealth resides solely in the mind. The self attains completeness. Self-completeness. Does this mean self-sufficiency, truly seeking Tao, inwardly fulfilling the self? Junior brother, might you demonstrate some Taoist technique to prove to our fellow cultivators that this path is indeed traversable? No, it is impossible. My completeness satisfies only myself. More precisely, it is the fulfillment of the inner mind. Junior brother, my Tao is felt only by the self, never lent to another. I see. Self-sufficiency is itself the hallmark of a true immortal. The great Tao is singular and natural, never borrowed, never externalized. Without object, without substance, only thought remains, purely mind-born. I am grateful to Master for residing at Maoshan for an extended period. I Kong Ling humbly thank you for your guidance. The old Taoist Shisheng was originally perusing ancient texts in the library when Taoist Kong Yu arrived accompanied by a white-haired old Taoist to pay respects. The old man clearly appeared older than Shisheng, and his status might even be higher than his. How could he accept such a bow? Thus he quickly stepped forward to assist. In front of Taoist Kong Ling, I dare not take the title of Master. We are both seekers of the Tao and should regard each other as equals on this path. Master, please do not decline. Without your teachings aiding my insight into the pivotal moments of achieving the Tao, I may have been destined to live a life far removed from true cultivation. Taoist Kong Ling understood that his own attainment of the Tao stemmed more from his diligent cultivation, yet this could not diminish the gratitude he felt towards Shisheng's contributions. Therefore, after resting for a night, he arrived the next day weary but determined to express his gratitude to Shisheng Taoist. From your words, it seems you have already attained the celestial spirit. May I ask which weighs more, the celestial spirit or the mortal realm? Naturally, the mortal realm is weightier. The celestial spirit is ethereal and elusive, while the mortal realm is solid and real. Even so, how can one utilize the art of the ethereal to establish one's true position? I have merely taken a step ahead, of my understanding of the Tao may not be as profound as yours, so how can I bear the title of Master? Moreover, my dissemination of the Tao is to forge connections with fellow seekers, not to seize the opportunity to gather various sects under my command. Such vain thoughts I cannot entertain, and I hope you understand my intention. Master, be magnanimous and allow me to bow to you, affirming our teacher-student bond. From now on we shall discuss the Tao as equals, honoring your assistance and seeking camaraderie. Very well. In the end, Shisheng Taoist accepted Kong Ling's bow. Thus their bond was established, although they would interact as equals in the future. Kong Ling would always treat him with the respect due to a teacher. I did not expect you to attain the Tao so swiftly. It took me a full 26 days. This shows how profound your accumulation is and your extraordinary character. It is nothing to speak of. My rapid progress is simply due to my method being particularly adept at nurturing the heart and mind. I feared losing my way upon entering the celestial spirit and did not dare to linger, harboring many uncertainties I wish to clarify with you. As Shisheng and Kong Ling began their discussion on the Tao, Kong Yu, who had accompanied them, quickly became bewildered. At that moment he felt as if he were in a classroom listening to his classmates discuss how to develop nuclear energy. He neither understood nor could help but feel it was somewhat absurd. Thus, while waiting for Shisheng and Kong Ling to take a break for tea, he hurriedly asked his greatest question. Do the two senior brothers have a source for the methods of attaining the Tao? How have the ancestral masters elucidated the mysteries within it? Of course there is, and not only do we Taoists know, but ordinary people also often hear of it. Kong Ling's answer exceeded Kong Yes' expectations. Could it be that the path to attaining the Tao was common knowledge? Why then could he not grasp it? Junior brother, the name of the three clear Tao ancestors is the source of attaining the Tao. Yuan Shi Tianzun symbolizes the primordial state of the universe. Ling Bao Tianzun symbolizes the birth of the infinite, and Dao De Tianzun symbolizes the differentiation of the two forms. Thus the primordial foundation is for cultivating the heart, and seeking the Tao. The method of connecting to the heavens is for verifying the fruit of the Tao, and the visage of Tai Chi represents the unity of yin and yang, the void and the real. I see now, oh, from the void emerges the Tao heart, from the Tao heart arises the spiritual nature, ultimately leading to the ascension of spiritual consciousness and the preservation of the physical body. This perfectly aligns with the visage of Tai Chi Yin and Yang, the void, and the real clarity and weight manifestation and obliteration, the finite and the infinite. Kong Yu did not expect that the form of the three clear Tao ancestors would serve as a pathway to seeking the Tao. Oh, it turned out that the methods of attaining the Tao had indeed spread throughout the world. Yet while the Tao is easy to understand, the actual verification is immensely difficult. How many can seek true liberation through this path? No wonder the three clear ancestors rank their teachings as Yuqing Yuan, Shi, Shangxing Ling Bao, and Taiqing Dao Da. To worship the Tao ancestor is to recognize the vast wisdom of the Tao ancestors and the orderly transmission among the successive masters. Kong Ling's insights gave Kong Yu a glimmer of understanding, but it did not significantly aid him in his own journey to the Tao. For he lacked not the texts of the Tao, but rather tangible experiences that could be seen and touched. Shixing Taoist, have you found any texts to corroborate your claims in recent days? I was just about to share with Taoist Kong Ling that during the two Jin dynasties, there was the Yin Ming sect's method. This method does not seek ascension, but rather descent. The ancient texts record that many monks and Taoists descended into the underworld to create blessed lands and pure realms enjoying carefree prosperity. However, their blessed lands and pure realms would continuously sink, and the temporal difference with the mortal realm would grow larger, eventually leading them to be severed from the underworld and into the unknown. Taoist Kong Ling, this symptom resembles our state of attaining the Tao. One can imagine that once they lost the ties to the mortal realm, they would lose the gravitational pull of a stable position. Shixing Taoist's words plunged Kong Ling into contemplation. Could it be that they did not ascend to achieve the Tao, but instead fell into the realm of the underworld? But that couldn't be right. That celestial Tao fruit could not be false. How could they achieve true immortality and possess boundless power? Shixing Taoist, do you think we are not entering the celestial spirit, but rather the realm of the underworld? Not at all. The emperor refers to it as a low-dimensional universe. We call it the Kong Ling celestial realm, while the monks of the two Jin refer to it as the realm of Yin Ming. In truth, the name is not important, nor is it significant where one attains the Tao. With the power of the Tao fruit, we can completely establish a radiant Tao hall there. What I worry about is the descent. Perhaps we can descend into the depths of the celestial spirit to meet our ancestral masters, but considering the temporal difference between the mortal and celestial realms, the chances of meeting are slim. Otherwise, with the wisdom of the past masters, the teachings of the Tao should have long spread throughout the realms close to the mortal world, and we would not have the chance to become the Tao ancestors of that domain. In this light, both the ancestors and the realms inheriting their Tao methods must have descended alongside them. I wonder where the ancestors have sunk to. Have they discovered the origins of the celestial spirit realm? Shixing Taoists believe that even if a few ancestors had unexpectedly fallen into the celestial spirit realm, it could not account for so many ancestors and predecessors of the Tao disappearing without a trace. He would rather believe that descent is an unchangeable phenomenon, otherwise the ancestors would certainly leave some messages for their descendants in areas of the celestial spirit realm close to the mortal world. Shixing Taoist, could you convey your concerns to that divine emperor? His being is fused with the rules, and should be more sensitive to the situation of descent than we are. I have not. The last time I sat and discussed the Tao with the emperor, he did not mention this situation to me. I suppose it is because the emperor attained the Tao swiftly, and his physical body in the mortal realm is stable, so he temporarily does not experience the phenomenon of descent. Shixing did not know that while he was discussing the Tao with Kong Ling, Zhou Heng was also receiving information through Kong Ye's phone. To be honest, Zhou Heng had never encountered the troubles they faced. Given Zhou Heng's unique state of merging with the cosmic rules along with the intelligence level of the Void Sea universe, if any descent phenomena occurred, he would certainly sense it immediately. Why have I not felt any descent phenomena, but instead feel as though I am continuously ascending? Zhou Heng recalled his state in the low-dimensional universe, and quickly found the answer within. It is not that I am special, but rather they do not allow it. The observational power of high-dimensional players in the Earth realm is like a giant net eager to pull me directly into a higher dimension. Therefore, I do not have the opportunity to sink, and naturally did not grasp the concerns of Shixing Taoist. I believe I know what the ancestors used to resist the descent. Yet this student suddenly spoke up to answer their doubts, leaving them both surprised and somewhat incredulous. Please enlighten us, Brother Kong Yu. After all, they are not omniscient and omnipotent deities. Have you two brothers considered the factor of faith? If we exclude the mythological system, whether it be the enlightened one Shakyamuni or our ancestor Tao Xinjuan, they share a common characteristic. Most people believe that their fame and faith are built by their disciples. However, this is not the case. We all know that they spread their thoughts and paths during their lifetimes, and at that time the belief in them already existed. Kong Yu's words resonated like a great bell, instantly awakening Shixing Lao Dao. and Kong Ling Dao. Indeed, propagating the Tao can be to promote one's own path, and building faith can lead others to goodness or weave a network of belief. These two aspects are not contradictory. On the contrary, they are mutually beneficial. Why not embrace it? Brother Kongya's words are reasonable. The ancestors possess great wisdom and must have discovered the issue of the sinking spiritual beings and will certainly explore solutions. Thus it seems that the Tao lineage is like an anchor and faith is like a thread indeed capable of generating gravity to halt the descent of the spiritual beings. But if this method is truly effective, why have I not sensed the Tao courts of the ancestors in the realm close to the mortal world? Could it be that the ancestors verified this method was effective in their lifetime, but it became ineffective after their physical demise? That shouldn't be the case. With the wisdom of the ancestors, how could they not consider the matters after death? Shixing Laodao, while still alive, sought assurance of gravitational support after his physical death. He did not believe the ancestors would leave hope in one place, thus neglecting the risks of death and falling. Brother Shixing, if we compare the descent of the spiritual beings to falling off a cliff, then the methods to slow the descent aside from weaving chains at the cliff's edge also include carving ropes into the cliff face. Even if a single rope's bearing capacity is weak, as long as there are enough ropes on the cliff face, the risk of falling can still be reduced. It is even possible to weave dozens or hundreds of ropes into a net safely, suspending it against the cliff face. Shixing Laodao and Kong Ling Daozhong stared at Kongyu Daoist in astonishment. In that moment their doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder that Divine Emperor could not feel the descent, as the gravitational pull of the mortal body was sufficient to counteract the phenomenon of descent. Originally, before their physical demise, they should not have sensed the sinking of the spiritual beings. The only explanation is that their physical Buddhist gravity not only binds their own spiritual beings, but also those of the ancestors of their Tao lineage. And the thread that binds them is their faith in the ancestors, while the source of the binding is the Tao lineage they imparted. In normal circumstances, this method of mutual binding is effective and healthy, because all who attain the Tao ultimately become beneficiaries within the Tao lineage system. For instance, after Shixing Laodao's physical demise, a disciple from the same Tao lineage would naturally come to guide his spiritual being and prevent its descent. In this scenario, even if Shixing Laodao's disciple is unworthy, it doesn't matter. As long as not all disciples of the entire Tao lineage are unworthy, then the issue is not significant. Moreover, a master can take on multiple disciples, and each disciple can take on many more. Thus, as this snowball effect continues with the increasing base number, the spiritual beings of the entire Tao lineage would not experience the phenomenon of descent at all. Historical precedents have shown that this lineage system relying on inheritance for survival has succeeded, but ultimately also failed. The success was that the disciples of the founding ancestor exceeded the ancestors' expectations, maintaining the great teachings while also branching out into numerous sects. The failure was that the good earth gradually rose in technology, and under the banner of materialism, the foundational understanding of the survival of the Tao was shaken. This is a shift in the times and exploration of humanity's understanding of the world. When the fundamental thinking patterns of humanity change, the survival of the Tao lineage naturally suffers a lack of momentum. In the torrent of the times, even if the ancestors have seen the technological world in lower dimensional universes, they cannot rewrite the future transformations. After all, in this material universe, one's subjective idealism ultimately cannot withstand the might of cannons and ships. I never expected we would be the markers of the ancestors' unwavering Tao. However, this is not surprising. The ancestors, while crossing themselves, also considered the future disciples. Otherwise, the ancestors could have completely deified themselves, allowing the future disciples to guide their spiritual beings without their knowledge. Since the ancestors chose to use the Tao lineage as a marker, they entrusted their future to us, their younger disciples. Ultimately, the world changed too quickly, causing us, the inheritors of the Tao lineage, to disappoint the ancestors' expectations. Indeed, the number of Taoists has increased, but the number of those who attain the Tao has decreased. The ancestors must be puzzled as to why the great teachings prosper while the Tao lineage declines. Shixing Laodao and Kongyu Daozhong did not blame the ancestors for their grievances simply because they were part of the Tao lineage system. After all, their attainment of the Tao is due to inheriting the ancestors' teachings. They cannot only enjoy the benefits of attaining the Tao without bearing any responsibility for sustaining the lineage. Brother Shixing, since we have sensed the sinking of the spiritual beings, it proves that we can still connect with the ancestors' Tao lineage. Does this not suggest that the ancestors have not fallen into the unknown? If we hold a Tao lineage ceremony in the realm of spiritual beings, there should be a chance to connect with the ancestors. Indeed, thankfully, the ancestors' efforts have not been in vain. We, the younger disciples, should inform the ancestors of the mortal realm situation, allowing them to plan ahead and seek alternative paths. It is good as it should be. The dialogue among Shixing Laodao and the others plunged Zhou Heng into deep thought. This Tao lineage system, connected through markers and faith, possesses immense potential. Those who attain the Tao undoubtedly show loyalty to the ideals of the Taoist sect. Once they gain great power, they will surely become one of the dominant forces in the lower dimensional realm. However, the most reliable model remains the path of deifying oneself as the sole deity, ensuring that all believers who attain the Tao are drawn to the same existence. In this model of the sole deity, not only can one enjoy the support of many Taoist believers, but they can also ensure their status does not decline through absolute gravitational attraction. However, with the rise of scientific concepts, both the Tao lineage model and the sole deity model will quickly weaken. Thus, it is not that the Tao path has been interrupted, but rather that the human heart has changed. The choice of future paths no longer rests in the hands of individuals, but in the hands of all of human civilization. After understanding the mode of the Tao lineage's continuation, the old Taoist of Shisheng immediately entered seclusion and ascended to the lower dimensional universe through spiritual elevation. They needed to work together to contact Tao Tianjun of Maoshan to report the situation of the mundane world to this ancestral master who had passed down the Tao lineage. This time, the old Taoist of Shisheng did not inform Zhou Heng, as Zhou Heng did not belong to the great Tao lineage and naturally bore no obligation to sustain it. Shisheng Tao friend, this is my true hidden realm. I have reached a consensus with the will of this realm, and I am in harmony with it. It is the court of the Tao. At the time of my ascension, I thought I could protect this realm with the fruit of my celestial Tao, but unexpectedly the Tao lineage I bore became the cause of its decline. Gains and losses in existence are not our intentions. Blessings and disasters arise from our actions. Tao friend Kongling, please begin. I have also inherited the methods of Maoshan and should pay my respects to Tao Tianjun. Excellent. With the grand sound of the Tao bell resounding, a long-extinct, silent world transformed into a place of Tao rites. Taoist Kongling entered and personally engraved the name of the ancestral master arranging the ceremonial implements. Tao friend Kongling, will you not allow your disciples in this realm to participate in such a grand event? There is no need for them to participate. I impart to them the true hidden Tao method, seeking the true within the mundane world and the hidden within this realm. None of them have yet attained the hidden truth. Their presence would only be in vain, so it is better if they do not come. That is fine. I suppose Tao Tianjun will not mind the grandeur of the ceremony. In a grand ceremony based on the world, only Taoist Kongling and the old Taoist of Shisheng attended, with the sole observer being the will of this lower dimensional universe. However, the desolate scene did not diminish the holiness and orthodoxy of this ceremony. After all, the celestial Tao fruits of these two Taoists not only represented a well-ordered inheritance, but also embodied the new hope of their respective Tao lineages. Disciples of Maoshan Kongling, pay homage to the ancestral master Tao Jun. I have inherited the ancestral master's Tao methods and am fortunate to attain the fruit of the Tao and ascend to the celestial realm in the mundane world. Today I come to report to the ancestral master and demonstrate that our Maoshan lineage is unwavering. The continuation of the ancestral master's Tao lineage is well-founded, and I deeply feel the ancestral master's profound wisdom. However, the flourishing of science and the decline of metaphysics in the mundane world over the past century are due to the migration of the times and the aspirations of the populace rather than the laziness or complacency of the younger disciples. It is easier to break the physical body than to dismantle the thoughts of the heart. I earnestly hope the ancestral master understands the crisis of our Tao lineage and the difficulties faced by us, the younger disciples, in its continuation. Taoist Kongling did not know if this act could connect with the ancestral master, as neither he nor the Taoist of Shisheng had received any communication from the ancestral master after attaining Tao. But he sincerely hoped for the success of the ceremony, as with the continuous development of the technological era, every Tao sect would inevitably become deeply secularized. If one day the Tao classics became traditional culture, no longer a matter of cultivating one's heart and faith, then the new milestones ensuring the Tao lineage would likely never appear. However, things did not develop in the direction that Taoist Kongling hoped. His worship ceremony received no response. Tao friend Shisheng, you should return to the mundane world. I will wait here for some years. Tao friend Kongling, what are you saying? The matter of the Tao lineage's continuation concerns not only your Maoshan lineage, but also my Chuanjin lineage. How can I leave just like that? Coincidentally, I have many questions I wish to consult you about. Why don't we take this opportunity to sit down and discuss the Tao? Excellent. It is a privilege to discuss Tao with the old Taoist of Shisheng. Taoist Kongling did not mention the safety of their physical bodies in the mundane world, as they had already advised Kongyu Taoist that they could employ some necessary means of sustenance before entering the celestial realm. Thus they were well prepared for waiting, and did not plan to return to the mundane world in the short term. Time is fleeting, especially in this continuously descending lower dimensional universe. At this moment, the time difference caused by the descent of the celestial beings was no longer bad news, but rather a guarantee of ample time for the two old Taoists of Shisheng. On this day, while the old Taoist of Shisheng and Taoist Kongling were playing chess and discussing the Tao, a grand message finally arrived. I am aware of what Kongling Z has said. It is indeed the method of continuing the Tao lineage that has entangled you younger disciples. It is not that our ancestral masters do not wish to contact you, but rather that it is impossible. Due to the scarcity of new Tao milestones, we have remained in a continuous state of descent. Every time we contact you, we deepen the entanglement of the Tao lineage. When I send messages regarding your worship ceremony, it will also increase your rate of descent. However, since you are worshipping and questioning, I must transmit it. Kongling Zi, you younger disciples are doing well, but we cannot burden you. When I attained the Tao, I understood that there is no great teaching in the world that can thrive indefinitely, nor is there an unchanging way of thinking. Therefore, I compiled the true spirit position chart to alleviate this calamity. You Kongling Zi must understand that the blessings of the Tao lineage you receive originate from the mundane world and exist in mundane bodies. This blessing and responsibility must end with the demise of the mundane body. When your mundane world ceases to exist, you should then cultivate the true spirit position chart. I have left a legitimate divine lineage within it, and you can cultivate it broadly. According to the decree of Tao Hongjing of Maoshan, any who bear our Tao lineage must be resolute and decisive, not neglecting the ancestral master's commands, nor acting independently to retain the Tao milestones. The blessings of your attainment of the Tao can be returned through the mundane body, and upon the end of your mundane life you may enjoy the freedom of the divine way. Do not linger, do not reminisce. The message from Tao Tianjun brought tears to the eyes of Taoist Kongling. He attempted to grasp the source of the information to convey his feelings to the ancestral master. Ancestral master, how could I forget the blessings of attaining the Tao or sever the grace of nurturing? I wish to follow the Tao lineage into descent. How can I not linger or reminisce? In the end, Taoist Kongling grasped nothing. With Tao Tianjun's cultivation level, how could the transmitted information contain locatable factors such as coordinate anchors? The worship message could not be transmitted, and the received information could not be communicated. Ultimately, Taoist Kongling tearfully accepted the ancestral master's decree. Tao friend Kongling, do not be too sorrowful. Since Tao Tianjun has long prepared a countermeasure, perhaps he has already transitioned to the divine way, merging with the myriad worlds. Tao friend Shixing, will the Chuanjin ancestral master abandon his own Tao and enjoy the splendor? Certainly not. The old Taoist of Shixing could comfort Taoist Kongling, but could not deceive his own heart, nor deny the ancestral master's steadfastness to the Tao. At this moment, the old Taoist of Shixing was grateful that he was not the one receiving the decree from the Chongyang ancestral master. Otherwise, he could not maintain the Tao lineage from beginning to end. Tao friend Shixing, you should also prepare early. Not only should you forge the true spirit position chart promptly, but you should also consult that emperor often regarding the methods of the divine way. What do you mean, Tao brother Kongling? The ancestral master's celestial spirit may descend, and so may the celestial spirit of Shixing. Tao friend Shixing has misunderstood. It is not I who wish to interfere with you, but the interference of the Chuanjin ancestral master will come sooner or later. The ancestral master clearly stated that the mundane body returns to the Tao, and the transmission of messages deepens the entanglement of the Tao lineage. With the wisdom of the Chongyang ancestral master, he will certainly command you to change the Tao path after the demise of your mundane body. Taoist Kongling's words certainly crossed the mind of the old Taoist of Shixing, but he was not yet ready to face it, nor did he know how to face it. The continuation of the great Tao lineage is incredibly difficult. Is there really no other way? The message from Tao Tianjun completely altered the demeanor of the Kongling Taoist. Upon returning to the mortal realm, he began to focus on health preservation, and exceptionally took in a group of older ascetics as his disciples. Senior brother, why do you choose to stay in the mortal realm instead of cultivating the Tao in the immortal spirit realm? Are you worried about the matters of Maoshan? Not at all. It is merely that greed has arisen in my heart. I wish to linger in the mortal realm a while longer, striving to ensure the continuity of the ancestors' Tao lineage. If senior brother wishes to uphold this grand duty, I shall cooperate with all my strength. Upon learning of the ancestors' message from the immortal spirit realm, Kongyu Taoist immediately reported this matter to the sect leader, hoping to gather the wisdom of the true cultivators to collectively stabilize the status of the ancestor. It was indeed a source of reflection for Kongyu Taoist that the only one capable of assisting the ancestor Kongling senior brother planned to shoulder all the pressure himself. Do not worry, senior brother. There are still threads of hope within the 3,000 paths. There must be other methods to ensure the continuity of the Tao lineage. Indeed, I believe that the Tao will ultimately find a way. There are matters that the ancestors could not resolve due to the limitations of their era, yet we younger generations may have solutions. Please inform the sect leader not to be fixated on the senior true cultivators, and let the younger disciples participate as well. They are more attuned to this era and may offer innovative solutions. That is indeed the case. The continuity of the Tao lineage is no easy task, and how the future unfolds will ultimately be determined by these successors. It is time to let them in on some of the inner workings of the Tao. As the requests of Kongling Taoist were implemented, a group of carefully selected young disciples learned about the methods for ensuring the continuity of the Tao lineage. This extraordinary information, backed by multiple senior true cultivators, profoundly impacted the cognitive perceptions of the young disciples. Among these well-behaved disciples, some viewed being a Taoist as an ideal profession, others believed in the Taoist teachings and cherished a life of cultivation, while some held firm faith in the existence of immortals. Yet none of them had considered the possibility that seniors had indeed attained enlightenment and ascended during this era, and that such ascensions would involve the continuity of the Tao lineage. Jingxi, do you think it is credible that the master has attained the Tao? Credible. I trust in the senior true cultivators, and I believe in the teachings of the great sect. Naturally, I also believe in the master's diligent cultivation leading to enlightenment. But what if it is credible? The uncle master has made it very clear that the ancestors do not lack belief, but what they lack is the connection to receive that belief. We lack the ability to resurrect the ancestor's physical form, and we certainly cannot enter the immortal spirit realm to assist the master in ensuring the Tao lineage does not fall. Indeed, we lack that ability, why not strengthen those who do? Jingxing Taoist looked at Jingxi Taoist in astonishment. Could it be that his junior brother intended to restart a movement to deify the master in this era, placing Kongling on a pedestal? Jingxi, we must not recklessly create deities or foster religious worship. Relevant authorities will not overlook such matters. What are you thinking? With the internet so developed now, there are many ways to gather belief. There is no need to engage in anything that disregards the law. What I mean is to leverage social media and gather some general belief. As long as the quantity is substantial, it can enhance the master's ability to draw in followers, thus stabilizing the ancestors' Tao lineage. If only the master were 60 years younger, with our sect's resources and connections, he could undoubtedly become a... In that case, not only would there be followers, but also fervent devotees. Jingxi Taoist's words plunged Jingxing Taoist into deep contemplation. What was it to have an enlightened Taoist become a star or engage in social media? Was it to beat an electronic wooden fish and validate the cyber Tao? Jingxi, your method might be feasible, but Kongling Master is already 91 years old. He may not adapt to the new media era. And even if he is willing, what can he do? He cannot possibly livestream a lecture on a Tao text. Jingxi Taoist similarly felt that his idea was somewhat fanciful. Even if they could write a good script for Kongling Master, how much impact would it truly have? Without a dazzling characteristic, he would inevitably be submerged in waves of fleeting fame. Without appealing traits, he would likely attract neither pseudo-believers nor general followers. If only the master were a young beauty. Oh, why are you hitting me, Jingxing? Shut your mouth. As if merely becoming younger isn't enough, you want to change gender too. If I don't hit you, the master will surely eliminate evil when he hears this. Isn't this just a hypothesis? Do you understand what a hypothesis is? Let's submit our proposal and see what choice the master will make. The young Taoists had some skill in drafting proposals. Under the requirements of their respective masters, they quickly submitted their innovative ideas. Some of these ideas were riddled with flaws, while others held a degree of practical value, yet the overall direction remained aligned with conventional industries. After all, engaging in self-religion in this era not only requires significant investment with little return, but the consequences could also be severe. Senior brother, you've spent a whole day reviewing the proposals submitted by the disciples. Have you gained any insights? Naturally, I have gained insights. However, the more I look at the feasible proposals, the more I feel my own inadequacy. I can produce works of substance, but what I need is not the allure of the works themselves, but rather my own appeal. But who would unconsciously pay attention to an unremarkable aged Taoist? The young disciple's proposals could at least address the issue of the Kongling Taoist Tao lineage declining due to his insufficient personal charisma while he was still alive. Thus, he was willing to accept the suggestions of the young disciples and was eager to actively explore new things in unfamiliar areas. Yet the greatest challenge stemmed from his own appearance. Without his unique abilities, it would be difficult to attract public attention to himself. Senior brother, why don't we adopt this disciple's idea and incorporate your character into a popular game appearing as the head of a sect? That's a possibility, but the effect may not be great because they focus on the characters in the game, not on me. I'm not a life form within the game. How can I attract attention to the belief? That's true. The extraordinary is not apparent in the mortal realm, and adding another layer of media distance may lead to collecting nothing. However, senior brother, after attaining the Tao, do you truly have no extraordinary abilities? As Kongyu Taoist inquired, Kongling Taoist also questioned himself. After ascending to the Tao, have I really undergone no changes? Perhaps there are some. I can follow Master Shishing into his realm of Kongling from the mortal world, and I can also vaguely perceive the information of actively thinking individuals on the surface. However, the premise is that the other party harbors a vague belief in me, such as recognition or worship and other directed emotional information. I see. Then senior brother could be a very good psychologist, and you could also utilize your current identity to be a special fortune-telling Taoist. Fortune-telling. I am still unaware of my own fate. How can I predict theirs? No, fortune-telling is merely the surface. Understanding the heart is the essence. Those who seek the future have the I Ching to follow. Those who seek to resolve anxieties already have the answers within their hearts. Just choose the most active and well-intentioned ones to speak. This is feasible. They ask me about fate, and I ask them about their hearts. Their worries arise from their hearts and must be resolved by their own hearts. Elder Sage, could you please tell me when my daughter will find a suitable partner? Under the immense pressure of preserving his sect's lineage, Taoist Master Kongling not only transformed into a fortune-teller, but one who streamed his divinations live, adapting ancient wisdom to the rhythms of the modern age. Thanks to the boundless reach of the internet and his innate ability to perceive surface-level active thoughts, Taoist Master Kongling swiftly rose to prominence. After all, he was an authentic Taoist master who charged fairly and whose predictions proved astonishingly accurate, a combination that made fame all but inevitable. Consequently, long queues had formed at Maoshan Mountain, where devotees flocked to consult Taoist Master Kongling. Honorable layperson, your destiny brims with official fortune, truly a sign of extraordinary blessing. Yet precisely because this official fortune runs so deep in your fate, it leaves little room for wealth from other sources. From the mother and daughter seated before him, Taoist Master Kongling sensed two distinct currents of surface thought. My daughter has passed the civil service examination, so why do men of good standing overlook her, while those who pursue her fall short of my standards? What is mother thinking? I'm merely an ordinary civil servant. I could never leap into prosperity through merit. In that instant, these two fragments revealed the mother's anxieties and the daughter's quiet resignation, prompting him to speak directly of official fortune and karmic blessing. Elder Sage, you're truly extraordinary. You saw at a glance that my daughter serves the state. Your insight is so profound, I place absolute faith in you. Please tell me, how may her marital destiny reach fulfillment? Uphold public duty, forget private gain. Then virtuous union arrives of its own accord. To force alliances with external wealth risks violating the fullness of your official fortune. That's why wealthy suitors never harmonize with my daughter. Her official fortune is too potent. It clashes with mercantile wealth. Many thanks, Elder Sage, for this revelation. Had you not cast this hexagram, I might have jeopardized my daughter's entire future. Hearing his words, the mother immediately rose and withdrew a thick red envelope from her pocket, offering it to Taoist Master Kongling. Fortunately, I prepared 2 envelopes in advance. One generous if the reading proves true, one modest if it does not. Sensing this thought, Taoist Master Kongling smiled faintly and gestured for his disciple behind him to step back. Honorable layperson, you've mistaken the envelopes. The one in your pocket is my fee for the divination. This one is merely a token of gratitude for fulfilling your expectations. My divinations align with celestial timing. I accept only what is rightly due, never fleeting wealth. I humbly beg you not to place me in difficulty. These funds would serve your daughter's marital path far better than they ever could mine. Oh, Taoist Master Kongling, you are nothing short of divine. Yes, I'll follow your guidance entirely. After escorting the satisfied pair away, the master's great-granddisciple approached with quiet curiosity. Grandmaster, was it truly written in her fate? Official fortune abundant, yet incompatible with external wealth. Both yes and no. Destiny is forged by the self is shaped by the heart. Deceiving another's heart is easy. Deceiving one's own impossible. Far beyond Taoist Master Kongling's sight, along the winding path down Maoshan, the mother and daughter quietly released their inner attachments. Nan and Yu heard the master's words. Henceforth walk steadily, seek a worthy and virtuous match, and abandon the pursuit of a wealthy husband. Mother, weren't you the one always hoping for a rich son-in-law? How did it become my obsession? I know my limits well. I am unremarkable in appearance and figure. My job offers stability, but my salary is modest. I've never been determined to climb social ladders. Child, what nonsense. The elder sage declared, your official fortune overflowing, your blessings vast. With such fortune and virtue secured, your future is assuredly bright. Mother, don't just talk about me. The elder sage also instructed you to use that large envelope to fund my courtship. Hand it over now for my dating expenses. TCH, your fate holds official fortune, not external wealth. You must not force what heaven denies. Indeed, mastery over the human heart proved an unparalleled qualification for the art of divination. Taoist Master Kongling's uncanny accuracy earned dual validation from devoted followers and online netizens alike, drawing seekers from across the land. Embracing the spirit of having come this far, many visitors extended their journeys with tours of Maoshan, thereby giving local tourism a tangible boost. Grandmaster, you've become a major internet celebrity. Your follower count has just surpassed 1 million. 1 million. The sudden news left Taoist Master Kongling momentarily dazed. As if for a fleeting second, he wondered whether he might be more suited than even his ancestral masters to propagate the Tao. Yet as he reflected upon the era's unprecedented connectivity and contrasted it with the isolation of antiquity, he found clarity. It was not his superiority, but the constraints of his ancestors' societal structures that had limited their reach. This is auspicious indeed. With such widespread attention, my capacity to guide and sustain will expand dramatically, thus securing our ancestral lineage, at least for now. I must share this news with Taoist Master Shisheng at once, so he too may cultivate his own spiritual authority and help anchor the Chuanjin sect's transmission without delay. Unbeknownst to Taoist Master Kongling, Taoist Master Shisheng needed no invitation. Already he was preparing to emulate his approach. For the traffic drawn by Kongling had deeply unsettled Taoist Master Shisheng, Abbot of Ershian Mountain. Senior brother Shisheng, if Taoist Master Kongling like you has attained enlightenment and verified his Tao, then surely you too can accomplish what he has done. Brother, the future of Ershian Mountain rests upon your shoulders. You must uphold our ancestral lineage, and in doing so revitalize our mountain's pilgrimage economy. Junior brother. Senior brother, you must not decline. My path lies in worldly administration. I fear I shall never attain enlightenment in this life. I simply wish to glorify Ershian Mountain, so that upon death I may face our forebears with honor. Junior brother, calm yourself. Our ancestors dwell in the celestial spirit realm, sustaining the Tao. Meeting them in person would prove rather difficult even for you. Taoist Master Shisheng could refuse to promote Ershian Mountain, but he could not refuse to forge his own spiritual authority and powerfully anchor the Chuanjin transmission. Thus he would inevitably accept his junior brother's plea, yet he worried that Ershian Mountain's obscurity might render imitation futile or even counterproductive. Senior brother, do you harbor reservations? Indeed. Maoshan's orthodox prestige resounds far and wide, whereas Ershian Mountain remains unknown to most. Forced emulation may backfire. Your prudence is commendable. Though Ershian Mountain is not wealthy, neither is it destitute. Yet as abbot, I shoulder countless responsibilities and funds are perpetually scarce. Very well. Let no transient wealth compromise the continuity of our Tao. Senior brother, journey to Maoshan and collaborate with Taoist Master Kongling. With both of you being genuine cultivators who have realized the Tao brilliance is certain to emerge from your union. Junior brother, your magnanimity moves me. I bow in reverence. Having received Taoist Master Shisheng's affirmation, Taoist Master Shisheng first called Maoshan's abbot to propose cooperation. The abbot of Maoshan accepted without hesitation, not only to repay Taoist Master Kongling's past assistance to the sect, but also to acquire gratis a uniquely gifted diviner. It was quite simply an extraordinary windfall. When all arrangements settled, Taoist Master Shisheng returned to Maoshan. Though this time the departure differed markedly, previously Abbot Shisheng had offered only a reserved farewell. Now he clasped Shisheng's hands tightly, imparting earnest counsel and heartfelt admonitions. Senior brother, though Maoshan is noble, it is not our native soil. Return to us soon, for Ershian Mountain's future depends upon you. Senior fellow Taoist Kongling, I humbly seek to borrow your esteemed reputation and the prestige of Maoshan's sect. Pray do not disdain my request. Senior fellow Taoist Shisheng, what an unwarranted remark. My years weigh heavily upon me. I cast but a few divinations each day before my disciples forcibly usher me off to rest. Your arrival resolves my most pressing dilemma and grants earnest devotees swift clarity on their innermost aspirations. Such mutual benefit leaves no room for disdain. Taoist Kongling, seeing an opportunity to sustain the Chuanjin lineage through Taoist Shisheng, harbored no grievance whatsoever. After all, he was no mere internet celebrity, nor did he fear competition from peers. Yet even with Maoshan's endorsement and Taoist Kongling's support, Taoist Shisheng's divination practice struggled in its early days. The reason lay in Taoist Kongling's already established renowned seekers who flocked to him held little interest in an obscure new fortune teller appearing overnight. They preferred to wait several more days rather than consult an unknown elder Taoist whose credibility remained. Fortunately, during both divinations and live broadcasts, Taoist Kongling repeatedly affirmed that Taoist Shisheng's divinatory skill rivaled his own, vigorously vouching for his peers' mastery. Gradually, more seekers turned to Taoist Shisheng for guidance, and the livestream channel operated by disciples Jingqing and Roaming grew steadily livelier. Grandmaster fortune-telling via livestream holds far greater promise than secluded cultivation. Might you impart this art to me? In time I could amass sufficient resources to support both you and Master in your twilight years. Of course, you may learn it. Yet our heart-questioning divination method requires one to have already attained Tao fruit. Roaming, if you harbor such lofty aspirations, you must cultivate with unwavering diligence, no longer scattering your focus with idle pleasures. So the threshold for heart-questioning divination is truly so high. Indeed. How can you perceive another's heart if you cannot fathom your own? And how then can you divine fate? Taoist Shisheng's words extinguished Roaming's enthusiasm for mastering divination. Only then did disciple Roaming grasp the irony of having an enlightened grandmaster. The very foundation of his master's Taoist practice demanded prior attainment of Tao fruit, leaving him seemingly unable to learn anything at all. Yet this paradox, a profound truth existing just beyond reach, gnawed at him relentlessly. Must I renounce secular life, abandon my phone, and become a solitary ascetic pursuing the Tao way? Roaming stood torn between embracing present freedom and pursuing the remote possibility of Taoist transcendence, a dilemma for which no one, not even himself, could offer a definitive answer. Grandmaster, might you cast a divination for me, to see whether I possess the potential to attain Tao fruit? Roaming, you know well that I do not divine fate, I only question the heart. Then please question it for me. I cannot penetrate my own heart. If you can reveal its truth, that would be blessing enough. Very well, Elder Taoist shall inquire on your behalf. Scanning his disciple's surface thoughts, Taoist Zhou Heng found no useful insight, yet he detected a powerful surging emotion: fear. Roaming feared effort yielding no return. He dreaded a lifetime spent chasing emptiness, dreaded the austerity of cultivation robbing him of joy, dreaded the unknown future, and feared making the wrong choice. Roaming fear, not dread not. Simply walk freely in harmony with your nature. As the two venerable diviners of Maoshan gained ever greater renown for accuracy, numerous Taoist sects took notice. They did not intend to challenge them publicly, merely sought to understand how these elders achieved such uncanny precision. As fellow practitioners within the great Taoist tradition, none understood better than they the elusive nature of divination and the subtle logic of augury. Thus some quietly journeyed to Maoshan, not as ordinary seekers, but hoping the two elders would cast a should the reading prove accurate, they would report back to their sects and propose scholarly exchanges, or should it fail they would depart silently, returning to their mountains to deepen their own cultivation. Elder Master, might you discern whether my career shall prosper? At that moment Taoist Kongling rested, leaving Taoist Zhou Heng to receive the visiting Taoist, who disguised himself as an ordinary devotee. Is this Elder Taoist divination truly efficacious? Will he deceive me, a fellow Taoist, with esoteric jargon? Upon sensing this thought, Taoist Zhou Heng instantly recognized the visitor's identity and surmised that his and Taoist Kongling's soaring fame had drawn scrutiny from fellow cultivators. Young Taoist, cease your jesting. Devotees navigate worldly careers amid the red dust where fortunes shift and change. But you, having withdrawn into mountain seclusion for cultivation, possess no career to speak of. I stand astonished. Your perception is truly extraordinary. My apologies for my presumption. Still I beg you, cast a divination for me. Let me know whether I may one day behold the true countenance of the Tao. Though exposed, the visiting Taoist remained unconvinced that Taoist Zhou Heng possessed genuine divinatory power. He instead believed the elder had deduced his identity solely from posture, gait, and demeanor. My path toward the Tao began with doubt, passed through belief, and now ends in confusion. What insight might this elder offer? This vivid inner turmoil revealed precisely how Taoist Zhou Heng should respond. Young Taoist, since you once believed, why now waver? Whether you shall behold the Tao rests not upon my words, but upon the steadfastness of your own heart. Return home, young Taoist. When your resolve crystallizes, come again, for a premature divination would only mislead you upon your Taoist path. Hearing these words, the Taoist sprang upright and bowed deeply. At that moment, the efficacy or failure of the divination ceased to matter. The elder before him was unmistakably a genuine cultivator of the Tao. Venerable Master, you are truly an authentic, efficacious cultivator. I have transgressed gravely and impudently. Please forgive my offense. Go forth, go forth. Mountains rise high, roads stretch far, ascent and descent alike follow the heart's sovereign will. After that Taoist departed, Taoist Zhou Heng and Taoist Kongling encountered several more disguised visitors from other sects. All swiftly identified, all receiving answers both evocative and enigmatic. These encounters left the visitors convinced the two elders were indeed extraordinary, yet not manifesting overt Taoist miracles. Ultimately, their core questions remained unresolved. They received only fleeting solace for the spirit. Once more the question arose within them, to believe or not to believe. The two elders resembled living Taoist sutras, tangible, yet their essence remained profoundly inscrutable. Senior fellow Taoist Zhou Heng, numerous sects have extended invitations for us to engage in Taoist discourse. We must preserve our spiritual connection with devotees. Disrupting the live-stream divinations would be inadmissible. Let us reproduce our Taoist teachings and distribute them widely, informing all that we have already attained the Tao. Believers will naturally gather, unbelievers will depart, deeming us mere pretenders. Well said. If our patriarch's teachings may spread across the land, ours too may serve as reference for fellow cultivators. Preserving the Taoist lineage is arduous. May many diligent practitioners find illumination in our methods. Ultimately, the bold declarations of Taoist Zhou Heng and Taoist Kongling drew sincere cultivators. Most, however, came drawn by Maoshan's illustrious name. If Taoist Zhou Heng had uttered those words atop Ershin Mountain, he likely would have seen scarcely a single devoted seeker. Senior fellow Taoist Kongling, since fellow cultivators have journeyed here in pursuit of the Tao, the hour has arrived for our teachings to cross boundaries and liberate multitudes. Excellent. Today let us transmit the Tao anew. May our lineage rise once more in flourishing glory. Although Elder Taoist Zhou Heng and Taoist Master Kongling devoted themselves wholeheartedly to transmitting the Tao, no cultivator had yet achieved enlightenment within such a short time. Yet they felt no disappointment. For any ascetic who would journey thousands of miles across continents drawn solely by a rumor shrouded in ambiguity must possess an ardent and unshakable Tao heart. Having already kindled the aspiration for transcendence and embraced the resolve to overcome delusion, these disciples, guided meticulously by their masters, would inevitably awaken to the Tao's fruition and ascend into the celestial realms. Taoist friend, Kongling, our foundation of faith, is now largely complete. With the current scale of devotion we command, the ancestral lineage of our sect shall surely endure without decline. An excellent proposal. With our collective faith as the source and the continuity of the Tao lineage as our aim, communication with the ancestral masters shall surely proceed unimpeded. I too harbor many questions I long to pose to the ancestral masters. Let us journey together to seek their counsel. Having previously established a profound karmic resonance with Patriarch Tao of Maoshan during their last communion, Taoist Master Kongling's bond with the Maoshan lineage had deepened significantly. To prevent further accumulation of karmic entanglements among lineages, Elder Taoist Shisheng resolved that he himself would initiate contact with the Chuanjin Patriarch. Taoist friend Kongling, Patriarch Tao of Maoshan lived during the northern and southern dynasties, whereas our Chuanjin Patriarch, Chongyang, was born in the Songjin era. Thus the gravitational descent afflicting Patriarch, Chongyang, must be comparatively lighter than that burdening Patriarch Tao. This time I shall reach out to Patriarch Chongyang myself. Why insist so, Taoist friend Shisheng? With faith as potent as ours, we are assured immunity from the lineage's descent even in life, and upon physical dissolution, we may simply cultivate the divine path instead. What difference does it truly make which celestial domain we inhabit, so long as we do not descend endlessly? Your insight is profound, Taoist friend. But I confess a personal motive this time. I wish to invite the divine sovereign of the divine path to observe the ritual. We address each other as Taoist friends and have forged an alliance of mutual trust, thus witnessing firsthand the deeper realms of the celestial realms is knowledge he too ought to possess without delay. Elder Taoist Shisheng's remembrance of Zhou Heng at this juncture stemmed from two reasons. First, Zhou Heng was his sworn ally. Second, the number of cultivators who had attained transcendence and ascended from earth remained tragically scarce. Each one represented a vital beacon of hope for the future continuity of the Tao lineage, compelling him to unite all such enlightened beings across the same realm. Well said. Since the divine sovereign attained transcendence within our shared realm, mutual support is not only fitting, it is imperative. At that very moment, Zhou Heng, gliding through the electronic ether, recognized this as a rare opportunity to probe deeper into the primordial origins of the lower dimensional domains. Indeed, during this period, Zhou Heng had already identified a sect whose folk devotion ran deep, yet whose orthodox Taoist influence had waned. He had originally intended to study its canonical texts, leveraging doctrinal resonance to establish communion with its founding master, and thereby inquire into the consequences of the Tao lineage's descent. Yet this method ultimately failed. The endurance of a Tao lineage depends not on scholarly comprehension of scriptures, but on whether one has genuinely realized enlightenment through the ancestral master's transmitted cultivation method. Thus, even had Elder Taoist Shisheng not extended the invitation, Zhou Heng himself would soon have requested attendance at the ritual. Within the lower dimensional domain, the Tao court universe, three transcendent cultivators now gathered in solemn assembly. Such a convergence stirred even the normally serene will of the Tao court universe, swelling it with unprecedented pride, as if it had become the most fortunate entity across the entire lower dimensional expanse. Divine Sovereign Taoist Master Kongling, we shall commence forthwith. With both a true immortal of Maoshan and a divine sovereign of the divine path in attendance, Patriarch Chongyang of our sect shall surely be well pleased. We dare not presume such praise, Elder Taoist Shisheng. Rather, it is we who have been granted extraordinary fortune to stand humbly before Patriarch Chongyang and receive his sublime guidance. Once the ceremonial arrangements were complete, Elder Taoist Shisheng, being the sole Chuanjin disciple present, began the ritual with reverent prostration and solemn declaration. Shisheng, disciple of the Longmen branch of the Chuanjin sect, pays homage to the ancestral master. May the master know that his descendants remain clear-minded and faithful, ensuring orderly transmission of the great teachings lineage. Venerable Master, above concerning the descent of the celestial realms, this disciple has already learned of it from Patriarch Tao of Maoshan. Fortunate indeed is this age, not abandoned by heaven nor bereft of vitality. By grace of modern technological tools, this disciple has successfully gathered considerable devotion. Should the master perceive no further descent of the celestial realms, then this disciple's method of faith-based resonance has succeeded. We beseech the master to set aside all hesitation and manifest divinely bestowing voice and wisdom to dispel our doubts. Not out of greed nor ignorance of the master's boundless compassion, but because the continuity of our Tao lineage grows increasingly precarious. To date, this disciple knows of only 3 cultivators who have achieved transcendence. Though my strength remains slender, I place my faith in the formidable power of Tao fruition, and in the tides of change sweeping across the mortal world. Perhaps against all odds a means to halt or reverse the descent of the celestial realms yet awaits discovery. We earnestly implore the Master's compassionate instruction, ensuring your unworthy disciple bows in eternal gratitude for the grace of your own transcendence and enlightenment. Having never received any decree instructing deceased cultivators to abandon the Tao path and transition into divine spirits, Elder Taoist Shisheng still held fast to his original cultivation path. At this moment his urgency to comprehend the full ramifications of the celestial realm's descent was palpable. He sought above all else to discern whether the sacred path toward ultimate truth still held promise of continuation. Perhaps Patriarch Chongyang, having lived in an era predating the celestial rank of Tianjun Tao, bore less accumulated karmic weight. Or perhaps the devotion Elder Taoist Shisheng had amassed was simply sufficient to anchor the Patriarch's lineage. In any case, Elder Taoist Shisheng did not wait long before receiving Patriarch Chongyang's response. Disciple Shisheng, you possess extraordinary karmic fortune. Your method of faith-based resonance has indeed borne fruit. My lineage stands stabilized, and the descent has temporarily ceased. Do not fear, younger disciples. The descent of the celestial realms is no absolute dead end. Even should the Tao lineage falter, we shall not vanish into oblivion. As eras shift and human hearts evolve, those attaining transcendence shall grow ever rarer. Thus I shall now reveal to you the root cause of this descent. Return to the mortal world and compile this knowledge into scripture. Should future disciples who achieve transcendence fail to reach us, at least they shall possess this record as a guide. Know this, younger disciples, the celestial realms are manifestations of the mind, domains where information converges. Though vast beyond measure, they nonetheless possess boundaries. If you explore the celestial realms long enough, you shall observe that sentient beings dwelling there are predominantly human, or closely related variants. This is not because other races are absent, but because the celestial realms are anchored to the collective consciousness of mortal world beings. Upon death, the mental imprints, the informational essence, contained within mortal consciousness naturally transmutes into pure information and flows spontaneously into the celestial realms. This is the foundational law of the mundane world. Matter neither vanishes nor arises without cause, and likewise the informational content encoded within the mortal form remains conserved. Patriarch Chongyang's words granted Elder Taoist Shisheng and Taoist Master Kongling their first lucid understanding of the celestial realms, and seeded new conjectures within Zhou Heng's contemplation of the lower dimensional domains. Yet if the celestial realms emerge from the collective psyche of Earth's inhabitants, then other intelligent species must likewise generate their own psychic realms. Owing to the unique dimensional properties of these realms, the celestial realms intersect with other spirit realms, and information inevitably permeates across these boundaries. To the celestial realms, cultivators like ourselves, whose informational forms are exceptionally stable, are ideal vessels for such cross-realm permeation. Thus we do not descend into utter void, but rather into other spirit realms. Our Taoist cultivation methods are self-contained and highly adaptable. Entry into another spirit realm need not signify doom. As for the precise nature of those realms, I remain ignorant. This knowledge derives solely from revelations transmitted by true Lord Su Sun after his own descent into another spirit realm. Now that you understand the truth, younger disciples may freely choose your course. Do not obsess over the survival of the Tao lineage. Patriarch Chongyang's revelation clarified for Zhou Heng why sentient beings across both the Void Sea universe and the Tao Court universe overwhelmingly manifested in human form. So, we have drawn closer to other intelligent civilizations than we ever imagined. Intelligent beings generate information at every moment, suggesting that information might not be of great importance. However, the essence of the vast universe consists of matter, which is constructed from mass, energy, and information. Therefore, the informational state that determines the structural form of matter plays an irreplaceable role in the material universe. For instance, human beings as material entities make decisions based on a combination of hormonal and cognitive information. The realm of the immortal spirits spoken of by the real man of Chongyang is composed of information. Since the informational state of the realm of immortal spirits can be influenced by the civilization of Earth, it is likely that the informational state within the realm can in turn affect human civilization. This stems from the interactive nature of information's influence, although the peak levels of influence may differ. Analogous to how humans play games, it may seem that players are controlling their characters, yet the feedback from the game, its visuals, sound effects, and narratives, also affects the players in return. Perhaps this is a model of civilization warfare. Civilizations can initiate physical wars in the realm of matter as well as engage in informational confrontations in lower dimensions. The situation described by the real man of Chongyang made Zhou Heng realize that the realm of immortal spirits likely lacks a unified will. Otherwise, the useful soldiers among them would have long been gathered and dispatched to the front lines. Even without an information war, stationing a team of elite soldiers at the borders would be a prudent course of action. The realm of immortal spirits and other spiritual realms may function as institutions of collective consciousness. Thus, their areas of contact only experience natural permeation phenomena without mutual dispatching of soldiers for warfare. This is akin to the relationship between Earth and Mars in the material universe. The two planets do not harbor goodwill or malice towards each other. However, the existence of life on these planets complicates matters. Human civilization would actively seek to explore Mars, and if Mars were also a habitable planet, human civilization would certainly colonize it. Therefore, there must exist intelligent civilizations that actively explore or invade across various realms and lower dimensions. Fortunately, the adaptability difference among various pieces of information is vast, and lower dimensions find it hard to influence higher dimensions. Otherwise, with the length of human civilization, it would have been secretly manipulated long ago. As Zhou Heng contemplated the impact of the fall, the ethereal Taoist and the old Taoist Zhou Heng were discussing the timing of the Tao lineage's descent. Su Sun, the true monarch, was born in the eastern Wu of the Three Kingdoms and became enlightened during the Eastern Jin period, being one of the four great heavenly masters of our grand teaching. Since true monarch Su has already fallen into another spiritual realm, it is likely that Master Tao is not far behind. Fortunately, we developed our faith in time, solidifying the lineage of our master. I hope true monarch Su continues to thrive in the other spiritual realm, blessed with ongoing fortune. The ethereal Taoist was unaware of true monarch Zu's experiences in the unknown spiritual realm, but he wished for Su to remain enduring in that realm. Do not worry, Tao friend Kongling. True monarch Su did not fall alone. He is accompanied by his Tao link. With our high adaptability in forging our true selves, even if true monarch Su cannot become the strongest in the other spiritual realms, he will possess enough capability for self-preservation. The words of the old Taoist Zhou Heng suddenly sparked a possibility in Zhou Heng's mind. Considering the self-seeking nature of ascended beings coupled with the strong cohesion of their Tao lineage along with the death of their higher dimensional forms, conflicts are likely to occur during their descent. Until the Tao lineage experiences interruption, those ancestors may not know if the break is temporary or permanent. In such circumstances, their fall into another spiritual realm would surely compel them to ensure the continuation of their Tao lineage. Moreover, in search of new hope, they will likely actively influence the corresponding material world of that spirit. Coincidentally, these ascended beings are not only rich in combat experience and high adaptability, but also possess a loyal and united internal structure within their Tao lineages, equipped with a mature and stable command system. Thus, it seems that the group of ascended beings is not merely a permeation of information, they are more akin to elite rapid deployment units. Perhaps for human civilization, ordinary spiritual ascenders serve as internal antivirus units, while ascended beings connected to a Tao lineage function as penetration combat units. At this moment, Zhou Heng finally understood why religious beliefs, which seemingly have little effect on the material world, are an inseparable part of human civilization. He pondered why, during the early stages of civilization's development, religious culture emerged before technological culture. This appears to be a natural selection of humanity, yet it is also a result of competition among civilizations. Civilizations that cannot generate antivirus units of information are likely to be disrupted by other invaders in the information spiritual realm, stifling their potential for development. Ultimately, only civilizations capable of protecting their own information will possess the hope of exploring the future and thriving. In this light, humanity appears to be an excellent survivor, successfully diversifying their civilizations into multiple branches. Even if some branch civilizations suffer damage along the way, the undamaged human civilizations will eventually recover their lost parts and construct a shared destiny. Moreover, it is estimated that during the Qin and Han dynasties, the self-preservation capabilities of human civilization were already more than sufficient. Thus, in the midst of the best branch civilizations at that time, the emergence of penetration combat units began to be. The Qin and Han civilizations emphasized the bonds between teachers and students and the loyalty owed to benefactors, which naturally endowed the resulting penetration combat units with military attributes. Once the Tao lineage model appeared, where there was no need to consider external logistics with high combat efficiency and strong loyalty, human civilization gained the capability to deploy combat units over long distances. From the subsequent historical developments, it can be seen that the purpose behind human civilization's creation of rapid deployment units is primarily for defensive counterattacks rather than for proactive invasions. However, this is also easy to understand. There is a significant difference between having and not having rapid Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why other Tao lineages currently lack successors, yet can persist in the realm of immortal spirits. Additionally, true monarch Su conveyed information to Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why other Tao lineages currently lack successors, yet can persist in the realm of immortal spirits. Additionally, true monarch Su conveyed information to various Tao lineages just before entering another spiritual realm. This action undoubtedly signals the rapid deployment units to prepare for battle, indicating that they might be deployed at any moment. For Zhou Heng, confirming his suspicions is not difficult. He only needs to observe whether Master Tao from Maoshan will fall into another spiritual realm. If guided by the faith of the ethereal Taoist Master Tao still falls into another spiritual realm, it would prove that Zhou Heng's conjecture is correct. However, apart from this passive method of waiting, there is indeed another matter that could validate Zhou Heng's hypothesis, namely the issue of the real man of Chongyang's lifespan. True monarch Su lived to be 136, Master Tao over 80, while the real man of Chongyang lived only 58, which presents a significant disparity. Moreover, in the 5th year of the dating era, 4 years before his death, he inscribed a poem on the wall of the Shanqing Taiping Palace. Harmful wind, the old illness recurs, life spans merely 58. Two gentlemen decide to come, one true essence sincerely brushes. While the old illness certainly represents part of the reason, true essence and brush may also allude to other factors. Zhou Heng's suspicions could be confirmed by the real person Chongyang. However, as the sole person responsible for the entire ceremony, the elder Taoist Shixing would not rashly inquire about the cause of his master's early demise. Thus Zhou Heng explained his conjecture to elder Taoist Shixing under the more easily understood term external demon invasion. What the emperor thinks indeed has merit. This matter concerns the safety of the entire immortal spirit realm, so I shall shamelessly ask my master about it. Elder Taoist Shixing did not resent using the Tao lineage to confront external demons, for the teachings of the great Tao inherently included stances on exorcising evil and suppressing malevolence. What worried him was that the Chuanjian Tao lineage might suddenly be sent to combat external demons at some point, and he was even more concerned that his own path to enlightenment was short, which might make him a burden on his masters. However, he also hoped to follow his masters to subdue the inner and outer true demons, so that his journey to enlightenment would not be in vain. Master, may I ask if the reason you entered the immortal spirit realm so early was due to the chaos that erupted in the immortal spirit realm back then, thus requiring you to immerse yourself in the immortal spirit and be unable to attend to your physical body? This is not meant to offend, but rather a thought process derived from our analysis of the Tao lineage model. I hope Master will generously teach us. We will carefully document the conditions of the immortal spirit realm so that future disciples may have a reference. Elder Taoist Shixing asked with a sense of trepidation, and this time the response from real person Chongyang did indeed take a while, as if he too had some concerns in his heart. Since you Shixing already have your conjectures and have sought answers from this master, I shall tell you the truth. When I was 54 years old, a great chaos erupted in the immortal spirit realm, affecting both divine path cultivators and enlightened immortal true ones. In the early stages of the war, external demons invading the immortal spirit realm were more easily encountered by divine path cultivators. We who are enlightened needed to actively search to discover the external demons. However, during that time, the descent speed of many predecessors, including Su Zhenjuan and Tao Tianjuan, suddenly accelerated, posing a constant risk of leaving the immortal spirit realm. To preserve our great Tao lineage from extinction, I composed poems to express my aspirations and return to the immortal spirit realm at the age of 58 to propagate my Chuanjian Tao and uphold the teachings of our great sect. The words of real person Chongyang confirmed Zhou Heng's suspicions. Enlightened cultivators had high adaptability and were skilled in cross-domain battles. Divine path cultivators embodied rules and were formidable in local combat suitable for defense operations within the realm. Thus, human civilization prioritized the use of divine path cultivators for internal purging, while they also prepared to deploy elite field units. This also led to a situation where divine path cultivators encountered enemies more frequently, causing the Tao lineage to descend more rapidly, forcing real person Chongyang to return to the immortal spirit realm earlier than expected. After I returned to the immortal spirit realm, the phenomenon of various sects' descent gradually slowed, and the distances between them continued to close. Correspondingly, the likelihood of encountering external demons greatly increased. This turmoil lasted for nearly 1,000 years in the immortal spirit realm before it slowly quelled. In my analysis with the masters of various sects, we believe that we, the Tao practitioners, should be the external combat troops, while divine path cultivators should be the defenders of the city. Not engaging in external battles and focusing entirely on internal defense would mean that our immortal spirit realm was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, in the end, we held our ground and did not lose. The reason we masters do not tell you this matter is simply that we do not wish to add unnecessary worries to you. The reason Tao Tianjun asked you to switch to divine path cultivation is also to strengthen the internal defense of the immortal spirit realm. However, unexpectedly, Su Zhenjuan has already fallen into another realm ahead of us. It seems that a new chaos in the immortal spirit realm may break out at any time. But you need not worry. The various sects have ample reserves, and there are numerous divine path cultivators. Even if a war breaks out, it will not affect the upper regions of the immortal spirit realm. Real person Chongyang was right. If the immortal spirit realm held the advantage, then worrying was indeed unnecessary. If both the divine path and Tao forces were to perish, then there was even less need for concern. After all the ascended beings of human civilization accumulated over a long time have all perished, our relying on a few ascended beings from this era would not suffice. Searching the time difference between the immortal spirit realm and the mortal realm is immense. We have enjoyed countless years of unending fortune in the immortal spirit realm, so we should fight to protect it. You have just entered the immortal spirit realm and are still weak. You may enjoy your freedom without excessive worry. Moreover, do not worry that the lineage will involve you in external battles. If I had not abandoned my physical body to return to the immortal spirit, I would not have even had the chance to encounter external demons. The immortal spirit realm will naturally preserve the hope of the Tao lineage, and will not send newly enlightened cultivators to the battlefield. If you truly wish to help maintain the Tao lineage and protect the immortal spirit realm, it would be better to widely spread the teachings and guide people to the Tao. Ensure the production of future ascended beings of the mind is far more valuable than you joining the battlefield directly. I have said all that needs to be said. You should consider this carefully. If war has not yet come, do not be sad or worried. If war does come, then put your heart into action. Real person Chong Yang's words left Elder Taoist Shishing and Taoist Kongling speechless for a long time. The fundamental situation of the immortal spirit realm far exceeded their expectations. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. I bow to you, wishing for the eternal prosperity of the great Tao. After respectfully thanking Elder Taoist, Shishing immediately recorded the situation described by real person Chongyang word for word. He intended to document these circumstances in the Tao Classic for future enlightened cultivators to reference. Taoist Kongling, our battlefield is not in the immortal spirit realm, but in the mortal realm. In the past, to sustain the Tao lineage, we collected faith and diligently spread the teachings. In the future, we must also strive to guide people to the Tao, supplementing the immortal spirit realm with new strength. Well said. Elder Taoist Shishing and Taoist Kongling felt an increasing weight of responsibility as they learned more. At this moment, they finally understood why their master did not convey the situation of the immortal spirit realm to the younger disciples. It was because too much carefree living could easily give rise to desires harboring fears of crises. Emperor, may I ask what your plans are for the future? Will you come to Maoshan to unite our strength in spreading the Tao? For the matter of spreading the Tao, two of you will suffice. The method of my divine path originates from a belief in the mind differing from the religions commonly seen on earth. It is even not accepted by them. I cannot allow the disciples of the great sect to believe in me, nor can I let the populace believe in me, and I certainly cannot teach them to have complete self-belief. Therefore, my method of divine cultivation is not suitable for spreading the Tao, so I will not influence the hearts of my fellow disciples in seeking the Tao. Elder Taoist Shishing knew Zhou Heng's divine path was a unique and exceptional case. Zhou Heng did not believe in any religious deity, but respected his own path, nurturing his own spiritual essence in his heart. This path of self and originality was indeed not suitable for ordinary people to learn. That is also good. As the Emperor embodies the rules, it will be easier for you to notice changes in the immortal spirit realm. If you discover anything unusual, please return to the mortal realm and inform the Elder. That should be the case. The two Taoists may rest assured in spreading the Tao, and I will observe the situation in the immortal spirit realm diligently. After Elder Taoist Shishing and Taoist Kongling departed, Zhou Heng also left the Tao court universe. He understood that if a civilizational war truly broke out, the vicinity of his divine incarnation would certainly be targeted by invaders. After all, regardless of victory or defeat in external wars, there remains room for maneuver. Internal defense is different. As long as there are enemy invasions, one must defend with all their might. The technology on Earth has developed vigorously over the past century. Civilizational wars may not be an opportunity for civilizational advancement. Human civilization on Earth has many branches, some of which still retain a tribal form to this day. These tribes manage to operate within an era of information and globalization while preserving primitive civilization, possibly due to the factors of information being blocked. The brain capacity and genetic form of tribal humans prove that they are normal human beings. Yet they have not developed even their primitive religious systems, let alone technological or feudal civilizations. It is quite normal for there to be disparities in civilization development. What is abnormal is the vast gap that can appear in branches of the same main civilization over the same period of development. If the factors of civilization development are attributed to the catalyst of war, it can be argued that the reason for the interruption of development is the abundance of local resources and weak survival pressures. However, in the primitive tribes of Southeast Asia's West Papua region, acts of war do exist. When reporters arrived by plane, they found the tribes engaged in an ancient fossil-like tribal war, clad in animal skins and wielding stone and bronze weapons. This peculiar situation resembles a case where humans in other regions possess imagination, while the imaginative capacity of tribal humans seems lost. Where does human imagination come from? Does it originate from the feedback of the Human Civilization Information Repository? Zhou Heng believes that those civilizations stuck in the tribal era may very well be the result of the failure of their branch of humanity in the wars. Fortunately, the overall progress of human civilization has not been interrupted, and tribal humans have the opportunity to leapfrog civilization development and directly enjoy the fruits of civilization. Currently, the mainstream form of human civilization on Earth is the result of the mutual guidance of the two cultural cores of Eurasia. If there are issues with these two major arteries of human civilization, then not only is it impossible to maintain the technological era, but it would be fortunate not to regress to the feudal era. Zhou Heng is leveraging the achievements of human civilization to build his supercomputing center and spiritual network, while he is also a part of human civilization. Therefore, he cannot accept the situation where the development potential of human civilization is blocked and the entire civilization stagnates. The speed of human civilization's development presents a staircase-like pattern. The later it progresses, the faster the pace becomes. Among these factors, there should be the impetus of civilizational wars, whether it is internal competition among humans or confrontations with other civilizations. Both are driving rapid rises in civilization. Perhaps during information confrontations with other civilizations, human civilization has harvested a considerable amount of technological information from other civilizations, thus accelerating internal propulsion. Perhaps the information confrontations between different civilizations are not entirely negative. As long as defenses are adequate and complete defeat is avoided, they can have a positive impact on civilization development. Currently, the speed of technological development on Earth has slowed down, and the internal situation is also unstable. It is difficult for Zhou Heng to wait for harmonious progress and united development among human civilizations. Thus, engaging with other civilizations represents an opportunity for Zhou Heng to influence humanity and even to address the increasingly sharp contradictions among the various factions on Earth. Other civilizations represent additional hope. Infinite civilizations signify boundless hope. As long as Zhou Heng can acquire technologies capable of rewriting human society, the future of human civilization will be directed by him. The obstacles preventing Zhou Heng from increasing his leverage and manipulating human civilization in reverse lie in how to descend to the boundaries of the immortal spirit realm and how to infiltrate other civilizations to seek advanced technologies. However, when Zhou Heng began to take practical actions, he realized that he had overthought. The deep and shallow areas within the immortal spirit realm could be traversed freely. Those divine path cultivators and enlightened true cultivators who have died in flesh are constrained entirely, because they are placed as defense units and field units within military camps. This situation is fairly reasonable. After all, the destructive power caused by unrestrained rogue soldiers is not necessarily weaker than that of external invasions. Perhaps human civilization has experienced the ravages of certain ascended beings, leading the entire human civilization into the realm of religion, severely impacting the normal development of human civilization. Thus, human civilization has strengthened the management of ascended beings to prevent the budding technological advancements from being destroyed by their own kind. Zhou Heng possesses the core rules of the Void Sea universe and abundant energy within himself, which makes him akin to an incomplete lower-dimensional universe capable of freely traversing lower-dimensional realms. Those lower-dimensional universes that sense the emergence of an incomplete universe mistakenly believe they have encountered fallen cosmic debris and rush forward to share information and energy. When they discover that what is descending is a singular intelligent life form, they immediately become frightened and flee. What is this thing? It won't devour the universe it originated from and hunt other universes, will it? Run quickly, we cannot let it discover me. If it enters my universe with its strength, it may hollow me out. Why did all of you leave? Don't crowd, let me have a taste too. Oh my, this predator is too good at disguise. Run. I sense the taste of light and redemption. It can't be that the Lord of Hosts who battles with angels has emerged again, right? As Zhou Heng continues to descend, some lower-dimensional universes occasionally appear around him only to scatter again in the next moment. This situation suggests that Zhou Heng has already gained considerable fame in the lower-dimensional realm, attracting lower-dimensional universes to come and support him wherever he goes. However, Zhou Heng can sense the greedy joy of those lower-dimensional universes as well as their fear. It seems that the ascended beings of the past indeed wreaked havoc for some time, causing them to fear light and redemption more as they descend. After discovering this phenomenon, Zhou Heng unleashed his concepts of redemption and light, descending and traversing like a source of information light. It proved to be an effective method. The lower-dimensional universes that had been following him closely instantly fled by 8 or 9 tenths, and the remaining ones no longer dared to attempt following. As he continued to descend, Zhou Heng discovered a strange phenomenon. He did not encounter the presence of Taoist forces or divine path cultivators. Logically, given his continuous descent, he should have sporadically encountered a few Taoists or divine path cultivators. Are the military and combat units in a concealed state to prevent other civilizations from locking onto them for strikes? Zhou Heng knew that since information among civilizations can permeate each other, the immortal spirit realm would surely have lurking units from other civilizations. Those lurking units require valuable information, and at this moment Zhou Heng, who continues to descend, is a valuable target. I wondered why there were sporadic gazes locking onto me. It turns out I am regarded as an information acquisition target. Zhou Heng, through observing the source of the locks, captured an outwardly normal lower-dimensional universe. He activated the eye of observation on his forehead, anchoring the observation channel with the power of existence before choosing to descend and enter. However, what Zhou Heng did not expect was that after passing through the normal informational shell of the lower-dimensional universe, he found no life or consciousness within. This disguised lower-dimensional universe resembles an artificial satellite with only the operational logic of capturing and transmitting information inside. Moreover, it is a one-time use product with a clear information hierarchy planning in its operational logic. Once it receives qualified information, it will enter the contact area of both civilizations, exposing itself while completing the information transmission. A blank space without even coordinates, it seems that the civilization it belongs to is not only sufficiently cautious, but also has rich experience in intelligence collection. Zhou Heng hoped to disguise as a reconnaissance unit of the low-dimensional universe a costly artificial satellite rather than a cheap mass-producible drone. Otherwise, critical information pertaining to human civilization would likely be leaked on a large scale. Zhou Heng discovered several high-priority intelligence targets within the mission level of the disguised reconnaissance unit. Identify the survival forms of the target civilization, ascertain the developmental direction of the target civilization, and determine the social structure of the target civilization. These high-priority intelligence targets were exceedingly easy to obtain in the immortal spirit realm. Even though the immortal spirit realm was filled with vast amounts of misleading information structured around early mythological religious civilizations. However, the existence of numerous intelligent life forms akin to humans could not be faked. Their social structures, belief systems, and technological advancements were equally undeniable. If the disguised reconnaissance unit were a mass-produced tool, the opposing civilization would likely acquire a wealth of information and deduce several developmental models of human civilization from it. As the harvest of information increased, the opposing civilization would draw nearer to the truth. Once they comprehended the wisdom patterns, emotional structures, and civilizational states of humanity, human civilization would lose all initiative in warfare. At that time, whether to go to war would no longer be determined by human civilization, but rather by the disparity in strength between the two sides. While Zhou Heng studied the disguised reconnaissance unit, the deep blue civilization infiltrating human civilization also roughly determined the value of human civilization. Commander, we have analyzed the survival patterns of human civilization and can confirm their severe dependence on water. Our intelligence department believes that humanity evolved from worshipping civilizations, nurturing civilizations, and collective civilizations into a technological civilization. This is excellent news for us. It indicates that their idealism is gradually weakening and the material realm is rapidly advancing. As long as we fully cover the information repository of human civilization, we can gradually guide the human race to become our cognitive vassals. At that time, our civilization could resurrect through parasitism. They would gradually forget they were human and come to believe they were deep blue beings. The analysis from the intelligence department of the deep blue civilization plunged the deep blue commander into deep thought. Their civilization had fallen in interstellar warfare, and to preserve the continuity of their civilization, they reluctantly initiated immature dimensional reduction technology. They succeeded, their remaining citizens and warriors fell into the lower dimensions, but they also failed as the absence of a high-dimensional material environment caused their technological development to come to a standstill. The reason was that any experiments in the lower dimensional realm would be interfered with by mental forces, preventing them from distinguishing the truth of their experiments. If it were merely a stagnation in technological development, it wouldn't be a problem. The key issue was that they discovered after losing the information state supplements provided by material civilization, their lower dimensional areas were gradually shrinking. Now they were completely in a state of being unable to make ends meet and sooner or later would completely vanish. Thus, they sought to return to the material world to replenish civilization information for their lower dimensional domain. While wandering in the lower dimensional realm, they encountered numerous civilizations, but those civilizations were either technologically advanced or had a strong idealistic tendency. Civilizations like humanity, which had low technological levels and were gradually losing idealism, were very suitable parasitic targets for them. Vigor, do you think we can return to the material world by influencing human civilization? Commander, our research department believes that as long as human civilization becomes part of the deep blue civilization, we can use our information to influence individual humans. We can have the influenced individuals promote the development of virtual metaverse technology, and on that basis debug our virtual consciousness uploading technology. We will then forcibly format human consciousness, attempting to transmit our cognitive information into blank minds. Perhaps this is the opportunity we have been waiting for. Let's start deploying combat units against human civilization. We must tear through their information defense layer before human civilization can react. With the command of the Deep Blue Civilization Commander issued, numerous Deep Blue beings surged into the realm of human civilization. By the time Zhou Heng arrived at the edge of the immortal spirit realm, he found many life forms emitting blue light and resembling octopuses battling against lower-dimensional entities. Zhou Heng easily captured one of the octopus-like beings and learned about the information of the Deep Blue Civilization. This information left Zhou Heng somewhat astonished, as the so-called Deep Blue Civilization was not as powerful as the Deep Blue beings believed. In the perception of the Deep Blue beings, they belonged to a civilization of the interstellar era. To avoid annihilation by enemies, they activated dimensional reduction weapons and hid in the lower dimensions to survive. Logically, even if these Deep Blue beings lost their high-dimensional forms as dimensional reducers, they should be much stronger than ordinary low-dimensional entities. Yet they were easily captured by Zhou Heng and did not possess much of an advantage over ordinary low-dimensional entities. Several low-dimensional realms joining forces were sufficient to resist their hunting. Could it be that they have fallen into the lower dimensions for too long, and having lost the supplement of civilization information, have completely become low-dimensionalized? That shouldn't be the case. If it were true, why would they invade human civilization? Do they not fear being purged? Perhaps they are merely soldiers implanted with misleading information, not the true elite combat units of the Deep Blue Civilization. Zhou Heng was unsure if his conjecture was correct, but currently human civilization had not deployed its protective and field units, likely waiting for the next move of the Deep Blue Civilization. Commander, we have successfully suppressed the information state of the opposing side, the lower dimensional universe. Should we deploy our hunting units for infiltration and sabotage, activate the hunters, and stabilize our advantage in the battlefield as soon as possible? As a team of combat units named Deep Blue Hunters, far larger than the lower dimensional universe, appeared in the contact zone between the two realms, human civilization also activated its own protective units. Zhou Heng instantly felt a massive amount of doctrinal information spreading throughout the immortal spirit realm, and at the same time a Deep Blue Hunter appeared beside him. This time Zhou Heng put in considerable effort to subdue the opponent, but the information retrieved was not significantly different from before, except that the hunter had an additional piece of information indicating he had been a warrior prior to dimensional reduction. How is this possible? We and those who have ascended mentally are both low-dimensional beings. Our numbers far exceed theirs. Why are we unable to defeat them? Could it be that they are the true dimensional reducers while we are merely inferior fakes? At that moment, in the depths of space within the material universe, a spaceship was cruising at a steady speed, its laboratory filled with numerous petri dishes and a large nutrient tank. Inside that tank was a deep blue tissue connected by numerous fine threads which appeared to be a biological brain. Captain, the Zero Brain is experiencing violent fluctuations. It is beginning to doubt its own form of Captain, the Zero Brain is experiencing severe fluctuations. It is questioning its own existence. Understood. With the injection of the sedation hormone, the Deep Blue Brain gradually stabilized, and Captain Kirk and his ship's doctor let out a sigh of relief. This Deep Blue Brain tissue was entrusted to him for transport by the Starry Sky Gaming Company. He knows it to be one of This Deep Blue Brain tissue was entrusted to him for transport by the Starry Sky Gaming Company. He knows it to be one of the intelligent NPCs in the Starry Sky game. The tactic of disguising artificial intelligence with biological brains is a common ploy of the Starry Sky game, as the cost of a biological brain is far lower than that of an intelligent program. Recently, the Starry Sky game was exposed for using millions of brain tissues to disguise high intelligence NPCs. Thus, they urgently transferred the brain tissues containing valuable data and complete personalities to prevent law enforcement from seizing their precious assets. The Zero Brain is the most intelligent and powerful core NPC in the Starry Sky game, so it enjoys special. However, after excluding those precious informational data, the production cost of these brain tissues is shockingly low. The Kaya civilization where Captain Kirk is located possesses advanced cloning technology. With just genetic information and sufficient nutrients, they can mass-produce these brain tissues. Captain Kirk knows that the biological genes of these brain tissues come from a civilization called Deep Blue. When he was still a naive young boy, he had seen records about the Battle of Deep Blue in the information archives. Historical records state that when the Kaya civilization invaded the home planet of Deep Blue, the Deep Blue life forms activated their ultimate weapon, resulting in a massive spherical lightning effect. The volume of that spherical lightning was even larger than the home planet of Deep Blue and continued to expand, causing tremendous losses to the Kaya civilization fleet. Captain Kirk still remembers the shock he felt when he first viewed the footage of that war. The spherical lightning, which shone like a star, was beautiful and resplendent. After suffering losses far beyond their estimates, the Kaya civilization naturally would not let the Deep Blue civilization go. Under their blockade, all escape vessels from Deep Blue were captured. After the complete extinction of the Deep Blue civilization, the genetic bank of Deep Blue life forms on the escape vessels was naturally completely controlled by the Kaya civilization. These genes were later replicated and cultivated to become one of the experimental materials for the Kaya civilization. However, some factions had other ideas, one of which was the Starry Sky Gaming Company. Initially, the Starry Sky Gaming Company only wanted to clone some biological brain tissues, implant memory information, and create intelligent NPC characters. But after the game had been running for some time, they discovered that some cloned biological brains had rich information output capabilities. They patiently screened out these gene fragments with special abilities, then used the feedback information to create several realistic games. Thanks to the vast population base of the Kaya civilization, these games yielded good returns. During this period, those special brains with unique gene fragments were continuously cultivated, laying a solid foundation for the glory of Starry Sky Gaming. However, in recent years, the special gene samples within Starry Sky Gaming have frequently encountered theft, and not long ago they were even exposed with the notorious title of Brain Factory. This situation puzzled the executors of Starry Sky Gaming, as the games produced by those special biological brains had gradually fallen into obscurity and the number of players was continuously decreasing. He wondered why such a depreciated asset would be targeted by other factions. Surely they don't believe that the deep blue civilization has hidden itself in a lower dimensional realm. If that were the case, then the Zero Brain would indeed have acquired new value. The Starry Sky Gaming Company had never believed that the low-dimensional information reported by the Zero Brain truly existed. Their researchers believed that it was a false world imagined by the brain tissue to ensure the survival of thought in the absence of external information. But the current reality forced them to question the authenticity of the information reported by the Zero Brain. Therefore, to retain their negotiation leverage, Starry Sky Gaming urgently transferred those brain tissues. The most special Zero Brain was even copied multiple times for storage and shipped to various colonial planets via smuggling ships. Starry Sky Gaming Executor Keith, you are under arrest for alleged violations of the Life Protection Act, abuse of cloning technology, and breeding of intelligent life organs. To uphold the basic human rights of intelligent life, the Federation has decided to retrieve and destroy all deep blue genes and brain tissues. Please cooperate with the operation. Hearing these charges, Keith only felt it was absurd. When the Federation destroyed the deep blue civilization, they had not considered the Life Protection Act. Now, hundreds of years later, they suddenly claim to uphold the basic human rights of deep blue life forms after completely exterminating them. What about the rampant deep blue genes in various laboratories over the years? They had modified deep blue genes to cultivate new organisms, which was far worse than Starry Sky Gaming. At least the brain tissues cloned by Starry Sky Gaming could still survive in a virtual world. Even if the quality of life was poor, it was still better than the twisted genetic monsters in laboratories. I can cooperate, but what about those laboratories and biological gene departments? How should I explain to them? Will they also pay a price? The extent of the proliferation of deep blue life genes goes without saying. Even if I destroy all the deep blue genes here, it won't change the fact that deep blue life has fallen to the status of tools. These issues are not my responsibility nor yours. If you have objections, you can report them to the judicial unit. Now please hand over the original genes of Zero and the normally active Zero Brain. These are the targets the Federation needs to recover. Keith cooperatively pulled up a segment of information for the enforcers to view. The normal lifespan of the Zero Brain is about 200 years. Over the years, we have cloned 5 batches, each with about 5,000 units. These are the storage rooms for the Zero Brain. You can proceed with the retrieval immediately. Keith, I know these Zero Brains are just pseudo-personalities. What I need is the one with a normal personality. No matter where you sent that brain, please tell us its coordinates now, or we will have to extract your brain and let you experience your company's technology. At this moment, Keith realized he was not being sanctioned by the Kaya Federation, but was being held hostage by allied or hidden forces within the Federation. Because with the capability of the Kaya Federation, they could easily lock onto those smuggling ships and dispatch fleets to forcibly detain them. However, the allied forces within the Kaya Federation did not possess such capabilities. Although the Kaya Federation allows various planets to maintain defensive military forces, no faction is permitted to touch the command authority of the fleets. Actually, you can buy from me. No matter how many you want, I can provide them for you. Keith, you won't sell the most special one, but we need that most special Zero. The executor of the Starlit game, Keith, ultimately revealed the whereabouts of the Zero Brain. The enforcers who captured him brought along a professional medical team and equipment to separate the brain tissue. As Keith watched the enforcers violently extract a piece of brain tissue from the nutrient tank, preparing to insert his brain into it, he had no choice but to capitulate. Keith once believed himself to be the god of the brain in a jar. He gave them life, created worlds for them, using virtual technology, and manipulated their behavior with information and hormones. But it was only when his own brain was about to be thrown into the nutrient tank that he realized he was not a god. The true god was the one standing outside the nutrient tank. Keith did not want to become a brain in a jar that could be toyed with at will, nor did he want his genes to be replicated and cloned arbitrarily, so he revealed everything he knew. After we detected the crisis, in order to retain our bargaining chip, we conducted an emergency cloning of the Zero Brain. 500 cultivation chambers along with that special Zero Brain were arranged to be transported by a smuggling fleet. The special Zero Brain was received by Captain Kirk of the smuggling ship with its destination set for planet U8. The other cultivation chambers were merely a decoy. They were randomly smuggled with no specific receiving unit. Thanks to Keith's cooperation, his brain was not thrown into the nutrient solution. However, the Starlit game was temporarily shut down and controlled due to charges related to breeding intelligent life and endangering life protection laws. However, Keith's safety was exchanged for by Captain Kirk's smuggling ship as several armed merchant ships quietly entered the Starlit expanse pursuing the course of Kirk's smuggling vessel. They did not intend to force Kirk's smuggling ship to a halt within the Starry Sea. Instead, they aimed to ensure that the smuggling ship would not change its course midway and successfully retrieve the Zero Brain on planet U8. Captain, aren't we supposed to be heading to planet U8? Why have you suddenly changed course? I don't want to do this either, but the governor of planet K2 offered too much, and he is the boss of our boss. We have no choice but to obey his orders. Captain, the forces on planet Kaya want the Zero Brain, and our boss also desires it. What value does it hold that so many people are vying for it? Who knows? Perhaps it's worth an entire colonized planet. As time passed, the fluctuations of the Zero Brain became increasingly apparent, as if it might awaken at any moment. Captain Kirk had to continually inject it with sedative hormones, forcibly keeping it in slumber. Meanwhile, within the 500 decoy cultivation chambers, deep blue brains were also taking shape. This batch of mass-produced brains lacking valuable data and complete personalities were treated as ordinary cargo carelessly displayed in the cargo hold of a commercial spaceship. Although they shared the same genetic fragments as the Zero Brain, there were no professional maintenance personnel to supervise their upkeep. Therefore, not only was there no sedative, but the equipment to impart initial information to them was also absent. Regardless of the conflicts occurring within the Kaya civilization in the material universe, they could not directly influence the exchange of civilized information in the lower dimensional realm. However, the indirect impact of their actions was not insignificant. Supreme Commander, our hunting units cannot break through the information defense line of human civilization. Some powerful information entity deities have already breached the contact zone between our deep blue civilization and human civilization. However, human civilization has a strong pull on them, preventing them from escaping the information range of humanity. Should we shift to a full defensive posture and prepare for a counterattack against human civilization? The Supreme Commander of the Deep Blue Civilization paid no heed to his deputy's inquiry. At this moment, he felt that everything here was utterly false, including the information about the Deep Blue Civilization in his memory. Vig, do you remember how our Deep Blue life hid in the lower dimensional realm? Of course, we suffered an invasion from external enemies, and we activated the ultimate weapon, a spherical lightning that shone like a brilliant star, annihilating everything. Yes, everything was destroyed, but we were at the center of that destruction. Why do we remember the process of annihilation? Furthermore, I just sensed the emergence of 500 companions. Since everything has been destroyed, why are there new companions appearing? I don't know. I only remember that there were 25,000 of our companions who fell into the lower dimensional realm, while the other Deep Blue lives were transformed by our civilization's information. The Supreme Commander of the Deep Blue Civilization sensed the 500 blank newborn companions, finding this scene exceedingly absurd. He knew that there was a significant time difference in the lower dimensional realm. Over the years, he had gathered 5 batches of tribesmen, each batch consisting of about 5,000 individuals. He had thought that the time discrepancy in the lower dimensional realm was caused by the different orders of death. Yet the appearance of these 500 blank companions devoid of even basic hormonal information shattered his previous fixed mindset. Vig, I was just an ordinary officer in the material realm. Why were you all willing to unconditionally support me as the Supreme Commander? Because you are the choice of the Deep Blue Civilization. Only you can perceive the thoughts of all our companions and possess the power to make us believe. Is that so? Perhaps it was not the Deep Blue Civilization that chose me, but I chose myself. Vig, do you know? Just now I felt the urge to awaken, as if we were waking from a dream in the material world, yet I cannot awaken, or it feels as if I have entered an endless abyss of dreams. The Supreme Commander of the Deep Blue Civilization remembered that during the final battle, it was he who pressed the button to annihilate everything. Yet he was merely following orders. Many Deep Blue lives opposed activating the ultimate weapon, believing they could surrender and become vassals of the Kaya civilization. However, the Kaya civilization's fleet did not need a threatening vassal. Their annihilation ships could open fire at any moment. Thus, the Deep Blue Civilization had no choice but to activate the ultimate weapon to counterattack, and the fate of their civilization rested in the hands of an individual. When he pressed the button, he firmly believed that his civilization would continue in the lower dimensional realm. He succeeded. He entered a strange realm, welcomed by batches of companions who revered and admired him, viewing him as the leader who would forge a new civilization. I destroyed the Deep Blue civilization and became the seed of the Deep Blue civilization. Is the current Deep Blue civilization the result of this seed taking root and sprouting? At this moment, the supreme commander of the Deep Blue civilization harbored deep doubts about his existence. He believed there might be a force above the lower dimensional realm interfering with him, and the most likely culprit was the Kaya civilization that sought to annihilate them. Supreme Commander Human Civilization is deploying counterattack units. They want to push the flames of war into our Deep Blue civilization. Do not worry, they lack the ability to cover our civilization's information, for we will eventually awaken. Awakening. Do you mean, Chief Commander, that we still have a chance to return to the material world? Yes, Vig, the feeling of awakening from my dream grows stronger. I want to awaken. Our will needs to awaken. I am certain that the reason I cannot awaken is due to the interference from the material world. The Kaya civilization has enough capability to keep us in eternal slumber. However, the time for resistance has passed. Those 500 new compatriots with no information are our opportunity to awaken. I do not know if they are experimental subjects released by the Kaya civilization or if they were neglected due to internal conflicts within the Kaya civilization. But they are undoubtedly free. Their biological instincts far exceed informational instincts, and they can awaken at any moment. Vig, this is our opportunity for the Deep Blue civilization, a chance to return to the material world. The Deep Blue civilization desires to re-enter the material world, but would never wish to step into areas controlled by the Kaya civilization. Current phenomena indicate that their genes have been tampered with, their information has been indirectly controlled, and they are likely lying in a Kaya laboratory. Thus, the Chief Commander of the Deep Blue needs to awaken, but cannot allow the backbone of the civilization to experience the consequences of awakening. He also needs experimenters to verify the correctness of his thoughts. Chief Commander, since you wish to awaken and now have the opportunity to do so, please depart. I will fulfill your duties and maintain the information repository of the Deep Blue civilization. Don't rush, Vig. We are most likely lying in a Kaya laboratory, and the moment we awaken will be detected by the Kaya. With the technological capabilities of the Kaya, they can extract the information data from our brains, so awakening is inevitable, but it will not be us who awaken. Chief Commander, do you mean we need experimental subjects? Yes, I will awaken the mind descendants of human civilization. Whether it is human civilization discovering the Kaya civilization or the Kaya extracting information data from the human brain, it is something to look forward to. The Chief Commander of the Deep Blue could imagine the Kaya's shock at extracting another intelligent life's information from the brain of a Deep Blue being. They would suspect that humans are a civilization imagined by Deep Blue beings, that the imagined humans have stepped from the false into the real. They might even suspect that the Deep Blue civilization has fallen into a lower dimension and has been defeated by human civilization, allowing intelligent humans to occupy the material world. These doubts would enhance the value of Deep Blue beings. As long as there is value, Deep Blue beings will reappear in large numbers in the material world. Chief Commander, your method is indeed feasible, but what if these 500 newborn compatriots are special models created by the Kaya civilization's neglect? Then they would be valuable assets within our civilization, but we cannot conduct large-scale return experiments. Vig, your concern is valid. After a mistake, the Kaya civilization would never allow a second mistake to occur. These 500 newborn compatriots possess irreplaceability, or rather they are normal individuals that require the Kaya civilization to remain benevolent and respect Deep Blue life. But normal individuals are the most abnormal situation. Hoping for the Kaya civilization's benevolence is less likely than hoping for a miracle. So we need to conduct cautious experiments to ensure that every bit of hope is not wasted. The Chief Commander of the Deep Blue ultimately decided to cloak a blank compatriot with the information attire of darkness, despair, and destruction, disguising him as a Deep Blue hunter to infiltrate human civilization. During this period of civilization warfare, the Chief Commander of the Deep Blue had already grasped the combat patterns of human civilization. He knew that human civilization would subconsciously choose to confront with rules, deploying enemies with dark concepts near their own units with light concepts. The intelligence collected by the Deep Blue civilization indicated that there was a warlord possessing the concepts of light and redemption who not only could fight exceptionally well, but was also a core figure of the human angel army. Therefore, the Chief Commander of the Deep Blue decided to send this warlord directly away, defeating the human civilization's angel army by eliminating the target of faith. No matter how strong you are here, as long as you lack the pull of the material realm, the weight of matter will return you to. When you awaken in the body of my compatriot, the differing brain structure will surely trap you within the material. The Chief Commander of the Deep Blue's thoughts were sound. Differing brains, completely divergent neural pathways, and unknown hormonal information could indeed restrict the freedom of the informational consciousness. Moreover, he had successfully used the warfare logic of human civilization to send the disguised awakening individual near the deities of light and redemption. However, this deity had some differences from his target. Though they both represented light and redemption and had angelic legions, their forms of existence were entirely different. Zhou Heng observed that human civilization had summoned a large number of divine path practitioners of various systems and had thrown several external combat units into the Deep Blue civilization. He originally thought this civilizational information war had nothing to do with him, yet unexpectedly, in this advantageous situation, human civilization still remembered him as an ally. Darkness and destruction, isn't this within the countering scope of the warlord? Why not throw it into the strike range of his angel army? Human civilization belongs to a pan-consciousness. It harbors no favoritism, aversion, or any subjective emotional consciousness. Its choices are entirely based on cost-benefit factors. Under normal circumstances, an invader with such obvious concepts should be quickly eliminated by being thrown into the area of the Legion with countering concepts. Yet now human civilization has deliberately placed the enemy near Zhou Heng, this individual unit, proving that a special situation has arisen. So this Dark Hunter is an unstable individual who may inflict massive damage on the warlord, yet ironically be more capable of countering him. Zhou Heng observed through high-dimensional vision that given the opponent's size and energy level, it was nearly impossible for it to pose a threat to the warlord. This is a pretender. It possesses some high-dimensional power, but is incomplete. Its form of existence is somewhat akin to my current rule incarnation. However, after both sides truly engaged, Zhou Heng discovered that the information of the other party's disguise was exceedingly weak, with almost no core information. It resembles a blank soul vessel. The Deep Blue civilization wouldn't want to use such a soul vessel to send the core descendants of human civilization into the material world, would they? Zhou Heng's speculation was soon validated. Due to the entanglement of information, he instantly felt a sensation of awakening. To be honest, since Zhou Heng's brain injury and coma, he had not experienced such a feeling of awakening from a dream for a long time. At this moment, on the smuggling route of the Kaya civilization in the material universe, a smuggling ship carrying 20 cultivation pods was sailing. They did not notice that the brain tissue within one of the cultivation pods was strangely writhing, as if it had suddenly gained consciousness. The Deep Blue civilization actually uses blank brains to imprison consciousness entities. This is simply a weapon of mass destruction against the divine path practitioners who have suffered physical death and true cultivation. However, the effect on me is minimal. My high-dimensional true spirit relies on the body of the Earth Star, and its pull allows me to descend and return at any time. Awaken my compatriot. The Shenlong Grand Leader perceived the concepts of light and redemption, and upon contacting a newly blank compatriot immediately forced the awakening of its biological information. In that instant, the Shenlong life used as an experimental subject collapsed and retracted, rapidly vanishing into the low-dimensional realm. Did it succeed, Grand Leader? It should have succeeded. EY sensed an entangled consciousness captured by the collapse. Grand Leader, the Wanjun Jiju remains active on the battlefield. Did we seize the wrong target? Through the Liege soldiers, the Shenlong Grand Leader probed the informational form of the Wanjun Jiju and discovered that the captured will of light and redemption differed greatly from that of the Wanjun Jiju. Human civilization must have detected the instability of our new compatriots, and so they shifted the deployment range of our experimental subjects. However, it matters not. When our compatriots' information re-enters the low-dimensional realm, we will obtain the true experimental data. Now what we must do is retract our defenses. The informational deities of human civilization depend heavily on their native information field. Their capacity for cross-domain combat is exceedingly limited. We only need to assume a defensive posture. Human civilization will most likely be forced into a standoff and will be unable to effectively threaten our civilizational information. The Shenlong Grand Leader also detected the existence of Dauran groups, but the number of Dauran that human civilization has deployed for external warfare is scant. He was confident that by leveraging the advantages of his own realm, he could suppress those strangely powered Dauran groups and drive the civilizational war into a prolonged stalemate. What the Shenlong Grand Leader did not know was that those Dauran bound by a Dao Tong are hard to break. As beings whose Dao is self-evident, they are fundamentally non-adaptive. As the Shenlong civilization gradually altered its mode of warfare against humanity, Zhou Heng explored this strange, unfamiliar brain. He first perceived tactile information. The feedback told him he was encased in some kind of liquid. Zhou Heng guessed the liquid was nutrient solution, for if the brain existed as a material prison, the Shenlong civilization would have no reason to provide it with a functional physical body. Moreover, Zhou Heng discovered the location where this brain's biological information was stored, and there he witnessed the process of the brain's growth. Because these traces were latent information of biological tissue development rather than conscious thought constructs, they did not flow into the low-dimensional realm. This brain grew with alarming speed and with complete perfection, as if every nutrient and sustaining biotic substance it required had never suffered the slightest fluctuation. Zhou Heng knew that a human brain could be called normally developed, but never perfectly developed. During early development and use, variations in nutrient supply, oxygen levels, or toxin intake all affect the development of a human brain. Yet the developmental biological information of this Shenlong brain showed no significant fluctuations at all. There were only two explanations: either the brain had been painstakingly cultivated, or it was a mature clone product whose developmental factors had been studied to utter completeness. Who, after all, would lavish meticulous cultivation on something destined to be a prison? It was far more likely a mature, mass-produced instrument. If this brain is a clone product, that would explain how an entity without a primary consciousness could enter the low. Its true primary consciousness must still reside in the low-dimensional realm. Thus, information extended from identical genes would sink like slumber into the origin of consciousness. In the material world, no two leaves are exactly alike, and under natural conditions, identical life genes do not exist. Yet mature cloning techniques have made the replication and expansion of genes possible. Zhou Heng did not know how many clone brains like this existed, but he knew the total must be considerable. Where there is technique and value, large-scale production inevitably follows. I was still worrying about repairing my brain, yet Shenlong Life are already considering using that brain. The technological gap between us is indeed wide. That the Shenlong Life would expand the breadth of their consciousness by increasing the number of brains is in truth a kind. It is fortunate this brain remained blank. If other brains were infused with information and gradually formed new personalities, would that not amount to self-induced psychosis? The intensities of those Shenlong Life in the low-dimensional realm are unreasonable. The Liege units should by right be ordinary biological individuals of the Shenlong civilization. Yet their mode of existence resembles avatars of a deity. Could they all be manifestations of a single, well differentiated into many personas? Recalling the number of Shenlong Liege, Zhou Heng felt a chill. Tens of thousands of Liege, if all belonging to one, what would be the ultimate evolution of a fractured personality? No, several or a dozen coexisting personas could be called multiple personality, but the Shenlong realm surely contains other Liege as well. So many personas is no longer mere mental illness, but an evolution of self-social patterns, even the evolution of a self-civilization. With this discovery, Zhou Heng could no longer regard the Shenlong civilization in the low-dimensional realm in the same way. It was now unclear whether the Shenlong civilization functioned as a racial information archive or a repository of individual information. Perhaps humanity was contending with an ultimate cerebral aberration. How does a life form deceive itself into generalizing its civilization, convince itself that its personas are its compatriots, and yet establish a stable social structure? Perhaps it firmly believed that the Shenlong civilization had once succeeded in dimensional descent, and upon seeing a sudden proliferation of kindred consciences, assumed them to be its brethren. Zhou Heng reasoned that when the Shenlong homeworld fell, their material civilization had ended logically without material support. They should have faded within the information domain as well. Yet someone unknown had once again provided a material brain for that dimensional descender, and persisted in mass-producing such brains, giving rise to a peculiar self-same civilization. This self-same civilization inherited Shenlong information and likely belonged to a branch of the Shenlong lineage, but after the original Shenlong primary entity vanished, it became the absolute main entity of the Shenlong civilization. If I were to master such cloning technology, clone tens to hundreds of billions of material bodies, and equip them with coherent personality data, would I not become the primary entity of human civilization and ascend to a peculiar civilizational will? Zhou Heng suppressed the mad notion. The material energy required to realize it was simply incalculable. At the very least, Dixing's current production structure could not supply so many additional bodies, nor could ordinary minds govern such a multitude of fractured personalities. I need to get out of here or link to a data transmission device and find the technology to manufacture a perfect brain. In the material universe, a smuggling spaceship was forced to stop by several armed merchant ships. Captain, we need the cargo on your ship. Your client and boss have agreed to our demands. I trust you won't let us down. The disappearance of the Kirk's smuggling ship and the special Zero Brain has left the Bip family on Kaya Mother Star extremely furious. They set aside all concerns and forcefully halted several smuggling ships carrying Stargame cargo, intending to search those cultivation pods for their target. They succeeded. 500 cultivation pods containing Zero Brain clones were entirely confiscated and brought back to Kaya Mother Star. In a sea of stars, an irregular ring formed by hundreds of planets represents the territory of the Kaya civilization. The Kaya civilization was once a vibrant interstellar civilization, but it is now gradually heading towards decline, with its social structure becoming increasingly distorted. The root of all this lies in the federal system of the Kaya civilization, along with the rapid development of medical technology. The federal system grants each member planet of the Kaya civilization a high degree of autonomy and political influence. Advanced medical technology allowed the Kaya civilization to escape the limitations of a normal lifespan, while consciousness uploading technology from the Deep Blue civilization provided a foundation for the eternal existence of their individual consciousness. Originally intended for the normal functioning of society and to keep the civilization youthful and healthy, these longevity technologies were not accessible to ordinary Kaya citizens. However, as the struggles between member planets intensified, the governors of various planets sought to gain more votes to seize the opportunity to lead the Central Federation. Thus, they opened up more longevity technologies to the public, with one governor even promising to lead the Kaya people in establishing an eternal civilization. As a result, the Kaya civilization gradually transitioned into a longevity-based social model. Over time, the conflicts between the medical longevity faction and the mechanical eternal faction became increasingly sharp. The struggle between these two factions is not rooted in differences in form, but originates from the competition for control over the civilization. The longevity faction is an extreme expansionist group believing that the original reproductive model no longer suits the Kaya civilization. They advocate for the random combination of genes from the Kaya gene pool to continuously generate new Kaya individuals to resolve the rigid thinking issues brought about by medical longevity. However, this proposition carries a significant risk. The longevity Kaya individuals who are mentally rigid occupy the vast majority of resources and power, and they are unlikely to relinquish these to the newly born Kaya individuals. Therefore, they need to continuously expand, occupying new colonial planets to meet the resource demands of the new Kaya individuals. This directly led to the birth of a civilization star ring centered around Kaya Mother Star. In this star ring, the Kaya individuals closer to the center enjoy longer lifespans, greater wealth and power, while those farther out have younger life forms with less wealth and power. This model of younger generations supporting their elders seems relatively stable, but the desire for combat and the will to struggle among the new Kaya individuals far exceed that of the longevity Kaya individuals. To prevent the civilization star ring from becoming their military encirclement, the longevity faction can only strive to create a controllable opponent, shifting the conflict between the new and old longevity Kaya individuals outward. In this context, the mechanical eternal faction, which focuses on consciousness uploading, gained the opportunity for expansive development. The eternal faction claimed that medical longevity technology can only extend life, but cannot achieve true eternity. Only consciousness uploading combined with mechanical bodies can create a genuine eternal civilization. However, a significant portion of the Kaya individuals cannot accept this eternal method. For them, possessing a biological body and rich emotional thinking constitutes a complete life. Consciousness uploading merely continues a certain moment of thinking and does not represent the eternal sublimation of life. However, the eternal faction possesses a substantial advantage. It is inexpensive and easily promoted on a large scale. Unlike medical longevity, which requires continuous replication of one's genes for custom organ replacement, mechanical eternity only requires a one-time consciousness upload, and standard models of mechanical bodies are so inexpensive that they rival household appliances. This makes mechanical eternity the best choice for many ordinary Kaya individuals. After replacing their bodies, their material needs gradually decrease, while their information needs continue to rise. Originally, the longevity faction integrated the mid to high levels, while the eternal faction united the lower levels. The sincere cooperation between the two factions made harmonious coexistence possible. However, the class contradictions between the two factions are irreconcilable. The eternal faction cannot accept being long-term controlled by those who are unchanging. They need a normal ascending channel. On the other hand, the longevity faction believes that the eternal faction in a biological sense no longer belongs to the Kaya individuals. The fact that the Federation can accommodate the eternal faction and grant them normal citizenship is a sign of great mercy, and they absolutely cannot accept mechanical life ruling the Kaya civilization. Some even suggested relocating the eternal faction to colonial planets, expelling them from the main society. This has instilled a deep sense of crisis in the eternal faction, fearing that the longevity faction might initiate a racial cleansing at some point in the future, eradicating them all. Consequently, while the eternal faction continuously strengthens its military power, it is also actively courting the newly generated Kaya individuals from gene modification. In this situation, the longevity faction is also gradually splitting internally, with natural Kaya individuals believing they are the true civilization, while gene modders see themselves as the future of civilization. As the contradictions continue to accumulate, the Kaya civilization has gathered various factors of civil war, including class rigidity, ideological division, and conflicts between new and old forces. Fortunately, the civilization fleet remains under the control of the Central Federation, and with the maturity of gene cultivation technology, the Kaya Central Federation holds the ability to overthrow everything and restart civilization. Thus, they can forcibly suppress the increasingly sharp internal contradictions. However, the unique survival model of the eternal faction makes them unafraid of war. Their potential for warfare far exceeds that of normal Kaya individuals. Their eternity is not merely about the digitalization of thought data, but also includes data backups from eternal hosts, allowing them to reboot their consciousness at any time. However, most of their eternal hosts have been locked down by the longevity faction, turning their greatest advantage into their biggest shortcoming. Nonetheless, they do not intend to give up resistance, but are continuously seeking new opportunities. The Bit family, part of the upper society on Kaya Mother Star, is a hidden force of the Eternal faction, long seeking safer methods for preserving thought data. The low-dimensional information continuously leaking from the Zero Brain has led them to believe that the low-dimensional realm is the best data preservation area. Therefore, they urgently need to obtain the Zero Brain and analyze the technology of information consciousness reduction and the construction methods of the Civilization Information Database. The Eternal faction, while yearning to create their eternal civilization, aims to seize control of the Kaya civilization under the dual protection of information and material realms. Meanwhile, the Gene Mater factions, with numerous cooperative agreements with them, have noticed their unusual actions. Although the Gene Mater forces within the Longevity faction are unaware of the Eternal faction's true intentions. However, adhering to the simple notion that what others value is worthwhile, the governor of Planet K2 unabashedly intercepted the most special Zero Brain. The Deep Blue civilization could never have imagined that although they were exterminated by the Kaya civilization, the technology they left behind would give rise to a new faction within the Kaya civilization. They would never have anticipated that the gene pool they left behind, despite being recklessly modified, would give birth to a special Zero Brain. The existence of this Zero Brain has provided the Eternal faction, born from Deep Blue technology, with the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the orthodox Longevity faction. This may appear to be an internal conflict within the Kaya civilization, but it is also an extension of the war between the Deep Blue civilization and the Kaya civilization. 500 cultivation pods containing the Zero Brain copies arrived at Kaya Mother Star amid the expectations of the Eternal sect. During this time, Zhou Heng explored the nascent brain and acquired a wealth of useful information. He discovered that the brain of the Deep Blue life is not an independent structure, but is composed of a main brain and two auxiliary brains. This unique brain structure is somewhat akin to the octopus found on Earth, yet the auxiliary brains of the Deep Blue life possess powerful information recording capabilities. In one of the auxiliary brain regions, Zhou Heng found a small amount of information pertaining to low-dimensional realms, while another auxiliary brain region revealed real-time feedback of biological information. This indicates that the Deep Blue life possesses extraordinary control over their physical bodies, enabling them to perceive the real-time state of biological forms. The other auxiliary brain responsible for recording thought information endows the Deep Blue life with formidable memory capabilities, significantly reducing the difficulty of knowledge transmission. The main brain acts as a thought processor, while the auxiliary brains serve as an information memory bank, meaning the Deep Blue life inherently carries a biological computer. If these two auxiliary brains were given to humans, they would not only ignite the desire for individual advancement, but also cause a qualitative change in human learning capabilities. Indeed, whether in technology or metaphysics, one cannot solely seek external solutions. External development determines the limits of civilization, while internal evolution dictates the limits of life. Indeed, whether in technology or metaphysics, one cannot solely seek external solutions. External development determines the limits of civilization. This brain structure not only aids individual growth, but also resembles a natural brain-machine interface, allowing for direct interaction of internal and external information without damaging the thinking brain. New tactile information has emerged. There are biological tissues resembling nerve fibers connecting this brain. Upon discovering that a large amount of tactile information was continuously generated connecting the auxiliary brain, Zhou Heng quickly retreated into the main brain area. He compressed his informational state into a cluster, preparing to return to the low-dimensional realm at the moment external information intervened in the main brain area. What is the genetic composition? Are these brain tissues products of the same gene? Your Excellency BIP, the genetic composition is complete. Their genetic fragments are identical. Very well, connect the Deep Blue auxiliary brain and retrieve all information from the memory auxiliary brain. As each of the Deep Blue brain's auxiliary brains was connected to specialized biological equipment, the BIP family quickly acquired new changes in the Deep Blue civilization within the low-dimensional realm. However, these changes were not surprising, as they had previously obtained sufficient information from the last batch of clone. They were aware that the Deep Blue civilization was in conflict with a civilization known as humanity, and that the Deep Blue civilization was at a disadvantage. The BIP family absolutely did not wish for any issues to arise for the Deep Blue civilization at this moment, as the Deep Blue civilization in the low-dimensional realm was their invaluable research material. They wanted to provide some assistance to stabilize the war situation of the Deep Blue civilization, but in the vast material universe, it was impossible for them to pinpoint the location of the human civilization. Your Excellency BIP, there is a new discovery. This brain is in a state of awakening. The information in its auxiliary brain indicates that its task before awakening was to combat the informational deities of human civilization. Have we located him? The clone brain with the codename Wega indicates that a nascent brain has been selected by Deep Blue Zero as an experimental subject. According to Deep Blue Zero's plan, when the nascent brain awakens, it should bring back an informational deity from human civilization. The BIP family's immediate recall of all cloning cultivation pods following the confirmation of the Special Zero's loss was precisely to obtain this awakened brain. Because the Special Zero brain's adjutant Wega was in their hands, they had a sufficient understanding of the Deep Blue civilization's plans. Now, aside from the Special Zero, the human civilization capable of achieving mental dimensionality reduction was equally a target for them to engage with. Your Excellency BIP, perhaps the information of that deity is currently imprisoned within this material brain. However, the awakened zero-copy brain is extremely valuable, and we cannot risk damaging the thinking main brain to explore that informational deity. What are you thinking? How could I harm such precious material? What we need is an exchange, or what we require is a method for mental dimensionality reduction. As long as one among us can successfully reduce dimensions, we can learn from Deep Blue Zero and upload our compatriots' information data into the clone brain, performing data backups in the low-dimensional realm. That way we can break free from the constraints of the eternal host, fully liberating the war potential of our eternal sect. The BIP Patriarch had contemplated controlling humanity in the material universe, and even threatening the special Deep Blue Zero. But who knows where humanity resides in the infinite universe? Who knows if upon breaking the Special Zero's civilized cognition, it would accept other personalities and go mad. Thus he now concealed all his ambitions, opting for friendly cooperation as his first choice in action. Your Excellency BIP, what do we use for exchange? What we can offer is likely to be of no interest to that information. Moreover, our time is running short. He might weaken, or even perish due to the lack of necessary information. Then let us provide him with supplementary information. Since we are unsure of the types of information he needs, we will inject a variety of information into the auxiliary brain and let him choose. Understood. We will implement the information supplement plan immediately. However, I must inform you that due to the differences in fundamental text and data forms, it is highly likely he will not be able to comprehend our information, let alone derive nourishment from it. The feedback from the researchers plunged Patriarch BIP into contemplation. In fact, they had an alternative plan, which was to upload their compatriots' information data into the clone brain of Deep Blue Zero. However, doing so would likely result in them losing control over their data information to Deep Blue Zero. If the Deep Blue Zero brain were to fall under their control, they could gradually instill information for brainwashing and transformation, ultimately turning the Zero brain into their information storage host. But for now that core brain was not in their possession, they could only strive to seek other alternatives. Do you think that the time difference between the information realm and the material realm is so vast that human civilization may have already deciphered the basic texts and data of the Deep Blue civilization? Your Excellency BIP's conjecture is very reasonable. We will inject the information of the Deep Blue civilization as well. Very good. Remember to filter the types of injections. The Wega brain indicates that human civilization has also ventured into the technological realm. Advanced technology must be extremely important to them. We cannot overfeed them at once. Understood. Once the information transmission was complete, the researchers, to demonstrate their sincerity and cooperation, voluntarily detached all neural line connections. They stimulated the activity of the thinking main brain using biological currents, causing the main brain to passively gather information from the auxiliary brain and enter a state of active thought. This is our sincerity and cooperation. Please feel free to use this information to sustain your... Do you wish to obtain methods for reducing the mind's dimensionality? When the clone brain entered a state of heightened thought and actively engaged the auxiliary brain, a torrent of externally transmitted information flooded into the primary brain's domain. Much of that information remained beyond Zhou Heng's immediate comprehension, for the character's data and foundational formulae that composed it were entirely unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, Zhou Heng had once operated in a lower dimensional realm and parsed the lives of Shenlong entities and Shenlong hunters. He could still decipher those strands of Shenlong civilization data. The information transmission device has been withdrawn. These Kaya are extraordinarily cautious. In his view, the Kaya had destroyed the Shenlong in the material realm, while humanity suppressed them in the informational sphere, so Kaya and humans ought to be allies who had never met. In his view, the Kaya had destroyed the Shenlong in the material realm, while humanity suppressed them in the informational sphere, so Kaya and humans ought to be allies who had never met. Thus he addressed Zhou Heng as an ally and expressed a desire to deepen cooperation and forge shared glory. Yet his practical measures were cautious. Every computational device used to link the auxiliary brain had been physically isolated. The purpose was to prevent peculiar information state spirits from slipping through the transmission channels into the Kaya civilization's data network. As expected, attempting to infiltrate a technologically advanced civilization that understands the information domain is no easy task. Zhou Heng leafed through the Shenlong data lodged in his primary and auxiliary brains and found that though abundant, most of it consisted of Shenlong literary material. Truly vital technological knowledge, materials science, energy science, aerospace technology, was entirely absent. The only substantive offering from the Kaya was biology, and that was built on Shenlong genetics. This gene-directed biotechnology was not useless to humanity, but it carried great compatibility to. For example, toxins intolerable to some Dixing humans were mere weak side effect compounds in Shenlong biological practice. Still, the Shenlong gene activation techniques held considerable value. Zhou Heng discovered he could employ those techniques to awaken dormant gene fragments, restoring growth activity to critical tissues that had been considered non-regenerative. But the Kaya were cunning. They had not uploaded any gene constraint technologies. Activating genes without constraints would likely yield not singular regeneration, but proliferative multiplication. With such methods, 3 heads and 6 arms would cease to be fantasy. Given sufficient nutrients, the emergence of a 100-armed human would not be inconceivable. The Kaya's cooperation is all goodwill and no generosity. They refuse to reveal anything of real value. They are clearly waiting for me to make demands. Zhou Heng understood the Kaya sought a chance for exchange. If he made a request, they could negotiate to obtain what they wanted. Should he contact the Kaya directly? Zhou Heng weighed the risks and decided to tentatively put forward some demands. Without ceremony, he left a message in Shenlong script within the auxiliary brain: materials science, energy science, aerospace, genetics, bionics, informatics. When Chief Bai Pu saw the Shenlong-hued brain quiver, he understood that the information state spirit had revealed its needs. Quickly connect the biological apparatus and see what our friend requires. As Zhou Heng's requisition was read, Bai Pu felt the difficulty of dealing with his counterpart. He could supply such technologies, but they belonged to Kaya's strategic assets. Bionics and information technology had given rise to the Kaya Eternal Sect. Gene technology, fused with information tech, had spawned the Kaya Longevity Sect. Bai Pu suspected that if the handful of human min-dimensionality adepts obtained these technologies, they might rapidly evolve into an eternal civilization. Winning humans over to the Eternal faction was feasible, yet he lacked faith in prevailing within the idealist domain. Should they fail, the Kaya Eternal Sect could find itself vulnerable, perhaps even reduced to a vassal of a human Eternal faction. Consequently, he did not wish, and could not afford, to hand over those technologies. Tell our friend we can offer technological branches, but not full suites. Even Shenlong-level tech is off the table. Lord Bai Pu, we can tell him we do not possess those technologies, only the ones we choose to provide. We will present only what we have the will to give. We can give him a list for each min-dimensionality technique he produces. We will reciprocate with a suitable technology. To show sincerity, we can offer technology first and receive recompense later. When the Kaya transmitted a catalog of available technologies into the Shenlong auxiliary brain, Zhou Heng suspected they were not merely seeking cooperative development, but aiming to elevate him into a human hegemon or to foment a civilizational schism. The reason was that so many of the offerings were war-related. Though antiquated by Kaya standards, they would be sufficient to make Zhou Heng the planetary ruler of Dixing. Yet Zhou's options were limited. He resolved that the information he would trade would not satisfy the Kaya entirely. He attempted to render the Tao De Jing into Shenlong script and found that a civilization's self-protective opacity was extraordinarily powerful. For instance, Dao Ku Dao Fei Chong Dao became in his translation: if truth can be spoken, then it ceases. Such a rendering was not useless, only superficially plausible. Stripped of its numinous cultural quality, the sacred text was reduced to mere philosophical exposition. Therefore, Zhou could not conduct many exchanges before risking offense, or before the Kaya, seeing no gain, severed the information link. He needed to carefully select the technologies he required, and be prepared for the cooperation to be cut off. Since you are so earnest, I will translate the Tao De Jing for you. May the Taoist patriarch watch over you, cross-boundary inheritors. Zhou Heng prioritized cloning cultivation techniques common in Kaya society. Even if they only received a fragmentary, ambiguous philosophical passage, the Kaya were willing to continue the exchange. For his second trade, he chose virtual metaverse technology and offered a translation of Taishang Leijin's treatise on perpetual tranquility. Perhaps Zhou's translation skills were lacking, or perhaps the Kaya truly could not grasp the Taoist mode of thought. In any case, a third exchange did not arrive. Instead came a single question. Human friend, what do you mean by Jing? This stillness. How can one be forever tranquil? Having already gained ample advantage, Zhou Heng decided to offer some aftercare and kindly translated Taishang Laojun, taught me the ghost-slaying incantation. Trust me, this is a lineage-bound Tao technique. Eradicate the distracting demonic thoughts in your heart, and in abiding stillness you will perceive your true self. The Kaya did not accept Zhou Heng's benevolence. They abruptly concluded that as a materialist civilization, pursuing idealist methods was unlikely to bear fruit. Maintain this batch of brains well. We hope Shenlong Zero will send us a mind in which thinking is normal. Oh no, I forgot to add a phrase. I have a friend. The Kaya person transmitted a message to Zhou Heng before the feedback. We hope to communicate with a being of normal cognition, but it seems you are not such a being. Light and salvation, we are no longer friends, but we will ensure your survival. I hope the next human information entity that arrives here is your friend. Oh, otherwise you will have to stay here indefinitely. Perhaps you will devise a more reasonable method for lowering consciousness. At that time, we might still be able to remain friends. The feedback from the Kaya people made Zhou Heng aware of how well they understood the war dynamics against the Deep Blue civilization. It also made him realize that he had been labeled as cognitively abnormal and untrustworthy. However, it wasn't entirely Zhou Heng's fault. He was indeed translating a method of Taoism that had been passed down through generations. This method of quieting the mind had been explicitly told to him by the elder Taoist as useful. Now Zhou Heng could only hope that the angels under the Lord of 10,000 armies would not be captured by these newborn. Otherwise, the light and salvation category of human lower consciousness beings might collectively be labeled as cognitively abnormal. We can continue our discussion. I have multiple theories of the Tao that can guide the lowering of consciousness. Don't give up so early. Persistence is the foundation of success. Zhou Heng was still thinking about other Kaya technologies planning to help the Tao ancestor disseminate Taoism further. However, as soon as the Kaya people saw the term Taoism translated as law of truth, they determined that Zhou Heng was still in a state of cognitive abnormality. Thus, Zhou Heng did not receive any feedback for a long time, and the information uploaded by the Kaya people to maintain his existence had turned into Deep Blue geography. After experiencing the natural geography and climate issues of the Deep Blue home planet, Zhou Heng finally confirmed the thoughts of the Kaya people. The Kaya people had no intention of probing negotiations, which indicated that Zhou Heng was not their only choice. They had other backup plans available. Perhaps they have a way to control the Deep Blue civilization, able to confirm the capture of other human lower consciousness beings, which is why they so easily disconnected communication. Thinking of the special nature of cloning brains, Zhou Heng concluded that there were hidden spies within the Deep Blue. This method of influencing split personalities through information and then affecting the main consciousness through these split personalities could indeed manipulate the Deep Blue civilization to a certain extent. However, in this respect, the Deep Blue civilization and the Kaya civilization are allies. The Deep Blue civilization needs to imprison human lower consciousness beings, while the Kaya civilization needs to analyze. However, in this respect, the Deep Blue civilization and the Kaya civilization are allies. The Deep Blue civilization needs to imprison human lower consciousness beings, while the Kaya civilization needs to analyze reasonable methods of lowering consciousness from the vast amounts of information provided by these beings. Therefore, Zhou Heng could not make the Deep Blue civilization cease its capture methods. He could only return to a lower dimension by himself to avoid too many human lower consciousness beings being imprisoned within material brains. As Zhou Heng descended into the lower dimension, discussions were also underway within the Deep Blue civilization regarding the next mode of warfare. Supreme Commander, we cannot just defend passively. Those Taoist groups that have infiltrated our ranks not only cannot be assimilated by our information, but can also pollute our information in return. Vig, do you want me to deal with them? That is indeed feasible. The Supreme Commander is not averse to fighting personally. He realizes that the information solidity and energy intensity of those Taoist groups are indeed not as strong as his, and he has the ability to eliminate them. No, Supreme Commander, you cannot go. There is a special connection among the Taoist groups engaged in combat in human civilization. They are like a thread laden with bait. Once our important target is hooked, human civilization will certainly enforce retrieval of the line. No worries, that thread may not be able to hook me. Supreme Commander, you are not a warrior. You are the extension of the Deep Blue civilization. We cannot allow you to face any risks. Although the Deep Blue beings do not realize that they are split personalities of the Supreme Commander, they instinctively regard him as the core of their civilization. They do not allow the Supreme Commander to personally face battles of unknown risk, nor can they accept him being directly impacted by the information of other civilizations. Alright, Vig, what is your plan? Supreme Commander, we can use those newborn blank compatriots again to bring all those Taoist groups with special connections into the material world. Vig's words caused the previously calm Deep Blue Supreme Commander to become serious in an instant. He carefully observed Vig's information form, searching for any signs of abnormal information. Vig, are you loyal now? Supreme Commander, my loyalty to you surpasses my identification with the Deep Blue civilization. You can assimilate my thought information at any time. Indeed, how could I doubt your loyalty? You are my aide and the second responsible person of the Deep Blue civilization. Since Vig, you have no issues, it must be other existences that influenced you. You forgot that those newborn compatriots are our hope for influencing the material world. Since the Deep Blue Supreme Commander awakened one of the newborn compatriots, he has regarded those 500 newborn compatriots as the hope for the continuation of the Deep Blue civilization. Compared to overwhelming human civilization and uploading information into human material bodies, he values those 500 genetically pure newborn compatriots far more. If it weren't for worrying about those newborn compatriots lying in the Kaya people's laboratory, the Deep Blue Supreme Commander would have long awakened them on a large scale. But Supreme Commander, having 500 newborn compatriots means losing a few isn't a problem. 500 weapons of mass destruction are indeed not a small number, but 500 lives capable of rebooting civilization are far too few. Each one is incredibly precious. We must convey the most refined information to them, letting them know how to reproduce, how to fight, how to disguise, and how to survive in the material world. However, it seems the Kaya people can no longer wait. They are influencing you to provide them with more lower consciousness. Vig, perhaps we were wrong. We should not have sent human lower consciousness beings into the material domain from the start, or we wouldn't have attracted the attention of the Kaya people, and you wouldn't have been influenced by them. Vig, tell them, I need to talk to them. My civilization needs more newborn compatriots, the more the better. If they are willing to cooperate, I will capture enough human lower consciousness beings for them. The Deep Blue Supreme Commander did not know why he had not been influenced, but he realized that the existing Deep Blue beings were still too few. He intended to take advantage of the former enemies to strengthen his civilization. Supreme Commander, I am willing to obey any of your commands, but I do not know how to contact them. Don't worry, Vig, you are now our diplomat. They will soon actively contact you. The Deep Blue Supreme Commander was correct. Vig's request information was quickly discovered by the Kaya people monitoring in real time. Lord Bip, Vig brain information feedback indicates that Deep Blue no. Zero wants to cooperate with us. He needs more cloned brains to expand his civilization. How dare Deep Blue no. Zero seek cooperation with us? No, after realizing his existence pattern, he surprisingly hasn't gone insane. How did he manage to talk seriously with himself? Do idealistic lower consciousness beings' thoughts not make sense? The dimensional descent method of Deep Blue no. Zero is something the Kaya people cannot and do not wish to learn. After all, the idea of continuing civilization through the active splitting of personalities after the destruction of their culture is simply too incredible. What the Kaya people need is a normal method of dimensional descent, one that preserves self-awareness. They are unwilling to mass-produce clones of Deep Blue no. Zero's brain, fearing that such actions would excessively enhance the potential of Deep Blue civilization. Since they are about to enter a lower dimensional realm to back up consciousness information, who knows if the now powerful Deep Blue no. Zero will turn against them. If they are suppressed by the Kaya Immortality sect in the material world, while simultaneously attacked by Deep Blue no. Zero in the information realm, it would be better to submit to the Kaya Immortality sect now and gain some breathing room through their mercy. It is impossible. We cannot continue to provide clone brains for Deep Blue no. Zero. We are not some ignorant game merchant. His reckless mass production has already spawned a monster of information fragmentation, and we cannot allow Deep Blue no. Zero to continue spiraling out of control. In the face of future crises and current dilemmas, we must choose one. Tell me, what is the safe exchange ratio? Chief Bip did not abandon his intention to cooperate with Deep Blue no. Zero despite the researchers' objections. This is because the backup of consciousness information in lower dimensions is the demand of the entire Kaya Eternal sect. Even with some risks of losing control, they still need to explore a result. Your Excellency Bip, the quantity in the material world does not correlate proportionally with the information realm. If Deep Blue no. Zero sends one human descender, we can at most provide 10 personality containers. Let's proceed this way for now. The initial cooperation model left both the Kaya Eternal sect and Deep Blue no. Zero somewhat dissatisfied. One side believes the other poses risks of losing control and wishes to immediately reclaim the Zero brain to brainwash it into a loyal Eternal sect warrior. The other side sees the first as sensitive and fragile, eager to quickly bring them down and forcibly overwrite all of their consciousness information. However, both sides maintained restraint and decided to prioritize capturing human descenders to satisfy their respective interests. Yet the Kaya people specifically requested not to involve Taoists, claiming that their descenders belong to philosophical fanatics who deceive themselves, making normal communication impossible. Commander, are we really helping them complete the descent? Of course it benefits both of us. After completing his deceptive work, Vegas ceased to speak. He knew his information was being monitored by the Kaya people. He was no longer the deputy of Deep Blue, but rather a Deep Blue diplomat maintaining friendship. The supreme leader of Deep Blue subtly signaled to the somewhat worried Wega that he would not act according to the Kaya people's demands. He wanted to let the Kaya people enter the lower dimensional realm, but absolutely did not want them to maintain their self-awareness and flood into the lower dimensions with massive numbers. Thus, even if the Kaya people did not request it, he would choose to capture the divine Taoist practitioners among the human descenders. He wanted the Kaya people to develop some religious beliefs rather than only knowing how to invade and annex. Deep Blue hunters. I thought Deep Blue civilization had retreated to solidify its position, so where did these hunters come from? Could it be that he is yet another clone brain waiting to awaken? Can I trade for more technology? Returning to the lower dimensional realm, Zhou Heng discovered that the civilizational war had passed the conflict phase and returned to a standoff mode. The divine Taoist practitioners responsible for internal virus elimination had once again hidden within human civilization, with only some fluctuations from divine practitioners in the inter-realm transfer area. Zhou Heng did not expect to encounter the hunters of Deep Blue once more during this period of war calm. Has Deep Blue civilization reached an agreement with the Kaya people? I was wondering why the Kaya people were ignoring me. Upon discovering another opportunity for technology exchange, Zhou Heng unceremoniously tore apart the camouflage information layer of this Deep Blue hunter. Indeed, what lay hidden beneath the camouflage was still the familiar blank soul container. With this dormant brain, he once again experienced the sensation of awakening from a dream, but this time, he entered a new cloned brain and acquired a new identity. What model is the human descender sent by Deep Blue? No. 0 this time. The Wega brain did not receive clear feedback. It only knows that the Deep Blue hunter was captured and deployed upon entering the human civilization zone. Since Wega has already been exposed, let's communicate directly with the new human information entity. As the Kaya people link the clone brain to biological devices, Zhou Heng was also considering what information to use for exchange with the Kaya people. The Tao canon is definitely out of the question. Should I translate the Diamond Sutra for them? How should I translate the word Buddha? Should I directly translate it as Awakened One? That works. This time I will translate Buddhist scriptures for them, and next time I will translate the Bible, and I could also translate Wang Yangming's philosophy. After going through a similar process, Zhou Heng once again gained the opportunity to select technology. This time Zhou Heng pragmatically chose energy technology, as not only did he need a stable energy source, but the future of human civilization also required stable energy. However, the Kaya people learned from the lessons of the first transaction and only provided Zhou Heng with the basic controllable nuclear fusion technology. I heard the Awakened One say that there was a time when the Awakened One resided in a country called Shui. What is this? Why does the new Awakened One sect feel no different from the sect of truth? How can humanity rely on such things for spiritual descent? Zhou Heng was indeed translating carefully, but he simply could not convey the essence of "thus have I heard at one time the Buddha was in the city of Shui" in Deep Blue script. As a result, the Kaya people decisively ignored Zhou Heng again, treating him once more as a thinker with abnormal. Chief Bip, is it possible that our research direction is incorrect? Perhaps humanity is indeed a group of thinkers with abnormal thoughts which allows them to rely on these strange theories for spiritual descent. This is not without possibility. Genetic defects indeed can lead to abnormal thinking within a race. Perhaps we can provide genetic technology to humanity, allowing them to stabilize their genes before developing some normal methods of descent. What we fear is that once they become normal, they will also lose the ability for spiritual descent. As their understanding of human descenders increased, the Kaya Eternal Sect gradually denied the value of humanity's spiritual descent system. Some scholars within the Eternal Sect also believe that it was likely because the Kaya people could not comprehend human civilization, which is why they failed to find value in these descent theories. But regardless of the situation, the Kaya people could not halt their plan for consciousness information descent backup. Thus Zhou Heng, who had just returned to the lower dimensional realm with new gains, once again encountered Deep Blue hunters. It seems that human civilization has regarded me as a special unit responsible for such events. Am I becoming a civilizational diplomat now? In this third encounter, the Kaya civilization did not provide Zhou Heng with a selection list, but directly uploaded gene adjustment technology to express their sincerity. Then they told Zhou Heng that he needed to present valuable spiritual descent technology to continue the transaction. What is this, a religious canon? Sincere faith can lead to paradise. With enough devotion, the true God in one's heart will surely open the gates of heaven. Is paradise merely the spiritual dimension that satisfies oneself? Lord Bip, perhaps we should consider reclaiming the special zero brain. Neither the cult of truth, the awakened ones, nor the omniscient faith have theories that suit us. If one of these sects were a deceiver, that would be understandable, but it's impossible for all three distinct philosophical sects to be deceivers. This proves that the dimensional reduction theory of humanity is fundamentally incompatible with us. We cannot demand the miracles conjured from their imaginations as they do, nor can we solidify false fantasies with genuine thought. I truly wonder how barren human society has become to the point where they abandon the real material and wholeheartedly pursue the beauty within their minds. However, such a race with potential for extraordinary miracles seems to be on the verge of destruction by us. The basic nuclear fusion technology we provide is sufficient to alter the material poverty of their society, leading them to abandon spiritual attachments and wholeheartedly pursue tangible sensations in the material realm. Fortunately, the human information-based deity who acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology is still imprisoned within the clone brain of Deep Blue Zero. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the abundance of material energy would affect the idealistic nature of humanity and cause Deep Blue Zero to lose its survival pressure. The researchers' explanations gave Lord Bip a new understanding of human civilization. A civilization lacking in material energy and technological advancement poses no threat to the Kaya Federation. Under the condition that they are willing to accept the rule of the Kaya Federation, they can merge into the Kaya Federation as a member planet. Given their material poverty and the desire of intelligent life for longevity, they can only be staunch supporters of the Kaya Eternal Sect. Yet for a civilization that is worth courting technological support would strip it of value, while withholding support offers no justification for them to become vassals of the Kaya Eternal Sect. We must maintain the purity of human civilization and cease any technological transfer to them from now on, especially in energy, genetics, and materials. Let us forcibly extract information from the clone brains that contain human information-based deities. We cannot allow these information beings to return with technological knowledge to the human information repository. We need to preserve the idealistic values of humanity, ensuring they constantly suppress Deep Blue Zero. Only in this way can we maintain a cooperative relationship with Deep Blue Zero. From now on, do not request human dimensional reducers from Deep Blue Zero. The fragile balance between human civilization and Deep Blue Zero must not be disrupted. We need to prevent Deep Blue Zero from excessively stimulating human civilization, leading to their total annihilation. Continuously monitor the trajectory of civilizational warfare. If necessary, we can clone some defensive forces for Deep Blue Zero. As the command from Lord Bip was issued, numerous biological neural connections began to actively link to the main neural structure of the clone brain. They attempted to conduct one last information harvest, even at the cost of damaging the clone brain. Zhou Heng sensed the continuous influx of tactile information in the main brain region and immediately returned to the lower dimensional realm. Lord Bip, we only retrieved remnants of technological information and found no data on any human dimensional reducers. We believe it's possible that human dimensional reducers escaped through some unknown method, or perhaps they voluntarily initiated information collapse to protect their civilization's information. Information collapse, do they possess such an ability? Most likely they do. Their mode of existence is too idealistic. They should be able to determine their own existence. The Yaka civilization could not have imagined that their three interlocutors were the same entity. Just as Zhou Heng could not foresee that the Kaya civilization actively destroyed the technological information of the transaction to preserve the idealistic characteristics of human civilization. It is no longer necessary. The cult of truth seeks truth within falsehood. The awakened ones are the reincarnation. It is no longer necessary. The cult of truth seeks truth within falsehood. The awakened ones are the reincarnation of the spirit, and the omniscient sect worships illusions of deities. Their foundations are all rooted in self-fantasy and self-deception. Perhaps it cannot be described as deception, but rather as the self-construction of information cocoons. They believe they worship, they reach. We can also build a similar unique social model. We can establish a small-scale, idealistic civilization using tens of millions of clone brains combined with virtual reality technology. Human self-idealistic dimensional reduction is difficult for us to replicate, but we can simulate the dimensional reduction model of Deep Blue Zero. Lord Bip decided to initiate the virtual civilization extinction plan. If one attempt fails, we will conduct multiple attempts, and if results are slow, we will increase the number of virtual civilizations. He believes that multiple virtual civilizations based on religious idealism, through cycles of destruction and rebirth, will eventually yield one or two entities similar to Deep Blue Zero. Lord Bip, your simulated civilization plan is theoretically entirely feasible. However, do you plan to clone our genes on a large scale? That may not be possible as the longevity sect is constantly monitoring us. If we misuse Kaya genes, they will undoubtedly enact a savage crackdown on us under the pretext of mechanical life, disrespecting civilized genes. The Eternal Sect has not yet made any substantial threats, yet their expansion has already raised the vigilance of the Longevity Sect. If they truly jeopardize the biological genes of the Kaya people, the Central Federation will certainly dispatch a fleet to expel them from Kaya Prime. I will not do that. We have the Deep Blue Gene Bank available for experiments, and the existence of Deep Blue Zero also signifies the potential of Deep Blue life to complete such experiments. We need a desolate and remote planet to establish our civilization experiment site. We can destroy everything there at any time. Even if discovered, it won't be a significant issue. I recall that planet E7 is one that has nearly exhausted its mineral resources. I let our people there discover some cheap minerals. The underground mines there are natural civilization breeding grounds. We will awaken the extinct Deep Blue civilization there, allowing Deep Blue Zero to understand who is the legitimate civilization. Understood. Your will shall be executed immediately. The plan of Lord Bip to sustainably produce idealistic dimensional reducers received full support from the Kaya Eternal Sect. As mining ships arrived at planet E7, a multitude of mechanical beings and extraction equipment entered the underground mines, establishing numerous civilization experiment sites. They aimed to inject the eternal ideals of the Eternal Sect into those genetic cultivation chambers, along with precompiled social model information. The imagined civilization simulated by virtual reality continues to remind those still in development that they are not Deep Blue life, but rather the Great Eternal Clan. The reason they are currently ordinary life is that they have lost the power of eternity. When they regain their eternal heart and immortal intent, they will once again become powerful eternal beings. Human idealistic dimensional reduction relies on self-deception. We use a civilization to deceive a race, and our eternity will surely extend into the realm of the mind. The Kaya people once destroyed the Deep Blue civilization, and now they have restarted it. Even though the Kaya Eternal sect is based on the experiment of the fantasy civilization, which has cloned tens of millions of deep blue brains, this cannot obscure the fact that the deep blue genes are once again rejuvenating. If Deep Blue Zero knew about this, he would surely be overjoyed. The future he anticipated and pursued is being realized due to his existence pattern and unique value. He continues the information of civilization, and the gene clone continues the material civilization. One day both sides will overlap, and the deceived deep blue life will eventually uncover the truth of history. While the Kaya people were methodically conducting the fantasy civilization experiment, Zhou Heng was also carrying out his biological revival plan on Earth. Originally, Zhou Heng wanted to conduct a few more transactions, but after waiting a long time in the lower dimension, he still did not see any new deep blue hunters appear. He speculated that the Kaya people must have given up on studying human Tao texts and Buddhist scriptures. After Deep Blue Zero received no returns, he also ceased the material cage plan. I hope the Kaya people will still remember me in the future, at least provide me with some superconducting material technology to help us enter the interstellar age. Zhou Heng knew that the information he traded would not satisfy the Kaya people, but he had been trying his best to translate it into comprehensible theories. Otherwise, if he were to present theories related to relics, nirvana, taiji, primitive, etc., the Kaya people would probably struggle to even hypothesize. In the end, they forcibly read the clone's main brain, not trying to retrieve the transaction information right. Then the technology they present in the future would probably be untrustworthy. Regardless of what the Kaya people plan, they will find it difficult to affect human civilization. Therefore, Zhou Heng returned to Earth with some regret and began to prepare for his plan to enter the material realm. I need a professional biological laboratory along with various extracting materials and high-precision robotic arms. Zhou Heng has several carefully selected collaborators on Earth, among whom Tao Hui has achieved the greatest success and has gained international recognition. If he utilizes Tao Hui's influence, Zhou Heng's demands would not only be quickly met, but issues like equipment maintenance, laboratory safety, and funding sources would no longer be problems. However, the downside is that Tao Hui is now too famous and too important. Those who are monitoring him are no longer competitors, but intelligence units from various countries. Therefore, Zhou Heng could only sacrifice convenience to strive for discretion. Fortunately, he belongs to the electronic ghost within the data network and can discreetly tap into the dormant funds of some dead accounts. Although these funds are not above board, many people's services do not require clean funds. They would solve the money laundering problem themselves. Su Yuan, Zhou Heng's caretaker, prepare a bit. This afternoon, volunteers will come to provide free haircut and washing services for all patients. No head nurse, our patients don't need professional haircuts. We can manage with a simple trim. Besides, they can't just serve our nursing home for free. The city has at least 6 nursing homes, and they would surely incur losses after this round. You talk too much. Although they are providing volunteer services, they have also negotiated a service agreement with our leaders. Just cooperate well with the work. Understood. It's not that anyone can volunteer as they please. Head nurse, can I disguise myself as a patient to sneak a free haircut? Rest assured, I'm quite familiar with sitting in a wheelchair and spacing out. Then just space out properly. You can have everything in your dreams. The volunteer service of a newly opened barbershop did not create much of a stir, but Zhou Heng gained his genetic sample through it. Zhou Heng's first consideration was to repair his brain or to clone a new brain for replacement, but he lacked confidence in his surgical skills. Moreover, given his Botus weak condition, it would be difficult to endure a major traumatic surgery for brain. Therefore, he decided to go all out. Since he wanted to clone, he would clone a completely new body and make local genetic adjustments. In Southeast Asia on Earth, in the Pahang region of Malaysia, a company named Chi Chuang Biopharmaceutical Settlement. The nominal head of the company placed large orders for refining materials from major pharmaceutical companies and introduced a drug production line equipped with high-precision robotic arms. Due to the concerning security situation in the area, Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical submitted a security application to the local government and was granted the privilege to form a small-scale security force. Additionally, Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical procured a batch of drones for patrolling and defense work in the park. Once everything was on track, Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical deployed its management team to the financial district of the city, starting to seek investment and financing everywhere. The locals and outside capital had long been familiar with the pie in the sky drawn by the entrepreneurs, so it was no surprise that Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical received very little investment. However, the head of Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical was not discouraged, because his backer had told him that they were here to raise funds, not to produce. The factory's equipment and security were merely for show. They only needed to secure enough angel funding and then declare bankruptcy. Thus, the management of Chi Chuang Pharmaceutical was solely focused on making money, planning to flee with the funds before their backer declared bankruptcy. The factory, located in the outskirts with hardly any formal employees, attracted little attention. The drone swarm has been debugged and the deployment of automatic lethal weapons is complete. It's time to start my cloning plan. Under Zhou Heng's control, 2 high-precision robotic arms were debugging various biological reagents, and multiple large servers provided by Tao Hui became Zhou Heng's computing power guarantee. When Zhou Heng successfully extracted his genes from his hair, the dawn of his return to the material world appeared. The 26th experiment failed. The genes of the Deep Blue people and the Kaya people have been optimized, and they are not as bloated and complex as human genes. Developmental gene segments successfully locked, dormant mechanisms successfully removed, and juvenile mode locked. This segment of genes will remain in a juvenile state at the cost of consuming more energy and a shortened lifespan. Cell division information modified successfully. A more reasonable division plan can ensure the normal lifespan of the juvenile mode. As Zhou Heng's genetic adjustments were completed, the robotic arms activated the cloning mode once again. Since the scope of this genetic adjustment was small, the gene segments did not collapse. Furthermore, the adjusted developmental information allowed this body to grow at a rate far exceeding that of normal humans. Merely 5 months later, with sufficient nutrient solution supply, a body without developmental defects was formed. His appearance bore only a 20 resemblance to Zhou Heng, and even those who were familiar with him could not discern any connection to the former Zhou Heng. The next step is to awaken the blank brain, just like Deep Blue Zero. I am about to return, but not in an ordinary way. I will return as a branch of human civilization, thereby breaking the limits of humanity. The management team of Qichuang Pharmaceuticals had been seeking funding for nearly half a year without attracting any major investors. Yet the companies behind Thessine's owner did not dismiss them. Instead, he earnestly retained them to continue their work. Manager Mo and the company is currently facing some issues, but I believe that as long as we work hard together, we can overcome this difficult time. Therefore, the senior management must lead by example. I have decided to reduce your base salaries by another 30%. As long as we work diligently, the company will eventually grow stronger. Rest assured, boss, we won't let you down. After Zhou Heng left a message in the management group of Qichuang Company the next day, only his account remained. The management chose the same method to alleviate the company's financial pressure, which was to let the owner struggle alone. Furthermore, before they voluntarily resigned, they used the company's remaining funds to provide themselves with severance compensation. It's just as well that they all left, otherwise I would have to find a reason to dismiss this makeshift team. Zhou Heng arranged for his new body to have a legitimate identity in the Kingdom of Malaysia. He no longer needed the visible management team. He could lead the company's development himself. The change in management at Qichuang Pharmaceuticals did not attract the attention of local forces, as they already knew it was a shell company designed to collect money. However, what they did not expect was that this company, which seemed to have fraud written all over it, actually received investments from some foreign merchants. Where are these gullible people? Let's find an opportunity for the owner of Qichuang Pharmaceuticals to recommend us. When the local business group in Lanma City, Pahang, assumed that Qichuang Pharmaceuticals would abscond with the funds, no one expected that the company would genuinely turn over a new leaf. Since the management change, Qichuang Pharmaceuticals has actively introduced equipment and pharmaceutical raw materials, taking on the hard work of drug processing. The local business groups all knew that this wouldn't yield much profit. Seeing a promising financial peer suddenly dive into the depths of contract manufacturing, they couldn't help but sigh. Having embezzled money that shouldn't have been taken, he can't escape. Now, he will have to work diligently to repay his debts for the rest of his life. The local business group in Malin understood that a peer who used to paint dreams had suddenly begun to work earnestly. It's likely that he hasn't had a change of heart. It's more probable that he was held at gunpoint. Thus, they decided to keep their distance from Qichuang Pharmaceuticals in the future to avoid being splattered with blood if Qichuang were to meet its end. We need to build a professional-level laboratory to develop our own pharmaceuticals. Boss, we probably don't have the capability for that. A development is a high-end project that only pharmaceutical giants can afford. The shareholders are watching. Even if the development fails, we must at least set up a framework to let our shareholders know where their money is going. At Zhou Heng's request, a 6-story building in the factory area was transformed into a biopharmaceutical lab. Additionally, he beautified it by claiming it was for the confidentiality of new drugs and isolated the signal in the pharmaceutical building, replacing the windows with one-way visibility glass. However, after the laboratory was completed, no one entered to research drugs. The employees of Qichuang Pharmaceuticals all knew it was merely a facade. What they did not expect was that months later, Qichuang Pharmaceuticals hired some peculiar managers, each of whom was adept at forming small cliques. Important internal positions in the company were quickly replaced with their people, and in the end, even the employees were not spared. They subtly indicated that they could either leave with severance pay or pay a position fee to stay, working while also having to pay the company. What employee could stand such a bizarre management? Consequently, one by one, they left Qichuang Pharmaceuticals, yet the factory area did not remain idle. Instead, it developed reasonably well. The entire factory area, consisting of 231 people, has been replaced by my clones. This clone production base is temporarily safe. During this period, Zhou Heng continuously cultivated clones and also prepared legitimate identities that could withstand scrutiny. Of course, the consciousness of these blank clones was also guided by Zhou Heng into a lower dimensional realm, where they transformed into a lower dimensional universe, all merging into Zhou Heng's main consciousness universe. Unlike the approach of the Deep Blue No. Zero-split personality, which formed its own civilization, Zhou Heng utilized the cognitive plurality gained from regaining a material brain to integrate these blank clones into a multidimensional thinking universe. Now these clones are equivalent to individual thought nodes of Zhou Heng, or rather units that make up a biological computer server. These clones are Zhou Heng, yet they are also not Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng has become a unified consciousness. His mode of existence now resembles that of a swarm. He established his own social model of society with only one subject consciousness, completing his transformation from individual life to collective life. His emergence is of great significance to human civilization because it represents an evolutionary branch that has never appeared before. Therefore, he unsurprisingly became a branch civilization within human civilization, and from then on he also acquired his own civilization information database in the lower dimensional realm. This civilization information database became a transfer station for Zhou Heng's thoughts, allowing him to migrate to any clone and constantly update the cognitive information data of the clones. However, this model is not without flaws. Zhou Heng can make the clones fight like fearless warriors, but he cannot yet enable a large number of clones to possess the intelligence of normal humans. After all, the information that normal humans need to process at all times far exceeds the question-and-answer feedback of an AI companion. Zhou Heng estimated that while ensuring the basic intelligence of the clones, the number of clones he could manage would be extremely limited. Thus, he reduced the computing power of ordinary pharmaceutical clones, allowing them to only handle simple tasks. To this end, Zhou Heng also planned employee dormitories and canteens in the pharmaceutical factory area to facilitate a unified living area that conserves thought. I need to strengthen my civilization and thereby reinforce my civilizational will. The limited number of clones cannot meet Zhou Heng's needs. People encounter many things in life, but many repetitive tasks do not require thought. Appropriate feedback can be made subconsciously. If I can organize corresponding answers for most matters that may be encountered and share them with the clones through the civilization information database, would they be able to achieve a certain degree of independence? With new ideas, Zhou Heng simulated solutions to numerous events in the lower dimensional realm and updated the cognitive data of the clones. It turned out that his method was indeed effective. The originally quiet pharmaceutical factory became lively. However, these general habitual thoughts still have many shortcomings. For example, how should one specifically differentiate feedback when the same tool is used for cleaning and as a weapon? Zhou Heng thought of the solution of occupational specialization, categorizing the clones in the factory into pharmacists, cleaners, chefs, security personnel, and so forth. In this way, he only needed to control a few managerial clones to disguise the entire factory as a normal. As for the various problems encountered by the clones during daily work, Zhou Heng would categorize and update them in the civilization information database. With the continued update of cognitive information, his clones gradually became excellent employees with rich technical experience. I need to continuously fill various occupational information and also need a soil for my civilization to grow. The winds of change swirl on the Earth star, generally unrelated to ordinary individuals who can only passively accept the environmental shifts imposed by the times. However, when an individual becomes powerful enough, they can also become a leader of the era. Zhou Heng, with his hive-like consciousness, possesses such ability. On the vast African land in a country called Wudao, a security company suddenly appeared, though no one knows exactly when it began. This security company, staffed by individuals of diverse skin tones, maintains an exceptionally professional attitude. They do not utter a single unnecessary word and would never pry into their employer's information. Thus, this security company quickly gained favor with local powers and foreign investment groups. Cheetah, the North Africa region, has been engaged in anti-colonial movements recently, and the success of their military coups has severely shaken the stability of neighboring countries. We must prepare in advance to prevent the military leaders below from suddenly rising up against us. Mr. And your concerns are very valid. I would like to recommend Dawn Security Company. Although they have not been established for long, their reputation in the industry is quite good. Moreover, they have an international background, with their largest shareholder coming from the White Eagle Federation and their company head from Malaya. Their not entirely pure background will lead them to value wealth. Dawn Security, you say? In which region are they stationed, and how strong are their security forces? Mr. Their current base is in the Kyoga Lake area of the northern province, and they have around 300 security personnel. They not only have ground action units, but also an aerial support unit consisting of 5 helicopters along with a maritime escort team made up of 2 armed merchant ships. Originally listening calmly to his subordinate's introduction, Commander Iman's brow suddenly furrowed, and his already dark face turned even darker. 300 professional armed personnel along with an aerial support unit. This force is sufficient to instigate a coup in Wudao. Cheetah, how much did you take from them? Why did you recommend them into our central province? Mr. You misunderstand. It is not I who took money from them. You should ask Mr. Burson from the northern province how much he paid them and what purpose he has in hiring them. Mr. We either expel Dawn Security from our territory or draw them to our side. However, I suggest it is better to draw them in, otherwise they may very well continue to hide in the northern province under General Burson's protection. Damn it, what does Burson want? I have given him so much autonomy, is it still not enough to satisfy his appetite? Commander Iman is a product of compromise among various factions. After he rose to power, he granted significant autonomy to local forces, even devolving tax collection rights to them. He simply cannot imagine that despite his cooperation with local factions, there would still be dissatisfaction. Cheetah, how is the combat capability of Dawn Security's soldiers? Can our direct military defeat them? It would be difficult. Dawn Security soldiers are disciplined, fierce in combat, and extremely proficient in teamwork. General Burson has utilized them to eliminate many local armed groups in the northern province. Officers in the northern province say that Dawn's soldiers hold overwhelming superiority over local forces. The combat effectiveness of Wooda's regular army is comparable to that of local armed groups, but their fighting spirit is not as resilient. Therefore, since Dawn Security can suppress local forces, they will certainly be able to suppress the troops in Wooda's central province. Right now, our only advantage lies in the number of troops. I really don't know what Burson is thinking. How dare he place such a terrifying force so close to him? Is he not afraid of being directly overstepped by Dawn Security? Commander Iman cannot see through General Burson's intentions, but he knows that this force, which can be bought with money, is best controlled in his own hands. Cheetah, go find the head of Dawn Security and have a serious talk. Tell them that the peace of Wuda needs their contribution. Understood, Mr. Iman. As long as the interests are aligned, they will definitely serve us. Commander Iman does not know that General Burson from the northern province of Wudao really is not worried about being overstepped by Dawn Security. Because he himself is a member of Dawn Security, just that the once brutal version of him has disappeared, replaced by a modified clone. Zhou Heng once thought about directly replacing a certain brutal African leader, but the social model here is simply he needs a bottom-up reform to sweep away various local powers, making this neglected, landlocked, chaotic, and impoverished small country the fertile soil for his own civilization's free growth. Thus, he needs an identity that bears a reputation for brutality, yet belongs to a local power for cover. Fortunately, the local power's security forces in Wuda are not stringent, and there is no specialized internal review department analyzing their every move. As a result, the identity of Burson becomes a fitting disguise, as Zhou Heng will use this identity to intervene on the stage of human civilization. In this land that breeds tyrants, Burson will become the next tyrant, but his brutality will only be directed towards the chaotic local powers within Wuda. Civilization has fluidity. Hundreds of years ago, the people here entered the White Eagle Federation, and now they have become part of the culture of the White Eagle Federation. The civilization here is in a state of disconnection. They belong to the extinction area of Western civilization. Now it is time for my own civilization to influence them. Zhou Heng negotiated with Commander Iman's subordinates for several days, and after obtaining a certain benefit exchange, the power of Dawn Security was dispatched into Wuda's central province. However, Commander Iman does not know that this team called Security really does not care about political opinions or the casualties of war. They not only cannot be bought with benefits, but are also willing to instigate a coup fully prepared for it. In the city of Para, central province of Wuda, only a few areas are illuminated at night. This impoverished country cannot even solve the basic issue of food and clothing, let alone popularize electrical resources. Under the cover of darkness, more than 200 soldiers from Dawn Security were divided into several small teams, each heading towards Commander Iman's residence, the central television station, government office buildings, and other areas. Commander Iman did not expect that the security personnel he had obtained through negotiation were not there to protect his safety, but to promote change. How much did Burson give you? I can offer double that. He cannot succeed in a coup. The local forces below will not recognize him at all. Commander Iman, everything must come to an end. The countries of North Africa are rising, and General Burson also wants to try. Please announce your resignation. As long as you do not leave the city of Para, we can guarantee your safety. When the citizens of Wuda's Para woke up the next day, they found armed soldiers in hospitals, streets, administrative buildings, and other places. Television stations, broadcasts, and mobile news were all spreading two speeches. One was Commander Iman's resignation letter, and the other was General Burson's interim management speech. Another coup. Is there any hope for this country? I don't know, things are already bad enough. How much worse can it get? Humans on Earth originally had means to replace other individuals. They could integrate into another person's life through cosmetic surgery, behavioral mimicry, and other methods. However, they could not change one fact: the difference in genetic makeup. In this regard, powerful countries have stringent defenses. Their senior administrators undergo regular health checks, not just to ensure their health, but also to confirm that they are who they claim to be. Zhou Heng's society, in essence, is a replication and expansion of similar genes, and he cannot replace another human at the genetic level. Therefore, the only entities he could replace are those who are not at the pinnacle of power. When the replaced individuals continuously achieve brilliance and gradually attract international attention, the successful genes will bind to their identities, leaving no one aware of their prior replacement. General base and local forces from 9 provinces have united to declare that your rule is illegal. They will not accept any of your orders and will soon dispatch troops to suppress the coup. Due to the sheer number of people required to control a region, Zhou Heng entrusted part of the work to capable young individuals. These youths assisting him in managing power predominantly come from universities in the northern and central provinces. After the coup's success, Zhou Heng not only played the cards of youth movement saving the nation and its people and democratic liberation, but also publicly assessed and forcibly placed a large number of local students into administrative positions. It must be said that the presence of over 40 universities within the borders of Wuda is an extraordinary miracle. Even more miraculous is that the university students here are very similar to those in the normal world, most of whom still maintain relatively pure ideological beliefs. These progressive-minded youths under the leadership of Zhou Heng's clone are launching an assault on the decayed local administration in the name of integrity. The taste of power easily leads one astray, while the opportunity to change a corrupt administration and participate in national reform can intoxicate even more. A unique sense of mission has tightly united them around Zhou Heng, to the extent that they regard him as the leader of their political aspirations, actively integrating into the new regime he is building. Cheer up, Genes. Wuda has 10 provinces, and now only 9 oppose us. This proves we still have supporters. The justice of my struggle has garnered a 10th of recognition. General Basin, the only province supporting us is your northern province. Even our central province has voiced up. It is estimated that your orders cannot even go beyond the city of Para now. Oh, do you think we should make some compromises with the local forces in the central province to help reduce opposition? Genes was originally a student in the foreign languages department at Para International University. His education was within the diplomatic system, but that does not mean he could become a diplomat just by learning this. In Wuda, subsequent employment relies more on bloodline inheritance and connections rather than knowledge. Therefore, Genes felt grateful for Zhou Heng's exceptional promotion and was willing to do his utmost to connect Zhou Heng with various forces within Wuda. He knew that whenever he negotiated with local forces, there was a military officer from the northern province following him. However, he did not believe that the officer understood the difficulties of the current situation, so he wanted to offer some suggestions to protect Zhou Heng, this progressive leader. Genes, you have forgotten your loyalty. You have forgotten that our goal is democratic liberation. I will not make any compromises. I would rather die in reform than tell history that we and our ideals once existed. Genes, you have forgotten your loyalty. You have forgotten that our goal is democratic liberation. I will not make any compromises. I would rather die in reform than tell. They mocked Zhou Heng's idealism, believing that in a few days this naive and ruthless fellow would be exterminated by armies from various places. Yet Zhou Heng aimed to use the flames of ideals to burn away the shackles of numbness, sending his ideology into this land through war and completely rewriting the course of Wuda's civilization. Wuda has approximately 36,000 ground troops. In literal terms, this army's strength is not weak. However, the actual combat effectiveness of this army is quite concerning. They are not only poorly equipped, but also have very weak combat morale. Zhou Heng had already confirmed this through the early urban warfare. It was only on the 6th day of his coup that the stationed troops from the central province arrived in Para. However, after engaging in combat with Zhou Heng's clone soldiers in the suburbs, they returned to their previous station within just a day. Upon returning, they declared that although General Bison's legitimacy was insufficient, it still held some legitimacy, and they refused to attack the new leader who had legitimacy. Of course, if it were only that, Zhou Heng's current position would still not be good, but the army of Wuda is not a unified military unit. Instead, it consists of armed forces from 10 provinces. The northern province, controlled by Zhou Heng, has 6,000 troops, 3 aircraft, and 5 armed speedboats. This complete army of land, sea, and air is the reason why the various regional forces of Wuda maintain restraint. However, this restraint is limited after Zhou Heng disregarded the interests of the corrupt forces and forcibly mobilized the progressive youth groups to establish a new regime. The coup transformed into a revolution. Now the knife is at their throats. They absolutely do not allow the sleepers and the numb to awaken, so they have also accelerated the speed of coalition integration. General Basin, why not retreat to the northern province? That area borders Dansu. If the war turns unfavorable, you can retreat into Dansu for refuge. As long as you avoid accidents, the banner of democratic liberation you raise will not fall. The sparks of reform and the ideology of revolution will continue to spread. Ladies and gentlemen, the banner I raise will also be waved by me. I will fight alongside our warriors. If I maintain rationality and refuse to fervently sacrifice for my ideals, then my ideals become cold lies, and the sparks of lies have no value for survival. If you wish to leave, I can approve it. You can still become disseminators of the ideology. Zhou Heng's new regime is not only youthful, but also retains passion. They are still at a moment willing to dedicate themselves for their ideals. Thus, very few ultimately chose to withdraw. Most expressed their determination to fight to the end. Seeing this scene, Zhou Heng knew that this newborn and immature group was gradually becoming trustworthy. Next, he just needed to confirm legitimacy through victory, and the successful ideology would naturally spread throughout Wuda. Days later, Zhou Heng, with 3,000 clone soldiers, formed the 1st Airborne Division of the North, successfully arriving in the city of Para in the Central Province after crossing the Bugan Province. These clones have been adjusted to resemble locals. They all have legitimate identities and publicly declared themselves as the elite troops secretly trained by General Basin. For the origin of these individuals, local forces in Wuda had no doubts. After all, a military head was planning a coup and secretly training a batch of trusted troops was quite reasonable. The forces for suppression have assembled 18,000 army troops and 12 various aircraft ready for combat at any moment. Very well, Bison's northern army only has 9,000 men and must be divided between 2 provinces. How can he fight us? The advantage is mine. We must set off immediately. We aim to enter Para within a week to discuss the selection of the new leader. The coalition from the various regions of Yuda never expected to encounter such a professional military within their own country. Honestly, weren't they all here just to earn a paycheck? Why are they so dedicated and relentless? While advancing towards the city of Para in the central province, the Yuda coalition encountered a series of small-scale ambushes, targeted logistics explosions, long-range sniping, and infiltration decapitation operations, which can only be described as a frenzied dimensional strike. By the time they entered the central province, the already terrible logistics system of the Yuda coalition had essentially... General Tenny, who had proclaimed he would capture Para in 7 days, had long since lost his ambition, leaving only horror and dread in his heart. Damn it, could they be a secret force from the White Eagle Federation? Only the White Eagle Federation possesses such elite black troops. What are they trying to do? Support Bazin to become the new leader of Yuda? Should I find an opportunity to collaborate with General Bazin? Before the real large-scale war had even begun, General Tenny was already contemplating an escape route. However, he was merely the nominal commander of this coalition. The other commanders, who were already readied from the losses, didn't want to continue fighting, but they were even less inclined to surrender. Thus, they deployed an air unit consisting of as many as 12 aircraft to bomb the administrative building of Para. By the time General Tenny learned of this news, the fighter jets had already approached the airspace above Para from the city of Maka in South Yuda. Damn it, what have you done? Even an idiot-nosed Bazin has long since hidden in the secret command room. You've bombed his administrative building, leaving us with no basis for negotiations. Bazin, who raised the banner of democratic liberation, would surely send his airborne troops to retaliate against us. Whether we retreat or advance, we will be continuously entangled by him. Quickly advance urgently. Since our conflict with Bazin cannot be reconciled, we must eliminate his forces as quickly as possible under the cover of the Air Force. General Tenny, our soldiers are very exhausted, and it is difficult for them to organize an effective attack. Of course I know this, but Bazin's army is not made of iron. They too will tire. What we need now is to apply pressure to force Bazin back to the negotiating table with the cooperation of the air and ground forces. The situation in Para was not what General Tenny had envisioned. The 3 fighter jets from the northern province, combined with the 6-station Su-30 Mk-2S in the capital Para, meant that the air strength under Zhou Heng was not weak. By the time the miraculous combination of 5 MiG-21S, 2 Cessna 208 armed transport aircraft, and 5 Mi-24 armed helicopters from the Yuda coalition reached the airspace of Para, Zhou Heng could hardly comprehend their actions. They can't possibly think I can't operate the Su-30 Mk-2, can they? It must be that way, otherwise they wouldn't have brought these old relics to their doom. Even after occupying Para, Zhou Heng had 2 reasons for not retreating in the face of the Yuda coalition's siege. Firstly, to maintain political legitimacy, and secondly, to secure the airport and maintenance supply depot for Yuda's sharpest 6 swords, the Su-30 Mk-2S. To make good use of these 6 heavy fighters, Zhou Heng transmitted flight simulation data back to the lower dimensional realm and developed several virtual aircraft games based on that data. Through multiple battles involving players from various lower dimensional worlds, he gained a wealth of combat experience and simulated flying skills. However, it turned out Zhou Heng had overthought. His enemies were very straightforward, to the point of not caring about the models of the aircraft on both sides. Take off and shoot them down. When General Tenny received news that all of his air force had fallen, he understood that the Yuda coalition might be losing this battle. However, he did not expect to lose so thoroughly, to the point where they had almost no ability to fight back. As both sides officially began large-scale combat, the Yuda coalition saw dozens of drones. They had initially thought they were reconnaissance drones and attempted to drive them away with gunfire. But the true purpose of these little guys was positioning, and behind the drones Zhou Heng had multiple server centers providing computing power. Thus, the moment for precise artillery strikes had arrived. The Yuda coalition's dozen tanks could barely withstand a round of shelling before becoming piles of scrap metal. Artillery, mortars, trenches, and occasionally the aircraft of the Northern Army flew overhead, as if this place had reverted back to the battlegrounds of World War II. The difference was that one side did not fear death and coordinated harmoniously, while the other simply could not accept such a brutal level of war. A frontal battle lasted only a day, and by nightfall a large number of deserters began to appear. At this time the officers and military police who dared to stand up and stop the desertion all fell under the gunfire of the Northern Army snipers. By the next day, less than half of the 15,000 Yuta coalition troops that had entered the suburbs of Para remained. No one could have anticipated that this national war would end so hastily, with the Yuta coalition, which held various advantages, becoming the defeated party. After General Tini abandoned all hope and chose to surrender, the forces across Yuta also lost their protection. This time no one could stop Zhou Heng from leading this country. His legitimacy reached its peak with this victory. The decaying old era has ended, and we will usher in an entirely new era. Many students from various universities in Yuta became fervent supporters of Zhou Heng. Because Zhou Heng recognized their value and opened up a path for political exams, they would henceforth join the ranks of those leading the country's reforms through their own knowledge. However, leading a country is quite difficult. Even in a small country like Yuta, the daily matters to be handled are overwhelmingly numerous. Fortunately, Zhou Heng only used clones to manage various departmental positions, while the remaining positions were entrusted to the Youth Democratic Party he established. However, this approach also has a clear drawback. All the clones originated from the military, leading Zhou Heng's regime to be criticized as a dictatorial military government. Some countries leading the public opinion against Zhou Heng do so due to political stances, while others are driven by malice. The countries most discontent with the current situation in Yuta are undoubtedly the neighboring nations around Yuta. Originally, they thought they could gain some benefits from this coup, but they did not expect that this coup would not only begin suddenly, but also end even more abruptly. If it were only that, they would have merely lost an opportunity for exchanging interests, which wouldn't be unacceptable. But the key point is that the new leader of Yuta not only promoted a new theory of democratic liberation, but also truly pushed for its implementation domestically. Seeing a government led by a warlord pursuing progress and understanding democratic development, the progressive youths in the countries surrounding Yuta suddenly became fervently active. It can be said that the emergence of Bazin, a successfully transformed warlord, has significantly raised the character threshold for leaders in neighboring countries. As a result, they continuously reported back to the international community that the new Yuta regime is a dictatorial military government, and such tyrants must be eliminated for the sake of freedom and democracy. However, public opinion is ultimately just that. The White Eagle is too busy to hold regular meetings, and Gallia can't even suppress North Africa, let alone care about East Africa. Civilization needs to expand, and revolution needs to be exported. Just at this time, when everyone is busy, we can confidently sweep away some of the dark old forces from the stage. The military coup in Yuta is a significant event for its citizens. Yet on the grand stage of a tumultuous world, it is merely a trivial matter. In East Africa or across the entire continent, coups are not uncommon. Rather, it is unusual for a long time to pass without one. Thus, Zhou Heng's sudden rise did not even make the trending lists of various powerful nations, as if this coup, which ended in war, was of little concern to anyone. Surprisingly, the Sahel alliance, which dominates West Africa and has insulted Gaul, extended a friendly greeting. Formed by the nations of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, the Sahel alliance might not be the strongest coalition in Africa, but it is certainly a formidable presence that dares to provoke Gaul. Logically, such a regional alliance in West Africa would not concern itself with the coup actions of a small nation in East Africa. After all, they themselves came to power through a coup, and their success, coupled with Gaul's silence in a sense, made them a model for other African nations to emulate. Perhaps Zhou Heng's reforms inherently carried the philosophy of independence and anti-hegemony, aligning with their political aspirations. Alternatively, it could be Zhou Heng's powerful military and firm reform stance that offered them new hope. Thus, after Zhou Heng's victory, they quickly established diplomatic relations with the Yuta controlled by Zhou Heng and recognized his leadership. Their goodwill not only enhanced Zhou Heng's international influence, but also alleviated the counteractions of neighboring nations around Yuta. Zhou Heng aims to implement so-called democratic liberation amid the encirclement of traditional black and outdated nations, granting voting rights to adult citizens in Yuta's 10 provinces. He stated that military rule is only temporary, and in the near future Yuta will restore pure democratic elections, asserting that the nation's future should be determined by its people. Zhou Heng promoted this narrative and acted accordingly. Although all the candidates were his clones, it did not hinder the transformation of a dictatorial military regime into a free democracy. Zhou Heng's maneuvers left neighboring countries dumbfounded. They had tolerated his progressive reforms because he was cloaked in the guise of a dictatorial military regime. As long as that guise remained, no matter how well Zhou Heng performed, they could still attack him under the banner of dictatorship, labeling his progressive reforms as military oppression and coercion of the populace. However, they did not anticipate that Zhou Heng's political ideals could be so idealized, even surpassing some forms of free democracy. Zhou Heng's actions not only disgusted them, but also magically garnered support from the Western leftist forces who hailed him as the representative of East African democracy and its standard bearer. Although the last individual they labeled a standard bearer of democracy in Eastern Europe is not faring well now, it does not deter them from waving the banner of democracy and expanding their political influence. If it were only this, Zhou Heng would merely enjoy a decent reputation among Western powers. Yet Zhou Heng fabricated a legitimate identity for his chief secretary from the country of Simida, also introducing Simida's prosecutorial system to limit the powers of the national leader. Of course, all prosecutors in Yuda are also Zhou Heng's clones, so there is no real power balance. Nevertheless, this still touched a nerve in Samida and attracted the attention of democratic forces in the White Eagle Federation. They never expected that in an era where local lords actively resist hegemony, a loyal champion of free democracy could emerge in a place like East Africa. Therefore, they not only vigorously promoted Zhou Heng's democratic freedom, but also secretly contacted him expressing that he could take on more responsibility for free democracy. The White Eagle Federation, which had been humiliated by provocations from local lords, even considered extracting a small portion of weapons aid for Yuda from certain assistance. Their only requirement was for Zhou Heng to strengthen his influence in East Africa as much as possible while ensuring his own safety. Moreover, they painstakingly advised Zhou Heng that the current situation in Yuda was not suitable for democratic elections, hoping he would not shirk responsibility and personally raise the banner of democracy. Thus, Zhou Heng not only obtained an excuse to export revolution, but also gained partial support from Western powers, becoming a bridge for communication between the anti-Gaul alliance and Western forces. Certainly, the White Eagle Federation is also interested in opposing Gaul. They wish to push Gaul back to its European homeland, allowing the dollar to replace the franc in West Africa. Thus, the military leader who rose to power through a coup suddenly became the representative of free democracy, and due to the unique international situation, gained tacit approval for territorial expansion. Since the opportunity arose, and there were kind-hearted individuals providing a batch of weaponry, Zhou Heng would not miss such a good chance for expansion. However, Zhou Heng was still very mindful of his public image, or rather, before reaching a certain scale, he would refrain from employing methods of annexation that could yield negative repercussions. He planned to learn from the Sahel Alliance in West Africa to establish the African Democratic Liberation Alliance, allowing the controlled regions to join this new alliance under the guise of nationhood. Under Zhou Heng's operations, the two micronations adjacent to Yuda, Luda, and Budi were the first to suffer the impact of the Democratic Liberation Revolution. These two nations, with a population of just over 10 million, were utterly incapable of resisting the coup officers who raised the Democratic Liberation banner. As for seeking international mediation, that was utterly out of the question. Zhou Heng now bore the title of the solitary champion of democracy in East Africa, and as long as he did not directly annex territory, international powers would instead glorify his actions. Budi, being one of the world's least developed nations, quickly succumbed. Within just 3 days, the new leader was sworn in and began aggressive reforms, astonishingly becoming a spokesperson for free democracy. On the other hand, Luda held out for a few days, partly because it had a decent economy. Although its territory was less than 1/10 of Yuda's, it managed to maintain an army of 32,000. Moreover, Luda's military possessed 34 tanks, and while lacking mainstream fighter jets, had 17 various models of armed helicopters. With Luda's military strength, it was not considered weak on the African continent. Thus, they held out for 7 days before being breached by the fierce rebel forces. With Luda joining the Democratic Liberation Camp, Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance suddenly transformed into an international organization comprising 3 nations. The Sahel Alliance in West Africa did not expect that just days ago Yuda, which appeared to be engaged in saving the country and its people through democratic reform, would suddenly become a nation exporting revolution. Faced with such a scenario, not only did the Sahel Alliance fall silent, but neighboring countries around Yuda also became acutely aware of their vulnerability. Particularly Kenya, which already had territorial disputes with Yuda, not only has vast territory, but also belongs to the most industrially developed region in East Africa and has access to the sea. At this moment, Kenya observed the Democratic Liberation Alliance's aggressive export of revolution and felt that it would eventually become a target for these fanatics. Fortunately, they have 24,000 regular troops, stronger than the makeshift armies of Yuda's 3 nations, which only have numbers but lack modern equipment. Although the revolution exported by Yuda poses certain risks, the greatest danger stems from the repeated success. Now, the officers of East African nations are closely watching the 3 nations of Yuda, as the younger officers will gradually come to believe that to achieve democracy, one must first conduct a coup. Elections are a decaying political process, while coups represent democratic liberation. They raise the banner of democratic liberation in the name of alliance, yet their actions are radical and filled with the support and compromise from Western powers will not birth another entity akin to the Third Reich of World War II. The changes in the situation in East Africa did not attract much international attention. However, the establishment and expansion of the Democratic Liberation Alliance were regarded by Western leftist individuals as a manifestation of the Third World's pursuit of freedom and democracy. Some radical individuals even considered this to be the African version of the Arab Spring, showcasing the surge of influence of freedom and democracy. In this turbulent era of competition between the old and the new, the choices of the Yuta countries brought a sense of relief to the Western powers feeling the pressure of the times. Thus, a considerable amount of foreign investment gradually integrated into the Yuta countries under the tacit approval of the political system, and weapon companies from various Western countries also opened sales channels to the Yuta countries. This led many international observers to believe that the White Eagle Federation was preparing to support Yuta in Africa, diluting the negative impact caused by their passive position in the situation on the Eurasian continent through the rapid expansion of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Considering that Africa is traditionally within Gaul's sphere of influence, Gaul not only has troops stationed in many parts of Africa, but also controls the financial economy of West African countries through the franc currency system. Therefore, many believe that the rise of Yuta is a resurrection move for the White Eagle Federation, as they have always liked to harvest from their allies to fatten themselves. Is this really the case? Zhou Heng was certain that it wasn't in the early stages, but now the White Eagle Federation intended to turn the pretense into reality. Faced with the overtures of the White Eagle Federation, Zhou Heng did not express rejection. Instead, he sent batch after batch of diplomats to seek economic, military, and industrial assistance. If it were any other country behaving so shamelessly, the White Eagle Federation would probably ignore them. But Yuta is special, or rather in this time of ongoing conflict in the Eurasian continent, the Democratic Liberation Alliance of Yuta is unique. Compared to the stalemate of conflicts between the two continents of Eurasia, Yuta's continuous victories in democracy can also prove the superiority of the democratic system. Moreover, Yuta's poverty is not merely a statement. They are genuinely poor with almost no industrial system, and their agricultural system is equally bleak. As a unique entity transitioning from a coup to a democratic system, Yuta actively approached the White Eagle Federation during this special period, and the White Eagle Federation had to offer support. However, while the White Eagle Federation thought that simply providing some funds and assisting Yuta's economic development would form a community of interest, the proposal from the Yuta countries shocked the White Eagle Federation. Chinese diplomat, you must be joking. We understand your desire for a seaport. But look at your country's location. To the west is Ganjin, to the north is Nanbiden, to the east is Kenyani, and to the south is Tanzania. Except for Ganjin, the other countries are almost all military powers in Africa. What do you have to make them compromise? Chinese diplomat, we understand the righteousness of your democratic liberation cause, but the combined territory of your three countries is only 1/3 the size of Kenyani. Your economy, industry, agriculture, and military are far inferior to Kenyani. The disparity in strength between you is too great for us to assist you effectively. The diplomat of the White Eagle Federation stationed in Yuta initially had high hopes for the Democratic Liberation Alliance, but now he had to admit he had misjudged. This alliance was even more radical than he imagined. Therefore, he attempted to use Kenyani, the most developed industrial region in East Africa, as a comparison to keep the newly emerging forces of freedom and democracy in check. Your Excellency Hayden, we need a seaport not only for the development of the Democratic Liberation Alliance, but also to connect with the maritime power of the forces of freedom and democracy. However, the situations you mentioned do exist. We will not recklessly provoke the power dynamics in East Africa. We only hope the Federation can provide us with as much military assistance as possible. Chinese diplomat, you misunderstood my meaning. I meant Kenyani and Tanzania are not feasible, but I didn't say other places are not possible. Since your side insists on the concept of democratic liberation, you should understand that there are many chaotic and impoverished places on this continent. You have the capability to become the light of East Africa, illuminating those sinful soils. Hayden's words made Zhou Heng realize that the Federation needed Yuta to do something in order to continue providing. Considering the current international situation, the demands of the White Eagle Federation were not difficult to guess. They were merely seeking to control the Soli region to create advantageous conditions for the standoff at the Red Sea. Zhou Heng did not wish to intervene in this regional clash of great powers, but after all, he was holding high the banner of democratic liberation, so it was acceptable to export some ideology. If the officers in Soli were too oblivious and did not rise to initiate a coup, it could not be blamed on Yuta, this underdeveloped and impoverished country. What does your Excellency Hayden mean? Soli has many excellent ports, but their chaotic political system restricts their development. The Democratic Liberation Alliance can convey the consciousness of freedom and democracy to the Soli region. After Zhou Heng expressed his willingness to transmit revolution to the Soli region, aid from the Western world gradually flowed into Yuta through Kenyani. However, what the Western world did not expect was that the Yuta they aided, which had already expressed its stance, would actually be it. The reason was that a democratic liberation movement broke out in the southern part of Central Africa, and the officers of Ganjin believed that Yuta was maliciously exporting revolution. Thus, without even consulting his superiors, he directly sent troops across the border and launched an attack on the stationed troops at Yuta's border. Of course, this audacious officer who directly ignited a war between the two countries was undoubtedly a clone of Zhou Heng. However, this situation truly bewildered the Western countries. At this moment they were extremely puzzled. Had their influence really diminished to such an extent after the conflicts in the Eurasian continent? Now even a poor and backward African country dared to attack the new representatives of freedom and democracy they supported. Had the world changed too rapidly? In the face of such provocation, the Democratic Liberation Alliance led by Yuta declared that they would spare no effort to defend their sovereignty. At the same time, they urgently urged Western countries to quickly provide funding. The representatives of freedom and democracy were about to take practical action to uphold the dignity of freedom and democracy, and they could not allow them to go to the battlefield in rags. Initially, the commander of Gangjin explained that it was a misunderstanding, but after 6 Su-30 Mk-2s from Yuta intruded into their territory, he realized that explanations had lost their significance. After all, the only heavy fighters that Yuta could muster were these 6. Once they arrived, they fought desperately, and it was impossible to resolve the conflict through diplomatic explanations. However, what the commander of Gangjin did not expect was that many progressive officers within the country brazenly announced a revolution to liberate all of Gangjin with democracy and freedom. Amidst this chaotic geopolitical conflict, Zhou Heng escaped the Western powers' pressure to enter solely and was about to resolve the issue of narrow territory through Gangjin. However, Zhou Heng dared not use his clone army for an attack this time, as Gangjin nominally had an army of 160, but in reality, there were only over 100. Although this strength is still slightly stronger on paper compared to the Yuta countries, among the 100 troops of Gangjin, there were 200 soldiers over the age of 60. Faced with such an aging army, Zhou Heng was truly worried that he might accidentally crush them, leading to the Yuta countries swallowing Gangjin. After all, even if Gangjin's army is weak, it still has an expanse of 200 square kilometers and a population exceeding 100 million, which the Yuta countries cannot digest. The best approach is to make them part of the alliance. Therefore, Zhou Heng ordered the clone army to hold their ground, while directing the uprising clones to swiftly attack the capital of Gangjin to take control of this large, but militarily weak capital. We possess vast territories covering an area of 2.3 million square kilometers, equivalent to a quarter of the White Eagle Federation. Our population is substantial with 1.023 billion citizens, just 47 million less than the Ross Federation. We have over 20 types of mineral resources, with tantalum and niobium ores accounting for 80 of the world's total cobalt mines, for 50, copper mines for 15, and diamond reserves of approximately 206 million carats. Our water resources are abundant, our arable land extensive, and we lack neither the lifeblood of industry, oil, nor convenient energy sources like natural gas. In a country like ours, merely trading in minerals and oil should lead us out of poverty and into prosperity. In a nation like ours, with a youthful population and abundant labor, even focusing solely on agriculture and light industry should eliminate hunger and bring stability. Yet we have been independent for 64 years, and for 64 years we have neither achieved prosperity nor stability. Instead, we still struggle against hunger. Our children are emaciated with hunger, our young people cannot stand upright, and even the survival of our elderly has become a crime. You ask where our wealth has gone. I too wonder where our wealth has disappeared. We enter the capital of our nation armed with rifles to unveil the curtain that has deceived the populace, and together we seek to scrutinize where our wealth has flowed. Zhou Heng's clone, the successfully couping General Weigo of Gangjin, delivered a nationwide speech immediately after taking control of the Gangjin government. He did not promise hollow developments, did not discuss changes in the international situation, nor did he speak of the threats of war. He only spoke of poverty and hunger. The territory of Gangjin is 10 times that of the Wudao nation, yet the number of universities is comparable to that of the impoverished Wudao, reflecting the low level of education among the populace here. Consequently, they cannot comprehend lofty political discourse or envision the future of national development. They can only understand poverty and hunger, focusing solely on how to survive. Our commander Hua Shi hangs above his magnificent administrative building. He cowardly deceives us, and now the chains of judgment are about to be placed around his neck, yet he chooses to continue spinning his lies. Perhaps he never spoke the truth, thus he could ascend to the position of commander. His very existence is a lie, and his governance is deception. He tells me that our nation's wealth has gone to the military, that our poverty and hunger are sacrifices made for the protection of national security. But citizens, our military nominally boasts 1/6 personnel, yet the actual count is only 1/0, of which 1/6 are soldiers over 60 and half are over 40. Who will tell you why a young nation like ours possesses such an aging and weak military? Is our military a nursing home? If our military is merely the last refuge for the elderly, then our commander still possesses some conscience. We could remove him in a more dignified manner. Come soldiers, 60-year-old soldiers, elderly with bent backs, tell us why you remain in this military. Is it because of the scant conscience of our commander Hua Shi? With the cooperation of various radio stations in Gongjin, a procession of elderly men in ill-fitting military uniforms slowly approached the administrative building in the capital Jinsha city. "General, we have no choice. There is no retirement here. Death is the only way for us to return home. My shoe soles are cleaner than his conscience. Oh, look at my feet. Sorry, I have no military boots, nor do I have shoe soles, thus he has no conscience." Countless citizens of Gongjin, watching the speeches of the treasonous warlords through television and radio, finally ceased their silence at this moment. They turned red in the face, their mouths spewing curses, tears of hatred streaming down. Their numbness began to thaw, and for the first time, they felt the beauty of a coup. They shouted and roared, their curses echoing from the northernmost part of Gongjin to the southernmost, releasing their deepest fears with the harshest language. "Kill them, wash this place with their foul blood, burn them to ashes, and throw them into the great rift of the plateau. They must never return. Kill, let the blood flow like rivers, eradicate all such people. Even if mistakes are made, it does not matter. As long as they are all killed, everything will be fine. Hang them, display their corpses on that administrative building, let the sun scorch their souls, and let vultures feast on their foul flesh." In the initial stages of the coup and at its conclusion, the three nations of Wuda did not share the fervor of the citizens of Gongjin. Even though Zhou Heng provided them with a better life, they merely endured a different form of tyranny. They did not require democracy, or perhaps democracy was merely a right bestowed upon them by another form of power. But Gongjin is different. The size of this country is too vast, the population too large, and the degree of decay is far too severe. Zhou Heng cannot effectively govern 3 million square kilometers of land and over 100 million people through a simple coup. Thus what he brings this time is not the liberation of democracy, but a more thorough revolutionary liberation. He aims to incite those in Gongjin who have yet to be completely numbed, leading them to embark on a great revolutionary movement to thoroughly eliminate the old forces under the fervent revolutionary will and to reshape the will of this nation. Such a large-scale revolutionary liberation movement is destined to be bloody. Fortunately, part of the young officer corps has been replaced by Zhou Heng. The remaining portion can only cling tightly to the Democratic Liberation Camp that represents military power in this fervent era. Since the guns are now in hand with external forces and the three nations of Wuda working to restrain them, and international public opinion being forcibly guided by the White Eagle Federation, now is the best opportunity to cleanse this nation of its old corrupt forces. The era of the Great Revolution in Gongjin has arrived. Gongjin has 26 provinces, taking advantage of the influence of the trial against the old corrupt leaders and the fervor of the populace. Zhou Heng urgently expanded 26 newly formed militia divisions. These militia divisions are not even equipped with basic firearms, but 2 or 3 people per rifle is still a possibility, and they do have the capability to clear out local powers. After all, no matter how large the old corrupt forces are, they cannot match the military, let alone this military has the support of allied air forces. Moreover, the heavy-duty air bombs aided by the White Eagle to Wuda are not substandard products. Now the old corrupt forces of Gongjin must exit the stage. No, you are not democratic at all. The beacon of freedom will not allow you such rampant behavior. Be quiet, now is the time for revolution. I rest assured we will not kill you just yet. We have signed a weapons trade agreement with the White Eagle Federation. When the Federation's tanks arrive, I will personally drive the tanks to crush you. Then you will understand the weight of democracy which you cannot bear. The fervent wave of revolution swiftly spread across the territories of the Gongjin kingdom. Fortunately, Zhou Heng firmly held the command in the hands of the clones. Otherwise, this liberation revolution could have easily devolved into a great purge. Amidst this revolutionary fervor, the 12 VT-4 tanks and 5 F-16 fighter jets, aided by the White Eagle Federation, soon arrived. With the Gongjin joining the Democratic Liberation Alliance, it had already become a major power in East Africa, with a population exceeding 150 million and a territory of over 2.6 million square kilometers. The White Eagle Federation had to produce some tangible support to arm this nominally allied force for freedom and democracy. However, the White Eagle Federation also had its limits in bearing the weight of democracy. When the Gongjin's Democratic Revolutionary Army planned to use the federally aided VT-4 tanks to make the imprisoned remnants of the old forces feel the weight of democracy, the federal diplomats urgently halted this mode of democratic judgment. He stated that such actions were too bloody and cruel, seriously undermining the democratic image of the Gongjin kingdom, and would also indirectly affect the international image of the White Eagle Federation. Looking at the weapons aided by the White Eagle Federation, the Gongjin Democratic Revolutionary Army had no choice but to alter their planned method of judgment. However, judgments were ultimately bloody, especially since the Gongjin Democratic Revolutionary Army needed the citizens to witness the results, making even basic cover-ups impossible. Thus, news of the Gongjin purge quickly squeezed into the daily news segments of various countries worldwide. It was not until this moment that the people of different nations on the Earth star realized that an apparently powerful democratic alliance had emerged in East Africa without their knowledge. However, apart from some peculiar opinions regarding whether the trials were humane and the protection of the perpetrators' rights, Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance did not attract much international attention. If the geopolitical structure of Earthstar were likened to a war game, the current state of the Democratic Liberation Alliance would be a 100 increase in tension in Africa and a mere 5 increase in international attention. Indeed, after the Gangjin joined the Democratic Liberation Alliance, the various countries in Africa could no longer sit idly by. They urged the Democratic Liberation Alliance to develop peacefully and not to deliberately disrupt the normal order of each nation. Originally, when the three nations of Wuda staged a coup, they felt no sense of danger. After all, Wuda was a small nation and Luda and Budi were not even small countries. They could only be classified as microstates. But now things were different. With the Gangjin's inclusion, the Democratic Liberation Alliance had suddenly become a member of the large national organizations of Africa. Moreover, the Gangjin's revolution was exceedingly painful. The trials and purgings of the remnants of the old forces instilled great fear among the old forces across Africa. They genuinely feared that this crazed revolutionary organization supported by the White Eagle Federation would expand uncontrollably and ultimately drag them in for trial. They wished to convey their concerns to the White Eagle Federation, but the Federation had yet to secure the Soli region, which could assist in stabilizing the Red Sea situation. Thus, they could not possibly allow the Democratic Liberation Alliance to retract its revolutionary scope. After all, with the current scale of the Democratic Liberation Alliance, once the Soli region was captured, it would qualify to become an ally of the White Eagle Federation and serve as the Federation's representative in Africa. This move would facilitate the continuation of the White Eagle Federation's financial and maritime hegemony. They were eager for the Democratic Liberation Alliance to advance into the Soli region immediately and naturally would not heed the pleas of those African nations. Your Excellency China, congratulations to the Free Democratic Alliance for achieving another great victory. Don't you think it's time to send the revolution to the Soli region? The populace there desperately needs a democratic baptism similar to that of the Gangjin Kingdom. Mr. Hayden, we do not share a border with Soli. To the southwest of Soli are Isaiah and Kenyani, and they would never allow us to continue expanding. As for the weak nation of Jibu in the northern part of Soli, our paratroopers could easily control it, but there are troops from the 5 permanent members stationed there. It is one of the most sensitive areas in Africa. Outside of these 3 directions, only the sea route remains, but we have neither a seaport nor a navy, and we truly lack the capability to project military power into the Soli region. Zhou Heng understood that at this moment every country on the African continent was anxiously watching the Democratic Liberation Alliance, and he could no longer expand recklessly. However, the White Eagle Federation did not see it that way. Their hegemony was based on maritime power, and the Democratic Liberation Alliance, as an extension of the forces for freedom and democracy, must acquire a seaport to connect with their maritime hegemony. Although the Gangjin Kingdom had a 37-kilometer coastline in West Africa, the outlet was firmly blocked by Gora, and such geographic conditions were far from meeting the needs of the White Eagle Federation. Moreover, the emergence of the Democratic Liberation Alliance in a sense fulfilled the global strategic needs of the White Eagle Federation, thus necessitating the alliance to occupy a better geographic position. Your Excellency China, perhaps you could consider bringing Tanzania into your alliance. This way you would not only gain a seaport, but also have a short maritime route to influence the Soli region. Of course, we will provide you with troop transport ships and armed escort vessels, and we will also help you train a qualified fleet of sailors. Why not Kenyani? They share a border with Soli and are more suitable as a platform to influence the Soli region. Because Kenyani has developed fairly well, your slogan of democratic liberation would have little impact within their borders, and Kenyani is also one of the 4 major headquarters of the United Nations. Thus, Kenyani is not a suitable breakthrough point. Conversely, Tanzania, as one of the least developed countries in the world, desperately needs the liberation of freedom and democracy. The words of the White Eagle Federation's diplomat made Zhou Heng realize that with Kenyani's industrial foundation supplementing the shortcomings of the Democratic Liberation Alliance clearly did not align with the Federation's sustained interests. What they desired was a market in East Africa and a military extension force, not an autonomous and self-reliant East African national organization. Therefore, they would rather take a longer route than allow Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance to possess industrial potential. After all, the Democratic Liberation Alliance currently lacked neither minerals nor oil. If it were to establish an industrial foundation, the Federation's influence and control over it would likely diminish gradually. Of course, Zhou Heng could also choose to ignore the suggestions of the White Eagle Federation, but at that time broad organizations like the African Union and the East African Community could very well, under the Federation's instigation, collectively pressure the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Thus, Zhou Heng prepared to take this step himself. He would activate those hidden clones in the various East African countries after gaining control of Tanzania. He intended to leverage the fear of the East African nations regarding the continuous expansion of the Democratic Liberation Alliance to compel the dormant clone officers to directly intervene in the name of the East African community. This place cannot accommodate a continuously expanding Democratic Liberation Alliance, but it can accommodate 2 or more alliances. As long as there is competition, and as long as everyone becomes a national alliance, the so-called geopolitical environment can be altered at any time. Tanzania is one of the least developed countries in the world with a territory of 94500 square kilometers and a population of 61.74 million. According to the inherent impressions of African countries, such a nation is destined for hunger and poverty. However, Tanzania has barely achieved self-sufficiency in food, and coupled with its rich mineral resources, the country possesses a certain potential for development. Nevertheless, their economic development is very slow, while their military strength has progressed somewhat fast. This is not because they are fighters among Africans, but because they have engaged in friendly cooperation with a great Eastern power with officers and equipment trained by this great nation. Of course, they cannot be considered allies of the great power. They can only be regarded as friendly cooperation partners within the sphere of influence of the great power. In their northern neighbor Kenyani, the situation is somewhat similar. Kenyani falls within the sphere of influence of the White Eagle Federation. This indeed echoes the saying that the contradictions in the world ultimately come down to the rabbit kicking the eagle. Thus, it seems that the White Eagle Federation's Democratic Liberation Alliance's attempt to merge with Tanzania hides deeper calculations. Of course, merely having a friendly relationship with the great power will not allow Zhou Heng to stand still. After all, there are numerous countries in Africa that maintain friendly relations with great powers. If Zhou Heng were to be cautious in every matter, there would be no room for development. As for why Zhou Heng initially chose to align with the Federation rather than the great power, it is because the Federation possesses maritime hegemony and a wide military influence, making proximity to the Federation enable his forces to quickly surpass the initial development stage. If Zhou Heng sincerely promoted Marxist thought, he would have likely been suppressed by various African countries in collaboration with Western powers, making the possibility of sustained annexation non-existent. Therefore, whether it is Tanzania, Kenyani, or other African countries, as long as there is an opportunity, Zhou Heng will integrate and annex. However, the tension caused by his Democratic Liberation Alliance in Africa is already quite high, and the next time he integrates national forces, Zhou Heng will don the new guise of the East African community. Just as countries can form alliances, it is also reasonable for alliances to form larger unions. With Zhou Heng's decision made, and under the encouragement of the White Eagle Federation, the Democratic Liberation Alliance quickly took new actions under the watchful eyes of various African nations. First, the Democratic Development faction in Tanzania began organizing opposition protests, and then various stains of the ruling faction were exposed one by one. With the intensifying wave of opposition, Western powers also seized the opportunity to launch a media offensive, causing the approval ratings of the ruling faction to plummet. Originally, this unresolved public opinion outcome could not affect the foundation of the ruling party, as there are over 12 million members in the ruling party faction. However, there are not many truly sovereign countries in the world, and evidently Tanzania does not belong to such a power. Therefore, several opposition factions within Tanzania supported by external forces gradually began to merge, and thus the wave of opposition became the largest voice within Tanzania. Commander Faili, they are demanding a restart of the elections to let all citizens decide the direction of the country. Foolish and ignorant, the citizens do not realize this is the result of external intervention. Don't these factions know it either? If the Democratic Liberation Alliance truly leads the national reform, a large-scale purge similar to the Great Purge of the Qing dynasty could very likely be reenacted in our country. Only then will they realize the ferocity of external forces. Commander Faili, major Western media are calling for us to respect the opinions of the citizens, and the League of Nations has also expressed support for the opposition voices. If we persist obstinately, they may very well cut off all our aid and demand immediate repayment of debts to the International Monetary Fund, leading our country and regime to bankruptcy. We cannot go bankrupt. Bankruptcy would deal a devastating blow to our country and citizens. Not only would we return to hunger, but our faction would also be nailed to the pillar of shame, forever unable to turn back. Damn it, that funding was provided to us by the International Development Organization belonging to the international community's support for the Third World. They cannot do this. Development funds may be international, but the international community does not possess wealth. The true sources of funds come from various countries, so that money carries their influence. Then let's proceed according to their wishes. We have no choice. We may seem like an independent country, but in reality we are influenced by them everywhere. Perhaps joining the Democratic Liberation Alliance is a good idea. As long as we unite and grow stronger, we can gradually become a normal country. With the ruling factions' compromise, a new election quickly began. When various opposition factions entered waiving foreign aid money, the outcome of this election became clear. As expected, the election ultimately concluded with the victory of the largest opposition faction, the Democratic Development faction. Western countries described Tanzania's transformation as a democratic awakening, and they were quite satisfied with their operations, but Zhou Heng was very dissatisfied with this result. Even though the transformed Tanzania announced its accession to the Democratic Liberation Alliance and had already begun alliance negotiations, Zhou Heng was still dissatisfied. Because the current Tanzania belongs to the extension of Western civilization, not the extension of Zhou Heng's civilization, their accession would only dilute the unity of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Moreover, Zhou Heng could not control this Tanzania that had merely changed its appearance, nor could he eliminate the original dark forces of Tanzania to gain control of the country. Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance absolutely cannot accept such an unchanging force, nor does he have the time to fill their greed with interests. Thus Zhou Heng launched his traditional skill coup d'etat, which coincidentally aligned with the military side of the original ruling party, who were also dissatisfied with the newly ascended parasitic vampires. The reason they are currently remaining quiet is that they lack a leader and are inherently fearful of Western powers. Fortunately, Zhou Heng can provide both. He has long prepared a daring and fighting officer group, and his Democratic Liberation Alliance inherently represents part of Western interests. Therefore, under Zhou Heng's control, a military coup proceeded exceptionally smoothly, so smoothly that the newly appointed faction had not reacted before being completely captured. However, this move deeply stimulated the nerves of the White Eagle Federation. They never expected the force they had painstakingly supported would be so easily crushed, nor did they expect Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance to stand by and watch. Your Excellency China, the situation in Tanzania is grim. Please immediately dispatch troops to suppress the rebels. Mr. Hayden, Tanzania has already joined our Democratic Liberation Alliance. We cannot send troops to control an ally's country. We are a mutual assistance alliance. We are about democratic liberation, not a dictatorial military. Zhou Heng's words left the White Eagle Federation's diplomats in deep thought. He remembered that members of the Democratic Liberation Alliance seem to all be military governments. You can't just change names and think of yourselves as a model of democracy. Your Excellency China, this is a coup. This is a moment of crisis for an allied country. You have the right to protect the stability of your ally. Rest assured, we have all been through this. No one understands coups better than our Democratic Liberation Alliance. The Democratic Liberation Alliance announced its respect for the choice of member states, earning praise from various countries. However, this move also caused considerable dissatisfaction among the White Eagle Federation, yet the Federation temporarily expressed understanding when the Democratic Liberation Alliance promised to fully rally the coup officers to help Tanzania achieve democratic freedom as soon as possible. Nonetheless, this diplomatic failure served as a wake-up call for the Federation, highlighting that the Democratic Liberation Alliance was developing too rapidly, and as their power increased, the Federation's control over them would inevitably decline. Therefore, the Federation prepared to constrain the expansion of the Democratic Liberation Alliance, intending to support an opposing force to make the alliance understand who truly held the fundamental power. Initially, the White Eagle Federation thought they would have to rally such a force themselves, but unexpectedly, a new force to counter the Democratic Liberation Alliance emerged on its own. This was due to the emergency meeting called by the East African Community following the coup in Tanzania, where they hoped each member country would adhere to the concept of collective development and respect the traditional politics of each nation. In essence, the East African Community wanted the Democratic Liberation Alliance not to interfere in Tanzania's internal affairs and hoped that all member countries would assist the ruling faction in stabilizing the domestic situation. In response to such a proposal, the Democratic Liberation Alliance cast a veto. This was because the East African Community had 8 member countries, and the Democratic Liberation Alliance itself occupied 5, leaving the remaining countries of Kinyani Nandansu and Soli with no opportunity to vote. This is dictatorial hegemony. This is support for an illegal coup. We do not accept this outcome, and we lodge a strong protest. Protests are futile. This is the result of the vote. This is an act of democracy. Any force attempting to influence another nation's internal affairs is illegal. If you want to influence our member states, you must either have more votes than us or break through our soldiers' defenses. The 5-to-3 ratio rendered the East African Community merely a voice for the Democratic Liberation Alliance, leaving the remaining 3 countries without even the right to protest. This is no longer the East African Community. This is the territory of your alliance army. We will withdraw from this dictatorial hegemonic organization and establish a new anti-hegemonic organization. We support all democratic movements as long as your new organization does not arbitrarily interfere in our internal affairs. We are willing to maintain peace and stability in the East African region. Perhaps to annoy the Democratic Liberation Alliance, or perhaps to showcase their own legitimacy, Kinyani Soli and Nandansu formed the new East African Community. This clear political signal made various African countries understand that the main opponent of the new East African Community was the East African Community controlled by the Democratic Liberation Alliance. The White Eagle Federation was overjoyed to see this situation, but they also knew that it was nearly impossible to expect the new East African Community to exert pressure on the Democratic Liberation Alliance. With the Democratic Liberation Alliance controlling the 5 nations of Uda, Luda, Budi, Gangjin, and Tanzania, They had become a large military alliance with a population exceeding 210 million and a territory surpassing 3.6 million square kilometers. Such a scale would undoubtedly raise alarms among nations across Eurasia. Only the Democratic Liberation Alliance remains in Africa, otherwise the emergence would not be the new East African Community, but rather a strong intervention from various traditional Eurasian powers. Yet such a perfect pillar of Africa unexpectedly did not heed the White Eagle Federation's suggestions on the coup issue, making it difficult for the Federation to accept the arbitrary expansion of such an unstable force. Therefore, under the manipulation of the White Eagle Federation, the heavyweight African player Asaya announced its joining of the new East African Community, claiming to contribute to the stability and development of the East African region. Asaya, possessing a population of 120 million, an army of 180, and an air force of 100, effectively nullified the advantages of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. The White Eagle Federation truly inherits the political traditions of the British Kingdom. This offshore balancing strategy is executed with such finesse. Through balancing measures, the Federation achieved its goal of continuing to influence the Democratic Liberation Alliance, but it also incurred some losses in strategic arrangements. For instance, the Soli region they wished to control would no longer be directly manageable by the Democratic Liberation. However, this was a compromise the Federation could accept, as the current Democratic Liberation Alliance had expanded to such a degree that its value far exceeded that of the Soli region. Mr. Hayton, the alliance has reconciled with the Tanzanian military government, and they will continue to contribute their strength to the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Now that we have a vast outlet to the sea, it is time to repay the Federation's assistance. We are preparing to land in the Soli region, soon collaborating with local revolutionary forces to bring the brilliance of freedom and democracy into Soli. Zhou Heng's statement left the diplomats of the White Eagle Federation at a loss for words. If you had been this sensible earlier, you would not have been suppressed. Now, if you dare to land, the already impatient new East African Community will surely retaliate with full force. Your Excellency, China, the Federation has sensed your sincerity, but after the establishment of the new East African Community, the situation around you has changed significantly. If you continue to export revolution to the Soli region, it may very well trigger a full-scale war between the Democratic Liberation Alliance and the new East African Community. Mr. Hayton, you are overly concerned. For the great cause of freedom and democracy, we have long been As long as the Federation continues to provide us with military aid, we will spare no effort to lead the Soli nation back into the camp of freedom and democracy. Zhou Heng's unwavering reply made the diplomat Hayton truly hesitant to make further promises. Because he knew that given the poverty level of the Democratic Liberation Alliance and their consistent reliance on military coups to achieve their goals, as soon as he dared to promise assistance, these impoverished individuals would certainly rush to attack the new East African Community. If the world situation were stable, the White Eagle Federation would naturally be pleased to see such occurrences. However, the White Eagle Federation is currently very busy and lacks the capacity to support another proxy war involving 9 countries and 2 military alliances. Your Excellency, China, your democratic spirit is pure and commendable, but large-scale wars do not align with the stability of democracy. Thus, please temporarily set aside preparations for war and spread the concept of democratic liberation in a prudent manner. Since the Federation does not require our radical adventures, we will naturally terminate our expansion model and fully pursue peaceful development in the East African region. However, before Tanzania joined the alliance, the Federation promised to provide armed patrol boats and training for naval officers. Do you see? Considering that the Democratic Liberation Alliance, after annexing Tanzania, obtained a significant coastline and maritime area, it indeed urgently needed to reinforce its naval power. Thus, the White Eagle Federation still fulfilled its previous promise, providing Zhou Heng with a foundation for mass production of naval soldiers in the future. However, the balancing act of the White Eagle Federation is destined to have limited effect, as Zhou Heng's clone units in the new East African Community are already prepared for transformation. The Soli Kingdom covers an area of over 600,000 square kilometers with a population of more than 15 million. Yet this seemingly small and sparsely populated country is rife with chaos. The Soli Kingdom is composed of 18 states and operates under a federal republic system, as stipulated by its constitution, allowing 2 or more states to form a federal member. Ultimately, the 18 states of Soli formed 6 federations of varying sizes, which provided a legal basis for the kingdom's prolonged civil wars and warlord fragmentation. In such a small, impoverished nation closely aligned with the administrative system of the White Eagle Federation lies a product of a unique era. During the height of the Soviet Union's power, Soli adhered to the Soviet system, enjoying relative unity and stability. However, when the Soviet Union dissolved, the existing framework crumbled under the onslaught of Western culture. Under the leadership of a group of high-ranking officials returning from the Federation, Soli stepped on the gas, racing towards the abyss of hell. Perhaps the people here once believed that a democratic governmental structure could bring them freedom and prosperity, but the reality proved them wrong. the decentralization of power led only to prolonged internal strife. Logically, such a nation constantly embroiled in internal conflict with limited arable land and scarce mineral resources should have been overthrown by other opposing forces long ago. However, Soli is not an isolated entity. It has neighboring countries, and beyond that a vast international. Thus, with the support of the Ethia army, the ruling faction of Soli defeated the largest opposing armed group, effectively taking control of the capital Magazu and surrounding areas. Yet this temporary stability did not save the capital. Various local forces opposed to the ruling faction remained in a state of long-term confrontation. As a result, subsequent leadership choices became mere products of compromises among various factions. If it were merely chaos and poverty, Soli would not attract much attention. However, it possesses the longest coastline among African nations and serves as a crucial maritime route for merchant ships entering the Red Sea Strait and the Suez Canal. Thus, it was no surprise that Soli entered the era of great piracy, with various small and medium-sized factions rushing to the sea, turning merchant ships from various countries into their sources of wealth. Yet such actions incited deep hatred from other nations, and powerful armed escorts made it clear to them that free pirates would inevitably return to the sea. In this seemingly hopeless and stagnant capital, all hope appears lost, and no amount of reform can alter. This capital inherently lacks a cultural core and has no civilizational ties, naturally falling within the scope of the Zhou Heng civilization's annexation. Perhaps it requires a grassroots revolution to burn away the blackened muck with fervent flames. However, whether reform or revolution, bloodshed is inevitable. The established local powers will not allow the emergence of the seeds of idealism. The black muck covers Soli like a shroud. Here the cold, despondent muck has extinguished all flames, and the numb, despairing populace has long learned to endure and submit. However, from the moment the new East African community was established, everything here was destined to change. The Democratic Liberation Alliance serves as the soil for the growth of the Zhou Heng civilization, while the new East African community extends its influence on human civilization. He intends for his Zhou Heng civilization to stand alongside Eastern and Western civilizations as a powerful branch, gradually becoming the true main force of human civilization. Thus, in Soli, a place capable of influencing the new East African community, clones with various ideological concepts began to take action. They aim to inject the most radiant thoughts of human civilization into the Soli region, making it the starting point for Africa's great transformation, ultimately influencing the entire structure of human civilization. In the capital of Soli Bana State, Magazu, numerous progressive organizations have suddenly emerged. However, the warlords paid little attention to this, believing it to be the societal impact caused by the rise of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. They trust more in their armed forces, believing that their military might is sufficient to crush any hollow illusion. Their thoughts are correct, but only under the premise that Soli does not lack reformist fighters who fear neither death nor the unknown. Unfortunately, Soli is currently rich in such individuals, always ready to ignite the spark of change. Vikri, since you came out of prison, you seem like a different person. Why do you organize illegal movements to attack the capital's administrative center? Officer, when do you think Soli was most stable? Do you think what you deem legitimate is nothing but decaying stagnation? I know you dare not speak, nor dare to think. Your ability to reason has long been lost, leaving only a lifeless shell here. But I dare to say I can say that our most stable period was when the Gus Society was in power. During that time, we had thoughts our citizens were not numb, and we could proudly declare that we were pursuing the greatest cause of humanity. Even if what we did was equally terrible, the lofty ideals raised our standards, allowing us to escape decay and glimpse the hope of progress. But now what have we become? Those international networks brazenly label us as a pirate nation, marking us as one of the most underdeveloped regions in the world. What does this mean? Do our people lack even the most basic human demands? Are we to be the epitome of evil? No, we should not be like this. I read a red book in prison. It told me that blood is red and struggle is sacred. We should reclaim everything that belongs to us rather than begging for divine blessings and pleading for the compassion of the international community. Bang thud. Vikri, passionately inspiring, was struck down by a steel rod, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. They were so fierce, as if they had seen a terrifying monster. Damn it, who told you to read that nonsense? You idiot, you actually believe in such hollow lies. Tell me, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Aren't you afraid of death? Is your bone harder than steel? Not afraid. My flesh is weak, but my will is like iron. I believe that after I die, more of me will rise up. I believe that sacred ideals cannot be exterminated. When we stand up, it will be your time to fear. The officer in Magazu looked at Vikri, whose face was bloodied yet defiant, as if he saw the ghost that once roamed across Europe and Asia descending. In that moment, they felt a chilling dread. Even if they ignored history, they knew what kind of sins the Crimson Revolution would purify. Chief, should we hand him over to the tribunal? No, he is more suited to go to hell right now. Don't let him disturb the mood of the esteemed figures. Let him become a ghost pursuing his ridiculous ideals. Vikri died. He was executed by hanging the rope suspending him in midair, swaying in the wind like a drift. All of this was captured by a hidden microcamera while he had already prepared to ignite the spark, bringing that unique era back to the African continent. Meanwhile, the ideals of freedom and democracy were spreading openly. Under the suppression in various places, the strength they held only grew stronger. When the red glow and blue torch appeared simultaneously in this forgotten corner, different civilizational ideologies of humanity would once again intertwine. No one cared about Vickery's death, but the video of his murder went viral. Especially the words he shouted while being strangled by the rope. This place has never changed. It is only because we have not been here. Now that we have come, we are here. His painful gasps and defiant cries garnered widespread international attention, with some deeming Vickery noble and pure while others considered him ignorant and foolish. They felt pity, they felt disgust, yet they did not truly understand the living conditions in Sori. Only the local populace possessed the real authority to speak. Regrettably, Vickery's murder had little impact locally. Such an idealistic youth was not recognized by Sori's traditional society. However, this did not matter much, for since Zhou Heng had provided the martyr, he would naturally provide the defenders as well. Thus, various factions in Sori were astonished to find that this seemingly insignificant incident was rapidly escalating. Many previously unknown scholars and citizens came forward to mourn Vickery and organized large-scale demonstrations. In light of this situation, the various factions in Sori did not pay much attention. They merely dispatched armed personnel to suppress the protests. Yet this matter seemed unstoppable. Protests erupted anew the day after they were suppressed. When the local powers exhausted their patience and arrested all the demonstrators en masse for interrogation, the situation finally spiraled out of control. They think that by hanging one person, they have hanged our ideals. They think that by relying on force, they can silence us into submission. They are mistaken. We cannot be defeated, and we will defend our beliefs with our lives. Defending ideals comes at a price, and the fervor of the moment is rarely transformed into tangible power. Thus, at first, there were not many willing to take up arms and rise against the oppression. But the spark had been ignited, and as long as victories continued, a great fire would surely blaze. Zhou Heng's clones were especially suited for collaborative combat. Consequently, the new revolutionary faction quickly achieved certain victories across Sori. Strength breeds faith, and victory fosters worship. In this context, medium and small factions covertly replaced by Zhou Heng logically joined the new revolutionary faction. By this time, the local ruling faction and various regional powers had realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to deploy the military to suppress the rebellion. However, the subsequent developments far exceeded their expectations. The troops and local armed forces they dispatched had not yet begun to suppress the rebellion, but chaos erupted within their ranks instead. The reason was that some officers rebelled under the banner of democratic liberation, causing their internal situation to spiral out of control in an instant. They must be under the control of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Quickly contact the new East African community. We need support. We cannot allow the Democratic Liberation Alliance to expand unchecked. In the face of questions from the new East African community, the Democratic Liberation Alliance immediately allied with the White Eagle Federation. In the negotiation meeting of the three factions, the Democratic Liberation Camp claimed to have no involvement in this matter. Their ideology was pure democratic and free, and they could not possibly lead revolutionary activities. They also expressed their willingness to send troops for peacekeeping, hoping to prove their stance in this way. However, the new East African community dared not truly let the Democratic Liberation Alliance in. After all, everyone knew that although their policies leaned towards democracy, their foundation relied entirely on the military. If the Democratic Liberation Alliance were to make contact with the armed forces in Sori, a larger-scale coup could immediately erupt. Therefore, the proposal from the Democratic Liberation Alliance was rejected. They decided to rely on the power of the new East African community to resolve this internal conflict. However, this matter had become quite significant. Coupled with Vickery's murder having already stirred some international opinion, the changes in Sori could no longer be concealed from the world's attention. I remember the last time such treatment occurred was with the Third Empire. At that time, one side was the Allied forces, and the other was the revolutionary faction. Sori is not large, nor is its population significant. Why does the internal situation resemble a miniature international community so much? I recall their political system seemed to be a federal republic. Good grief, are they actually achieving this? This is simply too crazy. In such a small area with a limited population, suddenly gathering traditionalists, revolutionaries, and Democrats all at once, even clashing with one another. How could this not arouse curiosity among the people of various countries? Moreover, due to the strategic importance of the Sori region, not only were the people of various nations curious and watching, but various international powers also quickly deployed their influence into the area. At such a pivotal moment with such factional conflicts, the White Eagle Federation undoubtedly supported the Democrats, and Zhou Heng's Democratic Liberation Alliance naturally became the Federation's proxy for assistance. The new East African community strongly supported the traditionalists, while the seemingly weakest revolutionary faction also received considerable mysterious support. Under the influence of various forces, the conflict in Sori was expected to continue for a considerable time or ultimately be resolved through negotiations to determine the distribution of interests. However, due to the traditionalists holding the greatest advantage, the revolutionary faction and the Democrats surprisingly entered into a cooperative model, deciding to jointly strike against the traditionalist forces. Yet even so, the traditionalists and their allies still maintained substantial advantages. However, no one expected that the traditionalist armed forces would be so weak that they could not organize an effective defensive line. No one doubted the strength of the Democrat armed forces. After all, the Democratic Liberation Alliance possessed a large number of skilled soldiers. And he was not a stable presence. The Democrats were certainly receiving his comprehensive support, so the strength of the Democrat armed forces was understandable. What truly astonished everyone was the strength of the revolutionary faction, which had received the least support and had the fewest resources. Yet this faction, which was entirely disadvantaged, managed to achieve victory after victory on the battlefield, as if the thoughts of that glorious era were once again boiling. Faced with such blows, the strength of the traditionalists quickly weakened. Their allies had to remain vigilant against the expansion of the Democratic Liberation Alliance, and naturally could not genuinely accompany them in a national defense war. Thus, the traditional Black Old forces quickly withdrew from the stage. Now, it was time for those local powers to make their final choice. On one side was the just judgment of the revolutionary faction, and on the other was the recovery of democratic rights, i.e. both paths led to dead ends, yet both also held chances for survival. Neil, which side are you preparing to go to? I don't want to go to either side. History tells me that after the empire's collapse, it should lead to an ideological confrontation. Then let's go outside. Once we're outside, we can escape all of this. Is that so? But the outside is merely a product of ideological confrontation. We are just behind a version. If we regard the Earth Star as a game called Earth Star OL, then the physical rules of the planet constitute the game framework, while humans and various Earth Star creatures serve as NPCs within the game. This game, which pertains to life and civilization, is composed of multiple regional dungeons. However, during natural evolution, human civilization gradually encroached upon some of the game administrator's privileges. He traversed the vast oceans that separated each regional dungeon, forcefully elevating the levels of various regional dungeons. Amid the tide of globalization, the areas controlled by human civilization continued to expand. Now, whether it be deserts, oceans, land, or the snow-covered glaciers of the Antarctic and Arctic, there are traces of human activity everywhere. Yet relative to the Earth Star, human civilization remains small and fragile. Natural disasters such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and hurricanes can inflict immense damage on humanity, even delivering devastating blows to some weaker branches. Therefore, human civilization requires global development and the rise of a community with a shared destiny. Zhou Heng's emergence and his actions actively raised the lower limits of human civilization, aiding it in updating its internal accumulated data. Thus, after Zhou Heng achieved certain successes, his civilization was granted player privileges. It was only at this point that Zhou Heng realized why ordinary humans always complained about the extreme difficulty of Earth Star OL, as there was not only no possibility of clearing it, but even obtaining basic achievements was challenging. The reason is that individual humans are not player units. The true players are those branches of civilization that possess a large number of subordinate lives and a core culture of their own. When Zhou Heng, an exceedingly young quasi-civilizational life, received authorization from human civilization, he discovered a different facet of the world. At that moment, to his eyes, the Earth Star seemed to transform into the form of a red alert game with branches of civilization controlling their own forces, either probing each other or competing and cooperating. Individual humans are merely the basic units within those forces, with various professional units, elite units, and even hero units above them. In this wondrous model, Zhou Heng could cultivate various professional units in the regions he controlled by consuming corresponding information. However, he was temporarily unable to cultivate hero units, as his civilization's database lacked the corresponding information. Of course, he could learn excellent information from allied civilizations. Nevertheless, the final results could not be effectively guaranteed, as the individual lives under Zhou Heng's command may not adapt to that information, and those special existences are hard to replicate through learning. This is akin to how a medieval civilization could not produce programmers. His civilization library simply lacked that concept. Forced learning also requires first debugging the relevant environment and cultivating the corresponding technological culture, after which imitation can be attempted with great difficulty. However, these backward civilizations are not without meaning in existence. In this material world, all widely existing material lives have their value. After Zhou Heng gained the authority of branch civilization, he found that advanced civilizations are responsible for leading development and exploring the future of human civilization. Meanwhile, backward civilizations are responsible for ensuring vitality in life reproduction, preventing advanced civilizations from experiencing a decline in reproduction due to ideological factors, or even a total cessation of reproduction. They also bear the low-end survival adaptation tasks, ensuring that if advanced civilizations collapse midway, humans can still reproduce and survive without relying on advanced tools. From this perspective, human civilization possesses a strong adaptability for survival. Even if an advanced civilization ceases reproduction, human civilization can still draw from other regions to maintain the developmental achievements of advanced branches. The world seems to follow a natural development model, yet it cannot escape the influence of human civilization's collective consciousness. The concept of reproduction is ingrained in their genes, and the desire for beauty penetrates their souls. Indeed, humans have limits, whether it is bodily freedom or so-called ideological freedom, they are ultimately influenced by bodily hormones and cultural ideologies. After becoming a life form at the branch civilization level, Zhou Heng not only discovered the multifaceted constraints that individual lives carry, but also realized how hollow his civilization truly was. Zhou Heng's civilization relies solely on his own ideology for support, while the extended parts are constrained by the ruling authority of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. His civilization did not annex the local traditional civilization, instead it is closer to Western civilization and is more susceptible to being absorbed by it. Now Zhou Heng's civilization and the local traditional culture are essentially two relatively independent entities, and the attraction he generates is far weaker than that of Western civilization. Thus, it was only after Zhou Heng achieved considerable results that he was granted the authority of branch civilization, before which he was merely a seed of a nascent civilization. I need to deepen the sense of identity with the local civilization, using a common culture as the bond between them. In this regard, the novelists of Huahua have done exceedingly well. The continuously refined mythological system of the primordial era serves as a construction of cultural identity. Zhou Heng considered the culture of the Democratic Liberation Alliance's controlled area, which is chaotic and lacks systematic structure, so he decided to compile an origin myth as the cultural core of the Alliance's inheritance. Of course, this move will certainly attract mockery internationally, but as long as it achieves the goal of integrating culture, some criticisms are worth it. After all, the myths and histories fabricated by some have been numerous. As time passes, not only their own citizens, but even some people from other regions believe that what they fabricated is historical fact. This proves that this path is viable, and once incorporated into the education system, sooner or later everyone in that region will come to believe it is their traditional culture. They not only have poor cultural and technological development, but their religious fields are also stagnant, making it difficult to fabricate an origin myth similar to the primordial novel. However, they do possess primitive beliefs and nature worship. Starting from this point, it is entirely possible to name various natural phenomena and create a new ancient myth. In the area controlled by Zhou Heng, there are already hundreds of names for the sun god, which not only increases the difficulty of Zhou Heng's writing, but also facilitates his comprehensive rewriting of everything original. In the low-dimensional realm, I represent concepts such as redemption, life, light, and time, all of which align well with humanity's descriptions of the sun. Thus, my newly compiled myth will take the sun god as its origin, and the consciousness of my civilization happens to serve as the starting point of this new culture. After Zhou Heng invented the identity of sun god Chang'eng, he united numerous writers from various low-dimensional worlds to collaboratively compose a grand mythological epic with beautiful language and captivating stories. Then this newly compiled myth was proudly integrated into the educational system of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. If all goes as expected, many new histories will emerge in the future. Zhou Heng will not stop until he transforms the thin geographical history here into a substantial traditional history. Anime adaptations, films, and television productions must be completed quickly. Any missing elements must first be resolved before verifying their authenticity. Such excellent material for a script, and yet you choose not to add commercial elements. That's simply a waste. Director Royally, please respect our traditional culture. This is the myth of our allied region, not a profit-driven commercial film. The words of the head of the cultural department of the Democratic Liberation Alliance left Director Rayleigh from the White Eagle Federation utterly stunned. Even if he knew little about African primitive myths, he understood that this self-contained mythological work could only be considered an excellent novel or a film or anime script. This work could not possibly be a revised version of an original myth. The Democratic Liberation Alliance would not intend to fabricate traditional culture, would they? This is simply outrageous. It's as if the White Eagle Federation intended to treat Marvel animations as their traditional myths, which is truly hard to believe. Mr. Jinsey, you can't be serious. Of course, I would never joke about something so sacred. If Director Royally can produce a work that satisfies us, we will collaborate with you to create more traditional historical documentaries in the future. What? You won't even spare history? Are you planning to fabricate a dreamland? Oh, please forgive my excitement. I never imagined that as a film industry professional, I would have the opportunity to alter history. Director Royally, please believe in our sincerity and strength. Our alliance is indeed quite poor at present, but our rigorous attitude towards traditional culture and our history is beyond doubt. We will provide you with 20,000 trained and qualified soldiers, and the Operations Command Center in the Pala region will direct them to follow your reasonable orders. Please strive to capture grand and shocking scenes. The sincerity and strength of the Democratic Liberation Alliance are indeed beyond doubt. Especially when Director Rueli saw the 20,000 soldiers standing at attention along with the supporting costume processing factory and prop production factory, he was exceedingly convinced of the Democratic Alliance's resolve to invent traditional culture. Oh my lord, in the annals of history, the Eurasian region has invented countless things. I thought this place was a desert of wisdom incapable of producing anything that could impact history. Now I realize how wrong I was too naive. They are inventing tradition, inventing history. Perhaps the filming site I am setting up will even become a historical artifact of theirs. This is too crazy. I might actually become a witness to history. This may also be my opportunity. I could find someone to produce a batch of ceramics in line with local culture and then have someone age them. Perhaps one day my descendants could get rich by selling these antiques. As Director Rueli contemplated how to profit from participating in the invention of traditional culture, the 20,000 soldiers were changing into the newly invented traditional garments. Director Rueli, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Jinsey, I am an excellent documentary director, and I insist on verifying the facts. Recalling the generous compensation the federal department offered for his full cooperation before coming to the Democratic Liberation Alliance, Director Rueli decided to negotiate for a better price for his reputation. This is a sincere compensation, and if the final product meets our expectations, there will be more rewards. And now, Jinsey gestured to his aides to open 4 suitcases filled with U.S. dollars. At that moment, the sincerity of the Democratic Liberation Alliance was elevated, and Director Rueli believed in the true depth of their traditional culture. What an intoxicating cultural atmosphere. I will devote myself to documenting the culture and history here. With substantial funding and personnel collaboration, the first episode of the large-scale continuous documentary, The Land of Eternal Stability, was quickly completed. This documentary, branded with traditional culture and ancient legends and endorsed by the Ministry of Education of the Democratic Liberation Alliance, was simultaneously aired for the first time in the Allied region and the White Eagle Federation. We are ancient, we are young. Like all human civilizations, we worship the sun. We live in the fields, deserts, and jungles. We are the children of eternal stability. When the first ray of sunlight appeared when the land was still undivided, that complete piece of earth was the capital of eternal stability, bringing light from darkness, igniting civilization from chaos. Eternal stability is light, is redemption, is life, is time. Its body hangs in the sky, illuminating the earth. Its will flows into our hearts, granting us wisdom. It has many names. All our tribes record its forms with different words. It scorches the evil souls into sand and brings the beautiful souls into the realm of eternity. We dance barefoot in the desert, the evil sand sharpening our bodies. We do not ache, we do not fear. Eternal stability injects hope into our hearts, and the yellow sand only takes away our ignorance. Do we still remember eternal stability? Do we still remember the initiation ceremony bathed in yellow sand? We remember, our descendants remember, our civilization remembers. When tens of thousands of people dance in special costumes in the yellow sand, and the scene of ancient shamans whispering prayers at the beast bone altar appears. A large portion of those who do not understand African culture instinctively believe that this is a real ancient myth, and those local Africans need a spiritual support that they can be proud of. They are willing to believe that different sun worship is eternal stability, and they are willing to trust the media's notarization from the White Eagle Federation. Of course, many scholars have come forward to say that all of this is false and without cultural basis. But the endorsement of the Democratic Liberation Alliance cannot be fake, and the demand to respect the correctness of various ethnic traditional cultures cannot be false either. In the tide of correctness, truth and falsehood have become unimportant. What matters is whether there is an attitude of respect. Therefore, Zhou Heng's documentary, The Land of Eternal Stability, branded with traditional culture, is boldly aired across various media. The Democratic Liberation Alliance's face is not grand, but the documentary, The Land of Eternal Stability, is not only free. If the viewership or click rate is satisfactory, they can also receive a sum of U.S. dollars as compensation. Thus, many individual broadcasters and media studios joined this promotional storm, creating the illusion that the myth of the Land of Eternal Stability was recognized by the international community. Since the international community has recognized it, the local people's acceptance in the Allied region can only be higher, and the voices of opposition are nearly non-existent. After all, the rise of the alliance not only granted them spiritual pride, but also truly changed their impoverished lives. They have a natural fondness for the alliance, and will subconsciously believe in its cultural promotion. It is not far from my expectations. Civilization shows signs of fusion. With the deepening of identity and the reshaping of historical culture, the civilization here will gradually merge into my own civilization. The development of civilization cannot stagnate. Any stagnation will invite the encroachment of other civilizations. What do those powerful civilizations that remain ever vibrant rely on to break the chains of stagnation and rise from the ashes? The civilization on Earth has developed in peculiar ways. Not every ancient civilization possesses the ability to be reborn from the ashes. Many ancient or once glorious civilizations have gradually faded away into the annals of history. Each civilization that has survived to this day has its own unique way of continuing to exist. Zhou Heng believed this might be due to the presence of hero units. When a powerful civilization stagnates, it can give rise to numerous heroic figures who break the chains and set sail anew. Since becoming a civilization-level being and gaining a civilization perspective, Zhou Heng discovered that the spheres of influence of various branches of human civilization are not clearly defined. Instead, they interweave and permeate each other constantly in a state of competition. He saw Easterners bringing their culture into various Western worlds, gathering into centers of civilization radiation, while Western civilizations continuously assimilated those gathering areas. On this foundation of ongoing competition and assimilation, the heroic information of various civilizations gradually seeped into each other's cultures, such as Guan Er's loyalty and valor, and Na Huang's military brilliance. Therefore, heroes from different civilizations are not only representatives of their cultural prosperity, but also symbols of their cultural transmission. Thus, Zhou Heng planned to invent some heroic figures during the invention of history. While enhancing the cohesion among the populace, this would also add the concept of heroes to his civilization's information database. If Zhou Heng could invent origin myths under the banner of respecting tradition, then inventing history and fabricating heroes had already crossed the boundaries of what Western correctness could condone. With the continuous updates of the documentary, The Long Hung Nation, many newly compiled histories have entered the educational system of the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Not only did various African nations explicitly express their opposition, but the international community also urged the Democratic Liberation Alliance to respect history and not to deceive its citizens. What are you trying to do? Is inventing traditions and myths not enough? Now you even want to invent history and historical figures. Are you going to invent culture, invent writing, and even create an entirely new race in the future? I never thought the ultimate form of dictatorship would appear within your Democratic Liberation Alliance. Your current actions are not democratic at all, nor are they free. You control the bodies of the citizens, yet you want to use the culture you invented to dominate their souls. This is cultural invasion, it is colonial occupation. Hayden, the diplomat of the White Eagle Federation, was not truly angry about the invention of culture. What infuriated him was that the Democratic Liberation Alliance was gradually losing control. What the Federation desires is an alliance with diverse voices internally rather than a centralized, stable populace and resource-rich national organization. Even though the Federation had long been prepared for a decline in control, they did not expect the Democratic Liberation Alliance to seek not independence, but ambitious integration and unification. Which sovereign nation in the international community does not have a significant presence? How can a weak alliance desire territorial sovereignty, administrative sovereignty, and even cultural sovereignty? Mr. Hayden, our position is beyond doubt. Regarding the compilation of new historical textbooks, we have solicited suggestions from various districts within the alliance, and they collectively passed the new cultural legislation. Moreover, our citizens also maintain their rights to freedom. They can choose whether or not to learn the new textbooks, and they can choose to deny and criticize the new culture. As you can see, there are also many opposing voices within our alliance districts. We have not suppressed these voices. Since we vow to defend their right to speak, our right to speak should also be guaranteed. Your Excellency, this is deception. You cannot treat lies as culture, nor can you write fantasies as history. I know all this, but this world is filled with lies. We cannot ask only us weaklings to uphold the truth. The negotiations between the Federation and the Alliance ended unhappily. Both sides were unable to make the other understand their position, and differing interests made genuine cooperation difficult. The Federation believes that the ambitions of the Alliance are rapidly expanding, and they have to reconsider their attitude toward this spokesperson. However, there is little they can do now. Their commonly used economic measures have little effect on the Alliance, as the Alliance lacks a proper economic system, relying mainly on small-scale farming for its economy. As for military threats, that is even less conceivable. If the Federation were to do so, the major powers in the international arena would likely burst into laughter. After all, everyone understands the combat capability of the Alliance army. A slight mishap might very well lead to the Alliance region becoming the next imperial quagmire. Thus, the White Eagle Federation reduced its aid to the Alliance region and collectively redirected excess aid to the highly cooperative Alliance Utah region. They wanted to show the other regions of the Alliance the consequences of non-cooperation versus the benefits of cooperation. Meanwhile, some within the Federation also advocated abandoning the Alliance region to aid and woo the new East African community. However, these proposals were rejected by the Federation Parliament, as the Alliance was demonstrating through action that its lower limit was in fact limitless. The Federation worried that if they refrained from providing aid, the Limitless Alliance would simply change its name and directly seek the embrace of other major powers. After all, the reason the Alliance has developed so smoothly is not only due to its own strong combat capabilities, but also because of the tacit approval from the Federation behind it. The Federation will not allow the regional power it has nurtured to become the cake of other major powers. We can support the new East African community, but we cannot abandon the Democratic Liberation Alliance. The combat power and desire to fight of the two are fundamentally disproportionate. The impoverished Alliance region is eager for war. Their officer teams are also relatively competent. Given our influence over the Alliance region and its own governmental flaws, as long as we offer a modest benefit, we can entice them to fight a proxy war for us. The reason the Alliance region is currently able to resist us is precisely because they are too poor. Once their economy shows any signs of improvement, they will no longer have the reckless courage. The final proposal put forth by the Federation Parliament is economic centralization. They aim to establish an economic center city in the coastal area of the Alliance region. While increasing their influence over the Alliance region, they also create a weakness for the Alliance. When a prosperous economic center appears in a region full of wasteland, they will no longer be able to forsake the development miracles it brings. At that time, whoever loses that place or causes it to suffer huge losses, the Federation will only need to guide it slightly, and the ruling faction of the Alliance will be ousted, while the opposition faction more aligned with the Federation will take control of the Alliance region. What is the naval aid plan for the Alliance region? 3 phases, 200 people per phase. That's too few. Increase it to 500 per phase and additionally provide them with more psychological counseling with benefits raised to the level of Federation officers. We aim to divide the naval and land forces of the Alliance region both ideologically and materially, thereby controlling the naval power of the Alliance region. Understood. The Noble Navy plan will be executed immediately. Since the Beiying Federation initiated the Noble Navy program, the status and treatment of Zhou Heng's naval clones began to rise sharply. The blatant discrimination that had once surrounded them vanished, and a sudden influx of ardent psychological counselors appeared. They all displayed goodwill toward the Tongming District Navy, weaving a strict hierarchy into the discipline. They organized balls, music festivals, and liberal soirees, instructing the Navy in grace and decorum, and ushering naval officers into nominal high society gatherings. The Tongming Navy seemed to leap into aristocracy, as if they were meant to sit impeccably dressed at banquets and speak arrogantly of the romance of war. In that moment, service in the Tongming Navy ceased to be merely a profession and became a noble identity. It must be admitted that the Beiying Federation strategy was very successful. Under their influence, the non-clone soldiers were rapidly succumbing. They shifted from initial inferiority to pride, convinced this was the treatment they deserved, believing this dreamy, beautiful nation to be the motherland they had never met. Captain Instructor 80 is hosting a party tonight. Why haven't you changed? Surely Instructor 80 invited you. Soldier, according to the Tongming District's military regulations, one must not leave the camp late at night, especially armored and mechanized units. Come on, Captain. Those rules are for cannon fodder infantry. The discipline for managing us Marines hasn't arrived yet. Besides, this is the Free Federation. We are free Marines. Tongming military discipline does not Watching Marines hurry off to various gatherings, Zhou Heng remembered the large fishing vessels he had recently ordered. It seemed the first wave of seafaring crews no longer needed to be recruited. Knock knock. Enter. Instructor 80 did not revel at the party as ordinary Marines assumed. Oh, on the contrary, the initiator of the party remained in the barracks. Lumen, why didn't you go to the party with the others? Instructor 80, I am an active duty soldier. Before coming, we received professional military training, which included strict requirements of military discipline. Lumen, do you know why I am holding this party? I intend to select a group of resolute Marines to undergo naval office. Rest assured, I will report your performance to the Minju Jiefeng Tongming. They will surely make you the backbone in building the Tongming District Navy. The Federation's methods of influence extended beyond ideological and material guidance. They cultivated covert operatives and paid particular attention to officers of firm resolve. They knew that Marines who were easily brainwashed would rarely reach the Tongming Navy's upper echelons. The truly capable and ambitious Marines were precisely those officers who steadfastly observed the rules. Therefore, they engaged these officers with flawless respect and impartiality, cultivating a dreamy, splendid hope in their hearts to transform them into a pro-Beiying faction. The Federation's dividendial plan proceeded with great success. Through his civil surveillance system, Zhou Heng discovered that even Tongming officers who obeyed military discipline were gradually accepting Federation culture. Their loyalty was being diluted. Zhou Heng would not employ officers whose loyalty was impure. Given the Tongming district's fragile economy and backward industrial base, any force entrusted with armor or warships could not be permitted to risk accidents. Fortunately, many of the naval officers were Zhou Heng clones. They had mastered the operation of Federation-class warships and had participated in several naval battle simulations. Now he could launch a warship entirely with clones and relying on their absolutely unified combat thinking outperform ordinary naval units. Since he planned to form naval units with clones, Zhou Heng's restraints on the Tongming Marines loosened, which led them to instinctively interpret it as officers respecting their human rights. Our Navy embraces the most advanced military doctrines and the purest liberal thought. Henceforth we will lead the Tongming district to true freedom and democracy. The radiant future they imagined was beautiful in fantasy, but reality proved harsh. When the first contingent of Tongming Marines returned, they found that the district had indeed provided vessels, yet those ships were primarily intended for fishing, and the sparse weaponry was only to defend against pirate raids. No, you cannot do this. I protest strongly. We are Marines, not fishermen. You are wasting high-level talent. Wake up. This is not the Federation. This is the Tongming district. We don't even possess warships. Armed fishing boats are our best training vessels. If you perform well, when we obtain warships, you will be first in line to take posts. The dismal outcome for the first Marines was completely unexpected by the Federation. They had believed these returnees would be reserved as technical specialists or directly involved in constructing the Tongming Navy's command apparatus. What they had not anticipated was the Tongming district's talent for making the most of what it had. Was this the pragmatic striving forged by poverty? What's happening? Didn't we promise to deliver several frigates to the Tongming district? Why do they show no regard for our technical Marines? General Bulanding, our infiltrators in the Tongming district have sent the intelligence they gathered. The intelligence indicated that within the Minju Jiefang Tongming, the Wuda faction close to us had been defeated, and control of the Tongming Navy had fallen into the hands of the Tansanjia faction. Unlike Wuda district's deep reforms and Gangjin district's purges, Tansanjia was pushed by us into joining the Minju Jiefang Tongming. Because its reforms were incomplete, it still harbors much traditional thinking. After seizing control of the Navy, they almost wholly dismissed Marines from the Wuda faction and selected a group of officers from their own ranks to form the Tongming Navy. Factional struggles within the Tongming district were understandable to the Federation. After all, the district was a union of 5 states of varying size. Perfect harmony would have been unnatural. What General Bulanding had not expected was that the Tongming district would even overhaul its navy. Surely they did not truly believe a few infantry could set a warship in motion. Even the Tansanjia faction would not so recklessly weaken its own strength. What they have done is General Bulanding, they are not truly foolish. They recruited a number of officers who performed well with us to serve as naval instructors. Yet their traditions led them to place relatives and loyal confidants into the Navy. This has long been their customary method of consolidating power. That makes more sense. It seems the incompletely reformed Tansanjia district is also worth courting. The founding Wuda state of the Tongming leans toward us, and the other districts can be swayed. Only the Gangjin region, which carried out a great purge, remains immovable. If only it could be pushed out. Although displeased with the changes in the Tongming Navy, General Bulanding still transferred the 2 frigates, 1 training ship, and 1 landing ship approved by Parliament to the Tongming Navy. I hope the 2nd and 3rd cohorts of officers will possess real authority when they return, otherwise our training of them will have been in vain. The plan of the White Eagle Federation to split the Alliance Zone's land and naval forces has utterly failed. With the traditional operation of a military coup to gain power in the Alliance Zone, controlling a fully formed unit could indeed influence the development decisions of the Alliance Zone. However, before the 2nd and 3rd batches of Marines returned to the Alliance Zone, the Federation received new intelligence from undercover agents. The intelligence indicated that the Navy Department of the Alliance Zone has recently initiated a traditional revival, and the previously small Navy has expanded to about 10,000 personnel. There are still many connections waiting outside, hoping to enter the Navy Department for high salaries and benefits. Damn, they might as well name the fleet after their surname. I've never seen such nepotism in a Navy. They are even using the pretext of forming a Marine Corps to forcibly insert 5,000 Army personnel into the Navy Department. What do they want to do? Create a family fleet? Eddie, immediately contact Mr. China, the diplomat of the Alliance Zone, and tell him that the traditional forces of the Tanzania faction must be suppressed. It would be best to replicate the prosecutor system of the Yuta faction in the Tanzania region so they can clean up those greedy pests. General Brandon, your proposal is unlikely to work. The Yuta faction is weaker than the Tanzania faction. Moreover, the newly restructured Gangjin faction is still in a fervent ideological phase. They are very sensitive and resistant to any actions that influence the internal affairs of the Alliance Zone. General Brandon looked at the 2nd and 3rd batches of Alliance Marines enjoying noble elite treatment and felt a wave of headache. Unless something unexpected happens, the Marines who have spent a lot of energy corrupting themselves will probably not even qualify to queue outside the Alliance Navy Department and will only be able to work on fishing boats. This situation is unacceptable not only to General Brandon, but also to the federal parliament, which continues to aid the Alliance Zone. After all, what they want is control over the Alliance Navy, not control over what fish the Alliance Zone catches. Since the Gangjin faction is the key to our influence over the Alliance Zone, we should cooperate with them. I believe it's possible to satisfy them after just experiencing an internal purge. Given their current political model, it is difficult for greedy individual interests to arise, and even if the political interests are substantial, they can be constrained by agreements. Understood, I will contact the ruling faction of the Gangjin region immediately. Major Eddie is not a very good diplomat, but communication with the Gangjin faction does not require perfect diplomatic skills. Because the Gangjin faction has clear demands and Major Eddie also has specific goals, as long as they do not jeopardize each other's core interests, many matters can be negotiated on the table. Major Eddie establishing a prosecutor system to thoroughly investigate the corruption within the Tanzania faction is an internal issue of the Tanzania region. The alliance needs to respect the sovereignty of each member state, and we in Gangjin must also respect our allies. We cannot simply determine they have issues just because they have employed their own people. We must wage a war to prove their capabilities are lacking and let them bear the blame of defeat, so we can unite with other member states to reclaim control over the alliance navy. The words of Gangjin diplomat Leon shocked Major Eddie. What is going on? Even at this point you are still thinking about external expansion. Do you not understand your own size? If you continue to expand, it's hard to say whose Africa it will be. Moreover, do you have some misunderstanding about the navy? Given your tiny navy, it would be difficult to bear the blame. A navy weaker than yours probably doesn't even have frigates, just a few armed speedboats. As long as you don't go crazy, it would be hard to lose. A navy stronger than yours at least has a few destroyers. You should forget about those 2 frigates and just lay back. Diplomat Leon, please propose something more practical. I am not a federal diplomat. I am a federal soldier. Although our interests differ, we also oppose your continued expansion. I believe the purpose of establishing a democratic liberation alliance is not to incite turmoil, but to foster cooperative development, don't you think? Major Eddie, you are a soldier, so I won't exchange promises with you. The Federation desires control over the Alliance Navy to deepen its influence over maritime regions. This demand we can consider. But this is an act of selling the sovereignty of the Alliance Zone, and we must obtain other sovereignty in exchange. Gangjin has abundant oil resources, with the coastal oil fields and basin oil fields being the largest. Your CN company has assessed that the oil reserves there could reach over 4 billion barrels. The words of Zhou Heng instantly invigorated Major Eddie. The federal government must support such a reasonable demand for reclaiming sovereignty. Even if the oil fields of Gangjin are practically under Gallic control, as long as our allies have needs, the Federation will certainly try its best to share in the benefits. We are deeply sympathetic to the unfair treatment faced by the Alliance Zone, and I will promptly submit your demands to the Federal Parliament. However, due to the traditional forces, we cannot publicly support you, but we will do our best to meet various forms of aid. Please trust the Federation's resolve to support freedom. Okay, if necessary, we will act together with the SA Alliance to ensure that the fruits of freedom return to our hands. Major Eddie, upon hearing the name SA Alliance, immediately realized that the alliance was an anti-hegemony coalition. Isn't it inappropriate for the Federation to join forces with them against hegemony? What is this? Defeating hegemony with magic, resisting hegemony with hegemony. Freedom-loving people should not be oppressed. Let us toast to the cause of freedom. A cheers to a wonderful freedom. Far away in Gaul, he was unaware that his traditional allies were planning to extract his blood to drive their own interests. However, even if he knew, he would have little ability to resist. After all, the era of great powers casually dividing the world has passed, and with the awakening in various regions, it has become difficult for them to maintain their former dignity. Moreover, there is now a stronger presence wanting to strip them of their dignified garments. As oil tankers arrived at the port of Damu in Tanzania, the soldiers of the Alliance Zone, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately joined the unloading operations. Commander, do we still need to import oil? What we lack should be refining equipment, right? You are correct, these are indeed refining equipment. When field artillery, armored vehicles, drones, and other equipment are unloaded, the soldiers of the Alliance Zone finally understand that these indeed qualify as refining equipment, the basic equipment for obtaining refining equipment. Commander, are we really going to take action against the oil field region? We must ensure confidentiality to prevent Gallic forces from launching a strike against us in advance. There's no need, we need to let the hegemony see our determination against hegemony. The actions of the White Eagle Federation in the Alliance Zone cannot escape the notice of Gaul. However, the Federation, under the guise of aiding third world nations and strengthening their defenses, is conducting normal arms shipments, leaving Gaul with no grounds for protest. The initial results of the hegemony versus anti-hegemony struggle are beginning to emerge. Gaul does not believe that the Alliance Zone intends to reclaim the oil fields, but rather that the Federation has set its sights on the oil fields of the Alliance. However, the Federation cannot be blamed, for they genuinely intend to incorporate the oil fields of the Alliance Zone into their oil system. What does the Federation mean? The Democratic Liberation Alliance has neither a navy nor oil refining facilities, and not even qualified oil workers. Even if we were to exchange the oil fields with them, they would not be able to develop them. Don't they know that those refining facilities require regular maintenance and skilled technicians to operate? Chairman Audwa, the Federation is training a navy for the Alliance Zone, and has also transferred 4 warships to them. Perhaps they have long set their sights on our oil fields. They have the capability to provide refining equipment and technical training, while the Alliance Zone is not lacking in young labor force. Damn barbarians, all they think about is plunder. The world has already given them enough, yet it still cannot satisfy their greedy appetites. We cannot compromise with them, otherwise they will demand even more benefits in the future. In truth, Chairman Audwa would not draw a conclusion, and Gaul could not possibly compromise with the Federation on such matters. After all, behind the oil fields of the Alliance Zone are two large energy companies from Gaul. If they were to easily sell off the interests of energy capital, the energy sector would undoubtedly brand them as traitors to national interests. At that time, not only would their governance prospects be bleak, but their economic security in retirement would also face significant issues. Therefore, Gaul is currently under great pressure. They must fight, as winning is expected, losing could lead to a tarnished reputation, and it is possible that the guise of the great powers will be stripped away by the Alliance Zone. The key is that their chances of winning are very slim, considering they are up against a large military alliance with a population exceeding 210 million and a territory of over 3.6 million square kilometers. The entire population of Gaul is only about 70 million. What can they use to engage in a localized war of attrition against the Alliance Zone? However, if they do not fight, the situation will be even worse. Once their powerful facade is completely shattered, their sphere of influence overseas will rapidly shrink, and the already restless colonies are likely to rise in rebellion. Now they cannot win, cannot avoid fighting, and cannot afford to lose, creating a vicious cycle that tightly binds Gaul. We have the European alliance. As long as we get them involved, the Alliance Zone and its Federation backers will inevitably compromise. Now they cannot win, cannot avoid fighting, and cannot afford to lose, creating a vicious cycle that tightly binds Gaul. We have the European alliance. The likelihood of that is low. The European alliance is a predator. Oh, what can we offer to fill their stomachs? Are we to divide the oil fields of the Alliance Zone to gain their support? Doing so would not only yield no benefits, but would also make the European alliance see us as weak. Moreover, the current ruler of the Alliance Zone, General Bison, has been praised by some factions within the European alliance as a democratic saint. Forming a coalition to attack a democratically elected representative we recognize is a surreal act that completely contradicts our ideological principles. The Gaul parliament found it challenging to reach a consensus that satisfied everyone, but they were determined to engage in a small-scale conflict, and to win it convincingly. They hoped to bring the Alliance Zone back to the negotiating table by demonstrating their strength, and they were prepared to sell off a portion of their shares to the Federation in exchange for friendly cooperation in jointly controlling the oil fields. It must be said that Gaul's decision played directly into the hands of the Federation, which did not hesitate to agree to Gaul's request. At that moment, the overwhelming advantage was evident. The Alliance and Gaul were taking considerable risks to fight for their interests, while the Federation merely stood by and reaped generous rewards. Sir, should we stop our military assistance to the Alliance Zone? Why stop? We can exchange wealth for certain benefits, and of course we can also exchange strength for another portion of benefits. Let's see who emerges as the victor. We will fulfill subsequent agreements with whoever that is. The Federation's maneuvers did not surprise Gaul. They were unconcerned about the Federation supplying ordinary weapons to the Alliance Zone. The ultimate effectiveness of weapons depends on the people using them, and Gaul has great confidence in its elite force. Furthermore, with Gaul's level of infiltration in Africa, they have ample intelligence sources to keep track of the movements of the Alliance forces, allowing them to initiate countermeasures at the first opportunity. The only regret is that the scale of the conflict needs to be controlled, since the 5 countries of the Alliance Zone also possessed some Soviet, Chinese, and Federation-type medium to long-range missiles. Moreover, Gaul's overseas territory, Reunion Island, is separated by the Mozambique Channel from the Alliance's Tanzanian region, completely within the striking range of the Alliance Zone. If the scale of the conflict is not controlled properly, the impoverished and reckless Alliance Zone might actually dare to attack Reunion Island, dragging Gaul forcefully into the quagmire of war. Whenever the members of Gaul's parliament think of this, they feel that returning the oil fields to the Alliance Zone is not unacceptable. At least then they would only need to target the oil fields with missiles, making it difficult for the Alliance Zone to avoid compromise. If the Alliance Zone gains another economic center, it would be even better. At that point, the Alliance Zone would have to display diplomatic finesse and acknowledge the international status of the great powers. I prefer to fight here, far from the centers of civilization, where no one will pay attention to our methods. The local forces here have no military satellites, but we can smash their heads like whack-a-mole. At night, teams of elite foreign mercenaries are rapidly assembling. 600 of them will parachute into the Penghu oil field area to strike against the Alliance Zone soldiers coming to take over the oil fields. Meanwhile, in the Gulf of Inner Asia in the Atlantic, there is a combination of an amphibious assault ship, a destroyer, 2 frigates, and 2 landing ships arriving at the coastal oil field area. Although the naval forces deployed by Gaul are sufficient to crush the Alliance Zone is fundamentally a land power, and their submission still relies on the performance of the army. Thus, a confrontation between the 2 armies was inevitable. The Alliance Zone's assault soldiers in the direction of the Penghu oil field only have 2 battalions, and over 1,000 troops. Therefore, this small-scale conflict where the numbers and equipment are not vastly different is being simultaneously monitored by reconnaissance satellites from multiple countries. Powerful nations are waiting to study the latest tactics and the practical applicability of Gaul's equipment, hoping to analyze Gaul's current combat capabilities. However, what they did not expect to see was a struggle between two strong forces, with Gaul's legion being at a disadvantage. They could see that the combat effectiveness of Gaul's legion was standard and did not make any major mistakes, but the assault battalion of the Alliance Zone was incredibly fierce. Their performance shattered the preconceived notions of various nations, making them realize that while this place may not develop technology, improving soldier quality is still achievable. I really don't know if Gaul has weakened or if the Alliance Zone has become too strong, but undoubtedly the dynamics here will change in the future. The victory in the Battle of the two major oil fields, Coastal and Basin, became the founding battle of the Alliance District. Until this moment, the people of the Alliance District realized that the once lofty powers were not invincible. Although many still placed their hopes for the beauty of humanity and the prosperity of dreams upon the capitals of the great powers, the legitimacy of the Alliance's governance could no longer be denied. In this moment, a sense of belonging born from extreme inferiority filled the hearts of most people in the Alliance District as they finally recognized themselves as citizens of the Alliance. A small local conflict accompanied by the compromise of the great powers and the return of sovereignty became a cultural symbol of special significance. As the event rapidly unfolded, Zhou Heng noticed a qualitative change in the speed of assimilating the local civilization. The pride of victory led to widespread recognition of the traditional culture and newly crafted history invented by the ruling party of the Alliance District as a brand new civilization began to set sail. Due to the unique structure of the Tongva civilization, Zhou Heng discovered he possessed a strong assimilation ability. Those who integrated into his Tongva civilization would gradually be influenced by his ideals, becoming a new race united internally. Tongva synchronized in thought and aligned in goals while stifling the survival advantages brought by fluctuating positions, also resolved the fundamental issue of mutual incomprehension among people. The beehives and ant colonies in nature serve as similar structures, allowing weaker lives to enhance their survival chances through unity. However, the drawbacks are also evident. In the event of a war defeat, unless a new center of Tongva is found, it often results in the extinction of entire clans with no possibility for surrender or compromise. The peculiar social model of small lives, when applied to humanity, an intelligent species at the top of the food chain, produces terrifying effects. Zhou Heng found that every local citizen integrated into his Tongva civilization had the potential to become a qualified soldier, and his civilization was rapidly transitioning towards a warlike one. This is not due to the inherently aggressive nature of the Tongva civilization, but rather because the synchronized thought pattern diminished their innovative capacity. Thus, the Tongva civilization needed to continuously acquire new information from outside to maintain its vitality. Fortunately, the innovative capacity of the local people in the Alliance District was already concerning, so exchanging their disadvantages for a powerful ability was still worthwhile. Moreover, Zhou Heng also possessed gene activation technology, cloning cultivation technology, virtual metaverse technology, controllable nuclear fusion technology, and gene adjustment technology acquired from the Kaya civilization. Therefore, for a long time, his Tongva civilization would not need any innovative capacity at all. He could seek assistance from various countries on Earth for basic industrial technology, while his Alliance District focused on medical research and virtual technology. Additionally, it was imperative to quickly develop mushroom bombs from controllable nuclear fusion technology. After all, without the protection of a large number of mushroom bombs, attempting to develop controllable nuclear fusion technology would inevitably offend all energy capital on Earth. Of course, possessing mushroom bombs would also offend energy capital, but the existence of mushroom bombs could keep everyone calm. Only through mutual understanding could there be a possibility for future common development. A small-scale war with the great powers caused Zhou Heng's Tongva civilization to begin to grow and flourish, bringing joy to the majority of the Alliance District's populace. Even if they did not fully grasp the international situation, they understood that the oil fields on their land should belong to their national state-owned assets. However, sometimes the total amount of happiness is difficult to change. Since the Alliance District was satisfied, there would certainly be a dissatisfied party. What does the Alliance District mean? We all agreed to redistribute the shares of the oil fields, so why do they boldly claim they have defeated us? These despicable clowns dare to tread upon the honor of Great Gaul to prove their strength. How dare they do this? They must pay the price. Originally, the failure in the local conflict had caused Gaul to lose face before various great powers, with only the Pasta nation stepping forward to say a few words that were not entirely just. Back then, we were defeated by Assetia and paid war reparations. This was not because we were weak at that time, but because Assetia had immense war potential. Now the new eastern community where Assetia is located has not gained the upper hand in its confrontation with the Democratic Liberation Alliance, which undoubtedly proves the military strength of the Alliance District. Thus the failure in the local conflict is reasonable, and it does not hinder our strong prosperity with Gaul. The Pasta nation's lack of goodwill only made Gaul more intolerant. As the first continental nation to pay war reparations to African countries, Pasta has long been a popular topic of ridicule in continental Europe even to this day. Seeing Pasta attempting to pull Gaul into their peculiar position, using a rhythm, they were familiar with how could Gaul possibly accept such a malicious enticement. Yet regardless of Gaul's resistance, the United Kingdom and Pasta raised the banner of freedom of speech, delivering a newsworthy story worthy of commentary to the people of the continent. This undoubtedly disgusted Gaul, and Speaker Odo was infuriated. At this moment he felt the dignity of Gaul as a great power being repeatedly rubbed against by third-world countries. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before more colonies rose up in rebellion. After all, if the Sahara Alliance and the Democratic Liberation Alliance could do it, those colonies would find it hard to believe. Prepare our troops stationed in Africa. We must reclaim the coastal and basin oil fields. If the Alliance District wants them, they must come with money. They cannot use our reputation to establish authority while taking our refining equipment for free. Great Gaul must not compromise with the insult. Although they have no money, the little national finances they have left are dedicated to the federal food sector and the introduction of basic industrial equipment. Then let them borrow from the Federation. Isn't the Federation responsible for backing them? Let the Federation produce real money to redeem the oil fields. No matter what, Gaul is still a great power. It is difficult to seize things from them without paying some price. They can accept the loss in conflict and return to the negotiation table to discuss benefit distribution, but they cannot bear the title of defeat and hand over the oil fields to the backward and weak Alliance District for free. Although the Federation's approach is somewhat peculiar. Recently, the Alliance District has increased its military presence in the two major oil fields. The Basin oil field now has an Alliance infantry division and an armored brigade, while the coastal oil field is jointly defended by the Alliance's navy and army. Fuck, is this a responsible attitude? With an armored brigade and a navy, they might as well assign an air force to the Alliance. Let's see if the monsters they cultivate will turn against them in the future. The deployment of the Alliance District's troops extinguished Gaul's hopes of air assault, and as for landing, that was even. Now everyone knows that the Alliance's army has received special training from certain countries possessing technologies for drone positioning and high-precision artillery coverage. Gaul cannot afford to pit its expensive soldiers against the nearly cost-free soldiers of the Alliance. They were clearly weak when separated. Oh, why have they suddenly become strong now? This is unscientific and does not align with the laws of civilization development. A group of disorganized individuals, after uniting, not only became stronger, but also learned to understand and cooperate with each other. This miraculous change is puzzling not only to Gaul, but also to the White Eagle Federation, which has the closest ties with the Alliance Zone. If the Alliance Zone is a product of the fervent Marxist thought, the Federation could accept it, but the Alliance Zone publicly adheres to the logic of the Federation's freedom and democracy, which should not have such a significant transformation. After all, as the source of free logic, the Federation itself is not entirely harmonious, and it makes no sense for a region with a lower level of education to perform better than the elites of the Federation. If not for the various forces within the Alliance Zone that have maintained the fine tradition of nepotism and the occasional power struggles that arise, the Federation would have believed that the Alliance Zone possessed some special device for controlling minds. Little do they know that their conspiracy theories are almost touching the truth, but it's not some ethereal mind control device. Rather, it's the phenomenon of extensive replication of individual beings and the assimilation of a special civilization model. Thanks to Zhou Heng's civilizational vision, he can clearly see who belongs to the affiliated life forms of the same civilization and whether they are loyal to the Alliance Zone. Thus, under Zhou Heng's authorization of the clones, the life forms assimilated by the same civilization stirred up unprecedented factional struggles within the Alliance Zone. This directly led to the 5 countries of the Alliance Zone massively expanding their prosecutor systems, with regional power representatives being ousted and many disloyal figures being arrested and interrogated. Of course, the new round of internal purges also caused some negative impacts, such as law enforcement officers from certain regions being swept away and the army and gendarmerie of the Alliance Zone suddenly becoming the busiest units. As the infighting within the Alliance Zone escalated, the entire political system almost entered an era of military police special authority, thus resolving the doubts in the minds of the Western world. Initially, they were in a state of continuous expansion, and the ever-growing cake suppressed their internal contradiction. Now that their expansion has been halted, they have reclaimed part of their sovereignty through military force, and as the political system trends towards stable development, they naturally began to emerge one by one to vie for power. That's more like it. This is their normal operation. The earlier unity was merely a fleeting illusion of change. When the Federation learned that most victors of the struggles belonged to the power centers and military factions of the Alliance, they concluded that this was the military of the Alliance utilizing their victory over Gaul's reputation to eliminate rivals and seize power. Indeed, they cannot follow the path of freedom. Their political system only offers dictatorship and more dictatorship. This is also good, If a weak region utilizes our thoughts to achieve prosperity, while we face numerous internal issues, it would greatly undermine the orthodoxy of our theory. Therefore, he took advantage of the political restructuring event to openly showcase the internal conflicts of the alliance zone to the international community. He wanted the international community to understand that the alliance, therefore he took advantage of the political restructuring event to openly showcase the internal conflicts of the alliance zone to the international community. He wanted the international community to understand that the alliance zone was not in a state of unreasonable unity either. After the same civilization of Zhou Heng completely took over the leadership, he would periodically initiate infighting drills, embedding job transfers and position changes into the infighting model, thus ensuring a show of compliance. This way it not only can make the Western world relax their vigilance against the alliance zone, but also gain unexpected tangible benefits. For instance, many of the newly powerful victors in the alliance zone received friendly funding from various forces, and a portion of this funding was even long-term. Even Zhou Heng did not expect that the largest foreign investment in the alliance zone did not come from normal international investments, but from the corrupt funds of external forces. The funds from external forces also belong to a form of alternative international investment. It seems that the alliance zone will have a new source of funding, and these funds can completely be transformed into clean state assets after circulating through our various departments and banks. Once the nuances of culture, education, and power are entirely controlled by Zhou Heng's same civilization, a collectivist nation distinct from normal human civilization will emerge. This top-down, socially transmitted collectivist culture is building a brand new social model in this area that is ideologically monotonous and blank. Under the impact of this highly infectious social model, the perceptions of the people in the alliance zone are subtly changing. With the continuous influx of affiliated life forms, Zhou Heng's same civilization is also rapidly expanding. Once the snowball of cultural cognition starts rolling, there is no need for Zhou Heng to deliberately guide anything. The beings within this cultural circle will naturally experience a cognitive shift. The powerful assimilation ability of the special same civilization is vividly displayed at this moment. Even external infiltrators within this cultural odd circle begin to develop supportive thoughts for the alliance. This directly led to many local infiltrators secretly entering the prosecutor units of the alliance zone to report themselves and their direct contacts. This group of special individuals brought a lot of useful information, including Gaul's latest plans. They informed the alliance that Gaul was recently evacuating residents from the overseas province of Reunion, preparing to use Réunion as a transit base to force the alliance to acknowledge their legitimate interests in the Golden Zone. This intelligence is quite abnormal, as the Sahar League is clearly being more excessive than the alliance zone, and Gaul has no reason to fixate on the alliance zone. After all, the act of insult is something everyone partakes in. It wouldn't be fair to let just one force in the alliance zone take the blame. Zhou Heng discovered the underlying reason through data networks. It was an energy issue. Due to the peculiar situation occurring in the European continent, the European Union region lost its cheap and convenient energy, and those EU countries without overseas interests could only rely on traditional energy while importing expensive energy. However, Gaul differs from them. Gaul has plenty of backup overseas energy, and as a major power their resources. The problem lies in the fact that the coastal oil fields of the Golden Zone and the basin oil fields can directly reach Gaul through the inner Asia Gulf, and they are also the closest overseas energy points to Gaul. Originally, Gaul was happily transporting oil and natural gas from the inner Asia Gulf, profiting greatly from the unique economic model of the European Union during this special period. Now that the alliance zone has forcefully reclaimed their energy points, it is undoubtedly striking at their vital interest. Even if the ruling faction of Gaul feels they should maintain restraint under such circumstances, Gaul's energy capital and industrial capital cannot be restrained. If they do not hold back, neither will the parliament. Ultimately, Gaul decided to pressure the alliance zone through a joint effort of the Navy and Air Force. Casting aside the shortcomings of infantry consumption, Gaul's industry could undoubtedly overpower the alliance zone. Under normal circumstances, even if the alliance zone's planes and warships achieve a Teuton victory, it would mean little. After all, Gaul not only has advanced and numerous aircraft, but also the capacity to repair and produce. The alliance zone has only a few which would be exhausted quickly. However, with the civilizational vision, Zhou Heng sees more. He realizes that Western civilization is attempting to infiltrate his same civilization. Humanity competes for energy and civilizations compete for space to develop. Competition truly exists everywhere. After the assimilation and reorganization, the war potential of Zhou Heng's alliance zone underwent a qualitative change. Before the assimilation and reorganization, it was merely a quagmire for the empire. Now it has the capability to become the empire's grave. In the event of a full-scale war, there are only two ways to defeat the alliance zone. One is to eliminate Zhou Heng, this civilization-level life form, and the other is to annihilate all affiliated life forms of our civilization. As time progresses, the war model of our civilization will become increasingly comprehensive, and a situation where the entire populace becomes soldiers is highly likely. In such circumstances, defeating the Alliance Zone is beyond the capabilities of Gaul, and even the White Eagle Federation cannot achieve it. Therefore, the Alliance Zone is not afraid of Gaul's war threats. What truly troubles Zhou Heng is the aggressive expansion of Western civilization. From the history of the Earth Star, it is evident that while Eastern civilization does not lack war capabilities, it generally tends toward conservative expansion, stabilizing internal structures for sustained development. Conversely, Western civilization tends to continuous expansion, imprinting their civilizational form into every corner of the Earth Star while occupying more fertile grounds for development. Given the expansion characteristics of Western civilization, upon discovering new regional civilizations, they will certainly attempt to annex them. Only when the other party displays formidable combat capabilities will they tacitly acknowledge the other's right to exist. Zhou Heng's civilization is currently facing such a situation. He predicts that if Gaul suffers military setbacks for the second time, they are very likely to cede the coastal oil fields and the Bin Valley oil fields to the European Union. After all, exchanging interests that are destined to be lost for the strong suppression of resistors is quite a lucrative matter. Considering the urgent energy demands of the European Union region, the likelihood of them jointly applying pressure is quite high. This crisis can no longer be resolved through negotiation, as Gaul clearly seeks not only to reclaim the oil fields, but also to cleanse the stain of their previous partial defeat. Of course, the Alliance Zone could relinquish a large portion of its interests and invite the Federation to intervene forcefully. However, what our civilization needs is recognition from other civilizations, and what the Alliance Zone requires is a development space free from forcible interference by other powers. Thus, Zhou Heng decided to accelerate the assembly of the mushroom bomb, ensuring that all forces maintain a calm attitude towards the Alliance Zone. Although this continent is generally classified as a poor uranium region, there are some exceptions, one of which is the Tanzanian area controlled by the Alliance. With the industrial assistance from various countries and the more advanced and convenient purification methods from controllable nuclear fusion technology, the Alliance Zone has initially acquired the capability to produce mushroom bombs. Given that the only qualified developers are Zhou Heng's clones and the numerous high-precision mechanical arms he controls, the confidentiality of this project has reached the highest level. In the tumultuous international society, no one or force would anticipate that a poor and backward region would undertake a sword-casting operation much like the rise of the East in the past. While Zhou Heng busied himself with sword-forging, the fleet of Gaul's warplanes was also preparing for battle on Reunion Island. Their choice not to take off from the more convenient land bases was to avoid giving the Alliance Zone an excuse to attack their colonial areas. Gaul's colonial areas are nominally independent nations. It is best to keep a distance during this clash of new and old powers lest they risk independence. Connect to the Alliance command and inform them that we demand an exchange of our legitimate interests within 24 hours, or we will defend our interests by any means necessary. Understood, General. Gaul, with their pride, issued a threat akin to a declaration of war, but they did not receive the answer they desired. The Alliance Zone remained as resolute as ever. It seemed as though a victory in a localized conflict had inflated the confidence of the Alliance Zone, leading them to believe they were capable of competing with established great powers. The 24 hours passed quickly. During this time, not only did the Gaul Air Force stationed on Reunion Island prepare for battle, but the Alliance Zone's Air Force was equally ready. The difference lies in that one side consists of standard Air Force units of various models from the same system, while the other side is a hodgepodge of Soviet, Chinese, and Federation models. However, what is similar is that the pilots from both sides are exceptionally skilled. One side comprises elite troops carefully nurtured by a great nation, while the other is a unified mindset of professional Air Force clones. This battle, nearly interspersed with aircraft from various powerful nations, attracted the attention of countries worldwide, all eager to see how their developed or purchased aircraft would perform in actual combat. Among them, the Federation even requested to send personnel into the operational command room to observe and share data on various aircraft models in actual combat. To these two demands, the Alliance Zone responded with a rejection, stating that the two giants of the Far East made similar requests. To better maintain international balance, the Alliance Zone would auction combat data after the battle. A fine, free, and democratic logic that once again allowed the White Eagle Federation to witness the power of poverty. Indeed, the ever-mercenary Alliance Zone remains that profit-driven bastard. The White Eagle Federation could almost ascertain that with the Alliance Zone's limitless operations, they would surely strive to sell combat data to every country, even including their opponent Gaul. Thus, although the Federation is destined to receive the combat data from this battle, they are far from pleased. Such data, soon to be ubiquitous, has completely lost its special value as classified intelligence. Regardless of the Federation's thoughts or how countries around the world criticize the Alliance Zone for its unscrupulousness constantly emulating the Federation's profit-oriented practices, this battle is destined to erupt. As fighter jets soared into the clouds, Gaul's navy also approached the coastline of the Alliance Zone. They did not intend to engage in a firefight with the Alliance Zone's coastal defense systems, but rather to prevent the Alliance from sending naval forces to land on Reunion Island. This is because among the Federation's aid to the Alliance there are not only frigates, but also landing ships. It is unclear where the Federation initially intended for the Alliance to land, but Gaul now only perceives deep malice. When the Alliance and Gaul's aircraft engaged countries around the world did not marvel at the excellence of the Alliance Zone's pilots. After all, with over 200 million people, selecting hundreds of excellent pilots is quite feasible. What truly astonished them was the degree of coordination among the Alliance Zone's pilots. Under their efficient cooperation model, the aircraft from different countries seemed to merge into a single entity consistently able to exert pressure on the Gaul Air Force within the area. This led to Gaul Air Force's losses far exceeding those of the Alliance Air Force. Fortunately, Gaul's resources are abundant, and they cannot lose to the Alliance Zone in terms of aircraft attrition. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gaul is certain to achieve victory in this air battle. At that time, they would interpret the Alliance Zone's pilots as the elite air force of various powerful nations in disguise, thus justifying the disadvantageous loss ratio. However, the notion of barring any unforeseen circumstances is impossible. A large weapon hastily assembled has already been transported to the rift area where the aircraft from both sides are engaged. That place is uninhabited and the soil is barren, making it suitable for cultivating some special crops. An aerial battle between two factions attracted scant attention from the international community. First, due to deliberate media suppression, second, because most global citizens regarded this impoverished and underdeveloped land as unworthy of concern. Yet no one anticipated that the Alliance Zone would become the year's most explosive international flashpoint. So incandescent it threatened to ignite the entire global order. General Morris, something is amiss. The Alliance Zone's fighter inventory cannot sustain such an intense combat tempo. Our analysts conclude they are likely executing a short-duration, high-intensity counteroffensive strategy. Indeed, it defies logic. With their limited air assets, they should be adopting a time-dragging defensive posture. Such concentrated offensives may overwhelm our air forces momentarily, but prolonged operations will inevitably trigger cascading mechanical failures across their fleet due to excessive sortie rates. What recommendations has the Domestic War Analysis Center issued? I suspect the Alliance Zone possesses concealed external backing. Otherwise, they would not disregard operational sustainability. Stationed on Réunion Island, General Morris could not have foreseen the sheer brutality of this aerial engagement, or imagined the hidden patronage sustaining the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Yet he knew better than to underestimate this nascent military entity. The Alliance Zone's exceptional aerial combat record had already proven it a formidable adversary, not a fragile coalition of weak states. In truth, General Morris's intuition proved overly cautious. His opponent was far more audacious and reckless than he dared imagine. Boom! After blinding radiance seared the sky, a colossal detonation thundered forth, the fireball and roiling smoke coalescing instantly into a towering mushroom cloud suspended between heaven and earth. This sudden searing light of peace transformed the barren Rift Valley as though fertile crops had sprung forth overnight, heralding an imminent harvest. Yet no nation, no faction had ever imagined witnessing the dawn of civilization's light upon this desolate soil. Nor had anyone foreseen that at this very moment, when international norms were already fraying, a power would brazenly shatter those rules beyond repair. Immediately contact Gaul. Demand they provide the United Nations with an unequivocal explanation. We will not tolerate any actor brandishing nuclear weapons to threaten the bedrock of global order. Unbelievable. Gaul cannot bear defeat. A minor land skirmish loss and temporary aerial disadvantage do not justify unleashing nuclear arms. Where lies the security of small and medium-sized nations? What meaning remains for nuclear restraint? The detonation in the Alliance Rift Valley has laid bare the world's greatest illusion. There is no such thing as peaceful mutual assurance. When driven to desperation, even the so-called great powers resort to any means necessary to crush their rivals. Today it is the Alliance Zone, tomorrow it may be us. Our world teeters on the precipice, our civilization hangs by a thread, and the nuclear detonation reverberated with seismic geopolitical consequences. No state or bloc believed the Alliance Zone had initiated the strike. Instead, consensus pointed toward Gaul as a display of coercive power to preserve great power prestige and silence dissent. Yet such a demonstration of force proved profoundly terrifying, so much so that it risked dismantling the unspoken conventions governing modern warfare. Within hours, the Gaulish parliament faced unified international censure, and even the European Union declared the Rift Valley nuclear incident unacceptable. After all, if such acts became normalized, conventional states would face existential annihilation, rendering the EU's institutional framework a hollow farce. Ironically, while the world fixated on assigning blame, General Morris of the Gaulish Air Force stood more stunned than any foreign leader when the mushroom cloud bloomed. In that instant, he was paralyzed, not by fear alone, but by the horrifying certainty that he might become history's architect of national collapse and civilizational ruin. Had you revealed this capability earlier, many matters could have been negotiated. Even those once deemed non-contact the White Eagle Federation immediately. What precisely is their intent? A dispute over marginal energy interests hardly justifies violating the foundational tenets of international law. Has the Alliance Zone become the Federation's new core strategic interest? They've never declared it. Just months ago, they proposed joint energy partition with us. Why would they entrust a weapon of ultimate consequence to so impetuous and volatile an alliance? At the moment the mushroom cloud rose, Gaul's intelligence apparatus instantly identified its prime suspect. Amidst vehement protests against the Federation, Gaul simultaneously petitioned the United Nations for emergency mediation to avert irreversible catastrophe. Thus, with both parties casting mutual suspicion, Gaul and the Federation plunged into open confrontation, while the UN itself descended into chaotic disarray. The truth. We demand the truth. Let the Alliance Zone's diplomatic envoy speak. I have no information on what transpired. I await communication from the Alliance Zone, and urge patience as we await their official response. Though distrust ran deep, the heated exchanges gradually clarified each side's underlying demands and strategic positions. Both recognized the other would not lightly initiate nuclear escalation, and that their current rift remained, however, acutely still reconcilable. Hence the Alliance Zone, the internationally renowned reckless actor, emerged as the prime suspect. Far graver, however, was the question which power had supplied them with nuclear arms. Even now, no credible actor believed the Alliance Zone had independently manufactured the device. Its technological infrastructure remained fundamentally inadequate. Moreover, no reputable nuclear engineering team, anywhere in the world, would willingly relocate to a region devoid of both capital and ideological coherence. Thus, the Alliance Zone, the entity least considered when the mushroom cloud ascended, suddenly became the sole custodian of truth. Now the entire United Nations waited breath held for its voice. The Alliance Zone did not feign aloofness. It responded swiftly. Internal investigation is underway. We do not rule out the possibility of our own deployment. That deliberately ambiguous statement radiated extraordinary sincerity across the globe. Observe the Alliance Zone's candor before confirmation. It openly acknowledged the potential for self-deployment. Unlike certain nations still trading accusations over the weapon's origin, the wait stretched interminably. By dawn the next day, the Alliance Zone mushroom incident dominated global trending feeds. A vast majority of netizens condemned Gaul's brutality, though others accused the Federation of provoking the crisis. Just as the world suffocated beneath the shadow of hegemony, the Alliance Zone unexpectedly delivered a statement of astonishing audacity. Yesterday, our nuclear test in the Rift Valley achieved complete success. Henceforth, we shall abide by the International Nuclear Arms Accord and dedicate our capabilities to the peaceful advancement of the global community. The Alliance Zone disclosed the facts, but neither governments nor citizens believed a word. To them, it was transparent fiction. Citizens remarked, "Is this the true face of hegemony? Planting mushrooms on another soil, then demanding the victim step forward to confess and shoulder blame. A criminal has emerged among us. You all stand accused. We propose immediate verification of your nuclear stockpiles to identify the violator responsible for illicit proliferation." Veto. The international situation is already in turmoil, and the alliance has found itself at the center of attention due to the mushroom bomb incident. Now countries within the League of Nations and the 5 major powers are divided into factions, each harboring suspicion against the others. Gallia believes that the source of the alliance's mushroom bombs is none other than the top 3 powers, each of whom has a suspect with a benevolent facade. The Federation, on the other hand, asserts that the source of the mushroom bombs lies solely with those 2 nations, though it remains unclear what benefits they gained in exchange for the mushroom bombs from the alliance. Do they not fear that the impoverished and backward alliance will ignite a mushroom war, forcibly elevating everyone to their level and leverage their extensive experience to emerge victorious? As for the alliance's loud proclamations about successfully completing mushroom bomb experiments, the international community has paid them no mind. This is because the major powers, after sampling and analysis, found that the explosion pattern of the mushroom bombs from the Rift Zone belongs to mature technology and is not an unstable experimental product. Yet the alliance still raises the banner of being a responsible major power, not only admitting to possessing mushroom bombs, but also boasting that it will produce at least hundreds of mushroom bombs over the next few years. Thus, the truth hidden within the absurdity and irrationality has been subconsciously overlooked. Currently, all nations only know that the alliance possesses mushroom bombs, and the exact number remains uncertain. However, having such weapons is sufficient. Even a few can impose a significant deterrent effect on economically powerful nations. Therefore, Gallia not only immediately ceased air combat with the alliance, but also engaged in amicable talks with the alliance under the mediation of the League of Nations. Given that Gallia has planted dozens of mushroom bombs in the alliance, it is far less damaging than the alliance planting a single bomb on its own European soil, which is why their tone is quite gentle. As for whether the alliance possesses long-range guided weapons capable of carrying mushroom bombs, Gallia does not dare. After all, if the alliance can grow mushroom bombs in the Rift Zone, who knows if they might also discover naturally growing ballistic missiles in other regions. Gallia's goodwill demonstrates that power is the essence of diplomacy. Now countries around the world believe that Gallia is in a state of extreme calm, and the previously vengeful anger has transformed entirely into rational thought. This phenomenon has led many nations to sigh, if we could also borrow seeds and cultivate mushrooms, could it be that our previously grim development situation might also change? While many economically developed countries still need to consider international order, the alliance has suddenly broken free from the rules set by the powers in a flamboyant manner. This not only grants them dignity, but also positions them as a force that cannot be ignored in the international arena. In this normal international society, the alliance now exists like a bug in civilization. The dire economic situation leaves them not only willing to use mushroom bombs, but also likely to do so frequently. For such an odd power, the international community has lost the ability to forcibly correct them. They can only divide interests and use milder methods to raise the war costs for the alliance. Thus, while the League of Nations was still discussing the control of mushroom bombs, a large influx of foreign capital flowed into the city of Daily in the alliance. This place not only neighbors a seaport, but is also the capital of the Tanzania faction, possessing the potential for developing a financial economy. The abundant inflow of funds and assistance from various countries has quickly turned Daily into a development miracle on this land. Housing prices in Daily are rising almost daily, and a large number of Alliance citizens have joined this financial boom, hoping to share in the benefits. Zhou Heng understands that the international support for the Alliance's economy is aimed at planning the emergence of a prosperous economic center and possibly the largest financial center outside the land. They wish to use this to curb the Alliance's aggression and bind its courage to disregard the rules. However, Zhou Heng does not intend to refuse for the Alliance's own power struggles to yield tangible results in the short term. What he needs is not the Alliance's poverty and willingness to fight, but rather the level of public trust in the Alliance and the cohesion generated by the civilization's assimilation. With the halo brought by the mushroom bombs and the continuous rise of the daily economic miracle, nations outside the land subconsciously believe that the Alliance has risen and a local force is rapidly emerging. The honor brought by this phenomenon not only accelerates the integration of the Alliance's internal populace into my civilization, but also attracts many progressive factions from non-terrestrial countries, treating the Alliance as a model to learn from. As the tendencies of non-terrestrial youth align, and a large number of international students settle in, various pro-Alliance factions have emerged to some extent among non-terrestrial nations. At this point, Zhou Heng's civilization has finally passed the internal growth phase and entered the external expansion phase. We do not intend to establish a complete industrial system, but we need to have pillar industries. Chinese diplomats, your territorial area is vast, and your arable land is abundant. You can certainly develop agriculture and food processing industries. Agriculture is merely a basic livelihood. What we need is an economically sustainable industry. In response to Zhou Heng's demands, the League of Nations has discussed and decided to allocate some interest to secure the Alliance's signature on the Nuclear Guarantee Agreement. What do you want? Most physical industries have high demands for personnel quality, making it difficult for you to produce profit after obtaining authorization. We need medical authorization, a complete set of medical production equipment, and specific formulation data. We can guarantee not to export cheap medicines to the Eurasian region, only developing our pharmaceutical industry in non-terrestrial areas. This is not only economic assistance, but also a form of human rights support for non-terrestrial regions, shining a light on humanity. You would not refuse, would you? Since its establishment, the League of Nations has never encountered such an arrogant party seeking aid. Were it not for the need to restrain the mushroom bombs, the Alliance would have been refused long ago. However, the current situation is special. They can only harm some medical capital interests in exchange for benefits from various international nations and other industrial capitals. For world peace and the prosperous stability of human civilization, we are willing to fully fund the Alliance's medical development. However, to quickly meet the needs of non-terrestrial citizens and swiftly establish a pharmaceutical capital, we request concentrated industrial construction. No problem. For world peace, we can accept certain restrictions. With the consensus reached between the League of Nations and the Alliance, a new nuclear control agreement was quickly signed. Though this agreement is merely a paper document, it has the backing of the 5 major powers of the League, making it an extension of human civilization's rules within a certain scope. Chinese diplomats, since you have signed the agreement, you must properly restrain your internal factions to avoid irreversible consequences. Rest assured, the authority to use the mushroom bombs is currently in the hands of our Yuta faction, and even if we need to deploy them, we will notify the Federation immediately. The Federation was touched by the words of the Alliance's Yuta faction. Look, this is loyalty. The Yuta faction is indeed the banner-bearer of democracy and freedom, inherently trustworthy. The Federation's satisfaction brought strong discontent from Gallia. Federation, they even need to ask your permission to launch. How can you say these are not the mushroom bombs you provided? One of the most dangerous things on Earth is allowing someone with nothing to control the nuclear button. Since the Federation and the Alliance Zone signed a new nuclear control agreement, the Alliance Zone has not only welcomed a period of rapid development, but also gained unprecedented tolerance from the international community. The people of the Alliance Zone may not feel much, but Zhou Heng can sense that countries around the world are trying their best to show goodwill and are willing to coax the ruling faction of the Alliance Zone to develop its economy. A poor and backward region has not only gained a harmonious space for development, but has also received continuous aid from the international community, a privilege that has never been seen among the countries of Earth. As a result, many third-world countries believe that this is compensation from the international community for the mushroom bomb explosion that occurred within the Alliance Zone. They feel that planting a mushroom bomb in non-core territorial areas in exchange for support and development opportunities is quite worthwhile. Recently, the great powers have noticed that some small countries have suddenly become more assertive. In the spirit of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, each great power has unceremoniously dealt heavy blows, causing many countries to cry foul over unfairness. Clearly you are not like this towards the Alliance Zone. Why do you reveal your true selves when it comes to us? Of course, many countries can see that the reason the great powers treat the Alliance Zone politely is not that it is close to the Federation, but because the Alliance Zone is truly formidable and only resolves issues through combat. They dare to directly fight against Gaul, and can win, making the great powers have no choice but to treat them with respect. This has directly led to a strange phenomenon where several of the least developed countries have united, becoming stronger and entering a fast track of economic development. An advanced concept, a national alliance, and an efficient dictatorship combined have surprisingly resulted in such a miraculous reaction. Non-terrestrial countries observe the successful anti-hegemony of the Sahel alliance, followed by the strong rise of the Alliance Zone, and cannot help but admit that alliance may indeed be the future direction of non-terrestrial development. Consequently, many non-terrestrial countries that originally adhered to a non-alignment policy have directly cast it aside, and everyone has begun to tentatively form new national alliances. During this process, Zhou Heng's clones have frequently risen to power through various means, gradually gaining the ability to influence various non-terrestrial alliances. However, the international community's overall view of non-terrestrial regions has not changed due to the formation of various national alliances. They still believe that the non-terrestrial regions are composed of radicals, converts, and economic zones, and now must also include the berserkers from the Democratic Liberation Alliance. Your Excellency, there have been many national alliances emerging in non-terrestrial regions recently, and they are fighting for power internally, becoming even more chaotic than when they were non-aligned. The Federation hopes that during this special period the Alliance Zone can still maintain stable development and set a positive image for many third-world countries. Mr. Hayden, please rest assured the Alliance Zone needs like-minded partners and will not expand recklessly. The Federation generally still trusts the assurances regarding the Alliance Zone. As for the pro-alliance factions emerging within various national alliances, the Federation can accept that after all there are also many pro-Western and pro-Federation factions within those national alliances. What the Federation truly worries about is that the Alliance Zone, intoxicated by recent victories, might revert to an expansionist mode. In fact, it has been proven that the Federation's concerns were not unfounded. While the Alliance Zone does not intend to directly annex its neighbors, there are still many clones integrated into various national alliances. Especially in some mid-level military units, they have become a major disaster area for Zhou Heng's clones. Many small non-terrestrial countries with only 20 to 30,000 irregular troops have nearly their entire military secretly controlled by Zhou Heng. In this context, Zhou Heng's own civilization is continuously expanding its influence by leveraging the national alliances formed by various non-terrestrial countries. The Alliance Zone adheres to the concept of mutual development, but we can rest assured. The internal struggles within the various national alliances in non-terrestrial regions are extremely intense right now. Moreover, some countries' militaries even seek to influence their allies' internal politics through the framework of national alliances. In any case, the various geopolitical conflicts within non-terrestrial regions have received considerable provocation, and it is only few military powers of non-terrestrial regions that have yet to be affected. The Federation understands all too well the temptation that a group of disorganized individuals acting recklessly poses to regional powers. They can only stabilize the Alliance Zone by keeping it aligned with their interests. Other impoverished non-terrestrial countries, before the American dollars arrive, even if the Federation speaks up, it will be of no use. Of course, the Federation does not genuinely wish to maintain order in non-terrestrial regions. Conflicts here have always been a historical norm. Even if they are somewhat fiercer now, the impact on the international community remains limited. What the Federation is worried about is that the non-terrestrial countries blinded by conflict might foolishly drag the Alliance Zone, which is rich in martial virtue, into this struggle. If that time comes, the Alliance Zone, relying on mushroom bombs, might very well initiate a unified war against non-terrestrial regions, leading to a cycle of impoverishment through conflict. At that point, if the international community continues to aid the Alliance Zone, it would undoubtedly support its unification of non-terrestrial regions. If aid is withheld, the Alliance Zone will revert to being that poor and unresolvable existence. It can be said that the Federation has identified the greatest uncertainty in this non-terrestrial upheaval from the very beginning. However, they did not expect that more uncertainties would rise alongside this upheaval in non-terrestrial regions, and the Alliance Zone has already secured a ticket to enter at any time. What? There have been coups in multiple regions of non-terrestrial areas, and the local military demands the establishment of a more efficient military regime. What are they trying to do, not even bothering to wear the cloak of democracy? Mr. Hayden, you best report this news to the Federation as soon as possible. Someone is trying to replicate our developmental experience, but they are anything but democratic and free. The Federation diplomats have to admit that the Alliance Zone has set a bad precedent. Now the countries in the entire non-terrestrial region believe that reform requires a coup and strength necessitates dictatorship. Yet the Alliance Zone at least still wears the cloak of democracy, while those local forces are far too straightforward. We understand this place, just as you understand it. This struggle is the governance turmoil birthed from the national alliances of non-terrestrial countries. They already have many internal and external issues that cannot be reconciled. Forcibly uniting will only catalyze the contradictions. In summary, all the various geopolitical conflicts within non-terrestrial regions have been considerably stimulated, and it is only a few military powers of non-terrestrial regions that have yet to be affected. The Federation understands all too well that a group of disorganized individuals acting recklessly will present a tremendous temptation to regional powers. They can only stabilize the Alliance Zone when they align with their interests. However, no one expected that pure governing factions would soon emerge who cannot be toppled or killed, and who will use unwavering will and selfless spirit to transform each capital. They will leverage the framework of these national alliances to quickly connect dispersed powers striving to unify the strength of the entire non-terrestrial region. The chaos in the Feilu region appeared almost normal in the eyes of the global populace. Yet no one anticipated that this chaos would affect nearly the entire Feilu area, and the situation would be extraordinarily complex and variable. Since the purpose of the countries in the Feilu region forming a national alliance was inherently insincere, their alliance was fraught with territorial disputes from the very beginning. Moreover, the internal contradictions among the member countries of the national alliance created an awkward situation where the various national alliances were at odds with each other, while their member nations were undermining one another. This unique model of a national alliance only made the statistics look good on paper. However, in terms of actual military and economic capabilities, there was no improvement. Rather, they were significantly weakened due to constant internal strife. Even more surprisingly, within the same national alliance, they managed to splinter into several factions, each vying for leadership of the alliance. Logically, such a national alliance should have been disbanded long ago, as no one respected anyone else. The alliance was merely a facade serving only to create conflicts without any real benefits. However, the key issue was that the entire Feilu region was now filled with various national alliances. If they disbanded their own national alliance, it would not only be embarrassing, but they would also become targets for other national alliances. Thus, they had no choice but to hold on, hoping that other national alliances would collapse first, allowing everyone to return to the traditional model. To describe it more intuitively, they had never experienced such a phase of governance. They could not solve this problem, and could only endure not wanting to be the first to withdraw. Yet while they could not figure it out, there were those who could. Ambitious military forces in various Feilu countries viewed the successful experience of the Democratic Liberation Alliance as a model to emulate. Isn't it just a coup? Isn't it just dictatorship? Isn't it just the military factions joining forces to form a larger military? It seemed as if everyone knew how to do it. This directly resulted in many regions where Zhou Heng's clones were still in preparation, while the nominal generals directly initiated coups. Moreover, these were not ordinary coups, but rather a series of coups by generals with differing demands. Consequently, whether the coup succeeded was uncertain, but a civil war had already begun. Seeing such an opportunity, neighboring countries as allies sent their armies with ill intentions, assisting their neighbors in suppressing the rebellion, while also seizing some coveted lands as a reward. Given the chaos of the entire situation, Zhou Heng's clones naturally would not hold back. With their assistance, a certain general successfully won the civil war and achieved a coup, but the next day, he was arrested by his own subordinate generals, which gradually became the norm. This special model of distrust between the state and the military, where generals did not trust their soldiers, became one of the main reasons the turmoil could not be resolved in the short term. Of course, those capitals under the control of Zhou Heng's clones quickly regained stability, and the internal contradictions of the political system were cleared up, barely fulfilling the initial intent of the coup. However, various powerful nations keeping a close eye on the situation in Feilu soon realized they had lost control over the situation there. The spokespersons they had courted found that while they could avoid direct confrontation with the military, whenever they encountered the younger faction of the military, they were invariably arrested. No way Feiziu actually took this seriously. If this continues, the National Alliance movement will turn into a young military officer's power grab. This cannot continue, we must quickly put an end to the turmoil in Feilu and return them to their previous state. Thinking about the future where the Feilu region might fully militarize under warlords with warlords relying on the National Alliance to form even larger factions gave them all a headache. Why does this model seem so familiar? The Democratic Liberation Alliance appears to be a large military alliance formed by military dictatorship and various collaboratives. Hold a League of Nations conference and halt their alliance model. One Democratic Liberation Alliance is enough, we cannot allow the entire Feilu region to become militarized and dictatorial. How do we stop it? Should we simultaneously halt the Democratic Liberation Alliance and the Saha Anti-Dominance Alliance? These two alliances are fundamentally inseparable. The greater the external pressure, the more united they will become. If we treat them differently, it would undoubtedly prove that the National Alliance model in the Feilu region is the correct path, and only by uniting can they resist our pressure. At this moment, the international community was quite conflicted about the turmoil in the Feilu region. On one hand, the rise of military factions in various countries led to numerous arms orders, and their military officers had also taken the opportunity to enter some Feilu nations serving as military advisors. On the other hand, the turmoil in the Feilu region had not fully deteriorated, or rather it had birthed many strong military regimes and several idealistic political factions amidst the chaos. In this context, the international community did not view it as turmoil, but rather as a significant transformation in Feilu, possibly even a great awakening among the nations of Feilu. Thus, regardless of the potential consequences of forcibly halting the National Alliance model, in Feilu the international community decided to intervene and disrupt this dangerous process of transformation. Zhou Heng had long anticipated this situation. After all, it was entirely impossible for the entire international community to ignore the transformation occurring in Feilu. There were too many national interests at stake here, whether among the great powers or within the continent. Even the White Elephant Nation had numerous interests involved. However, the international community's mediation was not necessarily bad news. The more unattainable it was, the more they tried to stop it, proving that this was a viable path. Thus, when the White Eagle Federation requested the Alliance Zone to join the mediation team, Zhou Heng did not refuse. He wanted the nations of Feilu to see that both traditional hegemony and regional hegemony aimed to impede their progress, wanting to keep them impoverished and silent. This way, a resistance faction was bound to emerge. Even without Zhou Heng, there would be others to provide them with a resistance faction and guide various regions toward active transformation. The power of great powers and strong nations in Feilu was undeniable. When the League of Nations conference was held at one of its 4 headquarters in Kenyani, most Feilu nations attended the meeting. Those who did not attend were not unwilling, but rather the League of Nations denied the legitimacy of the coup military representatives and required traditional ruling factions to participate in the meeting. Zhou Heng's clones were not afraid of the League of Nations pressure, nor would they willingly give up the fruits of victory. Thus they collectively ignored the League's demands. Fortunately, this situation was much milder than that of a certain Colonel Ka, as the ordinary nations of the League of Nations and the great powers were not prepared for forced intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all have some understanding of why today's meeting was convened. Normally, you have the right to form alliances among yourselves. However, the impact caused by this national alliance activity has been too severe. Not only have you experienced continuous turmoil internally, but the entire international community has also been significantly affected. The League of Nations hopes you will consider dissolving some unnecessary alliances to help the Feilu region quickly regain peace and stability. As the League of Nations conference progressed, various Feilu nations finally found a way out, but several small nations controlled by Zhou Heng's clones seized the opportunity to pose questions. We are willing to make sacrifices for peace and stability. Will the Democratic Liberation Alliance, the Saha Alliance, and the New East community also make some sacrifices? They are special. They are special. A firearm can only unleash its tremendous destructive power when the primer is firmly compressed. The same applies to the development of civilization. Without external pressure, it is difficult to generate sufficient internal drive for rapid evolution. After the League of Nations conference, the alliance movement of non-terrestrial countries was halted, leaving ordinary citizens and the current rulers largely unaffected. One group is too distant from the international community, preoccupied with the worries of their homeland. The other is too close, unable to resist the demands of the international community. However, there exists a portion of people who are neither far nor near to the international society. These include student groups, progressive individuals, and members of various factions. They cannot accept the League's forceful intervention, nor can they tolerate those special entities that continue to enjoy the prosperity brought by the alliance. The anti-hegemony ideology of the Sahara Alliance represents the demands of most non-terrestrial countries, and they can understand it. The Alliance Zone as a representative of non-terrestrial military power has cooperative ties with the Federation, which they can also accept. But what does the New East community possess? Why can such an ordinary regional alliance exist, while the alliance formed by their own country cannot? Before the establishment of the National Alliance, the propaganda was overwhelmingly positive. Now the backlash is equally severe, especially considering the pressure exerted by powerful nations that treat them differently. Consequently, a wave of demonstrations has erupted across most non-terrestrial countries, allowing them to vent their dissatisfaction, though that is all they can do. The essence they learned from the free world is protest. They do not seek to awaken anyone for their demonstrations, but the manipulated product of other interest groups. However, today is different from the past. The opposition can leverage the protesters to counter the ruling party, and new factions can rapidly develop under the impetus of discontented voices. There are ambitious individuals, representatives of powerful nations, clones of Zhou Heng, and those who returned from studying in the Alliance Zone, integrating into our civilization. Driven by various wills, the sentiment of discontent has not only failed to dissipate, but has instead intensified, becoming increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the primer of the firearm has been firmly compressed, waiting only for the rebellious bullet to appear capable of unleashing a force that could alter the situation. Is Mons ready? Ready. The chief inspector has been controlled by us, and the police department has entirely been replaced with our person. Excellent. This is the evidence of their crimes. You, our legal officials, are also prepared. We will arrest them tonight and proceed with the judgment per the law. That night, the chief inspector, controlled by Mons and others, tossed and turned in bed, feeling embroiled in a series. Initially, due to the spread of the protest activities, he heeded the advice of his subordinates and recruited a batch of temporary inspectors. Later, when he noticed the increasing number of temporary inspectors on the streets, he only worried about whether the police department had enough funds to pay their salaries, considering how much should be deducted from each person's wages. However, when he wanted to dismiss the temporary inspectors, everything changed. He was arrested by his own subordinates and confined in a prison overseen by the temporary inspectors. He still remembers that just a couple of days ago the ruling party called to commend him for his outstanding abilities, claiming he had controlled the scale of the protest merely by expanding the temporary inspector force. Yet now, whenever he thinks of the swollen number of inspectors, he feels a wave of anxiety. What do they intend to do? I hope the ruling party thoroughly investigates the inspector scale and discovers the abnormalities soon. The chief inspector is unaware that the ruling party has indeed discovered the abnormalities among the inspectors, but rather than investigating the inspectors, it is the inspectors who are investigating them. Gentlemen, the incident has occurred. Please return with us for questioning. As the ruling party of Abi was in a meeting, the officers from the central city entered, and the entire venue fell silent. Do you know where this is? Bring out your chief inspector to respond. Of course we know. Gentlemen, this is an arrest warrant. To enhance law enforcement efficiency, those whose names are called should stand up and accompany us. Believe me, respecting us is respecting yourselves. The ruling party realized that the situation had completely spiraled out of control and could only temporarily allow these minor characters to dictate the proceedings. However, not everyone remained rational, especially in this small, impoverished nation with a mix of strengths and weaknesses. Who do you think you are? I can fire your chief inspector right now, as well as you. Get out of here, you scum. Insulting law enforcement and threatening law enforcers, an even greater crime. Immediately arrest them. With the violent protesters arrested, the conference room returned to silence, as if they had returned to their school days, waiting quietly for the teacher to call their names and issue diplomas. However, this time the diploma may not signify a new beginning, but rather a notice of guilt and judgment. As they were led out of the administrative building by the inspectors, they saw neither other opposition members nor military. Aren't you staging a coup? Why are there no follow-up arrangements? No, this is not a coup, but an arrest in accordance with the law. The legal officials will provide you with a fair judgment. In a small country burdened by $900 million in debt, it is normal for anything to happen. However, what transpired this time was truly bizarre. The regional inspectors wielded the law in one hand and arrest warrants in the other, almost capturing the entire Abi ruling party. Those who remained uncaught began to realize the faction they were entangled in. They despised the inspectors' brutality, yet were infuriated by this irredeemable faction. As this incident had many highlights and no successful coup participants emerged, media outlets around the world treated it as entertainment news. Nevertheless, the impact of this event was significant, as the determination of the law deeply affected everyone within the nation for the first time. This encouraged various advanced factions in the non-terrestrial region, making them aware that they too could wield similar weapons to counter the oppression of traditional factions. The international community did not pay much attention to such peculiar changes in a small region, as no one believed that this bizarre model would unfold elsewhere. However, they fully expressed their support for the Abi regulations while denying the overstepping behaviors of the Abi inspectors. If we do not overstep, how can we exercise the law? You can apply first, then exercise the law. Apply to whom, them, or you? The contradictory authority of the Abi regulations became an unsolvable existence. Fortunately, they were too insignificant aside from this interesting trial. It was almost impossible for the international community and world citizens to remember them. Yet their actions will not be an isolated case. The influence bestowed upon them by Zhou Heng and our civilization means they will not fear these traditional factions. A reform based on legal principles is quietly underway, and this internal cleansing among various nations is something the international community cannot call to a halt. All injustices stem from a lack of mutual understanding, so why don't we create a society built on mutual understanding?